Everyone says online romances never end well, yet just before that crappy game you'd played for 10 years shut down, you send one last goodbye to the grey spouse avatar. Just as you put away your phone and prepared to return to your ordinary life, the sky suddenly split open to reveal an abyss. Power leaderboard unlocked. The mighty sound of the primordial chaos echoed throughout China, and scrolls of golden light blanketed the sky while the entire world bowed in reverence before the core stage powerhouses on the leaderboard. You felt the Supreme Emperor's stage power as vast as an abyss or an ocean surging within you and yawned out of sheer boredom. Suddenly, a stunning figure shattered the void and descended onto the sports field. You, the most beautiful Ice Queen professor at Chengdu University, unleashed the terrifying aura of the Grandmaster stage, peering through the crowd. A playful smile curled at the corners of your lips because her world-shaking, sky-piercing cultivation, which had stunned the globe, was precisely what you had nurtured step by step back in the game. Chapter 1: The game comes to life. Congratulations! After 1 billion years of cultivation, you have reached the Supreme Emperor stage, an existence that reigns supreme throughout the ages. The game will shut down in 10 minutes. Please enjoy your final moments. Blue Star, Chengdu University. Lying on his dorm bed, Lon looked at the notification on his phone's game interface and sighed. Was the game he'd played for 10 years finally coming to an end? The game on his phone was called Immortal Life, the most popular cultivation game 10 years ago, which focused on how ordinary mortals could gradually become the strongest immortals. Although most players were big spenders, Lon had managed to stick with it for a full 10 years through sheer passion and perseverance. Over the course of a decade, he'd risen from a complete novice to the number 1 spot on the server-wide leaderboard, the sole player to reach the Supreme Emperor stage. Below him, no one had even attained that level. But as the game's popularity gradually waned, within a year, hardly anyone was playing it anymore. Aside from him, whose highest realm was merely the quasi-emperor realm, he was the only one still playing. 10 minutes left. Let me say my final goodbyes to you all. Lon sighed, opened the game's friend list, and looked at the grey avatars. None of them were online. The first one to log in was from 5 years ago, his in-game spouse, Aqua. Lon vaguely remembered that back then, this girl had just discovered the game and was playing on a whim, looking for a mentor in the world chat. He happened to be online at the time, so he added her, took her to kill monsters for loot, ran dungeons, and built up their intimacy, and eventually, they became spouses. Unfortunately, after playing for about 2 months, she had to start working and gradually stopped logging in. He had no idea what had become of her. Goodbye, Aqua, Lon messaged her. Even though he knew she wouldn't see it, he still wanted to say farewell. She wasn't his only spouse, he had many others. After all, there was no limit to the number of spouses you could have in this game, and he had about 7 or 8 of them. He sent a goodbye message to each of his spouses, which was his way of bidding farewell to the game. With 8 minutes left, he challenged each of the top 10 players on the leaderboard to a duel. Even though they weren't online, he could still challenge them at will. If he won, he could even cause them to lose cultivation points. In the past, he often lost a lot of cultivation points to these players, but thanks to his perseverance, he managed to wear them down until they went offline. After that, he sparred with them daily, causing them to lose cultivation points. Several of them even dropped an entire major realm. Goodbye, former rivals, Lon sighed inwardly. A sense of loneliness washed over him. The game that had accompanied him for 10 years had shut down just like that, and he found it hard to let go. He started playing in 7th grade and had kept playing all the way until this year, when he was about to graduate from college. This bond was something no one else could truly understand. From having nothing to having everything: divine tier magical treasures, spirit grade weapons, divine tier mounts, invincible cultivation, and divine tier pets. His inventory was stuffed to the brim with countless items and elixirs, more than he could ever use. Now he had to say goodbye to it all. Slowly, the clock ticked down to the final minute. The servers were about to shut down. Lon opened the world chat channel, looked at the empty chat box, and tapped away at his keyboard. Goodbye, Immortal Life. You're the most fun game I've ever played. Goodbye, everyone. We'll meet again someday. Even though he knew no one would reply, he was saying goodbye to the game. Hey, son, want to go eat? Just then, his roommate Tao walked in from outside, sweating profusely and clutching a basketball. Let us go. Since Son is calling Dad to eat, I guess we'll go. Lon turned off his phone and followed Tao out of the dorm. But what he didn't know was that a notification had popped up on the game interface once again. Game shut down. In half an hour, the game will manifest in reality. The cafeteria. Son, you look downcast. Is something bothering you? Tao asked Lon with a puzzled look as he munched on a chicken drumstick. No, it's just that something is leaving me forever, and I'm a little reluctant to let it go. Lon shook his head and smiled faintly. It's not like your girlfriend left you, is it? Wait, you don't even have a girlfriend. Could it be that you've been secretly dating behind our backs? Tao suddenly lost his appetite for the chicken drumstick and demanded. In the dorm, secretly getting a girlfriend was practically a capital offense. Just eat your food. I don't have time to look for a girlfriend, it's too much trouble, Lon said irritably. In today's world, finding a girlfriend either costs money or your life. Would you dare try? If you accidentally end up with a version T0, wouldn't you lose both? Better to put that off for later. Why not? You're not ugly, and your family has got some money. It'd be great to have a girlfriend. We're almost done with school, and you're still single, Tao said, puzzled. Lon was clearly the best-looking guy in their dorm. Girls would ask for his WeChat whenever he went out, but he just wouldn't date anyone. With a face like that, he'd have been a total player by now, having dated every girl at Chengdu University. I'm not interested. Let us not talk about it. Let us just eat and get back to gaming. All right. Later, I'm playing Lon Ling Wang to give Xiao Xiao a real hard time. Then I'll play Show You. Screw you, you're just trying to screw me over again. The two started a race. Whoever finished eating first would have to bring dinner for the other tonight. They wolfed down their food, and in the end, Lon won. You must be a reincarnated starving ghost. How can you eat so fast? I lost again. I'm totally blown away, Tao grumbled. Just eat more yourself. The two returned to their dorm, chatting and laughing. Just as they lay down, they heard thunder rumbling outside. Holy crap, is it the end of the world? Tao exclaimed. Lon went out to the balcony and looked up at the sky, which was thick with dark clouds. Lightning flashed, thunder roared deafeningly, and a fierce wind picked up. It really did feel like the end of the world had arrived. I guess I should bring in the laundry. Lon hurriedly gathered the clothes from the balcony, then lay back down on his bed, ready to launch Honor of Kings. But just then, a voice rang out in his head. Huaxia Games, Immortal Life. Materialization in 60 seconds. What is going on? Tao jumped up from the bed and looked around in terror. You heard that too? Lon looked at Tao in surprise. It turned out everyone could hear it. Yeah, I heard it too. Some game called Immortal Life is going to materialize. What kind of game is that? Tao was dumbfounded. Lon instantly realized what was happening. He hurriedly grabbed his phone, swiped through the interface, and looked at the familiar game app on the screen. He tapped frantically, but nothing happened. Could it be? Is this game really about to materialize? What does materialize even mean? Does that mean everything from the game is going to materialize into the real world? Is the world coming to an end? Tao shouted in terror, completely losing any desire to play games. Outside, the voices of their classmates rang out. When they opened the dorm room door, everyone was in a panic. Holy shit, the end of the world is here. Immortal Life? What kind of game is that? I've never even heard of it. I know it. That game came out 10 years ago. I played it for half a month back then stopped. Holy shit, I actually played it a few years ago. I made it to the foundation stage, but then I quit because it required too much in-game spending. Now that you mention it, I played it too. That game was insanely popular back then, you know? I think I was at the core stage. So does that mean we can really become immortals, just like in novels and games? Some students were worried, while others were ecstatic. The worried ones were those who never played the game, while the excited ones were the ones who had and weren't exactly weak at it either. Just then, a voice rang out in everyone's minds once more. 60 seconds have passed. Manifestation begins. First, manifest cultivation level. Chapter 2, Supreme Emperor Stage Cultivation Level. Manifest cultivation level. In an instant, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Streams of golden light rained down from above so dense that it was impossible to tell which student was being bathed in them. It was as if a golden rain had begun to fall. Lon was completely enveloped by the golden beams. He felt a powerful and overwhelming force coursing through his body, filling him from head to toe with strength. It was as if he could destroy a star with the slightest movement, extinguish the sun and moon with a snap of his fingers, and cause the earth to shatter with a single breath. Supreme Emperor Stage Cultivation Manifestation complete. Please use your power with caution. At the same time, a flood of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind. Transcend mortality to become an immortal, cultivate the true self. You were a first-tier mortal, but through relentless effort, you ultimately reached the Supreme Emperor stage. Your cultivation is now at the pinnacle, and so is your power. Scenes from the game began to replay in his mind. The bosses he had slain during the tempering stage. Surviving the lightning tribulation, undergoing a complete transformation, and reaching the foundation stage. The first time he formed a spouse bond with Misty. Then being crushed by the top players on the leaderboard, only to ultimately crush them in return. The game character's 10 billion year journey flooded his mind, as if he had experienced it all firsthand. In a short time, Lon grasped his cultivation level and understood the true extent of his power. If he so desired, he could obliterate this planet beneath his feet with a single thought. Meanwhile, cultivators began appearing all across the country. Since the game Immortal Life had been incredibly popular 10 years ago, out of China's population of over 2 billion, if not a full billion, at least 500 million people had played it. It couldn't be helped, it had been such a sensation back then that practically everyone who saw it gave it a try, and anyone who played it was able to manifest their cultivation. Longdu, a certain prison. A felon shackled in handcuffs and leg irons was quietly awaiting his execution. His name was Guozhang, a convicted murderer who had slaughtered an entire family of 7. He had been arrested just a few days earlier. After 10 long years on the run, he had finally been caught. But just then, a beam of golden light descended, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, his body was filled with power. Scene after scene of memories flashed through his mind. Immortal life? Guozhang was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. I'm actually at the demi-saint stage. I'm invincible. 10 years ago, while he was on the run, this game was at the height of its popularity. He had particularly admired the immortal cultivation lifestyle depicted in it. If only he had that kind of power back then, he wouldn't have had to flee. Back then, he played for a long time and spent a lot of money on it. That game had always been his constant companion. It wasn't until he reached the Saint King stage that the police tracked him down, forcing him back onto the run, and he no longer had time to play. He never imagined this game would materialize and grant him the power of the demi-saint stage. The next second, he instantly shattered his handcuffs and leg irons, smashed through the prison wall with a single punch, and strode out with confidence. Carefree Sovereign, you actually destroyed my cultivation. I will definitely find you. In the memory he just relived, he realized that whenever he wasn't in the game, a guy named Carefree Sovereign had been constantly challenging him. This had caused his cultivation to steadily decline until he fell off the rankings, dropping to his current demi-saint stage. If it weren't for that Carefree Sovereign, he'd still be at the Saint King stage. Who knows how many times stronger he'd be now. Don't move. Get back. Several prison guards were so terrified by Wang Zhengwei's sudden escape that they were at a loss. The prison walls had been blown to pieces. Was this guy in front of them even human? Get lost. Wang Zhengwei roared, unleashing an instant surge of aura. The guards were violently flung backward, slamming into the wall and passing out. Boom! Wang Zhengwei leaped into the air, smashed through the ceiling, and left the prison. No one knew where he went. Holy shit, Lon, look! Tao suddenly shouted. Lon looked over to see Tao clutching a 40 gene dumbbell, crushing it to dust with just one hand. I'm only at the tempering stage, and I'm already this powerful. Don't those at the foundation stage and core stage have to be even stronger? Hearing Tao's words, Lon couldn't help but chuckle. The cultivation realms in immortal life are divided into tempering stage, foundation stage, core stage, nascent stage, deity stage, grandmaster stage, tribulation stage, ascension stage, mortal deity stage, true deity stage, earth deity stage, mystic deity stage, heavenly deity stage, golden deity stage, zenith deity stage, demi-saint stage, saint king stage, all the way up to the final supreme emperor stage, dozens of levels in total. The tempering stage is the most common level. It's essentially the very beginning of cultivation, and most players start the game at this stage. Only the foundation stage marks a true transformation. Anyone below the core stage is still immortal. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash came from the dorm room next door. Lon and his friend rushed out to see what was going on. Holy crap, he shattered the wall with a single punch. Is this the power of the foundation stage? That's so awesome. Why didn't I play that game? I really want to cultivate too. Wah, if only I'd known, I wouldn't have studied so hard back then. If I'd played more games, I'd be an immortal emperor by now. Me too. I really regret it. I'm only at the foundation stage now. If I'd kept playing back then, I'd be at least the core stage or nascent stage by now. If the foundation stage is this powerful, doesn't that mean the people above can just wipe out Blue Star whenever they want? It turned out that a guy in the dorm next door had manifested his foundation stage cultivation and shattered the dorm with a single punch. That's so impressive. I don't think I could blow up a dorm with a single punch, Tao said enviously. Watching the scene, Lon couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Now that everyone has gained extraordinary powers, it seems the world is about to undergo a major upheaval. Just then, the school intercom suddenly came on. This is Principal Li Chun. All students and faculty are to assemble on the sports field immediately. Please assemble on the sports field. The principal's voice sounded urgent. It seemed the game's materialization had frightened him. Let us go check it out, Lon said to Tao. For now, they'd better see what the school had to say. Okay. The two left the dormitory and headed toward the playground. As they walked, they noticed several students flying past instead of walking. Lon, didn't you play that game? Tao asked curiously. I did. I'm at the tempering stage, just like you, Lon replied casually. He was actually at the Supreme Emperor stage now. If he let that slip, people from all over the world would likely come looking for him and the government would definitely track him down. He had no desire to draw attention to himself. I see, Tao nodded. No wonder Lon had wanted to walk with him. It turned out they were both at the tempering stage. Having absorbed the game's memories, he knew the various cultivation levels. At the tempering stage, one couldn't walk on air. Only those at the foundation stage could do so briefly. At the core stage, one could stand in mid-air. The two arrived at the playground, where quite a few people were already gathered. The principal and vice principal stood on the podium, anxiously waiting for the students to assemble. Once everyone had arrived, the principal picked up the microphone and began to speak. I believe everyone has already heard that voice, and some of you have already obtained extraordinary powers. However, I ask that you refrain from using that terrifying power recklessly and truthfully report your cultivation levels. We need to compile a record. Meanwhile, in Longdu, a secret base, a conference room. An elderly man walked in slowly, and everyone in the room, men, women, and people of all ages, stood up. Long, they exclaimed in unison. This elderly man was none other than Long. Everyone here, who among you is a cultivator? Chapter 3, Blue Star's area increases tenfold and there's a Grandmaster stage instructor. Long scanned the room and spoke in a deep voice. The crowd exchanged glances. Only two people raised their hands, a man and a woman. Seeing these two raise their hands, the others were utterly astonished. There were actually cultivators among them. They had assumed everyone was in the military and didn't have much time to play games. Coincidentally, these two were officers who had risen through the ranks at a relatively young age. What cultivation levels are you two at? Could you explain in detail? Long asked sternly. I'm at the foundation stage. I played it by chance 9 years ago and only played for a few days back then. I'm at the core stage. I played for about half a month back then. The man was at the core stage, and the woman was at the foundation stage. Hearing these cultivation levels, some people were completely baffled, as they weren't cultivators and had no idea what they meant. Then please explain the cultivation levels and the strength associated with each, Long said urgently. Right now, what they needed most was knowledge about cultivation. The world had changed, it was no longer the peaceful era of the past, and a new round of war was highly likely to break out. The man nodded and immediately shared everything he knew. When everyone heard that at the peak of the tempering stage, one could lift a boulder weighing 100,000 G, and that at the foundation stage, one could master certain spells, and that at the core stage, one could even stand in mid-air with unparalleled power, they were all stunned. Moving up the ranks, the power of the nascent stage is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The deity stage possesses the power to destroy any nation, and the grandmaster stage holds the power to destroy the world at will. These various cultivation levels left Long's head spinning and the others at a loss. When the man finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, followed by a wave of commotion. What are we going to do? If everyone really has this kind of power, how are we supposed to handle it? Exactly. This power is terrifying. Just by playing a game for a few months, people gain power comparable to a nuclear bomb. The world is going to descend into chaos. We need to come up with a plan immediately, or the whole world will fall into chaos. First, we have to make sure our own country doesn't descend into chaos. There's already a lot of crime out there, they're all using that extraordinary power to commit crimes. Suddenly, the room fell silent again, and everyone turned to look at Long. Long was pacing back and forth in the conference room, pondering a solution. Soon, he had an idea. Right now, we must establish a new department. I've already decided on the name, the Cultivators Department. We'll recruit cultivators from across the nation. To keep those cultivators in check, we must rely on other cultivators. First, let us see if there are any cultivators among our own people. Gather the military personnel first, then the general public, and finally the schools. Let us establish schools for cultivators. A new era has arrived, an era where everyone cultivates. Shindu University. By now, all faculty and students had completed their forms. When the results were tallied, the university administration was stunned. Across the entire campus, there were a total of 15,000 faculty and students. Surprisingly, more than 3,000 of them had manifested cultivation levels, becoming cultivators. Seeing that his school had more than 3,000 cultivators, Li Chun was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak. He was a smart man. The moment he heard the announcement, he knew the world was about to undergo a massive transformation, and these so-called cultivators would be the pillars of the nation in the future. I never expected our school to have more than 3,000 cultivators. It's truly mind-blowing. Li Chun's words left all the teachers and students in the audience utterly stunned. Holy crap, over 3,000 people are cultivators? That's so awesome. But why couldn't I be one of them? Ha, I'm one of them at the peak of the tempering stage. Right now, I feel like my whole body is brimming with power. I'm stronger than you. I'm at the mid-foundation stage. You big shots, can you give me a hand? Wah, I really want to be an immortal too. Seeing their former classmates, roommates, and co-workers suddenly become immortals, figures now completely out of their reach, those who hadn't played the game Immortal Life were filled with envy, but even more so with regret. If only they played the game back then, they'd be just like them immortals too. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Lon watched the expressions on everyone's faces on the playground, some joyful, some sorrowful, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He never expected that his persistence would actually make him the strongest. He wondered if any of his classmates here even knew who he was. However, by the time he reached the top of the leaderboard, 99% of the players had already quit the game, and the world chat channel was completely empty. Presumably, no one recognized him anymore. He wondered if those few spouses might still remember him. Grandmaster Stage. There's a Grandmaster Stage. Just then, the teacher in charge of tallying the results suddenly shouted. She was also a cultivator, at the foundation stage. Hearing her voice, everyone turned to look. The cultivators were particularly stunned. Grandmaster Stage. That was an incredibly powerful level 1 that required spending a lot of money to reach. In the game, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to advance. To reach the Grandmaster Stage, one would need to play for at least half a year unless they spent a lot of money or had a high-level player guide them. The students who had thought themselves invincible at the Foundation Stage and Core Stage immediately fell silent. The Grandmaster Stage was more than enough to crush them all. Who on earth could it be? Ms. Yu. The statistics teacher exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the name on the paper. Everyone was familiar with that name. Ms. Yu, hailed as the most beautiful teacher at Chengdu University. In an instant, all eyes turned to a woman of stunning beauty, wearing a single ponytail, a form-fitting pencil skirt, black stockings, and black high heels. Ms. Yu showed no signs of nervousness. She simply nodded without saying a word. Who would have thought that the campus's most beautiful teacher was also a Grandmaster Stage player? Ms. Yu, please come up on stage and say a few words, the principal hurriedly said. After all, she was the school's only Grandmaster Stage player. Seeing the principal's deferential demeanor, the other teachers felt a mix of emotions. It seemed Ms. Yu's status from now on would be extraordinary. You didn't refuse. She walked step by step onto the stage, took the microphone handed to her by the principal, and began. The game's powers are now manifesting. Anyone who has played the game will manifest their cultivation level, but I urge everyone not to abuse this power to commit crimes, and certainly not to bully ordinary people. Don't assume you're the strongest, because there are others even stronger than you. As she spoke, a memory flashed through Yu's mind. It was 5 years ago, when she had first started playing that game right after graduating from college, while she was looking for a job and playing out of boredom. That day, she happened to meet a helpful player who guided her through the game every day, gave her plenty of items, accompanied her in fighting monsters, and became her spouse, allowing her to reach the Grandmaster Stage in no time. Even during the time she had stepped away from the game, he would still occasionally send her gear and items, leave her messages, and was still saying goodbye to her right up until the game ended completely. But she had no idea what cultivation level that mentor and spouse had reached. Now she only remembered that before she quit the game, he was at the Heavenly Deity stage. But just as you finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from the sky. Cultivation manifestation complete. Blue Star's surface area is beginning to change. Initial adjustment, global surface area increased tenfold. The power leaderboard will open shortly. Those who make the list will receive generous rewards. 3 days from now, divine artifacts will manifest. Chapter 4, In Search of the Carefree Sovereign. Power Leaderboard. Divine Artifacts. The planet's surface area has expanded? Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. One by one, the ordinary people on the playground lost their balance and fell to the ground. Only the teachers and students whose cultivation had manifested remained firmly on their feet. No matter how intense the tremors, they did not fall. Among them, Lan and Yu stood the steadiest, both acting as if nothing were happening. The earthquake lasted for over 10 seconds before subsiding. Lan closed his eyes and surveyed the entire blue star with his divine sense. As a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator, his divine sense could reach beyond the universe. To his astonishment, he discovered that Blue Star's total land area had increased tenfold, and the mainland of China had gained over 1,000 new, unknown regions including oceans, forests, and deserts. These areas were completely uninhabited, devoid of even a single living creature, yet they had simply appeared out of thin air. With his extensive knowledge of geography, he naturally knew what China originally looked like and could confirm with absolute certainty that these places had just appeared. This gave him a bad feeling. If the game had materialized, would the monsters and NPCs within it also materialize? Just then, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a military helicopter circling overhead, seemingly preparing to land. Everyone hurriedly stepped back, clearing a large open space for the helicopter to land. As the helicopter touched down, a man in military uniform stepped out. He appeared to be in his 30s. "I'm Wei, a member of the cultivation department, and I'm also a major general," the man introduced himself. Hearing his introduction, the teachers and students present were taken aback. Cultivation department? When had such a department been established? It turned out that long before they had even begun tallying the number of cultivators at the school, the government had already set up a temporary cultivation department and recruited all active duty military personnel who were cultivators into it. They were sent to schools across the country to reassure the public. Wei was the one assigned to Chengdu University. Who here has the highest cultivation level? Wei scanned the crowd. "Me, Grandmaster Stage," you stepped forward and said. She could tell that the military officer before her was also a cultivator, though his cultivation level was lower than hers. He was only at the core stage. Hearing this, Wei was taken aback. There was actually a Grandmaster Stage cultivator here. Startled, he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Grandmaster Stage cultivator." In the past, he certainly wouldn't have bowed, but things were different now. This was the era of cultivators. A Grandmaster Stage cultivator could crush him with a single finger. He dared not act presumptuously. "Don't be so formal. We're all Chinese, and you've made the greatest contributions to our nation." Flattered, Yu quickly used her spiritual energy to lift Wei back to his feet. "Then I'll address you as Ms. Yen." Wei still dared not be presumptuous. "I wonder if Ms. Yen would be willing to join our cultivation department to help maintain a peaceful society." "I'd be happy to. It would be my honor to serve the nation," Yu nodded. "That's wonderful. Let us step aside and discuss this in more detail." "All right." Wei and Yu left the playground. "I'm so jealous. Teacher Yen's already got a government job. The state has actually set up a department. It's just like those sects in novels. I wonder if I'll ever have a chance to join," Tao said, watching Yu and Wei walk away with an envious look. "You'll have your chance. This administrative department should open to the public soon, and then anyone will be able to join," Lon said from the side. With the world undergoing such drastic changes and so many cultivators emerging in China, the government would certainly step in to regulate them. This cultivation department may sound like a place that provides jobs for cultivators, but in reality, it's designed to better regulate them and prevent them from committing crimes. If left unchecked, chaos would surely ensue, and the nation's downfall would be inevitable. Watching Yu and the other person walk away, Lon used her divine sense to keep an eye on them, still able to hear their conversation. "Ms. Yen, we plan to establish cultivation classes in every school and assign cultivators to serve as teachers. Since you happen to be a professor at Chengdu University, I was wondering if you'd be willing to serve as the homeroom teacher for this class." "Sure. I'll report your situation accurately. Since you're at the Grandmaster stage, you must have a deeper understanding of the game. I've only been playing for a short while." "Yes, I played for about half a year back then, so I'm fairly familiar with it. The sects in this game are all NPC sects, and if they were to materialize, both these NPCs and the sects themselves could manifest. The most powerful sect among them is the Qingyun sect. According to the game's lore, the sect leader is at the Golden Deity stage, and even the elders under him are at the Mystic Deity stage or Earth Deity stage. The other sects all have members at the Heavenly Deity stage or below, but they're still incredibly powerful." Hearing this, Wei looked surprised. He didn't know much about the game's lore. He only played for a week back then, spent a little money on in-game purchases, and then stopped playing because he enlisted in the military. He could imagine just how devastating it would be for Blue Star if all these NPCs were to descend upon it. That's the Golden Deity stage of being capable of destroying a nation or even an entire planet with a single thought. If they couldn't be controlled, it would be a catastrophe for China, like the end of the world. But don't worry. In the game's lore, the Qingyun sect is a reputable, righteous school that won't harm the innocent. It's those demonic sects that should be worried. They feed on humans and refine human souls for their cultivation. Those are the real scourges. Yu was deeply concerned about the immense harm these demonic sects would inflict on humanity if they were to materialize in the real world. They possess not a shred of humanity. They delight in refining souls and using the bodies of other cultivators to create puppets for battle. Moreover, some sects prey on female cultivators, extracting their energy to bolster their own cultivation. These sects are the ones we should fear the most. I understand. I'll report all of this accurately. If these sects truly materialize in China, it would be nothing short of a catastrophic disaster for us, Wei said with a frown. He dared not imagine what the future would hold. If these NPCs really arrived, what would become of them? The NPCs were far more powerful. They'd been cultivating longer and possessed a wider array of techniques. They were merely people with memories of the game. If it came down to a real fight, their experience wouldn't hold a candle to the NPCs. It would be like pitting a handgun against a cannon. By the way, Ms. Yen, do you happen to know of any other powerful players in the game? Someone stronger than you, for example? There are plenty stronger than me. Back when I was playing, I couldn't even make it into the top 50 on the leaderboard. Those players were all at the tribulation stage or higher. Especially my master, the one who introduced me to the game. His name was Carefree Sovereign. He was already at the heavenly deity stage back then. If he is still playing, he might be at the saint stage by now, or even higher. Lon, who had been eavesdropping from a distance, shuddered, his gaze gradually growing dazed. Because he had heard a very familiar name. Carefree Sovereign. And his in-game name was Carefree Sovereign. Chapter 5, Aqua, Power Leaderboard Unlocked. He never expected Teacher Yu to know his in-game name and to even claim to be his disciple. But Lon couldn't figure out who it was, since he mentored so many students. Back then, he was bored out of his mind, and to get more people playing the game, he was incredibly enthusiastic. Whenever he saw a request for a mentor on the world chat, he'd reply immediately. He'd guide them through the game, and they'd call him master. The result was always the same. They'd play for a few days or months before quitting. He simply couldn't keep them around. It seems this master is very important to Ms. Yen, Wei said with a smile. Yes, Yu nodded, his mind flashing back to those memories. After she quit the game, Carefree Sovereign didn't even unlink their spouse status. Instead, he'd send her gifts from time to time. Those chat logs were still vivid in her mind. Disciple, I looted a top-tier innate magic treasure today, but it's useless to me, so I'm giving it to you. Sweetheart, a new mount was released in the game today. It's called the 9 Heavenly Deity Stage Fox. Girls usually love this kind of mount, so I'm sure you'll like it. I just happened to loot a few, so here's one for you. I'm so bored. Why aren't you back in the game yet? I miss you so much. I don't need these elixirs anymore, so I'm giving them all to you. Hurry back and level up. Thinking of these chat logs, the corners of Yu's mouth couldn't help but turn up. She was becoming more and more curious about what kind of person Carefree Sovereign really was. Judging by the tone of his messages, she felt he must be a cheerful, sunny young man. Unfortunately, she'd been so busy with work back then that she'd neglected the game and gradually stopped playing. I'll keep an eye out for this Carefree Sovereign. I wonder what your in-game ID is, Ms. Yen. We all use in-game names to communicate with others to maintain confidentiality. My in-game name is Master Luo. Hearing Wei's words, Lon listened intently. If you revealed her in-game name, he would definitely recognize it. Aqua, you replied honestly. Hearing this, Lon's eyes widened slightly, and she was completely stunned. She never expected that her spouse and disciple was actually her own teacher. Come to think of it, Aqua's level when he quit the game was precisely the Grandmaster stage. What a coincidence, her spouse was actually her teacher. The world is so big, and yet she'd run into him like this. Lon didn't plan to reveal their relationship. It would be too awkward. Being married to his teacher and sending him sappy, lovey-dovey messages every day, just thinking about it was embarrassing. It was better to keep it buried deep in his heart and not let anyone else know. Aqua, that's a nice name. Well, that's all for now. I need to go back and report. Your ID card will be issued soon, and as for your position, we'll discuss it. We assign roles based on cultivation level, Wei said. All right. Before long, Wei and you return to the sports field. In less than 2 days, our cultivation department will officially launch. Everyone will have the opportunity to join. We'll offer generous benefits and compensation. The higher your cultivation level, the better the perks. Make sure to keep an eye on the news. With that, Wei boarded the helicopter and left the sports field. Instantly, the crowd erupted in commotion. Holy crap, is this like a guaranteed job? Doesn't that mean we don't have to take the civil service exam, we can just sign up directly? Exactly. I'm at the foundation stage, so I'm sure to land a good position when I sign up. Pfft, what kind of good position could you possibly get? Teacher Yu hasn't even said anything yet and she's at the Grandmaster stage. That's right. Teacher Yu will probably land some high-level position after all, her cultivation level is so high. I'm so jealous. You guys are all getting government jobs. When will it be my turn? I really want to cultivate too. The ordinary people who had never played the game were now filled with envy. Their former classmates had transformed overnight and were now all on the government payroll. Meanwhile, they were still just ordinary people. Especially the top students, they regretted it even more now. Others had gotten into college just by playing games, while they'd given it their all, studying hard to get in, only to end up falling short of these gamers in the end. Just thinking about it filled them with regret. If they could do it all over again, they'd definitely stay up day and night, playing games every single day. Lon, the cultivation department is about to open. Do you want to join? Tao asked Lon, his voice tinged with excitement. The prospect of securing a government job before even graduating had him very interested. Not to mention, he'd get to see even more big shots. If he could apprentice under those big shots, wouldn't he be able to improve himself even faster? Looking at Tao's face full of anticipation, Lon shook his head helplessly. He had no desire to join these administrative departments, it was too much of a hassle. He preferred a stable life. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder split the clear, azure sky. Power leaderboard, activated. That same primordial voice rang out from the sky once more, causing everyone to look up. They saw that the previously clear sky had suddenly turned gray and overcast, thick with dark clouds, not a trace of the sun was visible. Lon scanned the scene with his divine sense and was astonished to discover that these dark clouds were shrouding all of Huaxia. The entire land had been plunged into darkness. In an instant, a sliver of golden light pierced through the clouds. Remarkably, this beam of light could be seen from every corner of Huaxia, a truly wondrous sight. Whether they were pedestrians on the street, residents of high-rise buildings, or street vendors, without exception, they all stopped in their tracks, looked up, and gazed at the golden light with reverence. A scroll descended along the golden light from above the clouds and hovered in the sky. The scroll was enormous even before it was unfurled, it stood 100 meters tall when held vertically. It radiated a sacred golden glow that inspired awe and reverence, making one dare not profane it. Lon could sense that the scroll contained an incredibly formidable spiritual energy. It was, at the very least, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. There are many types of magical treasures: spiritual treasures, post-heavenly spiritual treasures, post-heavenly supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, Tao-level supreme treasures, and chaos-level supreme treasures. Each type is further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. The scroll hovered for a full 7 or 8 seconds before it began to move. The golden thread binding it slowly unraveled, soaring into the sky until it vanished from sight. The scroll slowly unfurled, stretching a full 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, clear enough for the entire nation to see. Yet inside, there was nothing at all, only a hazy white void. Power leaderboard now open. The top 100 cultivators will be displayed. Those who make the list will receive rewards. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. Starting now with the 100th place. The voice of the great Tao of Hongmeng sounded once more. As the voice faded, black characters began to appear on the golden list. 100th place, Radish loves green vegetables, cultivation level, nascent stage. Reward, 5 nascent stage pills. As the text appeared, the voice of the great Tao spoke. Chapter 6, Cultivation Department Nationwide Announcement. As the voice from the golden list faded, the player's name and cultivation level were displayed for the entire nation to see. The 100th place is only at the nascent stage? That's way too weak. Yeah, I thought they'd all be at least Grandmaster stage. I didn't expect it to be this low. I guess the highest would be Golden Deity stage or something like that. 5 nascent stage pills, I've heard of those. If you take them, there's a chance you'll break through to the next cultivation level. Those are some good stuff. This golden list feels pretty inflated. If 100th place is only nascent stage, then first place probably isn't much better. Wait, what right do you foundation stage and tempering stage guys have to talk trash about a nascent stage cultivator? He could crush you with a single finger. Don't go spreading slander, be careful someone hears you. Everyone, just shut up. Don't let a nascent stage big shot hear this, he could kill you with a flick of his finger. This isn't a society governed by the rule of law anymore. Gradually, the murmurs in the room died down, the students were scared. This was the era of cultivators, and nascent stage powerhouse was powerful enough to rival an entire nation. Who were these nobodies to speak ill of them? If a powerhouse heard them, their souls would be obliterated in a matter of minutes, and there'd be nothing they could do about it. Lon looked at the power leaderboard and wasn't particularly surprised. This game had only been popular for a year. If you played for a year, you'd reach the tribulation stage at most, but if you stopped playing, you'd be challenged by others, and from time to time, you'd be invaded by the game's demon beasts and ghosts, causing your cultivation to drop. Later on, even if those who stopped playing had once been extremely powerful, their cultivation would gradually fade away. He was certain that by the 10th year, he'd be the only one left on the entire leaderboard, everyone else would have quit the game. However, he didn't give the nascent stage pills a second thought. It seemed he had 999 of them in his backpack, not because that was his personal limit, but because the game's cap was 999. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia Dragon Division, that is, the secret base mentioned earlier, we must locate everyone who made it onto the golden list. Those who qualify for the power leaderboard are top-tier players, their strength is extraordinary. If we can unite them, they will become our most powerful force. Long gazed at the scroll in the sky and spoke in a deep voice. Behind him stood a row of men in military uniforms, generals of all ranks. These men were the backbone of all Huaxia, not a single one could be spared. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Before long, even before the second-to-last entry on the golden list was announced, the military took action. Whether on Weibo, forums, or Tieba, anywhere messages could be posted, there was a pinned post everywhere. The Cultivation Administration Department is currently being established. We now ask anyone who has made it onto the power leaderboard to contact us. With the revival of spiritual energy in the game manifesting in reality, many who once played the game have become cultivators. Now, the era of cultivators has officially arrived, and I believe many are at a loss as to what to do. I believe that at this time, we should unite even more. I urge everyone who has made it onto the list or has become a cultivator to call any of the numbers listed below to apply to join the cultivation department, so we can work together to maintain national peace and prevent unnecessary wars. Currently, the highest-ranking cultivator in our administrative department is at the true deity stage. Listed below the post were hundreds of phone numbers, all of which could be dialed. Each number belonged to a staff member responsible for recruiting cultivators into the cultivation department. Originally, they had planned to make this announcement tomorrow, but the emergence of the power leaderboard forced them to move it up. Bringing these top-ranked cultivators into the department early would put their minds at ease and reassure the general public as well. Since the news was being widely publicized across the entire internet, many netizens were able to see it. Some were delighted, others were dismayed. Great! The government has finally stepped in. I was just getting nervous. What if I'd offended a cultivator? I'm just a mortal. That's right, that's exactly what should happen. Otherwise, those cultivators would get way too arrogant. Things have already gone bad around here. Someone became a cultivator and went straight out to rob people. You guys have no idea, it's only been about 2 hours since the game materialized, but there have already been over 100 crimes. It's terrifying, such immense power really does corrupt the heart. Haven tea, you heard? Day 1, I'm going to protect the world. Day 2, I'm a patriot. Day 3, I'm not eating beef. Ha! The authorities are already here? Can't you show a little respect for cultivators? I finally defied fate and changed my destiny, and now you're coming to control me? Ha, I'd like to see which cultivator dares to act so brazenly. Do you even know the power of the true deity stage? That's an invincible existence. They can destroy a nation with a single finger and wipe you all out in an instant. Originally, there were still some who resented it. They only just manifested their cultivation levels, and now they were being regulated. Naturally, some were defiant. But when they saw that the highest cultivation level was the true deity stage, they all backed down one by one. They sighed as they looked at their phones, resigned to their fate. That's the true deity stage, after all. Even nascent stage powerhouses would be too scared to make a peep, let alone those of them at the foundation stage or tempering stage. In their eyes, they were nothing but ants. How could they possibly dare to act so brazenly? Not to mention, their divine sense could effortlessly scan the entire nation of Huaxia. No criminal could possibly escape their watchful eyes. It started. The government is recruiting now. Everyone, hurry up and call to apply for the cultivation department. On the playground, a student looked at his phone and shouted loudly. Who would have thought that shortly after Wei finished speaking, the government would immediately begin recruiting? Hearing this, the other students all opened their phones, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a news push. It was that very post. One by one, they picked up their phones and dialed the number, eager to join the cultivation department. In their eyes, joining a government department meant, first, enjoying benefits, second, gaining a legal status, and third, gaining power. As college students, who wouldn't yearn for a bit of power? Especially now, with turbulent times on the horizon. If they could gain power, it would be the best thing ever. Lon, I'm joining. Are you in? Tao pulled out his phone, ready to make the call. You go first. I'll think it over. Lon shook his head and smiled. All right then. I'll call you to join once I've made a name for myself in there. Tao walked over to the side and started making the call. However, after several attempts, all of which went to a busy signal, he finally managed to get through. Lon listened, and the process was quite simple. Tao just had to submit his in-game name and then go to the officially designated area for verification. If confirmed as a cultivator, one could join the cultivation department on the spot. The specific area was still being finalized but would be settled as soon as possible within the next couple of days, after which a nationwide announcement would be made. Meanwhile, the golden list in the sky began again. This time, it was the 99th rank, still at the nascent stage. The reward was 7 nascent stage pills. Chapter 7, Another Spouse, Misty. As time passed, 2.5 hours had now elapsed. The power leaderboard had reached the 60th rank. The ranks ahead had already reached the deity stage, so the 60th rank was highly likely to be the Grandmaster stage. 60th place, Aqua, early Grandmaster stage. Reward, Water Spirit Immortal Herb. As the golden list was revealed, all the teachers and students on the sports field turned their gaze toward you, every one of them stunned. The 60th place was only at the Grandmaster stage? That was simply too outrageous. Could it be that everyone ranked 50th and above is at the tribulation stage or even an immortal? But then again, back in the day, there were plenty of big spenders who played this game with just a few thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. They could easily outrank many others. You was somewhat surprised to see he was only 60th. If the Grandmaster stage could only reach 60th place, those ranked higher must surely be at the tribulation stage. Lon wasn't surprised, but the Water Spirit Immortal Herb did catch him off guard. He recalled that this herb was used to cultivate the Water Spirit root. In the game, every cultivator possessed the 5 major spirit roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Everyone would awaken their own spirit roots and could even collect all 5. Unlike in novels, there were no such things as mixed spiritual roots or no spiritual roots. However, after manifesting into reality, he discovered that he indeed lacked spiritual roots. Perhaps they were meant to be awakened on their own. This water spirit immortal herb was perfect for helping you awaken her water spirit root. Shortly after the golden list was announced, you received a phone call. Although eavesdropping on phone calls was highly unethical, Lon still used his divine sense to listen in. It was Wei calling you, inviting her to the Dragon Department's Qin Capital branch to meet with a superior. He had something very important to discuss with her. This was the first time Lon had heard that name, the Dragon Department. It reminded him of what was often written in novels: a secret state agency, a mysterious organization responsible for protecting national security. It stirred a sense of restlessness in his already youthful heart. But after giving it some thought, he pushed the idea aside. He wasn't ready to join such agencies yet. A life of freedom suited him better. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the in-game name Carefree Sovereign. Ever since childhood, he'd fantasized about living like the mighty figures in novels, carefree, soaring through the skies, and free from worries. That's why he'd chosen the name Carefree Sovereign in the game, and he never imagined it would actually come true today. With his cultivation level, he could indeed soar through the skies. No one could hold him back. Before long, you left the playground, vanishing right where she stood. The ordinary people present were astonished, but only cultivators knew that at the Grandmaster stage, one had already attained the ability to shrink the earth to an inch. In the blink of an eye, one can travel to distant places. Only Lon knew where you had gone, as his divine sense had been locked onto her the entire time. He wanted to see what this dragon division was all about. You arrived at a remote mountain range, and deep within it stood a heavily guarded secret base. Dozens of soldiers were patrolling and standing guard, while hundreds more were training. Wei, whom they had met earlier, was waiting for you at the entrance. He led her inside, through a corridor, and finally into a conference room. There, they saw 7 or 8 military officers in uniform, standing tall and erect. Their shoulder insignia indicated high ranks, the lowest being Major General, yet each of them was very courteous toward you. After all, this was a Grandmaster stage cultivator, one whose mere flick of a finger unleashed unimaginable power. The group began their discussion. It turned out that their purpose in summoning you was to appoint her as Deputy Director of the Cultivation Department's Qindu branches for the position of Director, that was still under deliberation. They then outlined the department's primary responsibilities: regulating cultivators who had not joined the department and protecting the general public. Since the emergence of cultivators, crime rates had skyrocketed. In just half a day, hundreds of crimes had been reported across the country. These ranged from ordinary crimes like robbery and theft to serious offenses such as rape and murder. The vast majority were committed by cultivators. Some cultivators, the moment they attained their powers, sought out old enemies to exact revenge, showing no restraint in their actions. To ordinary people, the power of cultivators was utterly terrifying. You did not refuse. She believed that since she possessed this power, she should shoulder a responsibility because she was Chinese. The generals held her in high regard and ultimately appointed her as deputy director of the branch. She went to schools to recruit cultivators, bringing them all together to form an incredibly powerful force. Holy shit, a tribulation stage big shot. Just then, Tao, who was standing nearby, suddenly shouted, interrupting Lon's train of thought. Having heard what he wanted to hear, he withdrew his divine sense and looked up at the golden list in the sky. What he saw there took him slightly by surprise. 51st place, Misty, Early Tribulation Stage. Reward, Random Post Heavenly Spirit Treasure. This Misty was also one of his spouses. She was a girl he'd met half a year after the game launched, and she was a bit of a rich girl. Back then, his cultivation level was still relatively low. He'd seen her post in the world chat looking for an apprentice, so he added her as a friend on a whim. To his surprise, she accepted. After playing for a few days, she suddenly sent him a spouse request, asking to become his spouse. He'd assumed she was just messing around, but she turned out to be surprisingly serious and even sent him quite a few nice items. Unfortunately, she only played for a month before quitting. However, thanks to her spending, she managed to reach the tribulation stage in just 1 month. Rumor has it she spent over 100,000, though he didn't know if that was true. Seeing this name, Lon recalled past memories, wondering who this spouse was. Meanwhile, in Longdu, inside a luxurious villa. A curvy young woman, slim where she should be, voluptuous where she shouldn't be, yet with a baby-faced appearance, was lying on a lounge chair by the outdoor pool in the courtyard, gazing at the golden leaderboard in the sky. Upon seeing her name on the leaderboard, she immediately jumped up, dancing and cheering with joy. "Wow, I'm on the leaderboard! I'm actually number 51. I never thought that a game I played on a whim back then and spent just a little money on would actually turn me into a powerhouse." She originally played this game on a whim and had planned to quit, but she met a nice young guy, hit it off with him, and ended up playing for an extra month. She spent a total of nearly 200,000 before finally reaching the tribulation stage. Little did she know that this would make her the tribulation stage powerhouse revered by tens of thousands today. "I wonder what level that young guy has reached by now," the girl said with a nostalgic smile. Having absorbed the game's memories, she naturally recalled Lon. That sweet-talking teenager who used to call her sister every day must be in his 20s now. She wondered if he was still playing that game. If he was, he must be incredibly powerful by now. But on second thought, that game wasn't all that fun. More and more people had quit as it went on. He doubted anyone had stuck with it long enough. Chapter 8, Convicted Felon, Yuan Xiaoyong. Memories of the past flashed through Lan's mind, and he smiled slightly. Looking at it this way, almost all of his spouses would make the list since very few of them seemed weak. As the names on the golden list were revealed one by one, Lan saw all of his spouses, 8 in total, and they were all on the list. The highest ranked one was at the mortal deity stage. He vaguely remembered that she had almost reached the true deity stage, but it seemed she quit the game because of something and he hadn't seen her since. Currently, he only knew Aqua's true identity. He wasn't sure about the others. By now, Lon and Tao had returned to their dorm. It was the weekend, and his other 2 roommates had gone home, leaving just him and Tao on campus. "They're still announcing the golden list. They're only up to number 20. I wonder who's in the top 10, Tao muttered, standing on the balcony and gazing at the golden scroll against the dusky sky. Lon looked over. The player ranked 20 was already at the heavenly deity stage, and those in the top 10 were all at the golden deity stage or higher. "Stop watching, it's got nothing to do with us," Lon said with a laugh. "Damn, I really regret it. If I'd known, I would spent more time playing that game back then. Otherwise, I'd be a big shot too," Tao said, walking back with a look of frustration. Lon smiled but said nothing. He lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and used his divine sense to survey the entire land of Huaxia. Divine perception was incredibly useful. It allowed him to see all of Huaxia anytime, anywhere, just like watching a movie, and he could even hear the sounds. He could see that the cultivation department had already sprung into action. Across the country, they had deployed small patrol teams, each led by someone at the core stage or higher. Since most cultivators were currently below the core stage with very few at the nascent stage, these patrol teams were perfectly capable of preventing crime. He also saw you, dressed in a brand new uniform and looking dashing, leading his team on patrol right now. They were patrolling near Chengdu University. The cultivator students at Chengdu University were far from calm. They no longer wanted to stay on campus and had begun strutting around to show off their power. However, many students were using their formidable strength to pick up girls, wildly flaunting their hormones. "Holy crap, Lon, the world has really changed. A bunch of murderers have escaped," Tao suddenly shouted. Lon opened his eyes and sat up, looking at him. "What's wrong?" "Look," Tao ran over, sat down next to him, and showed him his phone. A news report was playing on the screen, with a female anchor speaking. "Right now, across the country, many serious criminals and murderers have successfully escaped from prison. They had all been recently apprehended, but today they gained extraordinary powers and broke out of prison. We urge all citizens to stay indoors and avoid going out. If you spot any suspicious individuals, please immediately call the cultivation department's official hotline." Lon furrowed his brow. No wonder the cultivation department had started recruiting and patrolling so quickly. It turned out so many murderers had escaped. This would have a significant impact on society. Suddenly, Lon sensed something. He looked out the window, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" Tao sensed that something was off with Lon. "Keep watching for a moment, I need to use the restroom." Lon smiled slightly, patted Tao on the shoulder, and walked out of the dormitory. The moment he stepped through the dormitory door, he vanished on the spot. Hey, you didn't bring any toilet paper? Tao's voice rang out from inside the dorm. He looked at the tissues by Lon's bedside and fell into deep thought. Could it be that cultivators don't need toilet paper when using the restroom? Yuan Xiaoyong, surrender immediately. You can't escape. At that moment, on the coast of High City, on a stretch of sandy beach, several men and women in uniform were surrounding a man in prison garb. This man was a convicted felon, Yuan Xiaoyong, who was originally scheduled to appear in court tomorrow to receive a death sentence. But unexpectedly, the game had materialized into reality today. He had gained cultivation and become a supreme cultivator. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think you can stop me? Yuan Xiaoyong threw his head back and laughed loudly. As long as he crossed this coastline, he'd be in another country. Once there, he would build his power and influence, then return to exact his revenge. Who could possibly stop him then? Don't think you're the only one with cultivation, we have it too, the man leading the group snapped coldly. In an instant, a sword blade formed from spiritual energy appeared in his hand, its edge gleaming sharply. He was Yi Luo, a core stage cultivator and captain of one of the squads within the cultivation department. His mission today was to strip Yuan Xiaoyong of his cultivation, return him to prison, and carry out his execution that very day. The cultivators behind him drew their blades one after another, with the exception of a couple at the tempering stage who were unable to condense spiritual energy into physical form. Ha 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 ha. A mere core stage cultivator dares to come arrest me? I guess you've never faced death before. Yuan Xiaoyong threw his head back and roared with laughter. The next second, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking the surroundings. Boom! Everyone in the management squad was instantly forced to retreat, stumbling backward dozens of meters before coming to a halt with great difficulty. Yi Luo's eyes widened in shock. That's the deity stage. They never could have imagined that Yuan Xiaoyong standing before them was actually at the deity stage. With their combined forces core stage, foundation stage, and the two tempering stage cultivators, they stood absolutely no chance against him. The group furrowed their brows, their hearts sinking to the depths of despair. The two tempering stage practitioners, in particular, felt their legs go weak and nearly lost their footing. Report! A deity stage powerhouse has been detected off the coast of High City. Request immediate backup. Request immediate backup. Yi Luo hurriedly grabbed the satellite radio and shouted loudly. There was no way the few of them could stop Yuan Xiaoyong. They probably wouldn't even last a single move. Die! Yuan Xiaoyong screamed wildly as he lunged forward, slamming his palm down. In an instant, the sky transformed as a massive, blood-red palm of spiritual energy coalesced and crashed down. Get out of the way! Yi Luo shouted, quickly dodging to the side. But the others didn't have time. Boom! With a single strike, 3 members of the 5-person squad were instantly killed, all of them exploding into a mist of blood and dying instantly. Only Yi Luo, his face frozen in horror, and the Foundation stage deputy captain remained. But the deputy captain wasn't faring well either. His left arm was gone. Ah! The deputy captain screamed in agony, clutching his left arm. Just a glancing blow from the blood-red palm had caused it to explode on the spot. This was the true horror of the deity stage. If Yuan Xiaoyong wanted to wipe them out in an instant, he could do so at any moment. Ha ha ha, this is fun. Weren't you guys pretty cocky back in the day? I hate you official types the most, thinking you're so great just because you have power. Now let us see who's really the boss. Yuan Xiaoyong burst into maniacal laughter as he summoned the blood-red palm once more, preparing to wipe out the remaining 2. Watching the blood-red palm descend, Yi Luo closed his eyes, quietly awaiting death. His walkie-talkie had fallen to the ground and been smashed to pieces while he was dodging. Now he couldn't call for backup, he could only sit and wait for his end. You, who are you? Chapter 9, Yuan Xiaoyong eliminated power leaderboard broadcast stops. Yi Luo slowly opened his eyes. He had heard Yuan Xiaoyong's terrified scream. Seeing the scene before him, he froze. A figure stood in front of him. He couldn't make out the face, but could tell the figure was tall, over 1.8 meters. Who are you? Yuan Xiaoyang stared at the young man in front of him in terror, his pupils contracting violently. Just a moment ago, his attack had been effortlessly defused by this young man. With just a casual wave of his hand, his attack had vanished into thin air. That effortless ease filled him with dread of fear that came from the very depths of his soul. This person was undoubtedly far stronger than him, not just by a little, but by a vast margin, because he couldn't sense any aura emanating from the young man at all. The other seemed like an ordinary person, a mere mortal without any cultivation, yet that move he just executed was absolutely beyond the capabilities of any ordinary person. This reminded him of the novels he read, where the most powerful figures had returned to a state of simplicity, appearing ordinary on the surface but actually incredibly strong, capable of annihilating enemies in the blink of an eye. He suspected that the young man before him was one of those so-called reclusive masters. Lan said nothing, merely frowning as he looked at Yuan Xiaoyang. He sensed Yuan Xiaoyang's attack and had teleported over in an instant. He was furious that the other party would act so callously, casually killing a government official. His father had been in the military, and ever since he was a child, his dream had been to join the army. However, due to certain special circumstances, he hadn't been able to complete his military service, a source of deep regret. He had always held great respect for soldiers. They protected the country without expecting anything in return, constantly safeguarding ordinary people. The members of the cultivation department were no different. They had shouldered the mission of protecting the nation and were people worthy of everyone's admiration. And now, they had been casually killed by this convicted felon standing before him. "I'm sorry, please spare me. I didn't mean to kill anyone." Yuan Xiaoyang seemed to realize how powerful Lan was and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. "Die," Lan said coldly. Boom! Yuan Xiaoyang instantly exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. Both his soul and his nascent stage cultivation were obliterated, leaving him no chance of resurrection. This scene stunned Yi Luo and the deputy captain, who stared at Lan in horror. Such power was terrifying. Not a hint of aura was revealed, yet with a single word, he had annihilated Yuan Xiaoyang, a deity stage cultivator. They must be at least Grandmaster stage or Tribulation stage. The deputy captain grimaced as he stood up to thank him, though he was unable to clasp his fists in a traditional salute. "You're welcome. We're all Chinese. I just happened to save him." Lan didn't turn around. He didn't want to reveal his identity, lest officials from the government come knocking on his door. That would be a real headache. However, through his divine sense, he could see everything clearly. He could see that the deputy captain's arm was gone. Snap! With a single snap of his fingers, a surge of pure spiritual energy instantly rushed toward the deputy captain, swirling around his missing left arm and glowing faintly. Under the astonished gazes of the two men, the arm that had once been gone began to slowly regrow bones and meridians, eventually sprouting flesh and blood until it was fully restored. Witnessing this scene that seemed like a miracle, Yi Luo was completely dumbfounded. Could a tribulation stage powerhouse really possess such miraculous abilities to bring flesh and blood back to bare bones? Thank you, master." Seeing his left arm regrow and move once more, the deputy captain dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed in gratitude. This person hadn't just restored his arm. He saved his entire career. If he lost his arm, he would have had to leave the cultivation department, and his strength would have been severely diminished. What this person had done was like being reborn. He had no hesitation in kneeling in gratitude. "It's no big deal," Lan said calmly, and a mysterious surge of spiritual energy lifted the deputy captain to his feet. In the eyes of Yi Luo and the deputy captain, Lan had become a reclusive master, an absolute powerhouse, and their hearts were filled with awe. Just then, Lan noticed someone rushing over. It was Yu. It seemed she had received a call for backup and rushed over. "Goodbye," Lan said, and his figure vanished. Seeing Lan disappear, Yi Luo and the deputy captain both knelt once more in unison. "Thank you, master, for saving our lives. We will never forget this." It wasn't until Yu approached, saw them kneeling, and asked what was going on that they stood up. "Are you saying that a very powerful tribulation stage expert came to save you, and that he could even revive dead bones, regrowing your arm?" Yu was stunned as she listened to their account. Such an ability was something even a tribulation stage expert likely couldn't achieve. Although she was only at the Grandmaster stage, she couldn't do it either. It required extremely pure and immense spiritual energy. She couldn't instantly defeat a deity stage cultivator with a single move either. She hadn't fought much, and if she were to face Yuan Xiaoyong, it would take her at least 5 moves. A tribulation stage cultivator, however, could indeed achieve an instant kill with a single move. But who exactly was this person? And why did they intervene while remaining anonymous? Did they simply prefer to keep a low profile? What a pity we never got to know the cultivator's name. Yi Luo Sai Chi forgotten to ask just now. Even if you'd asked, he wouldn't have told you, you said. Since the other party chose to leave, it meant they didn't want to reveal themselves. Why on earth would they give their name? Let us head back, you said, then left. Now that Yuan Xiaoyong was dead, there was no reason for her to stay any longer. She had to return to Chengdu to continue her patrol. Chengdu University. Lan pushed open the door to her dorm room. Holy crap, that fast? Tao watched Lan walk in. It hadn't even been 3 minutes. That was way too quick for a bathroom break. I just peed, Lan replied casually. Oh, okay. No wonder. I was wondering why you didn't bring any toilet paper. Turns out you were just peeing, Tao said, a light bulb going off in his head. He actually thought cultivators didn't need to wipe their butts and was just about to test that theory. Just then, the golden list in the sky spoke again. Power leaderboard broadcast has ended. The top 10 will be announced tomorrow. With that, the power leaderboard rolled up and vanished without a trace. Ha! It's gone? It didn't even finish what it was saying. It's just teasing us. That is so damn annoying. Tao ran straight to the balcony and shouted angrily at the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rolled across the night sky. Startled, Tao ducked his head. Whoa, I was just joking around. Do you really have to be so touchy? He hurried back to the dorm, not daring to offend the power leaderboard any further. Seeing this, Lan shook her head in exasperation. 11th place was already the golden deity stage, so anyone above that must be at the zenith deity stage or higher. Anyway, he knew who the top 3 were. First place was definitely him, second was the Saint King stage, and third was the Demi-Saint stage. Sigh, I wonder what kind of commotion will break out tomorrow once my ranking is announced. The internet has already gone wild. Everyone is hunting down those big shots, and some people have even started forming grassroots organizations. The world has completely changed. Chapter 10, The Superpower Alliance, The Age of Ninjas. The next day. Hashtag the game has manifested worldwide, and it's different in every country. Hashtag China manifested Immortal Life, the Beautiful Empire manifested the Superpower Alliance, and the Celestial Emperor Empire manifested the Age of Ninjas. The world was in chaos. Last night, representatives from various nations held online discussions and reached a temporary truce. No one is allowed to cross national borders to carry out acts of aggression. Hashtag the cultivation department has been officially established, with branches opening in cities across the nation. Hashtag overnight, the cultivation department had spread throughout the country, with a presence in every city. For example, the Qin Capital Branch, the Dragon Capital Branch, the Sea Capital Branch, and others had all set up temporary bases, while their permanent facilities were still under construction. The head of the Qin Capital Branch was Li Jin, cultivation level, tribulation stage, a golden list member. Deputy Director Yu, Grandmaster stage, also a golden list member. The vast majority are willing to disclose their real names, though some use their in-game IDs instead. For example, the director of the Haidu branch does not use his real name but goes by Master Qingfeng. He is also a golden list member at the tribulation stage. Hashtag last night's total death toll was 38,000, all killed by cultivators. Hashtag is the age of cultivation ultimately a good thing or a bad thing? Hashtag lying in bed, Lan scrolled through Weibo, furrowing her brow slightly. Sure enough, the arrival of cultivators had brought many disasters upon the nation. Nearly 40,000 people had died just yesterday. All of them were killed by cultivators. Their failure to control their power was a catastrophe for ordinary people. Lan felt she needed to do something. When order breaks down, a powerful figure is often needed to step in, suppress the chaos, and restore order. As it happened, he was that powerful figure right now. These so-called experts are just sour grapes, Tao scoffed, watching a video on his phone from his chair. In the video, an expert claimed that cultivators were a scourge, that they possessed immense power but didn't know how to use it properly, instead taking their anger out on society. If they were the ones with that power, they'd surely benefit society. By the way, I'm planning to go home today. Do you want to come over to my place? Tao asked Lon. He knew that Lon's parents had passed away before he started college. His father had served in the military, then retired to become a police officer before making the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. His mother had passed away from an illness. Since then, Lon had been on his own. He'd managed to get through college so far on financial aid and part-time jobs. All three of his roommates were aware of his family situation. He often invited Lon over to his place, and sometimes during long breaks, he'd even take Lon back to his hometown. Lon was handsome and had a friendly personality, so Tao's parents liked him too and treated him like their own son. Sure. Lon perked up, delighted. He really liked the meals Tao's mom cooked. Just thinking about them made his mouth water. Let us go, then, Tao said with a smile. His home wasn't too far from here, only 5 kilometers away. The reason he usually didn't go home was that there wasn't much to do there. He'd rather stay at school and play some basketball. The reason he wanted to go home now was that his mom had said she was worried about him and asked him to come back for a visit. Chengdu, Blue Sky Residential Complex. Tao and Lon stood in front of an apartment and rang the doorbell. Mom, open up. I'm home. Tao shouted loudly. Coming, a woman's voice called from inside. Click. The door opened, revealing a gentle, warm-hearted woman. Upon seeing Tao and Lon behind him, she smiled. Little Chen is here too? Come on in and have a seat, dinner has just been served. Hello, Auntie, Lon said with a polite smile, nodding slightly. The woman opened the door, and the two of them walked inside. Tao's house. He'd been there dozens of times and felt right at home. He slipped on his slippers with practiced ease, walked inside, and sat down obediently on the sofa. Hey, where's Uncle and Lon? Uncle was, of course, Tao's father, and Lon was Tao's younger sister, Luo Lon. She was a very likable little sister, still in high school, I suppose. Uncle went to pick up Lon. With all these cultivators around lately, he's worried something might happen to her, so he went to pick her up himself, Tao's mother said with concern. Usually, Luo Lon rode her bike home. After all, it wasn't too far from home, just a little over 3 kilometers. Oh, okay, Lon nodded. Here, your favorite fat geek's happy water. Tao pulled a bottle of Coke out of the fridge and tossed it to Lon. Lon caught it steadily, popped the cap, and took a sip. Ah, that's refreshing. Suddenly, Auntie's phone on the dining table rang. Mrs. Luo wiped her hands, answered the call, and her smile instantly froze as she grew extremely tense. Ah, what is going on? Are you guys okay? Her voice was urgent and panicked, causing Lon and Tao to look over instantly. Lon, don't cry yet. Mom will be right over. Be a good girl. Mrs. Luo ended the call and hurriedly took off her apron. Mom, what is going on? Did something happen to Dad and my little sister? Tao asked anxiously. Your dad was beaten up by a cultivator. He's in the hospital right now. We have to get there right away, Mrs. Luo said, her voice choked with tears. Hearing this, Tao flew into a rage. Damn it! How dare they bully my dad? Do they really think we don't have any cultivators? Lon furrowed his brow. His uncle had always treated him like his own son, and now that he heard his uncle was injured and in the hospital, his anger was no less than Tao's. The three of them rushed out the door, hailed a taxi, and headed for People's Hospital. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, the three of them rushed toward the emergency room and immediately spotted a tear-streaked girl sitting on a chair outside the entrance. The girl was innocent and adorable. She'd be the school beauty at any high school, and especially in her current state, she evoked a strong urge to protect her. Lon. Luo's mother called out anxiously and hurried over. When Luo Lanlan saw her mother approaching, she immediately threw her arms around her and burst into tears. Mom, big brother, Daddy, he was beaten by a cultivator while trying to protect me, and he is still in the emergency room. Hearing this, Luo's mother felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She jerked her head up and looked toward the emergency room. Damn it, which beast did this? I'm going to kill him. Tao roared in fury, clenching his fists tightly as his voice echoed through the entire hallway. Lan used his spiritual sense to peer inside the emergency room and saw his uncle, covered in blood and clad in tattered clothes. The bones in his back had been shattered, his ribs were broken, and the bones in his hands were fractured. Some had even pierced his internal organs. It was clearly a lethal attack. He could see several doctors standing there, drenched in sweat. Lan was furious, not knowing who had attacked his uncle so viciously, but saving his uncle's life was the immediate priority. He quickly channeled several streams of spiritual energy to him, completely healing his uncle's injuries and giving him a new lease on life. If he hadn't been there, the doctors would never have been able to handle a situation like this. Click. The emergency room door opened. The three members of the Luo family rushed over instantly. Tao grabbed a doctor by the arm and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is my dad?" "Sir, you're gripping me a bit too tightly. Could you please let go?" Chapter 11, Lien Tongjun. Phew, as long as he is okay, as long as he is okay. Hearing the doctor say his father was out of danger and that his prognosis was now very optimistic, Tao slumped against the wall, panting heavily. Luo's mother and Luo Lanlan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's truly a miracle. All his internal organs were injured, but he has suddenly made a full recovery. I expect he'll be able to leave the hospital shortly. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone filled with astonishment. He had never witnessed such a medical miracle. One moment on the brink of death with no hope of recovery, and the next, back to normal, with physical functions even better than those of an 18-year-old. In over a decade of practicing medicine, he had never witnessed anything like this. It could only be described as a miracle. Before long, Uncle emerged from the treatment room safe and sound. Aside from being covered in blood and wearing tattered clothes, he was completely unharmed. I've never felt so good in my life. It's like I've turned back the clock. Even the chronic ailments I've had from years of work are gone, Uncle said with a surprised smile. Seeing that Uncle was truly all right, everyone else breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, at Aunt's insistence, they still admitted him to the hospital for a day of tests. She was worried it might be a deathbed recovery and couldn't bring herself to let her guard down. That scared the hell out of me. I thought Dad was really in trouble, Tao said, standing outside the hospital room and patting his chest in relief. It's okay. Uncle's going to live to be 100. Nothing like this could happen to him so easily, Lon said with a smile, comforting him. Damn it, when I find that bastard, I'm going to beat him to death. Tao said angrily. They just heard that the other party's actions were nothing short of attempted murder. It all started when Luo Lanlan rejected a request from a rich kid at school. The boy wanted her to come over to his house, but she refused. He wouldn't let it go. Her dad saw what was happening and immediately pulled the boy away. In the process, the boy accidentally fell. Since the boy's father was present, he immediately ordered his men to teach Luo's father a lesson. Among them was a cultivator, who beat Luo's father into this state. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching and turned to look. They saw several men dressed in black walking toward them. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a crew cut who looked fierce and menacing, accompanied by a boy who appeared to be only about 15 or 16 years old. Are you two Luo Yi's sons? The middle-aged man in charge asked coldly, sizing up Lan and Tao. I am. Who are you? Tao frowned as he asked, sensing that the man meant them no good. It's you again. Just then, Luo Lanlan emerged from the hospital room. Upon seeing these men, she immediately cried out, then turned to Tao and said angrily, Brother, these are the ones who beat up Dad. We're going to report them all the way to the cultivation department. Hearing this, Tao flew into a rage. So it was you, you bastard, who did this. In an instant, Tao swung a punch directly at the middle-aged man, putting all his strength into it. Thud. The man in black standing next to the middle-aged man casually blocked Tao's punch and gently pushed him backward. Tao staggered back a few steps, and Lan steadied him. The man in black's aura of power became evident. Foundation stage. The man in black standing next to him was at the foundation stage. Seeing that his opponent was at the foundation stage, Tao felt a twinge of fear. A tempering stage cultivator had no chance against a foundation stage one. Young man, let us talk this out calmly. No need to get physical so easily, the middle-aged man sneered, his tone highly provocative. The middle-aged man was a local nouveau riche named Lian Tongjun. The young man beside him was his son, Lian Jun, the very one who had been harassing Luo Lanlan. Get lost. I've got nothing to talk about. I'm definitely calling the cultivation department to report you guys, Tao said coldly. So what if they're at the foundation stage? The head of the Chindu branch is at the tribulation stage. Here's the deal, we came here to settle this. We didn't know our own strength back then and ended up injuring Luo Yi. I'm willing to pay 3 million as compensation. How about it? Go to hell, Tao refused. Young man, don't make us take drastic measures. After being cursed by Tao once more, Lian Jun began to lose face, and the aura of power emanating from him gradually intensified. Core stage. Tao and Luo Lanlan's bodies trembled instantly, overcome with fear. Core stage, a single casual move could kill all three of them right here. I'm warning you, it's illegal for cultivators to kill people. The cultivation department won't let you off the hook, Tao shouted angrily. Ha! Who do you think is more important, a core stage cultivator or a tempering stage weakling like you? Lian Tongjun sneered. He didn't believe the cultivation department would go out of its way to make things difficult for a core stage cultivator like him just for the sake of a tempering stage weakling. Hearing this, Tao's face instantly darkened. Tempering stage cultivators were a dime a dozen, but core stage was a different story in the cultivation department. Someone at that level would at least hold the rank of squad leader. If he really killed him, the middle-aged man probably wouldn't face much trouble. After all, this was now a world ruled by cultivators. Get lost, Lan, standing behind Tao, said at that moment. He had enough. Only then did Lian Tongjun notice Lan standing behind Tao. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" I said, "Get lost," Lan replied, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, instantly suppressing Lian Tongjun to the nascent stage. It wasn't that he didn't want to unleash it fully, but if he released the full might of a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator, not only would everyone present be obliterated, but the entire planet would likely explode. Boom! In an instant, Lian Tongjun and his group felt an incredibly terrifying aura, especially his henchman and his son, who all fell to their knees in unison with a thud. Lian Tongjun managed to hold out for only a few seconds before he, too, knelt on the ground. You're at the nascent stage. Lian Tongjun was horrified, never expecting to find a nascent stage powerhouse here. So what if he was at the core stage? In the other's eyes, he was nothing but an ant. Not even Tao and Luo Lanlan had expected that Lan was actually at the nascent stage. Get out! Lan spoke again. This time, Lian Tongjun didn't hesitate for a moment. He hurriedly led everyone in a panicked retreat. Watching Lian Tongjun and his group leave, Lan suddenly spoke up, "Taozi, see you at school. You stay here with Uncle, I'm heading back first." Lan left as well. Tao and Luo Lanlan watched her go, saying nothing. Bro, what should we do now? Should we call the cultivation department? Luo Lanlan suddenly asked. Tao's gaze grew deep suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he shook his head. No, there's no need to call. Why? They treated Dad like that, we should call and have them arrested. Luo Lanlan was baffled. It's fine. Someone's already taken care of it. Let us go inside. Tao smiled and walked into the hospital room. He left Luo Lanlan standing there, looking completely bewildered. Someone's already taken care of it? Who else could it be? Chapter 12, the Golden List reappears, revealing the top 10. Outside the hospital. Lian Tongjun hurried back to his luxury car with his men, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken by the ordeal. He hadn't expected the other side to have a nascent stage cultivator. This was going to be a real problem. Chairman, the other side has a nascent stage cultivator. What are we going to do now? The foundation stage man in black asked anxiously. With a nascent stage cultivator on the other side, they were powerless to do anything. If they really reported this to the cultivation department, they'd be as good as dead. So what if they have a nascent stage cultivator? He's not the only one at the nascent stage. Once I post a bounty for him online, I don't believe no one will take it on. You have to remember, money is still the most powerful thing out there. Lien Tongjun sneered. Although this was the era of cultivators, no one dared to rob or steal money because of the regulatory authorities. But bounties were a different story. Posting a bounty on the dark web would attract plenty of cultivators looking for missions. If he offered 50 million, he didn't believe no one would dare take it on. At worst, he'd put his entire fortune on the line. He had to make sure that guy died. Because he knew that once they offended a nascent stage big shot, they were as good as dead. If the big shot didn't kill them now, it was only a matter of time. If he failed to kill Lon, he'd track down Lana's parents, family, and friends. He didn't believe Lon could protect everyone. Oh? Is that so? Is money really that useful? Suddenly, a demonic voice rang in Lien Tongjun's ears, sending a chill down his spine and making his body go rigid. The foundation stage man in black sitting in the driver's seat trembled even more, his lips quivering. Because in the rearview mirror, he saw Lon sitting between Lien Tongjun and his son. He had slipped into the car unnoticed. None of them had sensed his presence. Lon smiled broadly, spreading his arms wide and placing them on the shoulders of the father and son. What's wrong with you two? Why are you shaking so much? The boy was terrified beyond words. He couldn't even bring himself to cry. Boss, just pretend I was talking nonsense just now. Please spare my son, just kill me instead. At that moment, Lien Tongjun was truly terrified. If the car hadn't been so cramped, he would have knelt down and kowtowed to Lon to beg for forgiveness. I'm not the type to leave any loose ends. I'm afraid you'll seek revenge. Lon flashed a devilish grin and patted Lien Tongjun on the shoulder. That's it. I'm off. With that, Lon vanished, leaving the three of them at a loss. Did he just let us go? The man in black from foundation stage asked in astonishment. But the very next second, he suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest. He looked down to see a ball of flame spreading across his chest. Fire! There's a fire! He no longer cared why a fire had mysteriously broken out in the car. All he could think about was how to put it out. No matter how hard he tried to extinguish it, the fire grew larger and larger, gradually surrounding him. Similarly, behind him, a ball of flame blazed fiercely on the chests of the father and son surnamed Lien, spreading relentlessly. The fear of death instantly filled their hearts. Instinctively, they tried to smother the flames with their hands, but it was to no avail. Those flames were like malevolent ghosts come to claim their lives, burning their clothes, searing their flesh and blood, and finally seeping into their internal organs, consuming everything. No matter how frantically they struggled to open the car doors, it was all in vain. They could only watch helplessly as the fire consumed them, acutely feeling the agony of being burned alive. Outside, passers-by could see the three luxury cars parked by the roadside shaking up and down, as if they were dancing at a club. How scandalous! To do something like this in broad daylight and right outside a hospital, no less, with all three cars doing it at the same time. It's unbearable to watch. Passers-by couldn't help but shake their heads and comment as they walked by. After about 2 minutes, the three cars stopped simultaneously, and the doors swung open. To the passers-by's astonishment, the interiors were completely empty. There wasn't even a trace of fire damage. Back at the dorm, Lon lay on her bed, playing with her phone as if she'd just done something trivial. Just then, dark clouds gathered in the sky once more, and the golden list descended, while the voice of the primordial resonance echoed across the heavens. Power leaderboard activated. The top 10 will be revealed this time. All rewards will be distributed simultaneously when the game is fully materialized. In 2 days, magical artifacts will materialize, and some demon beasts will appear. Hearing this voice, Lon darted out to the balcony and frowned as he looked up at the golden scroll in the sky. Are the demon beasts going to materialize this soon? The matter of the cultivators hasn't even been resolved yet, and the demon beasts are about to emerge. By then, there's bound to be utter chaos. He certainly didn't want to live through some apocalyptic scenario where the entire country was in disarray and chaos. Life was so much better this way. As the golden list reappeared, everyone across the nation put down their work and rushed to places where they could see it. The whole country was watching. At that moment, at the Qin Capital Branch S base, you looked up at the golden list in the sky, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Top 10, you should be there, right? She'd waited all day yesterday but hadn't heard the name Carefree Sovereign once. She was terrified that Carefree Sovereign might no longer be among the living. After all, the golden list doesn't list players who have passed away. That's what was discussed on the forum yesterday. Some players claimed he had made it onto the golden list, but his friend hadn't, even though his friend had been at a much higher level than him back when they played together. Unfortunately, his friend had passed away in a car accident 2 years ago. If you're still alive, you must be in the top 10, you murmured. A phrase Carefree Sovereign had once said to her floated back into her mind. Will you come back to play this game? By the time you return, I'll definitely be incredibly powerful, and I'll guide you then. Unfortunately, she never returned. 10th place, Master Qingfeng, Golden Deity Stage Perfection. Reward, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Dust-Sealed Buddhist Zen. The revelation of the 10th place ranking on the golden list once again sent shockwaves through the community. Perfect mastery of the Golden Deity stage, and yet only 10th place. Just how powerful must those ranked higher be? At that moment, deep in the mountains, inside a Taoist temple, a middle-aged Taoist master who looked to be nearly 40 sat cross-legged and suddenly opened his eyes. As you sow, so shall you reap. I never imagined that a game from 10 years ago would have undergone so many changes. I wonder what kind of strength the top 9 possess. The middle-aged Taoist master looked up at the sky outside the door, a hint of surprise in his heart. 10 years ago, before he had become a Taoist master, he had played Immortal Life, spending roughly several $100,000 on in-game purchases. After a year of play, he had reached the perfect Golden Deity stage. The bankruptcy of his company and the deaths of his wife and child had caused him to lose all hope in the mortal world, so he resolutely entered the Taoist temple and became a Taoist priest. He had thought his Golden Deity stage made him invincible under heaven, but he never expected there to be 9 others even more powerful than him. 9th place, no matter how great your kung fu, you still fear a cleaver, early Zenith Deity stage. Reward, Innate Spirit Treasure, Divine Taming Sword, Sword Spirit Root. At that moment, the golden list spoke again. The Taoist master was taken aback. The Zenith Deity stage, and that was only 9th place? Didn't that mean the ranks above it were the Saint stage or even the Saint King stage? Chapter 13, 1st place Carefree Sovereign, Supreme Emperor stage. Holy shit, 9th place is already the Zenith Deity stage? I can't even imagine what's above that. Any one of these top 10 could single-handedly destroy the world, wipe out this entire planet. I'd guess 1st place would be the Saint King stage. The Saint stage and Demi-Saint stage are already incredibly high. Could it possibly be an Immortal Emperor? You've all played the game before, don't you know who was at the top of the leaderboard? Who knows? I quit the game 9 years ago. Who even remembers who was number 1 back then? The fact that a being at the Zenith Deity stage was ranked only 9th sent shockwaves through the nation as cultivators. A powerhouse at that level could destroy a nation with a single thought and obliterate a planet with a single finger. And yet they're only 9th? That's just a bit too far-fetched. Shan City. In a local farmer's market, a menacing-looking butcher, wearing gloves, deftly sliced the pork into neat portions and handed them to the middle-aged woman in front of him with a smile. Have a good day, ma'am. Come back again next time. The butcher set down his knife, pulled a cigarette from his apron pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. I'm only 9th? That makes no sense. The butcher puffed on his cigarette, still unable to figure it out. Just then, a man in black wearing sunglasses walked over, bowed, and whispered, "Sir, it's late. Your wife is waiting for you to have dinner." Let us go. Wrap up the pork for me, take it home for your wife and kids to eat. Yes, sir. The man took off his apron wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops and strut out of the market, getting into his Rolls-Royce and driving away. To the vegetable vendors, however, this scene seemed like something they were already used to. They showed not the slightest hint of surprise. I know who came in 10th. At that moment, at the cultivator administration headquarters in Longdu, a man suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Did he know who Master Qingfeng was? Who is it? As it happened, Long was standing right beside him and immediately asked. Reporting to you, Long, a few years ago, when I visited Hulong Mountain, I happened to pass by a Taoist temple called Qingfeng Taoist Temple. I once prayed there for my family's safety, and the abbot there introduced himself as Master Qingfeng. He is the only Taoist master still residing there. It's highly likely it's him. After hearing the man's words, Long, regardless of whether it was true or not, immediately shouted, "Go to Hulong Mountain right away and see if that Master Qingfeng is still there. If he really is the 10th ranked Master Qingfeng, bring him back here immediately." Yes, sir. The man saluted at once and left headquarters with his squad. If they could have a golden deity stage cultivator at the peak of his cultivation presiding over the administrative department, he didn't believe anyone would dare to act recklessly. By now, they had recruited nearly half of the nominees on the golden list and deployed them to various cities and regions to maintain order. With them in place, crime rates plummeted overnight, and those lawless cultivators no longer dared to run amok. He planned to make an example of them by selecting a few of the most serious offenders and publicly beheading them nationwide. This would prove that any criminal cultivators they apprehended would face the harshest punishment and that they would not be spared simply because they were cultivators. This would not only serve as a deterrent to independent cultivators who hadn't joined the administrative department but would also put ordinary people at ease. 8th place, Mid-Zenith Deity Stage. 7th place, Late Zenith Deity Stage. 6th place, Perfect Zenith Deity Stage. As each name was revealed on the golden list, the fact that the Perfect Zenith Deity Stage was only ranked 6th implied that the list was highly likely to include cultivators at the Demi-Saint Stage or Saint Stage who might very well be the 5 strongest individuals in the nation. 5th place, however, could mark a watershed moment. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the 5th place reveal. 5th place, Slayer, Demi-Saint Stage. Reward, Innate Supreme Treasure, Lingxiao Divine Brush. Demi-Saint Stage, and yet only 5th place? Meanwhile, in a distant country overseas where the materialization ninja game was popular. Within a certain underground organization. What? I'm only 5th? Wang Zhenghua leaped to his feet, shouting in shock. The women in kimonos sitting beside him were instantly thrown into a panic. They hurriedly knelt down, their bodies trembling. Ever since Wang Zhenghua had attained his cultivation, he'd been smart enough to realize he couldn't stay in Huaxia, so he had fled to the ninja empire overnight. He discovered that the people here had also gained extraordinary abilities, the powers of ninjas. They could create clones, become invisible, and perform all sorts of magical-like skills like manipulating fireballs and water dragons. He easily became the local boss. Wang Zhenghua never expected that, at the Demi-Saint Stage, he would only rank 5th, meaning there were 4 others even more powerful than him. This made him feel a strong sense of crisis. It seemed staying here any longer wasn't a viable option. 4th place, Tian Dao is weaker than me, Demi-Saint Stage. Innate Treasure, Boundless Immortal Sword, Immortal Great Elixir, Saint Shattering Pill. Still at the Demi-Saint Stage. If even the 4th place person is still at the Demi-Saint Stage, then the 3rd place person must be at the Saint Stage, right? Hurry, hurry, hurry. I can't wait to find out who's south in 1st place. That's terrifying. If 2 Demi-Saint Stage cultivators are down here, then there must be someone at the Saint Stage or Saint King Stage up there. So many supreme artifacts. I'm so jealous, I really want one. The Shatter Saint Pill, that's a pill that can elevate him to the Saint Stage. That's amazing. The entire nation was already dying to know who had taken 1st place. You was even pinching his fingers until they turned purple. He still hadn't seen Carefree Sovereign. Could he possibly be in the top 3? Or had he died? Third place, Dewey Tianlong, Saint Stage. Rewards, innate supreme treasure, Zuxian Pagoda saintly body, 5 elements saintly body. When everyone saw the rewards for third place, they were utterly stunned. A holy physique, something that only appears in novels, had actually appeared. Could this be exclusive to the top 3? In novels, those with a holy physique cultivate at an incredibly fast rate. It's something every cultivator dreams of. And now, with it being a reward for the top 3, it truly left everyone else green with envy. Second place, who else? Saint King Stage. Reward, innate supreme treasure, 5 elements blade divine physique, eternal life divine physique. Eternal life. Saint King Stage. The Saint King Stage is only in second place? When the second place result was announced, the entire nation was stunned. This is the Saint King Stage, yet it's only second place. Could the first place finisher be even more powerful than the Saint King Stage? However, everyone soon realized that the first place finisher was most likely a Saint King Stage at the perfect realm, or perhaps even a quasi-emperor. But no matter what, the first place finisher would be the strongest person in all of Huaxia without a doubt. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the golden list. But just then, the sky changed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed amid thunder. Huge, 5-clawed golden dragons appeared one after another, soaring above the dark clouds, while the thunderous toll of a bell echoed across the sky. It was as if they were welcoming an emperor, a breathtaking and magnificent sight. U.S. heart leapt to his throat, and he wasn't the only one. Misty felt the same way. Is it him? First place, Carefree Sovereign, Supreme Emperor Stage. Chapter 14, The Blood Sword of Slaughter, the Map of Mountains and Rivers, and the Innate Holy Body. First place, Carefree Sovereign, Supreme Emperor Stage. Rewards, Treasures of the Tao, Blood Sword of Slaughter, Map of Mountains and Rivers, Holy Body, Innate Holy Body. As the golden list was revealed, the first place winner finally appeared before everyone. When the crowd saw those 4 characters, their breath caught for a few seconds, and the entire nation fell silent. But soon, the entire nation erupted in an uproar. Holy shit, what is this? What kind of realm is the Supreme Emperor Stage? There isn't even a Saint King Stage, it just jumps straight to the Supreme Emperor Stage? Good grief, forget about the realm itself, just the name alone is terrifying. According to novel theory, this must be the strongest realm, right? I thought the Saint Stage was already pretty impressive, but I never expected something as terrifying as the Supreme Emperor Stage to exist. The highest realm in the game must be the Supreme Emperor Stage, right? Is there a cultivator here who can explain this? I'm a cultivator, so let me explain. The Supreme Emperor Stage is the highest realm in the game. Below it, there are many other realms like Heavenly Emperor, Immortal Emperor, and Quasi-Emperor. The Supreme Emperor Stage is only above the Heavenly Emperor. So that means this realm can completely crush everyone in the country, right? What do you mean crush? With a single thought, he could blow up the entire blue star. Hearing the explanations from the various cultivators, ordinary people were completely panicked. A single thought could blow up the blue star, a power thousands of times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb, and it had actually appeared in a human being. If this person were a villain, wouldn't that mean the entire world could be wiped out at any moment? Ordinary people, who already had little concept of cultivators' true power, were now even more terrified. He is actually at the Supreme Emperor Stage. You stared at the golden list, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had thought that Carefree Sovereign was already incredibly impressive at the Saint King Stage or near Emperor level. She never imagined he would be at the highest realm, the Supreme Emperor Stage. This realm, capable of destroying an entire planet with a single thought and even roaming the cosmos, belonged to her spouse, Carefree Sovereign. I wonder if he still remembers her. Minister Li Jin, standing nearby, heard U.S. words and furrowed his brow as he asked, Deputy Minister Yin, judging by your tone, it seems you know this Carefree Sovereign. Yes, he is my spouse in the game we play together. You didn't hide anything and answered honestly. As she spoke, her face flushed slightly. It seemed she thought of something and felt a bit shy. The moment those words left her mouth, everyone around heard them and turned to look at you. What? Deputy Minister Yen's spouse is actually Carefree Sovereign? Holy crap, is that for real? That S the Supreme Emperor stage doesn't T that mean Deputy Minister Yen is invincible? Definitely. If I had a spouse that powerful, I'd be invincible too. I'd walk all over everyone from now on. So, could Minister Yen invite the carefree sovereign to join our branch? If he did, our branch would be the strongest in the country. You're dreaming. He is at the Supreme Emperor stage. Do you really think he'd come to a small branch? If he were to join, it'd be at headquarters. Listening to the chatter around him, Li Jin's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, exactly. Could you invite Carefree Sovereign to join our department? If he comes, I'll hand over the director's position to him. This is the Supreme Emperor stage, after all. If he could join the department, it would be an absolute honor. So what if he had to give up the director's position? Working alongside such a powerhouse would be so reassuring, and maybe he could even learn a thing or two. How wonderful that would be. Hearing this, Yu's eyes dimmed. He shook his head helplessly and sighed, I can't. I have no idea who he is or how to contact him. All I know is his in-game name. The crowd instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, lowering their heads in disappointment. Well, alright. But a powerhouse like that isn't someone we can just recruit on a whim. Li Jin sounded a bit downcast, but he still smiled as he tried to comfort everyone. You looked up at the golden rankings again, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Who are you, exactly? Will we ever meet again? Meanwhile, on the other side, the mood was completely different from US. Wahahaha. My spouse is actually at the Supreme Emperor stage. I'm definitely going to find him. The ethereal fairy stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her head back and laughing heartily. With her twin ponytails and standing only 1.6 meters tall, she looked like a wild little girl. She never imagined her spouse would be at the highest realm, the number one on the list. If she told everyone about this, it would be so impressive. No matter what, she was determined to find Carefree Sovereign in person and cling to his leg. Someone, the ethereal fairy shouted. Several servants and bodyguards instantly filed in from outside the door. Miss, they said in unison. Search the entire internet for Carefree Sovereign immediately. Don't overlook a single piece of information. Yes, ma'am. The power leaderboard has been fully revealed. 2 days later, the golden list of divine artifacts opens. The voice of Hong Meng rang out once more. As the voice faded, the golden list vanished from the sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky cleared. Watching the golden list disappear, Lan finally withdrew his gaze. He wondered what the people of Huaxia thought of him now. Were they afraid, or happy? Lan closed his eyes and enveloped Huaxia with his divine sense, able to see everyone and hear everything. Normally, he wouldn't do this. It was too distracting and made him restless. What should we do? We have such a terrifying Supreme Emperor stage among us, and he is completely uncontrollable. Who knows if he might suddenly fly into a rage and wipe us all out? Yeah, we can't afford to offend him. Everyone, don't say anything bad about the Supreme Emperor stage. His divine sense is powerful enough to see all of us. He might even be watching us right now. Ha! No way is he really that powerful. So if I take a shower, wouldn't he be able to see everything clearly? Yes, the Supreme Emperor stage's divine sense is powerful enough to penetrate beyond the universe. Everything is under his watchful eye. He can ascend to the heavens and descend to the depths of the earth. He is omnipotent. That is the true terror of the Supreme Emperor stage. Sigh, I don't know if the existence of someone this powerful is a good thing or a bad thing. If he is a villain, we won't have a single day of peace. Lan withdrew his divine sense, furrowing his brow slightly. He hadn't expected that the entire nation was afraid of him, not just ordinary people, but cultivators even more so. They feared he was a villain who could destroy the entire world in the blink of an eye and wipe them all out. His existence was like a nuclear bomb ready to detonate at any moment, truly terrifying. And this fear was ever present as long as he remained in China. They would live in constant dread. Lan shook his head in exasperation. He hadn't expected the Supreme Emperor stage to strike such fear into everyone's hearts. It seemed he'd have to do something to put these people at ease. Holy shit, Lan, did you hear that? That carefree sovereign is actually at the Supreme Emperor stage, and the cultivation department just posted a notice they're searching the entire internet for the carefree sovereign. Just then, the dorm room door swung open, and Tao walked in, making a big fuss. But when he looked up, he froze in surprise. Lon wasn't in the room. Chapter 15, I am the carefree sovereign. My magic artifact is about to manifest. Huh, that's strange. Where is Lon? Tao scratched his head in confusion. Just as he was about to sit down, a primal voice resounded in his mind. I am carefree sovereign. The voice seemed to explode inside his head, yet it also sounded as if it were right next to his ear. Startled, Tao quickly looked around, trying to spot carefree sovereign, but saw no one. His eyes widened instantly as he finally realized who had spoken just now. Carefree sovereign? Holy crap, a big shot is a big shot. He can actually speak directly into my head. That's so awesome! Tao exclaimed in amazement. And it wasn't just him. People across the entire nation heard that voice, men and women, young and old, even those far away at the borders. Anyone within the borders of China could hear it. Countless people nationwide stopped what they were doing, stood still, and looked around. They were trying to spot Lon, but that was impossible. Because Lon was in a place they never would have expected. Is that carefree sovereign's voice? It sounds exactly like Jean Bang's ethereal and sacred, giving people a deep sense of security. It must be voice alteration. There are many things about the Supreme Emperor stage that we can't comprehend, like this nationwide broadcast. That's seriously impressive. Just as those cultivators said, the carefree sovereign can see all of us and hear our conversations. We have no secrets anymore. Everyone, be quiet. Let us listen to what the carefree sovereign has to say. It's definitely not going to be anything bad. This feels so impressive. I wonder if the carefree sovereign is handsome in person. Qin Capital Branch. The moment Lana's voice rang out, everyone stopped what they were doing and instinctively looked up at the sky. But they quickly realized this wasn't the golden list, it was carefree sovereign. No one reacted more strongly than you. The very second she heard the voice, she vanished from where she stood. The next second, she appeared in the sky, nervously scanning her surroundings. The result was predictable. She looked down in disappointment, not seeing a single figure. Clearly, the carefree sovereign was speaking to them from a great distance. But you didn't give up. One day, she would definitely find the carefree sovereign. I didn't expect the golden list to reveal my cultivation level, but I can assure you all here that I won't destroy Blue Star on a whim, nor will I wipe out every last one of you. Lana's voice rang out once more. Hearing this, the entire nation understood. Why had the mysterious carefree sovereign spoken to them? It turned out he already knew. They feared he was a villain who would destroy the world, so he had come forward specifically to explain. Hearing Lana's response, the common people felt much more at ease. As long as he wouldn't destroy the world on a whim, that was enough. I know many people are searching for me, but I won't reveal myself until the time is right. The voice rang out once more. This time, however, his tone carried a hint of impatience. It seemed like a warning. The wrath of the Supreme Emperor stage, no one, no matter who they are, can escape it. At that moment, no one dared to contradict Lan. They could only listen in silence. I am Chinese. When necessary, I will intervene, but I will not join any organization. Hearing the words I am Chinese, the people of the entire nation felt even more at ease. Just knowing that the carefree sovereign was one of their own filled them with a deep sense of security. After a long while, Lana's voice fell silent, and the people gradually returned to their normal work and daily lives. Their worries dissipated considerably. They no longer feared that Lan would destroy the world, but instead felt a sense of security. With a Supreme Emperor stage figure standing guard over Huaxia, who would dare to attack? Excellent. I can tell he is a patriot. With him here, our Huaxia will be the safest nation in these turbulent times. Long stood with his hands behind his back by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky outside as he laughed heartily. With a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator stationed here, he'd love to see which fool would dare to come near. Long, there are many of our compatriots abroad who want to return, but the situation overseas isn't looking too promising either. We need to send people out to bring them back. At that moment, a man approached to report the situation. Then send a few tribulation stage cultivators to fetch them. They'll be more than enough. Yes, sir. Long couldn't help but smile. They'd been thinking about running away before and now they're finally willing to come back? Ha ha. Lon returned to the dorm. He saw Tao sitting in a chair. Where do you go? Tao asked, puzzled. To the moon, Lon replied with a smile. Pfft, you're full of it. But did you hear Big Brother Xiaoyao's voice just now? I did. That was so awesome. A spell like that lets him chat with the whole country, it's so cool. I can use this trick when my phone runs out of battery and I need to text my girlfriend. You're done for. Being a suck-up never ends well. Lon shook his head, saying helplessly. Do you think the sovereign can really see everything we're all doing? Maybe. Does that mean he can see me taking a shower too? Don't overthink it. The sovereign isn't interested in looking at your little caterpillar. Get lost, you jerk. Log in or not, let us play a game of Honor of Kings. Sure. 2 days flew by. Ever since Carefree Sovereign's nationwide announcement, the crime rate across the country had dropped to nearly zero. Because everyone knew there was always a pair of eyes watching over them. Eyes that could see everything they did, just as the old saying goes. As people do their deeds, heaven watches. And now, there was indeed a celestial sovereign who was constantly watching them. Those with evil intentions no longer dared to act, fearing they might provoke the celestial sovereign and bring down divine retribution, which would cause their souls to be scattered to the winds. And precisely because they dared not commit crimes, the cultivation department's work had become exceptionally easy. Currently, they had admitted a total of 350 million people, all of whom were cultivators. The highest were at the zenith deity stage, while the lowest were at the tempering stage. They have firmly grasped control over all power except for that one most terrifying force, which remains beyond their grasp. That is the carefree sovereign, the mysterious cultivator capable of destroying the world with a single thought. However, after just 2 days, everyone's concerns have all but vanished. They now believe the carefree sovereign to be a good person, and they feel much more at ease. Among China's billions of people, only a small fraction have become cultivators, while the vast majority remain ordinary citizens. Therefore, the government decided to usher in an era of nationwide cultivation. It also completely renovated select elementary, middle, high schools, and universities, transforming them into cultivation academies. From a young age, ordinary students were taught how to cultivate, allowing them to undergo a complete transformation. There was no upper age limit. Even those in their 80s could enroll in cultivation universities to practice alongside everyone else. Chengdu University was one such institution, having been converted into a cultivation university in just 2 days. Everyone was automatically enrolled in the cultivation department, though they were still required to study subjects like math, physics, and chemistry every day, just in case. After all, not everyone possesses the innate talent for cultivation. The new principal was you. Dormitory. Come on, class monitor Chen, everyone's waiting for you. Alright, I get it. I should VE beaten you to a pulp back then. I'm really fed up with you. Lon was utterly exasperated by Tao's big mouth. Now that many people knew his cultivation level was at the nascent stage, the teachers had even assigned him the position of academic advisor. Still, this was already quite low-key. The original plan had been for him to become vice principal. He'd put up a strong fight against it. He didn't want to be famous. But what could he do when the students collectively begged him? Some ordinary people even knelt down, just to learn cultivation. Seeing so many people eager to learn cultivation, Lon felt a sense of déjà vu. It was as if he'd returned to the days when he taught others how to play games. That feeling was magical, watching a newbie gradually get the hang of the game under his guidance. It gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Perhaps he could try being a teacher in real life too. After all, there was no one left in this world who could teach him. He'd just treat it as a chance to experience life as a teacher. The very second he stepped out of his dorm, the sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds, and lightning flashed amid the roar of thunder. The voice of Hong Meng sounded once more. The magical artifact will materialize in 1 hour. Chapter 16, helping him purify his marrow and refine his bones. Lao Deng becomes a grandchild. The entire nation heard it. Their once peaceful lives were suddenly thrown into a frenzy once more. Great, this is awesome. I've been waiting for this day for so long. I remember that every player who reaches the foundation stage gets a new magical artifact, and I just happened to be at the foundation stage. Damn it, why didn't I play a little longer? I'm so regretful now. Everyone has a magical artifact except me. The magical artifacts have appeared. Is it too late for pets and mounts yet? I remember pets unlock at the perfect core stage. I think everyone gets a little fox. Right, that fox isn't very useful. Everyone has one, that little white fox. Mounts unlock at the nascent stage. I guess only those ranked on the golden list or higher will get them. Yeah, I checked the stats released by the cultivation department this morning, and I was really shocked. Out of hundreds of millions of cultivators, only about 100 are at the nascent stage or higher. The rest are all below the core stage. That ratio is crazy, but when you think about it, it makes sense. That game was just a flash in the pan back then. They said it would be popular for a year, but in reality, it didn't even last a year. That stupid game was way too pay to win. Exactly. When I was playing back then, I got completely crushed by those big spending whales. They spend a little money to summon pets and mounts, then just beat us up at will. After 2 days, they lose interest and quit. Most people are still really looking forward to the materialization of magical treasures. Since these treasures are unlocked at the foundation stage, and many have already reached that stage. Out of over 300 million cultivators, at least 2/3 possess magical treasures, excluding those at the tempering stage. As for future pets and mounts, people aren't quite as excited. That's because they're out of their league. Many haven't reached that realm yet, especially when it comes to mounts. Only cultivators at the nascent stage or higher can obtain them. At that moment, Lon arrived at the playground. He wasn't particularly concerned about the materialization of magical treasures. They posed little threat to him, especially since the most powerful magical treasure was right in his hands. A heavenly Dao treasure. In the 10 years the game had been running, the strongest magical treasure to ever appear was an Supreme Treasure, which was obtained through a lottery at the time. The guaranteed prize was reportedly 300,000 Huaxia coins, and it was the only one of its kind in the entire server, a limited edition innate supreme treasure. In other words, aside from this one, no other innate supreme treasure would ever be released. He thought it was just a joke, but to his surprise, none appeared in the years that followed right up until the server shut down. He still remembered that it had been won by, who else? Rumor had it they spent 1.3 million Huaxia coins to get it. They dominated the rankings for half a year, broke through to the Supreme Emperor stage, and then quit playing. Gradually, through sparring with him, their cultivation levels dropped to the current Saint King stage. Thinking back on it now, he feels a bit ashamed. It seems he beat up everyone in the top 20, and not just once or twice. He beat them up 2 or 3 times every day he logged in. It was like clocking in for work. He never forgot to do it every day. As soon as he logged in, he fight them. As his cultivation grew higher and higher, those players became increasingly weak, and he defeat them with ease. The key point is, since everyone inherited their in-game memories, those people must surely know that he beat them up every day. But surely no one would dare hold a grudge against him, right? Master Yuan. Just then, Tao's voice rang out from a short distance away. It interrupted Lon's train of thought. He looked up and saw Tao standing in the middle of the playground, surrounded by 30 or 40 people, men, women, and people of all ages. Seeing them, Lon smiled. It was a truly bittersweet feeling. In just a few days, he had gone from being a student to a teacher. Although he was a counselor, the actual teacher wasn't teaching the class they asked him to fill in. That was because his cultivation level was relatively high. "Hello, teacher." The crowd bowed in unison as Lon arrived. Lon nodded slightly, scanning the crowd. There were men and women of all ages here, with young people making up the majority, all former students of Chengdu University along with a few elderly and middle-aged individuals. Lan's expression turned serious. You've all been selected and qualified as prospective cultivators. Now that you're here, you must obey orders. My training will be extremely rigorous. If you don't think you can handle it, you may withdraw now. After she finished speaking, the group exchanged glances, then nodded firmly with determined expressions, reporting to teacher, "We will definitely persevere." To have made it here and become Lan's students, they had all proven themselves qualified for cultivating the Tao. They simply lacked a teacher. How could they possibly give up so easily? Now, in this age of cultivation, ordinary people would ultimately be left behind. Only through cultivating the Tao could they forge their own path. Very well. Everyone, sit cross-legged and close your eyes, Lan said, nodding and speaking in a deep voice. Though puzzled, the group obediently followed his instructions. Even Tao hurriedly assumed the cross-legged posture. Next, I will purify your marrow and refine your bones, removing impurities from your bodies to make them more perfect, so that your cultivation will yield twice the results with half the effort, Lan said calmly. With that, he pressed his index and middle fingers together and pointed forward. Strands of spiritual energy shot out and burrowed into the group's bodies. In a video game, every new player would receive a marrow cleansing pill to purify their marrow and bones. Unfortunately, this was reality, and such pills hadn't been created yet. He could only send a small amount of spiritual energy their way to perform this purification. As a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator, his spiritual energy was 1,000 times more potent than any marrow purifying pill. Moreover, his spiritual energy was as boundless as the Milky Way. This tiny amount was practically negligible. It hurts. It hurts so much. What is this? It hurts so much. The crowd suddenly began wailing in agony, writhing on the ground like eels, their faces flushed red as they appeared to be in excruciating pain. Cleansing the marrow and refining the bones is, by its very nature, an extremely painful process. Spiritual energy coursed through their bodies, flowing through every part: meridians, bones, internal organs, flesh, and blood. It launched a fierce assault to eradicate all impurities. When everyone was still in their mother's womb, their bodies were pure and untainted, but the moment they were born, they were already defiled. Not to mention these people, some had lived for 20 or 30 years, others even 70 or 80. The impurities within their bodies had long since turned into a veritable garbage heap. The older they were, the more it hurt. Especially those few elderly ones, they had all reverted to the state of infants. They were writhing in pain like little children. Hang in there! Lan barked coldly. Waves of resonant sounds echoed in everyone's minds, bringing them back to their senses, and the pain seemed to ease slightly. This is the most crucial step in your lives. If you give up, you'll never be able to cultivate immortality in this lifetime, so grit your teeth and hold on, Lan said again. Hearing Lan's words, everyone clenched their teeth tightly, forcing themselves to endure the pain. Even though they were drenched in sweat, their cries of agony grew much quieter. Lan nodded in satisfaction. Since he had taken on the role of instructor, he wasn't going to treat it lightly. It wasn't until a full 5 minutes had passed that the group's screams finally ceased, and what followed wasn't pain, but a sense of comfort. It was like the comfort of lying in bed after a long, tiring day. Chapter 17, The Magic Artifact Manifests and It Actually Speaks. I don't feel any pain now, my whole body feels great. Me too. I injured my hand a few years ago on the job, and I've had internal injuries ever since. It used to hurt even the slightest movement, but now it doesn't hurt at all. It feels so good, like I'm floating on air. Am I about to become an immortal? My legs aren't sore anymore, and my back doesn't hurt. It's a miracle, a miracle. The most dramatic changes were seen in the elderly among them. After the spiritual energy had cleansed their marrow and strengthened their bones, all their chronic ailments had vanished. Moreover, their appearances had undergone a dramatic transformation. Their white hair was gone, and their wrinkles had significantly diminished. They looked at least 30 years younger and were grinning from ear to ear with joy. Ah, I've reached the foundation stage. At that moment, Tao burst out laughing. It turned out that he had just absorbed the spiritual energy Lan had bestowed upon him, surging all the way from the early tempering stage and breaking through directly to the foundation stage. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with envy and rushed forward to offer their congratulations. They had long known that Tao was at the tempering stage, but never expected him to advance to the foundation stage today thanks to Lan. Seeing that Lan could enable someone at the tempering stage to break through to the foundation stage, everyone's inner awe and respect for him deepened even further. Thud. Suddenly, a middle-aged man knelt before Lan. "Thank you, Master, for giving me a new lease on life." This process of purifying the marrow and refining the bones was like a miracle, transforming the bodies of ordinary people like them into something more perfect. That Lan had so generously bestowed such a miracle upon them without hesitation must have required immense effort on his part. How could he possibly repay such a gift? This act of kneeling was only natural. Seeing the middle-aged man kneel, the others quickly followed suit, thanking Lan for giving them a new lease on life. Even Tao was thinking of kowtowing to Lan twice. Seeing this, Lan looked at them speechlessly. He casually raised his hand and lifted everyone up out of thin air. "There's no need for that. Since I've chosen to be your teacher, I'll take responsibility for you all. As long as you all attend class diligently, I guarantee that every one of you will become cultivators." Hearing this, the crowd bowed repeatedly in gratitude. A few were even moved to tears. "Tao, starting now, you're the class monitor. Teach them how to channel chi into their bodies," Lan said calmly. Although cultivation techniques and spell manuals hadn't materialized, every cultivator's mind contained a set of cultivation mantras. They could channel chi into their bodies, cultivate day and night, and improve their cultivation levels. He couldn't be bothered to teach such basics. He'd let Tao handle it. "Got it." Tao stepped forward with a grin, then stood before the group to recite the mantras. Everyone listened intently, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Lan, meanwhile, walked to a shady spot and sat down to wait for his magical artifact to materialize. Time flew by, and an hour rolled past in a flash. While everyone on the playground was still sitting cross-legged and channeling energy into their bodies, the sky once again underwent a strange transformation. Dark clouds gathered thickly, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Everyone looked up at the same moment. People across the nation stopped whatever they were doing and gazed up at the sky. They all knew what was about to happen. The magical treasures were coming. Manifestation of divine artifacts. In 10 minutes, the Divine Artifact Golden List will be released, announcing the artifacts for the top 100 players. Artifacts obtained through the Power Leaderboard are not included. In 1 hour, 100,000 tempering stage demon beasts will appear across the country at random locations. 3 voices from the primordial void rang out, sending shockwaves through the entire nation. Especially that last sentence. What? Demon beasts are coming? So soon? And 100,000 of them? Holy crap, that's way too fast. We haven't even started cultivating yet, and 100,000 of them are already descending in randomly at that. What are we going to do? We're doomed. I'm scared. Can someone save me? Don't worry. We have over 300 million cultivators. Why should we be afraid of these 100,000 demon beasts? It's 100,000 now, but soon it'll be 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, a million, or even 10 million. And that's not all. In the future, there might be core stage and nascent stage demon beasts. Their cultivation levels will only get higher, never lower. The entire nation was in a panic. The demon beasts had arrived too suddenly. Ordinary people simply didn't have time to put up a fight. Now, their only hope lay with the cultivation department. Just then, thousands upon thousands of golden beams of divine light suddenly descended from the sky, piercing the heavens and earth like sharp swords and plunging into the mortal realm. In an instant, a beam of golden light enveloped Lan. Everyone on the playground saw it clearly and looked on in astonishment. Don't worry, that's a magical artifact manifesting. Lan is at the nascent stage. Of course he has a magical artifact, Tao said with a smile, a hint of envy in his eyes. A magical artifact. He really wished he had one too. Unfortunately, he'd only been at the tempering stage back then. Before long, the golden light faded, and in its place, a simple, antique-looking ring appeared on the ring finger of Lan's right hand. The ring was stunning, crafted from redwood with a gold border, its center intricately carved with a dragon and a phoenix so lifelike they seemed ready to fly out of the ring at any moment. Lan's thumb gently traced the ring as the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Don't let its appearance as a simple ring fool you, there is more to it than meets the eye. It was actually a storage ring, containing enough space to hold the entire blue star. Lan probed inside with his divine sense and found magical treasures piled up like mountains, one small mountain after another. There were tens of thousands of magical treasures in the game, all obtainable by killing monsters or through in-game purchases. Every magical treasure he had amassed over the past 10 years was here, and he knew exactly how to use each one. Soon, he spotted 2 magical treasures floating above the pile below, emitting a faint golden glow. One was a small, delicate, and exquisitely crafted sword, entirely blood red, the Slaughter Blood Sword, a treasure of the Tao bestowed upon him as a reward by the Power Leader Board. The other was a vividly lifelike scroll depicting mountains and rivers. To Lan's astonishment, the landscapes within were moving, forests swayed in the breeze, fish leaped in the rivers, and pedestrians strolled along the paths, chatting casually. It was as if this were not merely a painting, but a complete world in its own right. Upon seeing these 2 magical treasures, Lan immediately knew how to use them. The Blood Sword of Slaughter was a unique magical treasure that grew stronger by absorbing blood. When slaying enemies, it would automatically draw their blood, thereby bestowing its power upon its master. Anyone who touches this sword even without a wound will instantly have all their blood drained, leading to a sudden and violent death. If its master is injured, the blood within the sword will flow back to him, instantly healing his wounds. Even if Lan were clinging to his last breath, as long as there was enough blood within the sword, it could restore him to his full strength. It can store an infinite amount of blood, there is no need to worry that at 1T have enough, the only concern is that you 1T kill enough enemies. However, Lan had little interest in it, as he seemingly had no need for this magical artifact. He could annihilate enemies with a single thought. He turned his gaze back to the map of mountains and rivers, a magical artifact akin to a miniature world capable of containing anything, including living creatures. All things could be sealed within it. Anyone who enters is confined within, unable to escape, left entirely at Lan's mercy. Inside the map of mountains and rivers, Lan is the creator god. Master, I'm Little Sword. I'm Little River. Just then, 2 voices suddenly rang out from the ring's storage space, causing Lan to pause in surprise. This magical treasure actually spoke? Chapter 18, Demon Beasts Manifest, Randomly Descending. Autonomous Treasure Spirits. So that's it. After hearing the explanations from the 2 magical treasures, Lan understood. It turned out that these magical treasures had developed their own sentience, gained wisdom, and were now capable of speaking. They were called treasure spirits. Now, both of these magical treasures possess treasure spirits, with an IQ equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. They would grow slowly over time, just like 2 children. Master, we can fight alongside you to conquer the world and protect you at all times. The Slaughter Blood Sword, one above and one below, shouted excitedly, bouncing around like a child. Hearing this, Lan smiled. Did he really need magical treasures to protect him? All right, Lan said with a smile. A child wanted to protect his elderly father, he couldn't very well dash their enthusiasm. You 2, come into my dantian first. With that, Lan took out the 2 magical treasures and placed them inside his dantian. The spiritual energy within his dantian could nourish them, allowing them to thrive and grow. Although these 2 magical treasures had only just developed their treasure spirits, their cultivation level was already at the Grandmaster stage. Even if Lan didn't use them himself, they could still unleash their full Grandmaster stage power on their own. This was new knowledge they had acquired after materializing. Some magical treasures, nourished by spiritual energy, might even undergo a spontaneous transformation on their own, becoming higher-tier magical treasures. Wow, this feels so good. Master, your spiritual energy is so vast I'm already stuffed. Yeah, there is so much spiritual energy, way more than there was just now. The 2 magical treasures were leaping about with great excitement within the spiritual energy universe of his dantian. Watching the treasures, enveloped in Taoist aura and emitting a faint rainbow glow, Lan knew they were digesting the spiritual energy. Lan smiled but said nothing. He withdrew his divine sense and turned his attention to his students. Tao, come here for a moment, Lan transmitted. Tao, who was still teaching the students, suddenly heard Lan's words and hurried over to him. What's up? Lan said nothing. With a casual wave of his hand, he tossed down about 20 magical treasures, all of them top-grade post-heaven treasures. There were defensive treasures, offensive treasures, speed-enhancing treasures, and life-saving treasures, everything imaginable. He had even better ones, but there was no need to give them away. Such precious items could lead to serious consequences if they caught the eye of certain greedy cultivators. After all, Tao's family were ordinary people who lacked the means to protect such high-quality magical treasures. These lower-grade ones would be more than enough. Take these magical treasures and bring them back for your uncle, aunt, and Lan to use. Looking at the magical artifacts on the ground, each radiating its own unique Taoist aura, Tao's eyes lit up. He swallowed hard. Holy crap, where did you get all these artifacts? Are you really giving them all to me? He was a bit overwhelmed by the generosity. Just a moment ago, he'd been envying Lan for having these artifacts, and the next moment, Lan was giving them to him. And not just a few, over 20 of them. She'd even included some for his family, which moved him deeply. Yeah, take them. I've got plenty, Lan said with a gentle smile. With mountains of magical treasures piled up inside her ring, more than she could possibly use in a lifetime, she figured she might as well give a little to Tao and his family. Lan, I don't even know how to thank you, Tao said, lowering his head, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Not only had Lan saved his entire family a few days ago, but now he was giving him so many magical artifacts. As a brother, he felt ashamed that he had nothing to offer in return. You're not going to cry, are you? Don't get too emotional. This is your pay for the job, the fee for covering my classes. Take these artifacts and get the hell out of here so you can do a good job teaching. Lan paused for a moment before teasing him with a laugh. I promised to complete the task. The boss gave the order, so I've got to do a stellar job. Tao wiped away a tear and snapped to attention. Get out, Lan laughed. Yes, sir. Tao waved his large hand, storing all the magical artifacts on the ground into his dantian, then ran back to continue teaching. Just then, Lan sensed something and looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had not yet dispersed, but suddenly a hole opened in the sky, and a beam of golden light shot down. Golden list of magical treasures, activated. 100th place. As the voice of the primordial void sounded once more, a scroll descended from the heavens and slowly unfurled. But now, the people of the entire nation had no heart to look at the golden list anymore. Because the demon beasts were coming. Reporting, according to our investigation, the unknown realms that appeared a few days ago are now brimming with boundless spiritual energy purer than that found anywhere else on Blue Star. A female soldier approached Long and reported the facts as they were. Upon learning a few days ago that the demon beasts were about to manifest, Long had already dispatched a team to investigate. The primary focus was on those unknown realms that had appeared within the borders of Huaxia areas created after Blue Star's expansion, which were previously uninhabited. Yet they contained forests and rivers, forming a complete ecosystem. They covered a vast area as large as 2 cities combined. Just moments ago, however, they unexpectedly discovered that these unknown territories were now teeming with spiritual energy, and it was exceptionally pure. This phenomenon clearly indicated that demon beasts were highly likely to appear in those areas. What was most terrifying was that these unknown territories were not far from certain cities, some even cut through them, trapping the cities in the middle. If a large number of demon beasts were to appear, ordinary people would certainly suffer. Immediately dispatch personnel to guard every unknown region. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, 100,000 demon beasts will appear within them, Long ordered. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers immediately carried out his orders. Long looked up at the golden scroll, a magical artifact floating in the sky inside. He could only hope that these demon beasts would stay put within the unknown realms and not appear within the cities. Otherwise, if 100,000 demon beasts were to appear randomly in front of ordinary people, it would be a catastrophe. Although they had over 300 million cultivators, only about 100 were true powerhouses. They might not be able to arrive in time, and casualties would be inevitable. Everyone, do not go outside. Stay where you are, find a room to hide in, and under no circumstances should you go out no matter what. On the streets, patrol vehicles were warning every household to lock their doors and windows, hide themselves, and under no circumstances go outside. There were 10 minutes left until the demon beasts manifested. All cultivators assigned to the cultivation department were already patrolling the streets, divided into groups of 2 or 3, ready to slay any demon beasts they encountered immediately. The demon beasts this time were only at the tempering stage, so dealing with them should be relatively straightforward. But no one was taking it lightly. Since this was their first battle, their first time fighting such surreal demon beasts, they were extremely nervous. The entire nation had raised its alert level to the highest possible, with security measures at maximum readiness, all waiting for the demon beasts to materialize. With the demon beasts about to materialize, Lon's class was suspended, and he returned to his dorm. Due to the renovation of the cultivation university, he and Tao had moved into new dorms. Tao had rushed home 10 minutes earlier to protect his family. Lon gazed at the pitch-black sky, his eyes solemn. Time ticked by slowly. Lon suddenly spoke. "They're here." Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. The voice of the primordial void sounded once more. Monster manifestation, 100,000 monsters will manifest at random. Chapter 19, Magic treasures run amok. Is someone greedily trying to steal them? The thunder, accompanied by the voice of the primordial void, struck fear into the hearts of the entire nation. The monsters, they're here. In an instant, 100,000 golden beams of light descended from the sky. These beams descended randomly, with no discernible pattern. Some landed in cities, some in uncharted territories, and some even in the ocean. Roar! Terrifying, oppressive beastly roars echoed from within the beams of light. The next second, the beams vanished, and one after another, hideous, ferocious, and massive monsters appeared. As it happened, dozens of them descended right in the center of Qin City, and a patrol squad was stationed nearby. Seeing the demon beasts standing 5 or 6 meters tall as small buildings, the squad members were completely stunned. What enormous demon beasts! Something's off. The aura emanating from it is that of the tempering stage at its peak. It's not just the tempering stage, it's at its peak. Who cares what it is? Let us just take them down. A foundation stage cultivator gritted his teeth and charged forward, a small sword hovering beside him. It was a new foundation stage cultivator's magical treasure, a protective sword. Seeing this, the others followed suit, but they were all merely tempering stage cultivators. Only the squad leader was at the foundation stage. Roar! Seeing this foundation stage cultivator charging at it, the demon beast showed not the slightest fear. It roared and licked its lips. Humans! I'm so hungry. The fact that it spoke human language took the group completely by surprise. Boom! The demon beast's 4 limbs struck the ground, and it lunged forward, grabbing the foundation stage cultivator with one hand and clamping down tightly. Aya, the foundation stage cultivator screamed in agony. They were all cultivators who had only recently manifested their cultivation. They had no combat experience whatsoever. Let alone killing demon beasts. They didn't even know how to fight other cultivators. Not to mention, this was a demon beast at the peak of the tempering stage. Their strength surpassed that of cultivators, and at the same cultivation level, they were far superior to them. Get out of the way, the foundation stage cultivator roared, summoning his magical treasure and slashing down with a sword. In an instant, he severed the demon beast's arm, causing it to scream in agony. Perfect opportunity, let us take it down. Seeing this, the other tempering stage cultivators immediately charged forward. But they were no match for the demon beast, even with one arm missing. The demon beast roared again and slammed a fist down, successfully striking one of them and instantly leaving him severely injured and unconscious. Everyone, stay back. Let me kill it. The foundation stage cultivator, having recovered, shouted furiously. He condensed his spiritual energy into a sword and charged forward to engage it in combat. In the end, despite his severe injuries, he finally managed to slay it. But he, too, was completely exhausted. That was tough. This demon beast is way too powerful. It's definitely not just an ordinary tempering stage beast. The foundation stage cultivator slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Just then, two more beastly roars rang out from the surrounding area, sending a chill down his spine. They're back? Standing on the dormitory balcony, Lon scanned the entire country with her spiritual sense. All the demon beasts had already materialized, with the majority appearing within the cities. The cultivation department had mobilized, but with too few personnel and the beasts scattered too widely, it was difficult for them to provide immediate backup. All 100,000 demon beasts were at the peak of the tempering stage, with true strength comparable to that of foundation stage cultivators. Even those at the same cultivation level would find it difficult to kill them. Perfect. Let me test the true power of these magical treasures. Lon's lips curled slightly as he focused his mind. In an instant, two magical treasures appeared before him, a small sword and a scroll. Master, the two treasures cried in unison the moment they appeared. Go out and have some fun. Kill any demon beasts you come across, Lon said with a smile. Woohoo, time to go out and play. Finally, we get to go out and play. We've been cooped up in here for too long. The two magical treasures were overjoyed to hear they could go out and play. Let us have a contest to see who can kill the most demon beasts. Sure, let us do it. Whoosh! The two magical treasures instantly transformed into two streaks of light, one red, one blue, and vanished into the sky. Lon smiled helplessly and continued to extend his divine sense to observe the situation in Huaxia. Help! Someone, please save me. Mom! In a house in Chengdu, the window had been shattered, and a ferocious-looking demon beast had appeared inside this ordinary home. Inside the room was a young woman in her 20s, now terrified and sobbing uncontrollably, crying out for her parents and begging for someone to come save her. The demon beast was licking its lips as it advanced toward her. Buzz! Just then, she seemed to hear a strange sound as if a sword were humming. A flash of crimson light streaked past, and thud. The demon beast's head actually fell off on its own, rolling to her side. Most bizarrely, the beast's once muscular body instantly shriveled up, becoming nothing more than a skin and bones husk. Staring at the demon beast's head larger than a basketball lying beside her, the girl forgot her fear and stopped crying out. She was simply at a loss. What on earth had just happened? But suddenly, a childlike voice rang out, sending a shiver down her spine. Bye, big sister. I took care of it for you. This bizarre scene filled her with dread. Could it be that, besides the demon beast, there were ghosts as well? One red, one blue, two streaks of light darted through Qin City. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. In their wake, the demon beasts either suddenly withered and died or were sucked away by some mysterious force, vanishing without a trace. This strange phenomenon left the cultivators who had been preparing to attack the demon beasts completely baffled. What is going on? How could it be over before they even made a move? Captain, there are at least 1,000 demon beasts inside. If you act, you should be able to wipe them all out. In front of an unknown realm, you led her team to this location, and one of her subordinates reported. Then I'll step in and wipe them all out. You nodded. At her Grandmaster stage, these over 1,000 tempering stage perfect demon beasts were no match for her. She could wipe them out with a single gesture. But before she could launch her attack, she suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from behind her, rapidly closing in. This aura was even more terrifying than what she'd encountered on Legion, far surpassing the tribulation stage. Enemy! You shouted, quickly turning to look behind her. A red streak of light was rushing toward them so fast that even she couldn't make out what it was. It moved at an incredible speed, whizzing past them in an instant and hurtling into the unknown realm. Wow, so many demon beasts. I'm definitely going to win. A child's voice rang out from within, startling you and the others. Could there actually be a child in there? But soon, they saw the true form of that unidentified object. It was, in fact, a small red sword. Wherever it passed, the demon beasts were instantly drained dry, reduced to empty husks, devoid of all life. In less than 10 seconds, over 1,000 demon beasts had perished instantly, becoming bloodless, fleshless husks lying silently on the ground, utterly still. That's so powerful. It wiped out so many demon beasts in an instant. Is that a magical treasure? It must be a magical artifact. Is it bound to an owner, or is it ownerless? I don't see anyone nearby. This might be an ownerless artifact that materialized on its own. I could claim it. Several of them suddenly realized something in novels. Ownerless magical artifacts often roamed about. Moreover, artifacts like this that could speak were usually incredibly powerful. If they could get their hands on it, they'd strike it rich. Grab it! If we don't take a magical treasure like this, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, a core stage man charged forward, reaching out to grab the little sword, his eyes brimming with intense greed. In the end, greed had triumphed over reason. The little sword noticed the man's actions as well. Feeling somewhat angered, it snorted coldly. Do you even deserve it? Chapter 20, Insulting the Supreme Emperor. Stage Death. Apart from my master, no one in this world is worthy. Someone actually dared to try to grab it? What a delusion! The little sword snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of light, charging forward. Watch out! Seeing this, you sensed something was wrong and shouted urgently. But it was too late. The man who had tried to capture Xiao Jian was instantly drained dry, reduced to a skin and bones husk, and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing their former comrade transformed into nothing more than a skin and bones husk lying on the ground, the crowd was horrified. At the same time, they were filled with intense rage. Li Dong! Damn you! A foundation stage male student, perhaps blinded by rage, actually tried to charge forward again. Fortunately, you managed to stop him forcefully. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the man before him, turned into a shriveled, empty husk. I'm sorry for the offense earlier, you said, clasping her fists in apology. She had just heard the magical artifact say it had a master, and the aura of authority it emitted matched her own. This clearly indicated that it was a magical artifact belonging to a Grandmaster stage cultivator and possessing an autonomous spirit. The owner behind such an artifact was certainly not someone she could afford to provoke. Apologizing was the safest course of action for now. Why should you apologize? You killed one of our cultivation department members without a word. Do you really think we're pushovers? We got Zenith deity stage cultivators here. The male student from US group was deeply resentful. The one who had just died was his brother. He had joined the cultivation department precisely to enjoy its perks and power. Now that his brother had been killed, the deputy minister was actually apologizing. If word of this got out, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the cultivation department? Exactly. If others find out we were killed and we're still apologizing, how humiliating would that be? That magical artifact may be powerful, but our department isn't a pushover either. We got a Zenith deity stage cultivator on our side. As long as they're not in the top 5, we got nothing to fear. If that artifact is indiscriminately killing innocents, its owner is probably just as bad. One by one, they were all seething with indignation. Their own man had been killed, and yet they were apologizing to the enemy. What kind of government department was this, anyway? Shut! You was just about to say something. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky. A primal voice resounded in their minds. Zenith deity stage? The voice was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Except for you, everyone else instantly fell to their knees, unable even to lift their heads. Crack! 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 The sound of cracking bones echoed repeatedly. The kneeling figures let out agonized screams. The bones in their knees and arms had been shattered by the overwhelming pressure. If this continued, they would die. Only you recognized the voice. Wasn't he that the carefree sovereign? If you have any grievances, take them up with me. The primordial voice let out a cold snort. Boom! Immediately afterward, you heard what sounded like a series of cracking noises coming from the abdomens of the kneeling figures. Soon, the overwhelming pressure vanished, and the little sword disappeared as well. One by one, those figures collapsed face down on the ground, screaming in agony. Ah! My dantian is shattered. And my limbs, meridians, and bones are all ruined. I'm a cripple for life. I can't go on living. I don't want to live anymore. I'm a cripple. How dare he? How dare he be so tyrannical? Just by saying a single sentence, he has destroyed our cultivation. How dare he? One by one, their limbs were rendered useless, their dantian destroyed. From now on, they were reduced to cripples. This agony was worse than death itself. They had experienced the feeling of becoming cultivators and possessed extraordinary power. How could they possibly want to go back to being ordinary people? And now, not only had they become ordinary people, but they were also cripples. They would rather die than become cripples. It had to be said that Carefree Sovereign's move was incredibly cruel, more cruel than killing them outright. What a piece of trash, Carefree Sovereign! With just one sentence, he stripped us of our cultivation. He is nothing but a stinking idiot who plays games. If the game didn't manifest in reality, would he be so cocky? A man cursed defiantly. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, obliterating him completely. Not even ashes remained. The others instantly turned pale with fear and hurriedly shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. At that moment, the voice of the primordial void resounded from the sky once more. But you could tell this wasn't the Carefree Sovereign speaking, it was the true Tao of heaven itself, for the voice was cold and merciless. It declared, "The Supreme Emperor's stage must not be dishonored." Looking at the people he had brought with him, some crippled, some dead, you felt utterly helpless. But there was nothing he could do after all. They had offended the Carefree Sovereign. Offending the Supreme Emperor's stage, forget the Zenith Deity stage. Even if everyone on the golden list came, they wouldn't be a match for a single finger of that being. Their deaths were no loss. You felt a pang of regret, though she hadn't been able to exchange a single word with the Carefree Sovereign, and she didn't know if he even remembered her. Shindu University Dormitory. Lan withdrew her divine sense, looked up at the sky, and let a faint smile touch her lips. Well done. Supreme Emperor stage, you flatter me. I merely helped you punish those who insulted you, it's nothing much. A voice echoed in Lan's mind. It was the same voice that had just unleashed the thunderous punishment to annihilate the man, though it sounded much more composed than before. This was the Tao of heaven. In fact, ever since the day his cultivation had manifested, Lan had sensed an extraordinary presence in the sky. However, at the immortal Emperor realm, that presence was still far inferior to his own. The other party was also aware of his existence, but had never spoken to him, nor had he ever sought out the other party. This was their first conversation. Neither side had ever tested the other's limits before. This was the first time the way of heaven had taken the initiative. All right. You took the risk of revealing yourself to intervene, so I assume you have a request for me. What is it? Lan said calmly. Supreme Emperor stage, you are indeed far-sighted and insightful. I won't hide the truth from you. Though I am the way of heaven, I am merely at the immortal Emperor realm, and my cultivation is steadily declining day by day. I have grown old. I can foresee that one day in the future, this planet will face an unprecedented crisis. Therefore, I wish to appeal to you, Supreme Emperor stage, if this planet ever faces utter destruction, please step in to save it. On this planet, no, in this entire universe, it would be extremely difficult to find anyone else as powerful as Lan. If he agreed to intervene in a moment of crisis, then the Tao of heaven would no longer have anything to worry about. Agreed. Lan nodded calmly in assent. Thank you, Supreme Emperor stage. I'll take my leave now. With that, the Tao of heaven departed, no longer spying on Lan. For Lan could sense any surveillance at any time. No matter who was doing it, he could detect it. I wonder if Xiao Jian and Xiao He have finished their killing spree yet. I'll go grab a bite to eat first. Lan stretched and strode out of the dormitory. At his level of cultivation, he didn't need to eat. He would never starve to death. But who could resist the temptation of a delicious meal? Eat when you should, drink when you should. A bowl of roast duck leg rice paired with a bottle of ice-cold Coke. Wasn't that feeling simply wonderful? Chapter 21, Supreme Emperor stage, he is furious. Half an hour later. Longdu, Cultivation Department Headquarters. Reporting, within 1 hour, all 100,000 demon beasts have been completely annihilated. The female soldier from earlier approached Long once more to report. Excellent, very excellent. You did a brilliant job, much faster than I expected, Long nodded approvingly. However, it wasn't our people who killed them. The female soldier hesitated for a few seconds before reporting the truth. It wasn't our people, then who was it? Was it one of the top 5? Long was taken aback. By now, they had identified everyone on the golden list except for the top 5, the only ones they hadn't yet recruited. Apart from them, he couldn't think of anyone else. You could say it was them, but we don't know which one. It was a magical artifact that did it. A magical artifact? Long was even more bewildered. He didn't quite understand. Take a look. The female soldier picked up a tablet from nearby, pulled up a video clip, and handed it to Long. This is footage captured by our satellite 20 minutes ago. Long took the tablet, furrowed his brow, and studied the footage intently. He saw a terrifying demon beast roaring at ordinary people, but in the very next second, a red streak of light flashed by. The demon beast instantly turned into a bloodless, fleshless skeleton, lying motionless on the ground. Instantly killed. He hadn't been able to make out what had killed the demon beast. The next clip was footage shot from above Chengdu City. 2 streaks of light, one red, one blue, darted through the city at a speed surpassing that of light. The camera couldn't capture their true forms, only after images were visible. What is this? Long exclaimed in astonishment. That speed was simply too fast. If he were to encounter something like that, he might be instantly killed without even knowing how he died. It's a magical artifact. This footage has been slowed down 150 times, the female soldier said as she played a second video for Long. The device could slow down footage by a maximum of 150 times, that was their limit. Long watched the second video, still astonished. Even at 150 times slower, it could only capture a tiny, blurry fragment of the action. What kind of speed was this? He paused the video and zoomed in. Vaguely, he could make out that the red one was a sword, while the blue one was a painting? Whose magical artifact was this? Do you still not know whose magical artifact this is? Long looked up at the female soldier and asked. We don't know. All we know is that these 2 magical artifacts have been traversing all of Huaxia at an incredible speed, frantically slaughtering demon beasts in just half an hour. They've eliminated as many as 70,000 demon beasts, greatly speeding up our completion of the mission. Hearing that number, Long's eyes widened slightly in shock. Whose magical artifacts were these, to possess such power, a sword and a painting? Suddenly, a light dawned in Long's mind, and he realized who it might be. Just then, another male soldier approached, reporting, the Chengdu branch has a matter to report and has requested a video briefing. Approved, Long said calmly, turning to look at a large, currently off screen. Understood, the soldier nodded and immediately began setting it up. Before long, the screen lit up, establishing a video connection. The moment the feed came in, Legion appeared on the screen. Master Li, Legion said, immediately saluting solemnly upon seeing Long. Long possessed no cultivation base, but he served as the military strategist at the Cultivation Department headquarters, responsible for devising strategies. Overall, he was the highest-ranking figure in the entire department, so everyone addressed him as Master Li. What's the matter? Long said indifferently. Reporting, all the demon beasts have been annihilated, but that's not really our doing. It was thanks to 2 magical treasures. I already know that. Tell me something I don't know. We've identified the owner of the magical treasures. It's none other than the top-ranked candidate on the golden list, Carefree Sovereign. Carefree Sovereign. Legion had expected Long to be surprised, but to his surprise, Long actually burst out laughing. Ha, I knew it would be Carefree Sovereign. I still remember his rewards were a sword and a map of mountains and rivers. It seems he really is a Huaxia native, and he is not a bad person at heart. Upon learning that Carefree Sovereign had secretly aided Huaxia, but he crippled 4 of us and killed 1 person. Legion's expression grew somber after hesitating for a few seconds, he reported the facts as they were. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Jin's smile froze, and the two people beside him also looked stunned. Carefree Sovereign killed someone? And it was one of their own from the cultivation department? What's going on? Long snapped coldly he couldn't believe Carefree Sovereign would kill anyone. This was a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator, how could he kill someone for no reason? Even if he did kill, it would surely be someone who deserved it. Trying to steal a Supreme Emperor stage artifact and then insulting a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator, crippling them, was already Carefree Sovereign showing great mercy. After hearing the full story, Long shook his head with a cold smile. A core stage cultivator trying to steal a Supreme Emperor stage's magical treasure, wasn't he that asking for death? What else could it be? A few Foundation stage cultivators daring to slander and insult a Supreme Emperor stage, wasn't he that asking for death? What else could it be? The Carefree Sovereign didn't kill them outright, he showed mercy solely because they were all fellow Huaxia people. Those few have already been expelled from the department and reduced to useless wretches. It's been a massive blow to them, Li Jin said helplessly. Just the thought of it filled him with dread, to be a useless wretch for the rest of one's life? It would be better to just die. Living would be nothing but torture, especially in this era, an era where everyone practices cultivation. Carefree Sovereign's move was far too cruel. No need to meddle. They got what they deserved, Long said coldly. Insulting the Supreme Emperor stage and provoking divine retribution, they brought this upon themselves. Yes. Bang! Suddenly, the door to Li Jin's office burst open. It was you. Seeing him barge in so rudely, Li Jin's expression immediately darkened. Couldn't he see he was in a meeting? Just as he was about to snap at him, he heard US words, and his expression changed drastically. Minister, those guys who left the department are causing trouble again. They're live streaming online, publicly accusing Carefree Sovereign. There are over 100,000 viewers right now. These words were also heard by Long on the other end of the screen, causing him to turn pale with shock. What? Suspend their livestream immediately. Are they trying to get themselves killed? He had never imagined anyone would be so desperate to die, actually live-streaming accusations against a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator? Isn't that practically asking for death? If they're going to die, don't drag us down with them. What if they enrage Carefree Sovereign, and in a fit of rage, he destroys the world? What then? Yes. Li Jin nodded and turned to you. Which stream is it? Ban them immediately. Exactly. Your cultivation levels are probably just foundation stage or core stage. How could he cripple you? It feels like you're just trying to get attention. No way. Even if you were trying to get attention, you wouldn't say something like that. That's the Supreme Emperor stage. Don't they know how terrifying the Supreme Emperor stage is? Insulting someone at that level is a death sentence. Yeah, I think it's true too. Otherwise, they wouldn't be risking their lives like that. That's just too terrifying. An uncontrollable, terrifying entity has been lurking on Blue Star all this time. It's absolutely horrifying. Watching hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream rallying to their defense, those useless men sneered inwardly. The whole reason they went live was to seek justice for themselves. Just because that Carefree Sovereign is powerful, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? What kind of peace would there be in this world then? Might as well just let him rule alone. A person like that deserves to have his evil deeds exposed to the whole world. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the sky. Even the golden rankings, the magical artifact that had been announcing the rankings, came to a halt, ceasing its broadcast. Seeing this, the group turned pale with shock, sensing immediate danger. It seems I've been too merciful. The moment that voice rang out, cold sweat broke out on their brows. The Carefree Sovereign has arrived. Could he really dare to kill them in front of hundreds of thousands of people? Wasn't he afraid that the entire nation of Huaxia would turn against him? Back to 1 minute earlier. Lon stared coldly at the group collapsed in their chairs yet still streaming live to denounce him. Earlier, he had spared their lives out of consideration for the fact that they were all Chinese citizens and because they didn't know who he was. But now, far from being grateful, they were going live to denounce him. This deeply disappointed him. He had been too merciful. If he'd simply wiped them out back then, he wouldn't be dealing with all this trouble now. At that moment, Lan's mindset shifted slightly. This world had changed, and so must human hearts. Supreme Emperor stage, shall I intervene? The voice of the Tao echoed in his mind. Lan shook his head, no need. I'll handle this myself. And so, the scene that had just unfolded came to pass. Gazing up at the sky, the few cripples felt fear in their hearts, yet they still believed that carefree sovereign surely wouldn't dare kill them in front of so many people. Sigh. A sigh echoed. Boom! One of the useless ones instantly exploded into a mist of blood right in front of the livestream camera, splattering the others nearby with blood and flesh. The scene happened so suddenly that none of them had time to react, not even the millions of viewers watching the livestream. That man had exploded with a single sigh. Carefree Sovereign actually dared to kill someone. He really killed them right in front of a nationwide audience. Now, they were terrified. I'm sorry, Supreme Emperor stage. I spoke out of turn just now. I beg you, in your great mercy, to spare me. A man immediately threw his head back and cried out to the heavens. If he weren't physically unable to kneel right now, he would have dropped to his knees to apologize long ago. But the moment he finished speaking, he exploded instantly, once again splattering the others with blood and flesh. An apology? Too late. Those who deserve to die must die. The remaining few were utterly terrified. Carefree Sovereign was enraged. They were going to die. Boom! 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 The remaining three exploded simultaneously. The five who had been denouncing Lan in front of the livestream were all instantly killed, blood and flesh flying everywhere, their souls scattered to the winds. The scene was a mess of blood, flesh, and bones, a pool of blood, 5 sets of DNA. Before the viewers could say a word, the livestream was abruptly shut down. But it was too late. Many had already recorded everything that had just happened and posted it online. In an instant, dozens of posts appeared on online forums. All of them were about Carefree Sovereign. However, most of them said, Carefree Sovereign must have had a good reason for killing these people. I believe he wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Exactly. These people were talking nonsense, taking things out of context. It all seemed pretty fake. I don't believe Carefree Sovereign would kill people indiscriminately. These guys were just trying to get attention on purpose. Now that they're dead, they got what they deserved. I heard these guys were from the cultivation department. Isn't the administration going to come out and explain this? We just finished dealing with the demon beasts, and now this huge commotion. Don't go and really piss off Carefree Sovereign. If that happens, everyone is going to die. Before long, the authorities finally responded. It was a video in which Li Jin, head of the Qin Capital Branch, personally apologized. I'm very sorry. It was my poor management that allowed such troublemakers and rumor mongers to emerge within the department. The truth of the matter is this. Only after watching Li Jin explain the entire sequence of events did netizens finally understand. It turned out that these bastards had tried to steal Carefree Sovereign's magical treasure, only to be killed by the treasure itself. They had also insulted the Supreme Emperor stage, which is why they were stripped of their cultivation. I knew it. There's no way Carefree Sovereign would kill people indiscriminately. Sure enough, these people made it all up on purpose, just to make us misunderstand the Supreme Emperor stage. Thank goodness I didn't believe it. Those idiots got what they deserved. Don't they even know you can't insult the Supreme Emperor stage? Forget the Supreme Emperor stage. If I were at the nascent stage and someone of a lower realm insulted me, I'd kill them on the spot. The Supreme Emperor stage is showing immense mercy here. The Supreme Emperor stage went easy on them out of consideration for the fact that we're all Chinese, but these people not only failed to show gratitude, they actually went live to broadcast it. They truly deserve to die. At the end of the video, Li Jin led the entire Qin Capital Branch in bowing to apologize, hoping Carefree Sovereign wouldn't be angry. Even Long personally registered an account and posted a message asking Carefree Sovereign not to be angry, admitting it was his fault for poor management. Afterward, they released a video showing Xiao Jian and Xiao Yi hunting demon beasts across the country, emphasizing that these two magical treasures belonged to the Supreme Emperor stage. When everyone saw the two magical treasures, they were instantly stunned. Many people had witnessed these treasures in action that very day their appearance had claimed the lives of the demon beasts and saved them. They never imagined these were actually Supreme Emperor stage magical treasures. It turned out the Supreme Emperor stage had been secretly protecting them all along. One by one, netizens immediately took to the internet to express their admiration for the Supreme Emperor stage. Without even realizing it, Lan had gained tens of millions of followers. Some people even decided to dig out the spirit tablet of the carefree sovereign to pay their respects daily. Lan saw the posts online. Angry? He had never been angry. Who would get angry over the actions of mere ants? Lan paid it no mind and looked up at the sky. The divine artifact golden list was still broadcasting, having reached the 50th rank. Rumble. A streak of purple thunder sliced across the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth. The second wave of demon beasts will materialize in 3 hours, 1 million tempering stage demon beasts and 100,000 foundation stage demon beasts. Chapter 23, Ninja Enemies Infiltrate Huaxia. Here we go again. The second wave of demon beasts would reach Blue Star in 3 hours. The entire nation was in a panic. This is way too sudden. Another wave? What are we going to do? Another million tempering stage demon beasts and 100,000 foundation stage demon beasts? That means even after we kill them all, there'll be more to come. It's like there's no end to them. Everyone, take cover, don't go outside. The end of the world has truly arrived. Don't be afraid. We have the carefree sovereign, he'll step in. One wave is killed, and another arrives. And this time, there are 10 times as many as before. Ordinary people were terrified. Meanwhile, Long swiftly issued orders to all his branches nationwide to fully secure those unknown territories. That was where demon beasts were most likely to appear, and at least one patrol squad was to be stationed in every city. Each squad must include cultivators at the foundation stage or higher, otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance against foundation stage demon beasts. 3 hours of preparation time was enough. No sooner had one wave subsided than another arose, Lon muttered, waving his hand casually. The map of mountains and rivers appeared before him. Master, is there something you need from Xiao Yi? Go protect Tao's family. Lon told Xiao He the location. It was enough to send Xiao He to protect them. He didn't need to intervene himself. Roger that. In an instant, Xiao Yi turned into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Master, what about me? Xiao Jian materialized out of thin air and asked anxiously. Seeing that Xiao He had been given a mission while he hadn't, he thought he'd fallen out of favor. As for you, Lan said with a smile, demon beasts will appear shortly. You can go have some fun. All right, Xiao Jian replied, sounding a bit disappointed. But soon, the thought of getting to slay some demon beasts perked him right up, and he began bouncing around excitedly, waiting for their arrival. Lan smiled helplessly and looked into the distance. This time, he still had no intention of intervening. Things hadn't reached a point where they couldn't handle it on their own yet. If he intervened, he could kill all the demon beasts in an instant, no less. It would take nothing more than a single thought on his part. But if he did that, they wouldn't gain any growth. Only through battle can one truly grow. He could protect them for a time, but not forever. Future enemies would only grow in number and strength. Their own growth was what mattered most. Besides, these minor demon beasts didn't even require his intervention. Simply sending out a few Grandmaster stage cultivators or higher would be enough to eliminate them quickly. Just then, Lan suddenly turned his gaze toward a certain direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was the direction of High City, more than 5,000 kilometers away from Qin City, yet he could see it clearly. Several figures dressed in black and wearing masks were moving furtively underwater. They were protected by a strange, water-repelling barrier that allowed them to breathe beneath the surface. Through their masks, Lan recognized who they were. People from the Ninja Empire? To pass censorship, I'll now use Ninja Empire and Superpower Empire as substitutes. You should know what I'm referring to. With everyone busy dealing with the demon beasts, what were these Ninja Empire members sneaking along the coast underwater trying to do? The next second, Lon vanished from where he stood. High City, the coast. Phew, we finally made it. That's tens of thousands of kilometers of ocean. It took us 3 full days and nights of swimming to get here, a ninja said in his own language. The 4 ninjas reached the shore, scanned their surroundings, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming there were no Chinese players in sight. What kind of game are these Chinese guys materializing? I've seen online that they can apparently fly. How come they get to materialize such an awesome game, while we're stuck with stuff like multiple shadow clones? Total garbage skills. There's nothing we can do about it. Every country's materialization games are different. It seems like ours are the worst, but once we become Jonin, we'll be able to control all kinds of elements. We'll definitely be stronger than the Chinese. Let us not worry about that for now. Let us give the Chinese a little gift. The one who spoke pulled a large stack of videotapes from his robe. That's right, the kind of old-school VHS tapes you have to pop into a VCR to play. These things are practically antiques nowadays. Hardly anyone uses them anymore. But these weren't just ordinary VHS tapes, they were tapes that could summon Sadako. The Ninja Empire didn't materialize any mythical beasts. Instead, they brought forth local demons and monsters from their homeland. Things like Sadako, the woman with the split mouth, and the Kappa, all creatures from urban legends. They came this time specifically to let their friends in China get a taste of these supernatural beings. These things are imbued with demonic energy. As long as you're exposed to them for long enough, you'll become extremely exhausted and feel an overwhelming urge to touch them. Even if you're not in the habit of watching VHS tapes, or don't even own a VCR at home. Over time, you'll be bewitched, driven by some inexplicable impulse to buy a VCR and play the videotape. It's incredibly eerie. The Ninja Empire manifested these monsters 2 days earlier than China, so they've already tested them. Just spending a single day in the presence of these creatures is enough to be tainted by their demonic energy, leading you to be bewitched into playing the tape, seeing Sadako, and bringing about your own demise. A gift? We don't accept things from outsiders. Just then, a young voice suddenly rang out above their heads. The ninjas were startled out of their wits. They hurriedly scattered in different directions, nervously looking up at the sky. There, a figure stood tall against the sky, gazing down at them with a faint smile. Among them, one bald ninja was terrified. The fact that this man had approached without making a single sound proved that he must be incredibly powerful. Do you Chinese people really love playing tricks like this? One ninja roared angrily. A Supreme Emperor stage cultivator with exceptional insight, he understood their language after hearing it just once. Lon was taken aback. He looked down at himself, then at the ninjas' all-black attire so dark that even their faces were indistinguishable, and felt a bit amused. You're saying I'm playing tricks? Lon shook his head in exasperation. That didn't make any sense. He was completely above board, after all. I don't understand a word you're saying. Take him down, the ninja barked coldly, glancing at the others as he pulled 3 shuriken from his robe and hurled them at Lon. Clink, clink, clink. The moment the shuriken struck Lon, they emitted the sound of steel clashing and fell to the ground. They hadn't even scratched his clothes. Any more? Lon asked with a faint smile. He didn't want to kill these guys just yet. He wanted to see what kind of abilities the Ninja Empire had manifested. It seemed pretty interesting. I can't handle him alone. Let us all go at him together, the ninja shouted again, seeing his attack had failed. The others replied in unison, all right. In an instant, several of them simultaneously formed hand seals with both hands, and a series of clones materialized around them. 5 people slowly split into 10, then into 15, and finally stopped at 20. Lon, looking at the room now filled with ninjas, smiled faintly. This skill wasn't bad, but that was all there was to it. They were all skills that were all show and no substance. They just looked impressive, but in reality, they were full of flaws. Ah, Chinese guy, scared now, aren't you? Chapter 24, Wiping Out the Ninjas, Watch Sadako. In an instant, the 20 figures began sprinting clockwise around Lon. Their speed increased steadily, gradually turning them into afterimages. Chinese guy, you can't see us clearly, can you? Are you scared? This is our true power. Die, Chinese guy. A voice rang out, but no one could tell where it came from. Yet to Lon, these afterimages moved in slow motion. He could see everything clearly. He could tell exactly who was speaking and which one was the real body. In an instant, all 20 of them charged at Lon simultaneously, each holding a sharp shuriken aimed straight for his throat. Disperse, Lon said calmly. Boom! A surge of overwhelming pressure erupted, sending everyone flying backward in an instant. The summoned clones instantly dissolved into nothingness, vanishing mid-air. 5 ninjas crashed to the ground in agony, coughing up blood, their internal organs throbbing with excruciating pain. You're so powerful. Who are you, exactly? One of the ninjas clutched his chest, staring at Lon in terror. Could it be that the moment they set foot in China, they'd run into a Chinese master? Could their luck really be that bad? I'm just an ordinary student, Lon said with a faint smile. We haven't lost yet, another ninja roared, springing to his feet and rapidly forming hand seals. The next second, flames suddenly burst from his mouth, shooting straight toward Lon. The flames engulfed Lon, blazing fiercely. Ha 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 ha. This is a ninjutsu only we Jonin can use. You're as good as dead, Huaxia man. That's right. How could a mere Huaxia man possibly compare to us ninjas? The remaining ninjas staggered to their feet and burst into laughter. If he was hit by their ninjutsu, he'd be burned to a crisp if he didn't die outright. That man was truly arrogant, trying to block it with his bare body. He must have never faced death before. But the very next second, their laughter vanished completely. As the flames surrounding the Jonin gradually died down, the figure shrouded within them slowly emerged. Lon showed not a single trace of burns, even his clothes remained perfectly intact, as if he'd never been touched by fire at all. This is impossible, the Jonin shouted in shock. This was his most prized fire release technique, one that could easily incinerate even the woman with the slit in her face, and with which he had slain countless demons. How could it not work here? Let me show you what true fire really is, Lon said with a faint smile, slowly raising his right hand. Snap! A single snap of his fingers. Boom! Instantly, purple flames engulfed the Jonin's entire body, consuming him in a blaze. Aya! The Jonin screamed in agony as he burned. The sizzling sound of his flesh being consumed could be heard, and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. The other ninjas were horrified. What kind of ninjutsu was this? A single snap of the fingers was enough to set a person ablaze for no apparent reason. Could this be a magical art unique to Huaxia? The Jonin screamed in agony as he charged toward the sea, hoping to extinguish the raging flames on his body. But when he plunged into the water, the flames continued to burn with no sign of dying down. They even scorched the seawater until it boiled and bubbled. The other ninjas witnessed this miraculous yet eerie scene with their own eyes. Fear made their bodies tremble, their legs go weak, and left them staring in disbelief. Now, there was only one word on their minds. Run! Boom! 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 One by one, the ninjas snapped out of it, quickly forming hand seals. Their positions instantly exploded into a cloud of mist, vanishing without a trace. Do you think you can get away? Lon said with a faint smile. These ignorant ninjas. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a tiger claw gesture. In an instant, a figure flew swiftly from the distance, landing of its own accord in the palm of his hand, where he seized it by the throat. As for the rest of the ninjas, they instantly exploded into a mist of blood, dead beyond any doubt. They didn't even know how they had died. Spare me, I beg you, pleaded the ninja whose neck Lon was gripping. What are you doing in China? Lon asked. The ninja dared not hide anything and hurriedly revealed their plan for coming to China. It turned out they simply wanted to let the Chinese people taste Sadako's power and stir up more chaos in China. Moreover, they hadn't limited this plan to China alone. They hadn't spared any other country either. They had gone to every nation near the Ninja Empire. You guys are truly disgusting, Lon said with a look of revulsion, casually flinging the ninja aside. The ninja automatically disintegrated in midair, his soul scattered to the winds. He looked at the bag of Sadako videotapes left on the ground, waved his hand with interest, and the bag instantly flew into his hand. What kind of entity was Sadako, anyway? He watched horror movies, like The Ring, so he was certainly familiar with ghosts like Sadako. He never expected that, because of the materialization game, she actually appeared over there. He take it back to watch. Lon set aside one videotape and burned all the others. The moment he set the tapes ablaze, he heard a series of harrowing, terrifying ghostly screams. A ghostly figure appeared above the flames, its expression hideous and terrifying. But in an instant, the screams ceased, and the tapes were reduced to a pile of ash. Lon vanished from where he stood and appeared at an old shop that sold electronic devices. As it happened, the shop had a VCR old but still functional which he could buy for just a few hundred yuan. Packing up the VCR, he returned to his dorm, plugged in the signal cable, connected it to the TV, plugged it in, and inserted the videotape, ready to see Sadako's true face. Ever since watching the movie as a child, he always had an urge to pull back Sadako's hair and see what her face actually looked like. Most people probably share this impulse. Back then, there were even plenty of fan-made videos, ones where pulling back Sadako's hair revealed a stunning beauty, or where she had no face at all, or was hideously ugly. In short, Sadako's face is a mystery. Not even the folks at Ninja Empire could offer an explanation. After all, she is a fictional character. I suspect even the director hadn't decided what she was supposed to look like. They probably just picked an actress, put a wig on her, and shot the scene, which greatly reduced production costs. ZZZZ. The videotape began to spin, the VCR started up, and the image slowly came into view. The picture was blurry after a burst of static. A familiar old well appeared on the screen. Just then, Lon sensed an eerie, supernatural aura spreading around her. The air turned chilly, and the room's temperature dropped to just a few degrees, as if the air conditioner had been turned on. This was Sadako using her powers to alter the environment, thereby amplifying the terror and shattering people's minds. Lon continued watching the TV with great interest. Suddenly, the screen began to flicker, and the snowy static kept reappearing. But as this phenomenon occurred, a subtle change took place at the old well. A pair of hands, as pale as skeletal bones, suddenly appeared at the well's rim and, in sync with the flickering screen, slowly crawled out. Chapter 25, A Special Gift for the Ninja Empire. Sadako, dressed in white with her hair hanging loose, slowly crawled out of the old well. Like a twisted, sinister reptile, she crawled toward Lon. With each flicker of the screen, her position shifted, until she vanished entirely. At that moment, Lon sensed that the demonic energy around him seemed to have reached a critical point. This was a form of soul attack, using some sort of illusion to assault a person's soul and mind, instilling fear. Quite interesting, Lon said with a faint smile. This kind of soul attack was quite powerful. It was more than enough to kill an ordinary person, and even someone at the tempering stage would likely fall victim to it. This was because practitioners at the tempering stage did not cultivate their souls. It was only at the foundation stage and above that divine consciousness emerged, allowing them to use spiritual energy to cultivate their souls. Take him, for example. He could use his powerful divine consciousness to forcibly shatter another's soul, much like an electric drill, churning their soul into utter chaos. Once the soul is damaged, the entire person becomes unstable. From a certain metaphysical perspective, people with mental illnesses might have issues with their souls. Older generations versed in metaphysics, upon seeing a mentally impaired person, might say that they are lacking a soul, that one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits is missing. Some cultivators may possess cultivation techniques specifically designed to strengthen the soul, allowing them to defeat foundation stage cultivators despite being at the tempering stage, all because their souls are so powerful. Sadako's attacks work this way. If a tempering stage cultivator or an ordinary person were to encounter her, they'd likely be in for a world of trouble. However, dealing with a foundation stage cultivator isn't quite so easy. I'm so hungry, so hungry. A terrifying, skeletal white hand reached out from the TV, breaking through the dimensional barrier and stepping from 2 dimensions into 3. Lon admitted he couldn't perform such a mysterious feat. It wasn't something achievable through cultivation. However, his map of mountains and rivers could do it. The map of mountains and rivers serves to draw people into a miniature world, which is effectively a two-dimensional plane where one can observe what is happening inside from the outside. Sadako crawled out from inside, shrieking all the while. Her entire body was soaked, water dripping down from her, quickly soaking the floor. As she crept step by step toward Lon, the lights in the dorm began to flicker, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Lon sat with his legs crossed, watching Sadako crawl toward him. When the moment was right, he released a tiny bit of his divine consciousness to observe her. In an instant, Sadako stopped. Slowly, her body actually began to tremble. She seemed to be afraid. She sensed an incredibly powerful and terrifying soul force, one strong enough to crush and shatter her very soul. The next second, Sadako scrambled backward, trying to retreat back into the ancient well inside the TV. But suddenly, she bumped into the TV and found she couldn't go back. It looked back in terror, frantically pounding on the TV. Its frightened and panicked expression was utterly amusing. It couldn't understand why, having just crawled out, it now couldn't go back. Stop struggling. I've sealed it off, you can't go back now. Lon stood up with a faint smile and slowly walked toward Sadako. Sadako looked at Lon, whose face was twisted into a wicked grin, and felt utter terror welling up inside her. If it could speak, it would surely scream, "Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" Unfortunately, it couldn't speak. All it could do was let out a strange shriek in an attempt to scare Lon away. Lon paid no heed and walked straight up to it, grabbing it by the hair and lifting it up. "Let me take a look," Lon said, sweeping Sadako's hair aside. He wanted to see exactly what this Sadako looked like. But when he pulled back her hair, he was disappointed by what he saw. It was a grayish-white face with no features, a strange and terrifying face. Feeling a bit let down, he casually tossed her onto the ground. This might have something to do with the lore from Ninja Empire. In their lore, Sadako has no face and always appears with her hair hanging loose. Now that he'd seen her, it was time for her to die. Just as Lon was about to obliterate Sadako, something suddenly occurred to him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He looked at the trembling Sadako with a mischievous grin. Since the people from Ninja Empire had sent this gift over here, wouldn't it be rude of him not to return the favor? So, he'd send them a grand gift in return. With a flick of his mind, Lon sent a surge of pure spiritual energy into Sadako's body. In an instant, the dorm room was filled with blood-curdling screams. Fortunately, Lon had already set up a spiritual energy barrier. Nothing inside could be seen or heard from the outside, and no one could get in. A few seconds later, Sadako stopped screaming and collapsed to the floor. But soon, it crawled back to its feet, inched its way to Lon's feet, pressed its forehead against the ground, and spoke in broken, stuttering Chinese, "Masterine." Lon nodded in satisfaction. That burst of spiritual energy had not only elevated Sadako's power to the peak of the foundation stage, but had even allowed its soul to break through to the core stage. He had also imprinted his unique mark deep within its soul. From now on, Sadako would obey his every command. A single thought brings life, a single thought brings death. Betrayal is forbidden for all eternity. Now that your strength has increased, have your abilities improved as well? Lon asked. Yes, Master. Not only can I manifest through videotapes now, but I can also appear through electronic devices such as cell phones and computers even across 1,000 li, Sadako answered truthfully. Very well. Then return to your home, Lon said with a faint smile. With a casual wave of his hand, Sadako flew back into the television. The videotape flew out automatically and landed in Lon's hand. Go to the Ninja Empire and wreak havoc. With another wave of his hand, the videotape shot out the window at breakneck speed, turning into a streak of light and vanishing without a trace. It was heading straight for the Ninja Empire. It's best for such a harmful thing to return to where it came from. This was a grand gift Lon was sending back in return. Sadako's power grows by using her abilities to kill, unlike cultivators who draw energy into their bodies. Killing is what makes her stronger. I wonder what kind of surprised and delighted expressions the ninjas will have when they see this gift. Lon withdrew his spiritual energy barrier and continued to look outside. The Divine Artifact Gold list was still being broadcast. I wonder if they'll finish announcing the entire list this time. Or perhaps, like the Power Leaderboard, they'll wait until the next day to reveal the top 10. In 1 hour, the second wave of demon beasts will arrive. The cultivation department is now fully prepared. Besides, Lon already knew who the top 10 on the golden list were. His divine sense spanned the globe. He could see clearly and knew everything about everyone's cultivation levels. However, he rarely observed the entire world. Most of the time, he focused on the territory of Huaxia. He couldn't be bothered with matters abroad. Whether people lived or died had nothing to do with him. As time slowly passed, night fell. Because the sky was thick with dark clouds, there was no twilight to speak of, so it grew dark very quickly. Rumble. Countless streaks of purple lightning sliced across the sky. Monster manifestation begins, locations random. Chapter 26, Elixirs are about to manifest, unknown extraterrestrial objects. As over 1 million beams of golden light descended, monsters began appearing all across the country. This time, very few demon beasts appeared in the unknown realm. The vast majority materialized within cities. It seemed as though this had been deliberately orchestrated. The people across the nation were once again thrown into a panic, and since it was nighttime, their fear was even greater. The demon beasts' pairs of red glowing pupils swayed in the wind like red lanterns. At the same time, the members of the cultivation department sprang into action. The powerhouses on the rankings also took action. Lon stood on the balcony. Even without using his divine sense, he could see several people flying through the sky. With a single casual strike, they could wipe out a large group of demon beasts. With these people stepping in, it would likely take less than half an hour to resolve the situation. Master, I want to go play too. At that moment, Xiao Jian flew out, landing in front of Lon, bouncing around excitedly. Go ahead, Lon said with an indulgent smile. Okay. With a whoosh, Little Sword flew off, beginning to mow down the demon beasts. Rumble, rumble. Just then, thunder suddenly rolled across the sky, and Lon looked up. End of Divine Treasure Gold List announcement. The top 10 will be announced tomorrow. In 3 days, elixirs will manifest, and the elixir gold list will open. Elixirs will manifest. Lon raised an eyebrow. With this manifestation, the strength of the entire nation's people would rise rapidly. This was a good thing for everyone. Many people, while hiding from the demon beasts, heard the voice of the primordial void and were overjoyed. Great! The elixirs have finally manifested. Now that we have elixirs to take, we can quickly boost our strength. That's great. We've been waiting a long time for this day. Hurry up and bring on the elixirs. When the time comes, can everyone give me a bone-washing pill? I really want to become an immortal. I hope the government will give every ordinary person a bone-washing pill so everyone can become an immortal. Is there a pill that can make you an immortal with just 1 dose? Countless people were filled with boundless anticipation for the elixirs. After all, whether in games or novels, elixirs are the most crucial aids for cultivating immortality. Even those born with no talent might defy fate and change their destiny thanks to a single super divine elixir. This gave many people hope. If they could obtain a divine elixir, they'd be well on their way to becoming immortals. But divine elixirs weren't nearly as easy to obtain as they imagined. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, the second wave of demon beasts was completely wiped out in just about 10 minutes. Xiao Jian flew back. Master, I killed over 100,000 demon beasts this time. Isn't that impressive? Xiao Jian said excitedly, eager for praise. Impressive, Lon said with a smile. Hearing Lan's praise, Xiao Jian returned to the Dantian, fully satisfied. Just as Xiao Jian entered, Xiao He returned. Master, I've already kept Tao and the others safe. Xiao He recounted everything that had just happened. Tao hadn't faced any major danger. He'd only encountered 2 foundation stage demon beasts, but with Xiao He's help, he'd easily wiped them out in an instant. Now that all the demon beasts had been wiped out, there was no need for protection anymore. Well done, Lon nodded in approval. Xiao He also returned to the Dantian, feeling satisfied. Supreme Emperor stage, just as the demon beasts materialized, I discovered a peculiar object. It seems to have arrived in this world alongside the demon beasts. I'm not at liberty to intervene myself, so please go take a look. At that moment, the voice of the Tao resounded in Lan's mind. Lan's eyes instantly grew grave. A peculiar object? And one that arrived here alongside the demon beasts? Alright, I'll go check it out. Where is it? Soon, the Tao of Heaven pinpointed the location, a spot just outside the borders of Huaxia, on a mountain very close to the superpower empire. Once Lan knew the location, his figure flickered and vanished. In the superpower empire, 10,000 li away. Deep within a remote mountain forest, the time zones differed on either side. It was daytime here, but nighttime in Huaxia. Lan's figure appeared in the forest. He saw a deep pit before him, still emitting smoke. He walked over and looked down. The pit was a full 1,000 meters deep. Using his divine sense, he saw an unknown, mysterious object inside. Lan waved his hand, and the object instantly flew up, landing in his hand. It was a crystal clear, blue object that resembled a stone. What is this? Lan asked the Tao of Heaven via telepathy. He could detect no spiritual energy or energy fluctuations from this stone. It seemed as ordinary as could be. I'm not sure, but it clashes sharply with my Tao of Heaven's laws. I can sense that it does not belong to this world. It might be an object from beyond the heavens. An object from beyond the heavens? Lan's eyes darkened with gravity. If it was an object from beyond the heavens, did that mean there were aliens out there? Yet his divine sense was vast enough to span the universe, and he had never seen any aliens before. So where on earth had this come from? I suggest you take it with you at the Supreme Emperor stage. It might prove useful in the future. Lan thought it over and decided to take it. Who are you? We spotted that treasure. Lan ignored them, put the stone away, and prepared to leave. Boom! Suddenly, an energy beam shot toward him, striking precisely beside his foot. It had missed his foot by just 5 centimeters. Seeing this, Lan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the foreigners. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man now had a set of red armor on his arm exactly like the one in the Superpower Empire's famous movie, Iron Man. Clearly, this man had obtained armor similar to Iron Man's. After all, the game materialized by the Superpower Empire was Superpower Alliance, a game adapted from the movie. Chinese? You've trespassed onto our territory without permission and even taken our belongings. Isn't that a bit too brazen? Do you even have any regard for us, the Superpower Empire? As a top student at Chengdu University, Lan was fluent in English and could understand every word. Die, Lan said coldly. Boom! That arrogant blonde man exploded instantly, turning into a mist of blood that dissipated into thin air. The scene unfolded so suddenly that his companions were left speechless with shock, staring in horror at the blood mist, too terrified to utter a sound. Aya, honey. A black-haired woman, witnessing her boyfriend's sudden death, glared at Lan with a mix of anger and grief. Chinese man, how dare you kill my boyfriend? I'll kill you. The woman began screaming like a madwoman, and her body suddenly crackled as countless bolts of lightning surged around her. Her eyes turned white, and her hair, which had been black, suddenly turned white. A fierce wind arose, and a tornado formed around her, looking incredibly cool. Rumble! With a sweep of the woman's hand, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking straight toward Lan. Lan watched the lightning approach with interest. She didn't dodge, letting the bolts strike her body. Die! Chapter 27, Battle Against the Superhumans. The others weren't idle either. They all transformed. One man transformed into a green giant 6 or 7 meters tall. His massive frame leaped into the air and flew toward Lan. Another man moved with lightning speed, appearing beside Lan and unleashing a barrage of punches. A woman's hands burst into blazing flames as she fired over a dozen fireballs, which crashed down with a thunderous roar. The scene instantly became intense. But soon, they were stunned by what they saw. Their attack struck Lan, yet had absolutely no effect. Lan simply stood there with a calm expression, motionless, but every attack that hit him seemed to evaporate. There was no reaction at all. The green giant's fists were as big as punching bags. With every punch he landed, it felt as though he were striking a mountain. They were incredibly hard. Especially the man as fast as lightning. With his lightning-quick punches, he relentlessly pounded Lan's head, yet there was not the slightest reaction. The fireballs extinguished and vanished on their own before they even reached Lan's body. These bizarre phenomena left the group deeply shocked. But soon, the lightning man caught on. He realized that 3 centimeters away from Lan's body, there had been a transparent, invisible shield all along. Their attacks had all been deflected by it. Just then, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes widened. Because he saw that Lan's gaze was fixed on him. This discovery sent a chill down his spine, for his speed was as fast as lightning. Ordinary people couldn't possibly catch him, so why did this Chinese man seem to have him? That's impossible. The lightning man shook his head repeatedly, convinced he was overthinking it. There was no way a Chinese man could see him. Get lost. At that moment, Lan's voice rang out in a matter-of-fact tone. Boom! A surge of overwhelming pressure erupted, sending everyone flying backward instantly. But Lightning Man alone didn't get flung away. Instead, Lan seized him precisely by the throat and lifted him into the air. Seeing himself grabbed in an instant, Lightning Man's heart raced, and he was utterly shocked. This Chinese man really could see him. What kind of demon was this, capable of seeing him? You, how can you see me? Lightning Man muttered in agony, struggling desperately. But breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Is it that hard? Lan said indifferently. I didn't want to kill people indiscriminately. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourselves. Crack. Lan squeezed violently, and Lightning Man exploded in an instant, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. But not a single drop of blood touched Lan. It was all blocked by spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, the remaining few slowly regained their senses, and their anger gradually subsided. In its place came fear. This Chinese man was no ordinary person. He was definitely not a normal Chinese person. Who are you, exactly? The Green Giant, his anger now gone, gradually shifted back into human form and demanded of Lan, his face contorted with fear. You needn't ask. Lan pointed a finger, and instantly, a finger-sized hole appeared in the man's skull. His life force drained away, and he collapsed to the ground. Lan then turned to the woman who controlled thunder and gale force winds, his expression icy. Do you like playing with lightning? No, I don't. Spare me, I beg you, spare me. Seeing Lan effortlessly wipe out her teammates in an instant, the woman's anger vanished completely. Forget boyfriends and teammates, staying alive was the top priority. Thunder, Lan said indifferently. Rumble. In an instant, a crimson bolt of thunder flashed across the sky. Under the previously cloudless sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered. There were only 10 SSS-class superpower users in the entire superpower empire. She never expected to encounter a Chinese person with this ability here. She instinctively assumed that all materialization games worldwide were the same, unaware that what the Chinese had materialized was cultivation. What kind of trashy superpower user are you to even dare compare yourself? Lan felt like laughing. Could a superpower user possibly compare to a cultivator who could ascend to the heavens and descend into the underworld, slay immortals and demons, and travel to both the celestial court and the underworld? The two were completely incomparable. Lin. Lan spoke again, and a crimson thunder dragon reared its head from the dark clouds, roaring toward the two figures below. Roar! The dragoness roar echoed across the heavens, shaking the skies for 10,000 li. At the sight of the thunder dragon, the two were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, their legs turning to jelly, unable to move. Rumble! The thunder dragon swooped down, opening its gaping maw to bite down on the Thunder Maiden in one swift motion, obliterating her. The Fire Maiden watched helplessly as her former friend was swallowed whole by the thunder dragon and vanquished from this world. She was so terrified she couldn't even speak. How is this possible? How could such a power that defies the heavens even exist? How could someone from Huaxia be this strong? Fire, I'm skilled in that, too. Lan's lips curled slightly as he snapped his fingers softly. Snap! Whoa! Raging flames suddenly erupted from the woman's body, burning her as she screamed in agony. But after a few seconds, the screams ceased, and the woman was reduced to ashes, vanishing forever from this world. With everything settled, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sky cleared up. The result left him deeply disappointed. The power his opponent had displayed was merely at the foundation stage, those so-called flames and thunder. It was all talk and no action, all show and no substance. Its true potency was only relative to the foundation stage. Any random stage cultivator could match them by transforming spiritual energy into fire or summoning thunder. However, these superhumans weren't without their advantages, namely, that using their superpowers seemed to require very little energy. In contrast, a foundation stage cultivator would need to expend a great deal of spiritual energy to summon thunder, or rely on talismans instead. In terms of skills, the opponent still held a significant advantage, but don't forget, foundation stage practitioners also have physical prowess. They can close in quickly and strike by surprise. Psychics merely possess superpowers. Their physical constitution remains that of ordinary people except for special psychics. Take that green giant from earlier, for example. His physical strength was likely increased more than tenfold, allowing him to withstand bullets or cannonballs, with power comparable to a foundation stage practitioner at the perfect realm. I also just heard a very important point: SSS rank. That means superhumans are also divided into various tiers. The higher the rank, the stronger they are. He wasn't sure which tier that SSS class superhuman corresponded to, but he was quite curious to find out. For now, though, the most important thing was to go back and examine that stone to see exactly what it was. If it posed a threat to Blue Star, he would destroy it immediately. In an instant, Lon vanished and returned to his dormitory. Just 2 minutes after he vanished, a large group of people arrived at the spot where he had been standing. Seeing the intense battle that had taken place there, they were horrified. What on earth happened here? Chapter 28, The Apollo satellite exploded. What exactly is this stone? Lon stared at the blue stone on the table, which he had split in half, and fell deep in thought. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy or energy fluctuations emanating from it. Moreover, methods like the blood-binding ritual had no effect on it, and even splitting it in half produced no reaction. Could it really just be an ordinary stone? But the surprised tone in the heavenly Taoist voice and its mention that the stone came from another planet proved that this stone was no ordinary object. Never mind, he stopped thinking about it. Lon stowed it away in his storage ring and paid it no further attention. If it really was something left behind by aliens on Blue Star, and if this stone turned out to be valuable, they would surely come to retrieve it. He could just ask for clarification when the time came. Meanwhile, back in that mountain forest. This is our superpower squad number 893. The captain is Bono Bevan, who has awakened Iron Man's armor abilities and is ranked S-class. The rest of the squad members are A-class. I never expected the entire squad to be wiped out. A white-haired superpower Empire soldier looked at the tragic sight at the scene and swallowed hard. A squad composed entirely of A-rank members had suffered such a devastating loss. Who exactly was the enemy? Vampires? Or werewolves? Or perhaps iron-blood aliens? 2 days ago, the superpower Empire had already encountered all manner of monsters, the most powerful of which were the iron-blood aliens, followed by vampires and werewolves. To this day, they had not been completely eradicated. They were scattered throughout every corner of the superpower Empire, and ordinary people continued to fall victim to them at any moment. Without the spiritual perception of cultivators, superpowered individuals find it difficult to locate enemies hiding in the shadows. They can only wait for them to appear and eliminate them one by one. A very difficult situation indeed. I'm not sure. Perhaps we can use satellite imagery to see exactly what happened here, a squad leader said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. I'll return immediately to check the satellite footage. The soldier saluted. A pair of angelic white feathered wings instantly unfurled from his back, and he soared into the sky. Whoever you are, if you dare to kill our nation's finest superpowered individuals, I will make you pay the price, the squad leader said, his expression darkening as he looked at the sole remaining corpse at the scene. The enemy had struck with such ruthlessness out of so many people, only one body remained intact. The others had all met a gruesome end. Superpower Empire. Military base. Upon returning to the base, the angelic soldier immediately accessed the satellite surveillance feed. Fortunately, the satellite surveillance was operational and could capture that location. He quickly replayed the footage from a few minutes earlier. As the footage played back, several more people gradually appeared on screen. When he reached the point 5 minutes prior, he spotted Bono Bevan and his squad. Standing before them was another person who appeared to be the enemy. He quickly pressed pause and zoomed in. Instantly, his eyes widened. The footage was so blurry that he couldn't make out what the person looked like. It was all a blur, as if it had been pixelated. This was their country's latest satellite surveillance system, capable of zooming in close enough to see ants on the ground, yet it couldn't clearly show what this person looked like. No matter how much he zoomed in, the figure remained blurry. He couldn't even tell its gender. What on earth was going on? Well, he picked up the mouse and began clicking to zoom in. As the image enlarged, his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. It really was impossible to make out. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on the squad leader's forehead. He was already drenched in sweat. Even the latest satellite footage couldn't make out what the opponent looked like. Could it be a new alien species? Behind him, the two men stopped focusing on Lon's face and looked down instead, only to be even more horrified by what they saw. Iron Man Bono Bevan had been instantly defeated, and they hadn't even seen the opponent make a move. No one's attacks could kill the opponent. It was as if the opponent hadn't even moved a muscle. Throughout the entire battle, the opponent had been toying with the superpower squad, treating them like ants. All of this left both men drenched in sweat. "Captain, this guy seems a little off. I need to report this to our superiors. It's highly likely a dangerous individual has entered our country." The squad leader, not daring to delay any further, pulled out his satellite phone to contact his superiors. Boom! Buzz! Warning! Warning! Apollo satellite has lost contact. Apollo satellite has lost contact. In an instant, red lights flashed throughout the entire military base, and alarms blared. All staff and soldiers panicked, frantically operating their computers. The squad leader was stunned. The Apollo satellite? Wasn't that the very satellite they'd just been monitoring? Moreover, this satellite belonged to their military base, one they'd spent a whole year pleading for. How could they have lost contact? He turned his head and saw the angel's face filled with terror. He looked back at the computer, and his hand holding the satellite phone suddenly went limp, letting the phone fall to the ground. The screen had turned to static. The satellite feed they'd been watching just moments ago was now completely cut off. What on earth is going on? "Captain, it looks like we've gotten ourselves into trouble," the angel said in terror. It was simply impossible for this incident to have nothing to do with them. They had only just used the Apollo satellite to view the footage when contact was immediately lost. Could the other party be some kind of unnameable entity? Not even a single glance was allowed? What's going on? At that moment, a man with a receding hairline, a bulging belly, and dressed in a military uniform walked over and shouted loudly. "Reporting, General, Apollo has lost contact." "We don't know what has happened," a scientist standing at a computer desk, drenched in sweat, hurriedly reported. "Request the nearest satellite immediately and find out what's wrong with Apollo," the general barked. "Roger that." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the military phone on the scientist's desk rang. He quickly picked it up and answered. The moment the call connected, his pupils contracted violently, his breathing became rapid, and his face contorted with sheer terror. Seeing this expression, the general immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Only after the other party hung up did he shout, "What's going on? Speak up." Reporting to the general, the Apollo satellite had exploded. As soon as he finished speaking, the scientist collapsed to the floor, completely drained of strength. Hearing this, the others were all filled with terror, their bodies trembling. What? What kind of being could cause a satellite to explode in an instant? The squad leader collapsed to the ground. His heart was filled with terror. He was certain this was a warning from the enemy if he continued his investigation. It wouldn't just be the satellite that exploded next, it would be him. Chapter 29, Leading the Charge Against Demons. Supreme Emperor Stage, someone was just spying on you. I've already intervened and destroyed them for you. I know. Lon waved his hand dismissively. The moment the other party accessed the satellite feed, he had already known. No one could spy on him using divine sense or electronic devices, and he would know the moment it happened. However, before he could act, the Tao of Heaven had already intervened, which gave him great satisfaction. Supreme Emperor Stage, have you figured out what that stone is for? No, it's not reacting at all. It seems this object from outer space isn't as simple as it appears. You call it an object from outer space, but I haven't seen any aliens other than those on Blue Star. Supreme Emperor Stage, there is something you don't know this. I can't say. I've been placed under a restriction, I'm not allowed to speak of it. Alright then. Don't disturb my rest. Yes. As the Tao of Heaven departed, Lon stroked his chin in thought. What else could possibly impose a restriction on the Tao of Heaven? Lon rubbed the bridge of his nose. There were simply too many things he didn't understand. Why had the game materialized? What was that stone? And what was the Tao of Heaven afraid of? None of these questions had answers. However, Lon's eyes grew cold. No matter what it was, if it wanted to invade, it would have to ask him first. Woohoo, I'm back. Bam! The dorm door burst open, and Tao came back looking thrilled. What's up? You look so happy, Lon said with a smile, putting his thoughts aside. You didn't see how heroic I was just now. No demon beast was a match for me. I took them out one by one with a single punch. Plus, I had this super awesome magical treasure helping me. I don't know who it was, but it was freaking awesome. Tao went on, embellishing his story with dramatic flair for a full 7 or 8 minutes, 7 of which were pure bragging. Never mind, enough said. Anyway, I looked super. The school had arranged a family dorm room for him, but since he didn't have any family, at the first light of dawn. On the school playground, 2 rows of boys and girls stood in formation. The front row consisted of tempering stage cultivators, while the back row was made up of foundation stage cultivators. There were 5 people in each row. They stood ramrod straight, solemn and serious, not daring to smile, as if they were waiting for someone. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before them. It was Lon and Tao. Upon seeing the 2, all 10 of them shouted in unison, "Greetings, Master Yuan." Not bad, very spirited, Lon nodded with a smile, but in an instant, his expression turned serious. In a moment, everyone must follow my orders. No one is to act on their own. Stay by my side, I can protect all of you, but if you act on your own, you'll bear the consequences yourselves. Do you understand? Yes, the group shouted in unison. It felt like military training. No one dared to disobey Lon's orders. They considered it an honor to be led by a nascent stage powerhouse. How could they possibly have the slightest complaint? I'll give you a chance to prove yourselves. Remember what I said, when attacking the demon beasts, aim for their heads. That's their weakest spot, and it'll make your attacks more effective. This was the insight he gained from observing demon beasts over the past few days. The heads of most demon beasts were extremely vulnerable. He could do without this knowledge, but these people couldn't. Yes. Very good. That's the spirit. Now, let us wait for the demon beasts to emerge and wipe them all out. Yes. Wipe them all out, let them come but never return. As Lon looked at the men and women shouting before him, a surge of passion was stirred within him as well. On second thought, he had indeed been too low-key. Since these demon beasts had arrived, why not enjoy true immortal life? Then let him use his nascent stage strength to unleash a bloodbath. Chapter 30, Don't be afraid, I'm here. 6 o'clock. The voice of Hongmang rang out right on time. Demon beast manifestation begins, random appearance. Streaks of golden light rained down from the sky, with as many as 7 or 8 landing right on the playground. Seeing this, the crowd was taken aback. They stumbled backward, their faces betraying their fear. Only Lon stepped forward, a calm smile on his face. It really was a case of when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. He didn't even have to lead them out now. Guinea pigs were coming right to him. Everyone, don't back down. Step forward and fight the enemy. I'll make sure none of you die, Lon said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd stopped in their tracks, hesitating. Just then, the golden light faded, revealing a horde of monstrous beasts with hideous faces and massive bodies. They had sharp fangs, thick limbs, and varied forms. Some were lions with wings, yet possessed the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger. Others had the body and wings of a bat, yet sported a dog's head and even a pair of chicken claws. Still others had the head of a bull and the body of a human, wielding a giant axe with a ferocious, menacing expression. Seeing these demon beasts, the group didn't dare to advance. Lon could tell at a glance that these were all demon beasts at the peak of the foundation stage. This was all thanks to Lon's magical treasure. That was intense. This magical treasure is amazing. After delivering the strike, Tao didn't linger in battle but quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the demon beast, writhing in pain and rage, opened its gaping maw to bite at Tao, but he dodged it. Seeing Tao fight so fiercely, the crowd raised their arms and chanted his name, cheering him on. Hearing a girl cheer him on, Tao's enthusiasm soared. He got a little carried away and charged forward again. But this time, he wasn't so lucky. The demon beast had long been prepared. The moment Tao charged, it launched its attack. One of the bat monsters darted toward Tao at blinding speed, bearing two vampire-like fangs as it lunged to bite him. Holy shit, I'm done for. Tao tried to back away, but it was too late. Boom! In an instant, just as the bat monster was about to bite him, it exploded. Focus, don't be afraid. Lon's reassuring voice rang out from behind him. He turned to look. He saw Lon standing with his hands behind his back. It was Lon who had caused the bat monster to explode just now. Holy shit, Master Yuan is so badass. When did you even move? He didn't even move. In the blink of an eye, the monster exploded. That's the power of the nascent stage. That's terrifying. He really lives up to being a nascent stage master. When will I ever become someone like that? None of them had seen Lon make a move, but he was the only one here at the highest cultivation level. Apart from Lon, they couldn't think of anyone else. And indeed, it was Lon who had killed that demon beast just now. These demon beasts aren't something you can handle right now. Let me handle them, Lon said calmly. Everyone here was at the foundation stage or tempering stage, while these demon beasts were at the peak of the foundation stage. They weren't ready to face them yet. Hearing this, Tao hurriedly retreated back to Lon's side. Lon stepped forward, exuding not a trace of aura. Yet when those demon beasts saw him approaching, they all took a step back. They seemed terrified. Lon reached out and opened his palm. Instantly, the demon beasts in the area floated into the air. As he slowly clenched his fist, they all gathered together, eventually forming a sphere. Boom! The moment Lon fully clenched his fist, the demon beasts all exploded, showering the area with a rain of blood. The crowd who witnessed the scene felt as though they had seen a miracle and wanted to kneel before Lon right then and there. Is this the power of the nascent stage? With a single thought, he could effortlessly annihilate demon beasts without the slightest effort. So powerful, so inspiring. Everyone's eyes gleamed with longing. They desperately wanted to grow stronger, to become powerhouses, to become like Lon, capable of effortlessly annihilating demon beasts. You're still too weak. Once you reach the nascent stage, you'll be able to do this naturally, Lon said calmly, waving his hand casually. A small, blood-red sword flew out, landing before him, then rapidly grew until it was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide before coming to a stop. Lon stepped forward, looked at the crowd with a calm expression, and said, "Step onto the sword." The crowd was wildly excited. One by one, they stepped onto the sword in an orderly fashion, gazing at the blade beneath their feet with hearts racing. This was the kind of sword riding flight they'd only ever read about in novels. And now, they were experiencing it firsthand. That feeling could be summed up in one word. Awesome. What they didn't know was that the sword beneath their feet was a supreme treasure of the Tao. Being able to stand on it today and fly on a sword was already an immense honor, something many people would never be able to do in their entire lives. Once everyone had boarded, Lon focused his mind, soared skyward, and shot into the clouds, soaring across the 4 seas in all directions. He planned to take the group to a place in the tempering stage teeming with demon beasts, so they could train. An unknown realm not far from Qin City seemed like a good spot. With that in mind, Lon rode his sword toward it. The unknown realm. Lon landed there, looked at the hundreds of demon beasts before him, and said, "The demon beasts here are all at the tempering stage, perfect for you. Start training. Remember what I said, strike first." Hearing Lon's words, the group felt a bit daunted. However, Tao was brave. He took the lead, charging forward and quickly slaying a demon beast. Seeing how fierce Tao was, the others rushed forward one after another. Many didn't have any magical artifacts, so they could only use the most primitive attacks, punches and kicks. But they were, after all, people who had never fought demon beasts before and had absolutely no experience. They didn't even know how to dodge when they saw a demon beast attacking. They instinctively closed their eyes and screamed. Seeing this, Lon shook his head, then pointed a finger and a demon beast was instantly killed. When you see an attack, dodge it. Don't just close your eyes and wait to die. You're here to kill enemies, not to offer yourselves up as sacrifices. Seeing Lon step in and kill the beast, the group felt a renewed sense of security. Hearing his rebuke, their anger grew. They wouldn't let themselves be looked down upon. After 7 or 8 minutes of fighting, the group had gradually gotten the hang of it. They were no longer afraid. Some were even slaughtering the demon beasts with ease. All of this was thanks to Lon. With him there, the group felt a boundless sense of security. Only then could they let loose and fight with all their might. Time passed bit by bit. At 8 o'clock. Rumble. Just then, the sky once again filled with dark clouds. The previously clear sky was instantly obscured. A bolt of azure lightning streaked across the sky, and the familiar golden list of magical treasures reappeared in the mortal realm. Golden list of magical treasures activated. Top 10 to be announced. 10th place, Slayer, top grade post heavenly supreme treasure. Reward, 1 artifact forging session to upgrade the artifact. Seeing the reward for this golden list, everyone was stunned. Is the reward for 10th place really this generous? Upgrade? So that means a top tier post heavenly artifact can be upgraded to a low grade pre-heavenly spiritual treasure? What's the point of upgrading? It seems like just a slight change in name. How much of a difference does it really make? Are you kidding? Innate and post-heaven are completely different. Most post-heaven magical treasures are crafted by people who nourish them day and night with spiritual energy to generate Taoist resonance before they become true treasures. Innate treasures, on the other hand, were born at the dawn of creation or emerged naturally. They contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and are incredibly powerful. I see. I always thought all magical treasures were the same. You cultivators really know your stuff. Thanks for clearing that up. Doesn't that mean if this Slayer upgrades his magical treasure, he'll end up with an innate one? Holy crap, this is just like a video game. You can level up. That reward is way too generous. The cultivators who owned low-tier magical treasures were practically drooling over this reward. Being able to upgrade a magical treasure meant a massive boost to one's own strength. Who wouldn't want a reward like that? Even Lon felt a spark of interest upon seeing this reward. His 2 heavenly Tao treasures were of the lower grade. The golden list had awarded them to him at the lowest possible tier. If he could upgrade them, they'd become middle grade. However, since his name hadn't appeared yet, he was likely ranked 2nd or 3rd. That was simply because the treasures on the treasure golden list weren't counted toward the power leaderboard rewards. If they were, he'd be first without a doubt. As expected, the top spot on the divine treasure golden list should belong to who else, who had obtained the highest tier innate divine treasure in the game, and he was the only one to do so. Lon, did your name make the list? Tao walked over to Lon and asked. It did. They finished reading it out yesterday, Lon replied casually. Oh, that's great. Another reward. I'm jealous, Tao said with a touch of envy. Keep it up. In the future, there'll definitely be more ways to acquire resources than just these, Lon said with a smile. The game hasn't fully materialized yet, but once it does, everyone will be able to craft magical treasures. Because those sects have magical treasure forgers, alchemists, array masters, and talisman masters. Once they materialize, everyone will be able to learn these skills. That's when the true era of cultivating immortality will begin. The demon beasts in this area are almost gone. We should head back, Tao said. After 2 hours of battle, the demon beasts across the country had been nearly wiped out. Thanks to the intervention of those in the top 10 of the golden list, they were eliminated with ease. They come here just to train. Alright, let us head back, Lon nodded, summoning her small sword, motioning for everyone to board, and leading the group back. Back at the sports field. The golden list was still being announced. They had now reached 6th place. 6th place, Misty, top grade innate spirit treasure. Reward, 1 artifact forging, 10,000 souls returned to the source pill. Hearing that name, Lon raised an eyebrow. That artifact was probably a gift from him. Back then, he'd given several spouses plenty of pills, artifacts, and the like, but none were as favored by him as Aqua and Misty. Because those two were warm and talkative, they played together for a long time, and at the time, they were roughly the same age as him. They got along well. So he really enjoyed spending time with them, and they were the ones who received the most gifts from him. As for the other spouses, he'd given them some worthless junk at first, but later on, he rarely gave them anything, and eventually, he even forgot about them. This reward pill, however, was actually quite good. He had some recollection of it. It seemed to be a tribulation stage pill that needed to be purchased in-game during the tribulation stage. It could protect one's divine soul from dissipating and increase the success rate of the tribulation stage. If given to an ordinary person, it could even preserve their soul and prevent death. It's a 6th grade pill. Pills are divided into 9 grades, with the highest being 9th grade, but the lowest isn't 1st grade. It's common grade. Common grade, as the name suggests, is meant for ordinary people. It's similar to cold medicine. 1 pill guarantees you'll be full of energy within seconds, your cold gone, and the illness cured. Above ordinary comes 1st grade. This elixir is likely something many cultivators and even ordinary people would want. And just as he had anticipated, once the entire nation learned of this elixir's miraculous effects, everyone was filled with envy. Holy crap, this is a divine elixir. Can it even bring the dead back to life? Does Misty need it? I want to buy some. What are you daydreaming about? A divine elixir like this isn't for sale. Even if it were, it'd cost a fortune, probably more than even the richest person in the country could afford. Ordinary folks shouldn't even think about it. The seller's cultivation level isn't low. They're in the early tribulation stage. If you want to buy this elixir, you're just dreaming. I'm so jealous. When will I ever get my hands on a divine elixir like this? If I did, I'd become an immortal right away. The higher someone's cultivation level, the less they need this pill, right? Once the country's tycoons learned of this miraculous elixir, they rushed to post their purchase requests on major online platforms. Some offered 100 million, some 500 million, and others even 1 billion or 10 billion. All just to get their hands on this divine pill capable of bringing the dead back to life. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Misty was overjoyed when she realized she was about to obtain a divine pill. This pill would be perfect for her grandfather. Her grandfather's body had reached its limit. He was already 120 years old. Although her cultivation at the early tribulation stage was sufficient to extend his life by another 30 years, his physical constitution and meridians had long since deteriorated, making cultivation impossible. Her cultivation level couldn't allow an ordinary person to defy heaven and alter their fate unless it were a divine pill capable of defying heaven. In the end, Grandpa was, after all, just an ordinary person. He couldn't achieve the immortality of a cultivator. But this pill could preserve Grandpa's soul. Once she found other pills, she could then restore his soul. There was no way she would sell it. Grandpa was the person closest to her and whom she loved most. She intended to save it for him. But the very next second, the golden list was announced once more, and the reward left her stunned. 5th place, Aqua, top grade innate spiritual treasure. Reward, 1 spiritual treasure forging, resurrection pill. Resurrection pill. It was also a 6th grade elixir, but this one was different. It was true soul restoration in the truest sense. An elixir capable of bringing the dead back to life. One preserves the soul, the other brings it back, 2 completely different concepts. Seeing this pill, Misty instantly felt her own pill pale in comparison. Why did everyone else have top-grade magical treasures? How could her ranking be 1 spot higher than hers? This isn't fair. Actually, it's perfectly fair. The Golden List ranks magical treasures based on their grade. If the grades are the same, it's determined by practicality or power. Clearly, Aqua's magical treasure was more practical than Misty's. And after the whole country saw just how powerful Aqua's elixir was, people started asking again if Aqua would sell it. But everyone knows who Aqua is. She is the deputy minister of the Qin capital's cultivation department, after all. It's much easier to reach her than it is to reach Misty. I'd like to thank everyone here. I didn't expect so many people to show up all of a sudden. I'll be updating like crazy. I'll post 3 chapters tonight. After my early shift tomorrow, I'll head home and update 2 more chapters. I bow to you all. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 32, 1st place, Carefree Sovereign, Longevity Pill. So annoying. These people are really delusional. You turned off her phone, feeling a bit exasperated. Right after being exposed on the Golden List, she immediately received calls from many people claiming to be wealthy. Without exception, they were all calling to buy the resurrection pill from her. Each offer was higher than the last, with the highest reaching 50 billion, all just to buy the resurrection pill. It's only natural. Humans have a deep longing for immortality, especially these wealthy individuals. None of them want to die. They've worked their whole lives to earn so much money just to enjoy life. Who would want to die so early? Lijian, standing nearby, looked up at the Golden List and spoke with a faint smile. Since ancient times, who has been spared death? But who actually wants to die? Now that a pill capable of bringing them back from the dead is right in front of them, how could these people not be tempted? So, this is perfectly normal. Of course I know that, but this elixir shouldn't belong to me, you said, shaking her head. She wouldn't have made it onto the list in the first place. It was only because Carefree Sovereign had given her a magical artifact that she made the list. This divine elixir had nothing to do with her at all. It should belong to someone else or to Carefree Sovereign. Lijian said nothing. He knew the inside story about you and Carefree Sovereign, and felt a touch of envy. Meanwhile, the Golden List continued to be revealed, and it had reached the 2nd place entry. Lon looked at the Golden List. If he wasn't mistaken, the 2nd place spot should be his. Since his name hadn't appeared yet, it couldn't possibly be 1st place. 2nd place, who else? A top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Reward, 1 artifact forging, dragon blood elixir of immortality. Seeing the 2nd place entry, Lon froze. It wasn't him? It was who else? How could that be? In the entire game, only who else had drawn that innate supreme treasure? Moreover, no second innate supreme treasure had ever appeared by the game's end. Lon pondered the 1 billion years of game memories in his mind. His body suddenly trembled, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and an awkward smile spread across his face. So, that is how it was. At that moment, in a grand mansion in High City, a man wearing custom-made pajamas lay on an open-air balcony, watching the Golden List. He was who else? Real name Peng Dehai, in his 30s. Though his expression was calm and he showed no reaction to the announcement of his 2nd place finish, his inner world was already in turmoil. Damn it, this Carefree Sovereign is a fucking pain in the ass. That 1st place was supposed to be mine. Peng Dehai cursed inwardly. He knew Carefree Sovereign's divine sense spanned the entire world, but these were his inner thoughts. Even the Supreme Emperor's stage didn't yet possess the ability to hear one's innermost thoughts. The only reason he came in 2nd was all thanks to Carefree Sovereign. In his gaming memories, he had quit the game not long after obtaining that magical treasure. But a few years later, Carefree Sovereign was still playing the game. Once his strength surpassed Peng Dai's, he began challenging him to duels. You see, in this crappy game, duels resulted in treasure drops almost exactly like the kill to loot scenarios in novels. Plus, the drops were random, and you could only get one drop per day. As it turned out, Carefree Sovereign never gave up, day or night, and challenged him to a duel every single day. One day, his innate supreme treasure actually dropped. That's right, Carefree Sovereign snatched it right from him, which is exactly why he ended up second on the gold rankings. If it weren't for Carefree Sovereign, he would definitely been number one. The rewards for second place are way different from those for first. It's just like the power leaderboard. What a pain in the ass. Carefree Sovereign isn't first place again, is he? Of course he is. He is at the Supreme Emperor stage. Isn't it only natural for him to have a few insanely powerful magical treasures? Right. Ever since we found out Carefree Sovereign is at the Supreme Emperor stage, it doesn't surprise me at all that he is at the top of the rankings. I wonder what the reward is this time. The first place rewards always seem pretty amazing. The rewards are definitely generous, but Carefree Sovereign probably doesn't need any rewards. With his cultivation level, he can have anything in the world. Just as the people across the nation finished speaking, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. The sky, thick with dark clouds, suddenly began to shower with specks of golden light. Those golden sparks dotted the darkness like stars, creating a breathtaking sight. Everyone froze in astonishment. Was this a divine phenomenon? Boom! The sound of a bell rang out, shaking the entire land of Huaxia to its core. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they stared in disbelief. Streams of purple divine light appeared in the sky, spreading out to cover the entire expanse. Combined with the scattered golden light, the sight was exceptionally dazzling and beautiful. At that moment, all cultivators possessing magical treasures felt their treasures trembling within their dantian, as if responding to something. In the next instant, they all broke free from their dantian and soared toward the sky. Over 1 million magical treasures of every kind hovered in the sky, radiating dazzling, multicolored light. They bowed their heads slightly, just like humans, facing the golden list, as if paying homage. It was as if they were welcoming their own king. The voice of the primordial void rang out once more, its volume slightly louder than before. First place, Carefree Sovereign, low-grade innate supreme treasure. Reward, mid-grade Tao of Heaven supreme treasure, Tower of Immortal Suppression, longevity pill. Everyone could hear this voice, and their bodies and minds trembled. Whenever the first place winner emerged, extraordinary phenomena would accompany it in the heavens and earth. Who would have thought this phenomenon would be so extreme, even causing everyone's magical treasures to soar into the sky to pay homage together? This is insane. Is this what it means to be first place? That is so cool. Carefree Sovereign is truly amazing first place again, with all his magical treasures welcoming their king together. Wait, what is that reward? Another heavenly Tao treasure, and a mid-grade one at that? That is fucking awesome. Holy crap, the longevity pill? Is it the one I'm thinking of? The elixir that grants eternal life once consumed. Looks like it is. Carefree Sovereign probably doesn't need this pill, though after all, he is already immortal. He is at the Supreme Emperor stage, his lifespan is beyond measure. Please, Carefree Sovereign, are you selling this pill? I'd sell everything I own to buy it. You're dreaming. Sell everything you own? Not even all the money in the world could buy this pill. It's the immortality that humanity has longed for. Immortality is a power almost everyone in the world desires. As long as the world endures, so do they. To live as long as the heavens, who wouldn't want that ability? But until now, immortality had always been something that only existed in novels. Now, with a chance at immortality right before their eyes, who wouldn't want this pill? Not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators are desperate for it. Not everyone is like Lon, with Supreme Emperor stage cultivation that makes them immortal and indestructible. Cultivators at lower realms, if they fail to break through, will eventually face death. But if they take the longevity pill, that changes everything. As long as they hang on, one day they too can become the strongest. Everything will change in the future. One pill the whole world is watching. Chapter 33, The Demon Realm Manifests, Blue Star Sealed? Lon looked at the golden list, surprised to find that the pill he had obtained was actually the longevity pill. However, just as everyone had said, he didn't need this pill. His lifespan was immeasurable. He could even survive the Big Bang. He didn't know what to do with this pill, so he'd just give it to someone destined to receive it when the time came. The golden list of magic treasures ends here. One day later, the golden list of pills will open, and the pills will manifest. 24 hours later, the demon realm materialized: 10 million tempering stage demon beasts, 5 million foundation stage demon beasts, 1 million core stage demon beasts, and 100,000 nascent stage demon beasts. 4 days later, some sects materialized. The voice of the primordial chaos rang out repeatedly, and finally, the divine artifact golden list vanished, and the sky cleared up. Holy shit, what the hell? Even nascent stage demon beasts are coming out? This is fucking deadly. The end of the world is really coming. With nascent stage demon beasts on the way, how the hell are we supposed to fight them? It seems nascent stage demon beasts can already take human form. Could they disguise themselves as us and kill us in secret? No way, take human form? Doesn't that mean everyone's an enemy? Who'd be able to tell who's a demon beast and who's human by then? What the hell are we even playing for? Wait, haven't you guys noticed the blind spot? That's the demon realm manifesting, but what exactly is the demon realm? I know that. The game is divided into several races and several worlds: the human realm, the immortal realm, the demon realm, the demoness realm, and the ghost realm. Each world is inhabited by the races native to that world. So, the demon realm is the world where demon beasts live, and it's going to manifest in the real world? How is that even possible? It's such a huge world. If it manifests here, wouldn't we all be crushed to death? Who knows? What if it ends up expanding Blue Star's surface area? The demon realm manifesting that's completely different from demon beasts manifesting. The former sounds a bit more impressive. Lon, do you know what the demon realm is? Tao asked worriedly. This demon realm just sounds like something that's not going to end well. Yeah, it's a separate world filled with demon beasts. In the game, there's the biggest boss, the Demon Emperor, who's at the Immortal Emperor realm. Lon nodded and replied. In the game, there is indeed a boss named the Demon Emperor of the Demon Dragon. In the demon realm, the Demon Emperor corresponds to the Immortal Emperor. It's a demon dragon with cultivation at the Immortal Emperor realm, but Tao had been beating this boss every day 3 times a day. That's because defeating it gave a chance to drop a dragon cub, a female one, at that. Who wouldn't want a dragon cub? Lon remembered that he'd looted over 1,000 dragon cubs back then. He'd kept just one and left the rest in his cave residence. If this demon dragon emperor were to manifest in the real world, he'd likely be the second strongest being. If he weren't here, the demon dragon emperor would dominate Blue Star in no time. Holy shit, Immortal Emperor realm? Tao exclaimed in shock. That makes him second only to the Carefree Sovereign. Right now, the Carefree Sovereign is the most powerful. This demon dragon emperor is at the Immortal Emperor realm, making him stronger than everyone else. Fortunately, they had the Carefree Sovereign, otherwise, a single demon dragon would have taken over the world. But it probably won't happen that fast. At this rate, it'll take at least half a month, Lon mused. Man, even half a month is too soon. I hope the Carefree Sovereign can kill that demon dragon by then, or else the whole world is doomed. I suppose so. Lon smiled faintly, but his eyes suddenly grew serious. I've got something to take care of. We'll talk later. With that, Lon vanished from where he stood. The next second, he appeared on the school rooftop. Looking up at the sky, he spoke calmly. What is it? Supreme Emperor stage, my cultivation is slowly recovering. The voice of the Tao resounded in his mind, its tone brimming with excitement. Lon was taken aback for a moment. His cultivation was slowly recovering? What do you mean? Are you returning to your peak? Yes, I might even be able to return to the perfect immortal emperor realm. Why is this happening? I remember you saying your cultivation had been steadily declining. That is true. But for some reason, I just sensed my cultivation slowly increasing. There is much more spiritual energy in the heavens and earth now, and most importantly, I can clearly sense that Blue Star's overall defenses are growing stronger. Before, it might not have been able to withstand a single strike from a divine emperor, but now, it can withstand one. Upon hearing this, Lon froze. Blue Star's overall defenses were growing stronger, the Taoist cultivation was recovering, and the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth had increased. All these signs seemed to indicate that Blue Star was experiencing a final burst of vitality, making its last-ditch struggle. By the way, Supreme Emperor Stage, there is a top-secret matter I must tell you, this world is sealed. Lon's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "What do you mean, sealed?" The mysteries just kept piling up now there was a seal to contend with as well. Sure enough, the game manifesting wasn't a good thing at all, on the contrary, it felt like a conspiracy. A grand conspiracy that had been hidden all along. I can only say this much. I'm bound by the heavenly Taoist restrictions. If I say any more, my body will explode, and this world will be destroyed. All right, Lon said in a deep voice. He understood the heavenly Tao couldn't be spoken of, so he'd have to figure it out on his own. The world is mounting its final resistance. I feel the day is not far off. Supreme Emperor Stage, do you remember what you promised me? I hope you'll protect this world when the time comes. I will. I was born into this world. When danger strikes, I will step in, Lon said calmly. He was born a Chinese man. Perhaps he was the luckiest of all, or perhaps the unluckiest. Both his parents had passed away, but fortunately, he met Tao and encountered their kind-hearted family, who gave him a warm sense of home. And thanks to a video game, he attained his current cultivation level and status. If anyone else had obtained such extraordinary abilities, they'd have stopped eating beef on the very first day. He had no ambition to rule the world. If he were to destroy this world so easily, how bored would he be afterward? Who plays a game and cheats their way to the end on the very first day? That would be so boring. Isn't the point of a game to enjoy the process of playing? If others don't provoke him, he won't provoke them. It's as simple as that. Go ahead, Lon nodded. The Tao of Heaven departed, and Lon sank back into deep thought. The mysteries now before him were growing ever more numerous. An unknown object from outer space. Why the game had materialized the ever-increasing spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, and the way of heaven's cultivation slowly recovering. And then there was that so-called seal. Why had Blue Star been sealed? Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Most crucially, despite his cultivation level, he couldn't even detect the seal's location. Yet the way of heaven knew what on earth was going on? As he thought about it, the corners of Lon's mouth slowly turned upward. It was getting more and more interesting. He was slowly rediscovering that feeling of exploring the world step by step, just like when he used to play video games. This sensation made his blood boil and filled him with determination. No matter who it was, he would find them. He'd still have to drag himself to work tonight. Chapter 34, The Superpowered Outsider. That evening. Lon, come to the principal's office. Looking at the message on his phone, Lon scratched his head in confusion. Why was you calling him to the principal's office? After thinking for a moment, he replied, coming right away. With that, he vanished. Meanwhile, in the principal's office. You had just seen Lon's message when he heard a knock on the door. Principal Yen. Come in, you called out. Lon pushed open the door, walked straight over to the chair in front of Yu's desk, sat down, and smiled faintly. Principal Yen, is there something you need from me? Seeing how at ease Lon seemed, Yu smiled. You're different from the others, you're much more relaxed than they are. Lon said nothing, but nodded with a smile. Actually, I didn't call you here for anything very important. I've heard that you led a team out to hunt demon beasts today. Not only did you ensure no one was injured, but several of them even advanced several cultivation levels thanks to you. Effective immediately, you've been promoted. You can now teach 5 classes.
I'll assign students to you tomorrow.
Upon hearing this, Lon paused for a moment, though he didn't really have a concept of what that meant. Even if 10,000 people showed up, he'd just assign them to Tao and sit on the sidelines playing with his phone. Whatever, Lon replied. There's also some good news. The elixirs are about to materialize, and the sect's establishment is imminent. When that happens, we'll discuss a partnership with the sect. Once we master alchemy and related disciplines, we'll be able to issue elixirs to you as wages.
Lon said calmly. Why aren't you reacting at all?
You asked, puzzled. She was overjoyed when she learned the sect was about to materialize.
The sect's materialization meant that the era of universal cultivation was truly beginning.
Everyone would be able to learn alchemy, artifact forging, formations, talismans, as well as various cultivation techniques, sword arts, and more. The number of ordinary people would decrease significantly. What a wonderful thing that was.
Even she, a grandmaster stage cultivator, was so happy. Why was Lon so calm? It was as if he'd heard something completely trivial. Wasn't he that a bit too nonchalant? Actually, I'm very happy, Lon offered a faint smile, then added calmly, so, may I be on my way now?
Aha, you replied blankly. Without another word, Lon stood up, turned, and walked away. Before he left, you scanned Lon with divine sense once more, but the result remained the same. Why? His cultivation level is clearly the nascent stage, so why does he feel so unfathomable to me? You was puzzled. She had scanned him a long time ago, and the result had been nascent stage. But Lon's air of mystery, that feeling of a reclusive master, left her perplexed. Was he a hidden powerhouse, or was he just putting on a show? This left you completely baffled. Lon returned to the dorm. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Tao calling out to him. Lon, want to go out for drinks? Some students are treating us. Sure, let us go, Lon said with a smile. He still remembered his first time drinking. It was right after he started college, when 3 jerks had dragged him out against his will. He ended up completely drunk, and those same 3 had to carry him back. After that, the 3 of them said they'd never take him drinking again. He was too much of a lightweight. I thought you wouldn't dare go. I still remember the sight of you, drunk and clinging to a trash can, crying, Tao said, bursting into laughter as a memory came to mind. Enough. I'm not the same as I used to be. You can't get me drunk anymore. Okay, let us go. They're already there. All right, tell me where. With a whoosh, Lon grabbed Tao and vanished. Chengdu City, Nightfall Bar. Lon and Tao materialized out of thin air right where they were. I still can't get used to this shrinking the earth to an inch technique, Tao said with a wry smile, shaking his head. It's fine. Try it a few more times, and you'll get the hang of it. You'll learn it soon enough. Lon smiled and looked up at the bar. This was the bar closest to Chengdu University. They'd come here on the very first night of their freshman year. It was a combined bar and KTV venue, the bar downstairs, the KTV upstairs. Let us go. They're already in the private room. Tao led the way. The 2 walked inside, and Lon took in the surroundings. The lighting was dim. A female DJ was swaying her sexy body on stage, while the crowd below was cheering and waving their arms. Beautiful women were also standing on the tables, performing sizzling dance routines. She hadn't expected that in this era, after the materialization of games, these bars would actually be even livelier. Lon could tell that 80% of the people present were cultivators. However, their cultivation levels weren't very high. The highest was only at the foundation stage. There's a superpowered individual. Lon looked at a blond man sitting at a table. He had blue eyes and was a foreigner. He emitted the exact same energy fluctuations as those he'd seen on the other psychics earlier. The girl next to him also had energy fluctuations, but there was something odd about her. He knew there were many superpowered individuals in China. He saw them every day. However, these superpowered individuals were extremely low-key. They rarely displayed their abilities and lived the lives of ordinary people. After observing them for 2 days, he grew tired of watching their lives each day. He just cast a few casual glances before moving on. Let us go, Tao said, turning to look at Lon. Lon nodded and headed upstairs. The two walked to the private room, pushed open the door, and were greeted by the sight of about 20 men and women, some young, some middle-aged, but not a single elderly person in sight.
Master Yuan is here. Master Yuan, Squad Leader Luo, please take a seat. Man, we've been waiting for you guys forever. Tonight, we're not stopping until we're drunk. Yeah. Let us get this party started.
Cheered on by the crowd, Lon and Tao were ushered to the center spot. Tao was socially awkward, the kind who actually made others feel uncomfortable. Right off the bat, he requested a song about brotherhood and announced he'd bring Lon up on stage to sing with him.
Hearing this, Lon's mouth twitched.
He really wanted to slap this good brother who was making a complete fool of himself and dragging him down with him right across the face. In the end, Lon just mumbled a couple of lines and let Tao sing the rest on his own. But the guy didn't mind a bit. He went around looking for people to sing with, and later even picked a love song and invited girls from the audience to join him on stage. There were quite a few young female college students in the crowd, and they all seemed interested in Tao. He was in the foundation stage, and he wasn't too bad looking either. Most importantly, Lon looked like the kind of aloof guy who was hard to pick up, even though he was sitting there looking handsome and easy on the eyes. But his demeanor was just too aloof, giving them the feeling that if they went up to talk to him, they'd get rejected. So the girls didn't dare approach him. After singing for about an hour, one of the students said he was going out to buy some barbecue to bring back for a late-night snack. The others didn't think much of it and kept singing. But 10 minutes later, when Tao turned to ask Lon to sing a song, he realized he was gone.
Huh? He was just here a moment ago. When did he leave?
Tao scratched his head, a bit baffled. Chapter 35, Mysterious Blood, Immortal and Indestructible.
Yay, baby, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Me neither. In an alleyway stood a man and a woman. The man was Chinese, while the woman was a foreigner with brown hair. The two seemed to be preparing to do something not suitable for children. Just as the man wrapped his arms around the woman, ready to proceed, a pair of fangs suddenly shot out from her mouth and sank viciously into his neck.
Ah! The man screamed in agony and instinctively slammed a fist into the woman's abdomen, only to find that it didn't even make a dent. Although he hadn't reached the tempering stage yet, his body had at least undergone the bone-washing and marrow-purifying cultivation.
How could he not even be able to knock a woman back?
The blood of you Huaxia people really is delicious. The woman released the man, her face deathly pale, her pupils now vertical slits. Her two fangs glinted menacingly in the moonlight. What kind of monster are you? The man screamed in terror, struggling to break free, but to no avail.
What kind of monster was this?
Her strength was far too great, and she even had two fangs just like a zombie's. The woman paid no attention to the man and continued to lunge at his neck.
Boom!
Just as she was about to sink her teeth in, she was suddenly sent flying backward. It was as if she'd been blasted by something, crashing heavily into the wall. Seeing this, the man was utterly stunned.
What on earth was going on? You can go now.
Just then, a voice rang out from behind him.
The man turned around and was instantly overjoyed. It was none other than his teacher, Lon. Master Yuan, you're here. Leave this to me.
You take the barbecue home.
Okay.
The man wasted no time, hurriedly leaving in fear, his face flushed with shame. He'd been lured into this alley, thinking he'd stumbled upon a romantic encounter, only to discover it was a trap. He'd nearly lost his life. Lon strode toward the woman and looked at her.
A vampire?
This woman was the foreign woman he'd seen earlier at the bar. He'd sensed something off about her energy fluctuations back then, but he never expected her to be both a metahuman and a vampire.
Who are you?
The woman slumped to the ground, coughing up blood, too weak to stand.
William. Stop screaming. Your partner's long gone.
I could have turned a blind eye to you two preying on others, but you had to go and target my student.
I've got no choice but to deal with you.
Just as Lon was about to finish off the vampire, the woman screamed, "If you dare kill me, our King 1T let you off the hook."
Oh, your king? Is it him?
Lon smiled faintly and extended his hand, forming a tiger-esque claw. In an instant, a fair-skinned foreigner with golden hair and striking features, cloaked in black, appeared in his hand, his throat gripped tightly.
Upon seeing this man, the woman was instantly stunned. The king?
This man was none other than their vampire emperor, who resided 10,000 li away. He had once been her curse upon his awakening. She had naturally awakened her own vampire bloodline. It was also he who had instructed her, William, and others to lie low in China and secretly supply the emperor with fresh blood.
As long as they consumed blood, even the vampire emperor 10,000 li away could still restore his strength through the bloodline. But now, why had she suddenly appeared here, dragged here by this man from so far away? Who exactly was this Chinese man standing before her? Who are you? Why am I here?
The vampire emperor awoke at that moment, staring at Lon in terror.
Wasn't he supposed to be lying in his coffin? How did he end up here? What on earth is going on? Don't worry.
You've been dead for so many years anyway, dying one more time won't hurt, Lon said with a faint smile, his eyes instantly turning icy.
The next second, blazing flames, purple flames erupted from the vampire emperor's body.
At the same time, the girl on the ground also burst into purple flames. Not only that, but elsewhere, a foreign woman who had been serving a customer and preparing to enjoy a meal suddenly burst into flames and was reduced to ashes. Dozens of people across the country instantly died in self-immolation, and without exception, they were all foreigners. Before long, the two vampires in front of him were both burned to ashes and ceased to exist.
Ha!
At that moment, Lon noticed that a single drop of blood was floating in midair right where the vampire emperor had been incinerated.
What was this?
He sensed an endless, surging vitality emanating from this drop of blood. It was incredibly powerful. It was almost on par with his own. Heavenly Tao, Lon said, looking up and transmitting his voice.
I'm here. Heavenly Tao replied instantly. What is this? Lon held up the drop of blood floating in his palm. This is. Upon seeing the blood, the way of heaven fell silent for 2 minutes. I'm not sure either. This drop of blood contains an endless flow of the Taoist essence of life. It seems that anyone who swallows it could be brought back from the dead or even achieve immortality. Resurrection and immortality. If a single drop of blood could do that, wouldn't it be even more powerful than his longevity pill? But how did a lowly creature from this barbarian land obtain such blood? It simply had no right to possess it. The origin of this blood was far too mysterious. However, judging by this drop of blood, it seems to have existed for a very long time, probably even before I was born. I wonder where you, Supreme Emperor Stage, obtained it. The Tao of Heaven's words took Lon by surprise. Longer than the Tao of Heaven itself? The Tao of Heaven had likely been around for hundreds of millions of years, though that was just his estimate. No one truly knew how long it had existed. Lon recounted what had just happened. How is that possible? How could such blood be obtained by those lowly creatures? That's absolutely implausible. It's most likely blood left over from ancient times. Ancient times? How much do you know? I've forgotten. Ever since I became the Tao of Heaven, all my past memories have vanished as if they'd been erased by something. When I awoke, I found myself as the Tao of Heaven. All I know is that my mission as the Tao of Heaven is to maintain the balance of this world, while refraining from intervening in the mortal realm or interfering with human development, otherwise, I would be eradicated. I fell into a slumber a very, very long time ago. It wasn't until the game materialized that I awoke, so there are many things I'm unclear about. I'm truly sorry I couldn't answer the Supreme Emperor Stage's questions. Hearing this, Lon fell silent. This Tao of Heaven seemed to know nothing at all, as if he'd been kidnapped as a child and brought here to work. Alright, you're off the hook. Understood. I'll take my leave. As the Tao of Heaven departed, Lon looked at the drop of blood in his hand and stored it in his storage ring. It wouldn't be long before the sects manifested. The Tao of Heaven might not know, but surely the members of those sects who lived in the cultivation world to begin with must be aware. He did have to ask them when the time came.
Tal, who had been singing, suddenly noticed Lon reappear beside him and was startled.
Holy shit, how do you keep popping up out of nowhere? It's nothing. Just keep singing. Lon wasn't in the mood to sing, he was pondering the origin of the blood. Meanwhile, at the cultivation department headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely lively and excited. Chapter 36, A dramatic surge in spiritual energy, Blue Star's surface area expands, a breakthrough in the Tao of Heaven? Dragon Capital, Cultivation Department Headquarters. Ha 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 ha. I never thought the Kimchi Empire would see a day like this. I'm so thrilled.
Long threw his head back and laughed heartily, only stopping when he was so out of breath he started coughing. Just moments ago, he received a call from his superiors, and the news had filled him with immense joy. The reason is that the Kimchi Empire can't hold out any longer. Their country is on the verge of falling. The game they're playing is a high-tech post-apocalyptic game where players can use mechs or machine guns to mow down zombies and mutated animals and plants. As the deadline draws nearer, the zombies and mutated creatures grow increasingly powerful, and their mechs and machine guns gradually become ineffective. Now, with the entire nation on the brink of collapse, they hastily sent out distress calls to neighboring countries. The ninjas were in too deep in their own troubles to help, and the superpower empire looked down on them. It was like a father abandoning his son. So they turned to Huaxia for help.
Who would thought the Kimchi nation would ever have to beg them for help? Just thinking about it brings a smile to my face. So, Master Li, should we send people over?
Of course we should.
Why wouldn't we? They're the ones begging us now. As for any conditions, we'll be the ones setting them.
You send people over first. I'll report to my superiors and have them handle the negotiations. Send people over right now, help them out, and then rub it in their faces. He had it with the Kimchi Empire for a long time that country's people were always picking on Huaxia, and it was a thorn in many people's sides. Now that we have the chance to humiliate them, why wouldn't we go?
Not only will we go, but we'll make a real splash.
Yes, I'll arrange for a team to head over immediately. When the time comes, remember to make things as difficult as possible for them.
Don't let them think they'll get rescued that easily.
Got it, understood.
That same night,
a team led by a deity stage powerhouse set out, consisting of 10 core stage practitioners and 100 foundation stage practitioners. Flying on swords with overwhelming might, they headed toward the Kimchi Empire. In just 2 hours, they had wiped out every zombie and every mutated plant and animal in the relatively small territory of the Kimchi Empire. This sent shockwaves throughout the entire Kimchi Empire. These were zombies that the people had struggled desperately to eliminate, even at the risk of their own lives, and had nearly led to the nation's downfall. In the end, the country was on the brink of collapse.
And now, these people from Huaxia showed up and wiped them all out in the blink of an eye? What on earth was going on?
Huaxia successfully made a name for itself, striking fear into the hearts of all. It was also from that night onward that people all over the world came to know Huaxia, a nation that had become even more formidable. It seemed to have transformed from a mighty lion into a true Huaxia dragon.
And this show of force, like the roar of a dragon, resounded throughout the globe. The next day, last night's events were reported nationwide and became common knowledge.
No one had expected the nation to pull off such a major feat in the middle of the night.
However, this news was quickly overshadowed by the reappearance of the demon beasts.
With only 10 minutes left before the 24-hour cycle ended, the demon beasts were about to materialize once more. This time, their numbers were greater than ever before, and they were even stronger, and to make matters worse, creatures from the demon realm had materialized alongside them. The crisis in Huaxia was growing ever more dire.
This is way too tough.
I hope those big shots will step in and resolve this situation. Speaking of which, why haven't we ever seen Carefree Sovereign take action?
What level are these demon beasts, anyway? Are they even worthy of his attention? We're more than enough to handle this.
True.
That's the true grace of a big shot. I'm envious. Speaking of which, are the elixirs supposed to materialize tomorrow?
Probably. They haven't appeared today, so it must be tomorrow.
People were in a state of panic, everyone worried about this demon beast materialization. Their greatest concern was the so-called demon realm. What exactly was it? Shindu University, rooftop. Lon stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky. This time, he intended to step in. His reason for doing so was to test an idea. He had noticed that every time a wave of demon beasts materialized, as soon as they were all eliminated, the next wave would be immediately dispatched. It was like an endless game, the faster they eliminated them, the faster new ones arrived. So why not let him speed up the game a bit? Right now, it was too slow. He waited quietly as time passed. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rolled. Voice of the primordial void sounded once more. The demon realm has manifested. The area of Blue Star has increased tenfold once again. In an instant, the entire world was shaken by earthquakes. Buildings trembled, the ground split open, and humans fled in panic. Lon used his divine sense to survey the entire Blue Star and confirmed that it had indeed expanded tenfold, especially in Huaxia. The distances between cities had grown even greater. What used to be over 10,000 kilometers to Haidu City was now at least an additional 100,000 kilometers. Many unknown regions had emerged, but these were different from those that had appeared before. This time, they were accompanied by structures exuding an ancient, rustic charm, resembling distinct civilizations. There were entrances hidden within waterfalls, with stone tables and chairs arranged inside. There were also caves deep in the mountains, containing torture devices terrifying and spine-chilling. Even in the depths of the ocean, there stood a magnificent, gilded palace, resembling the legendary Atlantis, filled with countless treasures of gold and silver. The emergence of so many unknown and ancient civilizations made Lon feel as though two worlds were merging. This so-called increase in area was most likely the result of the two worlds slowly merging, splitting apart, expanding, and ultimately fusing into a single world. At that moment, Lon sensed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased once more, becoming even purer. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. So that's it. He finally understood the words of the Tao of Heaven. No wonder the Tao of Heaven had said that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased, that his cultivation was slowly recovering, and that even Blue Star's overall defenses had grown stronger. So that's how it was with two worlds merging. How could they not grow stronger? With spiritual energy from the demon realm flowing in, how could it not increase? And as the sole Tao of Heaven on Blue Star, ruling over both worlds, how could his power not recover? It was highly likely that the Tao of Heaven could seize this opportunity to break through his cultivation in one fell swoop. The increase in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was felt by the entire nation. Holy crap, I feel like the air has gotten fresher. That's spiritual energy, not just air. Everyone, breathe it in. It'll boost your cultivation. Here it comes, such pure spiritual energy. Who knew expanding our territory would bring so many benefits? This is awesome. My cultivation has increased. I've broken through to the mid-foundation stage. Seriously, buddy, you're a grown man. Why are you screaming like that? It's giving me goosebumps. You ordinary folks shouldn't just stand there either. Spiritual energy is very useful. Hurry up and breathe it in. It can extend your lifespan. Upon hearing the words long life, the ordinary people couldn't contain themselves and immediately began breathing in deeply, afraid they'd be outdone by others. Indeed, spiritual energy isn't just useful for cultivators, it holds immense benefits for ordinary people as well. It's akin to rare celestial treasures. Inhaling plenty of it can even extend one's lifespan. Instantly, the entire nation began taking deep breaths. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, it manifested. BR. Chapter 37, Words Become Law. The demon beasts are wiped out. The sky underwent a dramatic transformation as columns of inky black light, filled with dark mist, rained down from above. These columns all descended upon those unknown realms and certain cities. The fact that the light columns through which the demon beasts had arrived had actually changed color came as a surprise to everyone. As over 1,000,000 beams descended, beastly roars rang out, earth-shaking roars that could be heard across the entire nation. The demon beasts had all appeared.
Just as everyone was preparing for battle, a voice rang out from the sky once more. Destroy! The majestic voice, filled with sanctity, sent shivers down the spine and instinctively inspired a desire to submit. The moment the voice fell, all the demon beasts exploded simultaneously, turning into a mist of blood and vanishing completely from the mortal realm. This scene left everyone across the nation utterly stunned. Perfectly healthy demon beasts, had they really just exploded right before their eyes? What on earth had happened? What is going on? Just one word, destroy, and all the demon beasts are dead? That was the carefree sovereign's voice. He intervened. But this is way too over the top. His words truly became law. He wiped them all out with a single character. That's terrifying. If he weren't at the Supreme Emperor stage, this is the power of the Supreme Emperor stage. I never realized just how incredible the Supreme Emperor stage was before, but now I have a basic understanding. Just one character? He said just one character, and they were all wiped out? Ha, they say you guys haven't seen the world, and they're absolutely right. You think we're joking? Forget about the demon beasts. If he said a single word, Blue Star would explode. Just be grateful he likes to eat beef. I'd love to meet the carefree sovereign. I wonder if he is handsome and if he is looking for a girlfriend. Forget it, you're fat and big-eared. Who are you calling fat and big-eared? Who are you calling that? A single, simple word, and yet it caused the entire demon beast army to perish instantly. Carefree Sovereign's first move left the entire nation in awe. But at the same time, they were immensely relieved. With that kind of power, it's a blessing he is on our side. Otherwise, no one would have survived to see the next day. It's truly a blessing from heaven that our country has carefree sovereign. At the Cultivation Administration headquarters, Long had already received the news. All the demon beasts across the nation had been wiped out in less than a second after they appeared. And the one who struck was none other than Carefree Sovereign. This was also the first time Long had witnessed the power of the Supreme Emperor stage. With just a single word, he had wiped out all the demon beasts that would have taken them half an hour or even an hour to defeat. Such power was terrifying and overwhelmingly powerful. It was terrifying enough to strike fear into people's hearts, yet so powerful that everyone felt at ease. Even ordinary citizens were filled with an endless sense of security. Because they knew that even if the sky were to fall, there was a tall figure above them holding it up, so they had nothing to fear. With the carefree sovereign here, the nation is at peace and the people are secure. With the carefree sovereign here, we're much safer. I issued an order long ago, no one is to offend the carefree sovereign. At that moment, a female soldier standing nearby nodded and spoke up. It's no use. The one thing this world has in abundance is idiots. There will always be some fool willing to risk their life. We can't prevent that. Long shook his head helplessly. Just like those idiots earlier, they actually went so far as to livestream it. Fortunately, His Majesty the Carefree Sovereign is magnanimous and didn't make a big deal out of it. He simply eliminated them. If it had been someone with a violent temper and a cruel nature, they would likely have already vented their rage on the entire cultivation department and, in the worst case, even indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent to satisfy their fury. People, once they obtain immense power, often lose control of their inner selves. The carefree sovereign is truly an exception, possessing the power to rule the entire world, yet never abusing it. Instead, he remains so low-key it's truly rare. I hope no one else ever offends the carefree sovereign again. The carefree sovereign has struck again. What terrifying power! His words become law. Legion received the message and stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, unable to compose himself for a long time. Wiping out all the demon beasts with a single word, is this the power of the Supreme Emperor stage? Even he, at the tribulation stage, would need 10 or so minutes to eliminate all those demon beasts. Because of the travel time required, he still couldn't execute a map-wide attack. That's the Supreme Emperor stage we're talking about. How could we possibly speculate about it? Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Thank goodness the Supreme Emperor stage is on our side. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead by now. Legion patted his chest in relief and sighed.
Yeah, that's a blessing in disguise, you nodded. The misfortune referred to the game as materialization, while the blessing was carefree sovereign. With him around, Huaxia had nothing to fear, no one dared to challenge it. But who was he, anyway? Did he already know my identity? I really want to meet him. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again.
High City, inside a private estate. Peng Dehai lay on the ground, his face deathly pale, his vitality drained, and blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with his hand, looked down at the bloodstain on his palm, and shook his head with a bitter smile. The Supreme Emperor stage, you really can't afford to offend someone at that level. That last shred of resentment he harbored toward carefree sovereign yesterday had completely vanished. And it was all his own fault. The very second carefree sovereign struck, Peng Dehai immediately extended his divine sense to try and locate him. Instead, he heard nothing but a cold snort, and his divine sense was shattered on the spot. His cultivation level plummeted directly from the Saint King stage to the Saint stage. That's right, with just a single cold snort, he had fallen an entire major realm. Peng Dehai was thoroughly convinced there was no longer any disrespect toward the carefree sovereign in his heart, only awe.
Thank you, Supreme Emperor stage, for sparing my life.
After resting for a moment, Peng Dehai immediately knelt and bowed in all directions.
He dared not do it again, never again. The Supreme Emperor stage was truly not someone to be provoked.
The Supreme Emperor stage had not killed him, perhaps out of consideration for his status as a Chinese national, or perhaps simply because the Supreme Emperor stage was kind-hearted. Peng Dehai did not stand up, instead, he remained kneeling. He intended to stay that way for an entire day, begging the Supreme Emperor stage for forgiveness. If nothing happened to him within that day, it would mean the Supreme Emperor stage had forgiven his offense.
All the demon beasts were wiped out by Lan with a single thought.
The entire nation erupted in celebration. Ordinary people knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves in gratitude to the carefree sovereign for intervening and averting a catastrophe.
Everyone's reverence for the carefree sovereign grew even stronger.
With such a guardian deity in Huaxia, ordinary people could rest easy. In certain cities, statues of the carefree sovereign were already being cast, though no one knew what he looked like. They were employing the most mysterious method. That was to leave the head of the statue uncarved for now, waiting to add it on the day the carefree sovereign revealed his face. Indeed, it was quite mysterious. But just as the people of the entire nation thought the matter was over, the dark clouds in the sky still hadn't dissipated, and the thunder roared louder than ever before. Crimson thunderclaps thundered, like thunder dragons soaring and roaring through the clouds.
The voice of the primordial chaos sounded once more.
In 24 hours, all demon beasts will manifest. There will be no time limit. For the first 7 days, only demon beasts below the nascent stage will appear. That voice seemed tinged with anger. Chapter 38, Another Heavenly Tao, the Great Fusion of Blue Star.
Again? Didn't we just finish off the last batch?
This is way too rushed. It's just like a damn job. You've barely finished the task at hand, and the boss conveniently shows up to give you a new one. As soon as you're done, there's another assignment waiting. This is way too much to handle.
And what does all materialized even mean? Does that mean every single demon beast is going to show up? No, wait, just how many demon beasts are there anyway? It's never ending.
We kill one batch, and another comes right after. Now they're telling us all materialized, which means there are still tons left we haven't killed yet.
Don't forget, this is a game.
The demon beasts in the game are endless.
If they materialize into reality, they be endless too?
Holy crap, man, you've hit the nail on the head. You've really figured it out. If that's the case, then this place will truly become a world of immortal cultivation.
It already is a world of immortal cultivation, okay?
Once all the demon beasts show up, along with the sects, everyone will be able to learn all kinds of skills. Based on how we understand games or novels, demon beasts are definitely useful, like using their body parts to refine elixirs and stuff.
You really get it. The way you put it, that is exactly how it'll be.
By then, no one will be an ordinary person anymore.
I'm getting more and more excited.
As the demon beasts all materialized, the entire nation was gripped by fear. This meant that from now on, demon beasts would coexist with them in the same world, and they'd have to be on guard every single day. Some people, however, were delighted. If things continued down this path, everything from the game would materialize. By then, they'd be able to learn alchemy and artifact forging skills previously found only in novels and would no longer be ordinary people. The true era of cultivating immortality was about to begin. For ordinary people, this was a tremendous blessing. Just as I thought. Upon hearing the voice of Hongmeng, Lan's lips curled slightly. Just as he anticipated, as long as the demon beasts were killed quickly, the game's processing speed would accelerate. Moreover, that voice sounded a bit annoyed. Was it blaming him for killing the demon beasts too quickly? Now that the demon beasts would be fully unlocked rather than materializing one by one, he had effectively increased the difficulty for Huaxia. However, this also confirmed another of his theories, the fusion of the two worlds. When that happened, the cultivation world would undoubtedly merge with Blue Star, and people from both worlds would live together. The technological era of Blue Star would come to an end, to be replaced by the era of Xianqing cultivation. Supreme Emperor Stage, I sense something amiss. At that moment, the voice of the Tao of Heaven rang out. Lan furrowed his brow slightly and looked up. What do you mean? Those newly appeared spaces carry an unusual aura, one that only I can sense. It's the aura of my own kind. The aura of my own kind? Lan's body stiffened, and he froze in place. The information contained in those words was overwhelming, once again overturning his previous assumptions. Earlier, he had thought that with the fusion of the two worlds, the Tao of Heaven's power would inevitably grow and break through to a new level. But now, the Tao of Heaven on Blue Star had actually sensed the aura of a kindred entity, which left only one possibility. There was another Tao of Heaven in the other world, and it would be coming over as well. But once the two worlds fused, how could they possibly accommodate a second Tao of Heaven? As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share the same mountain. How could two Tao of Heaven possibly coexist peacefully? A battle is inevitable. A great war between the Tao of Heaven would inevitably affect the people of both worlds and disrupt the balance. I know what you're thinking, you want me to protect you. That's right. The Tao of Heaven at the Supreme Emperor stage, it might be at the Immortal Emperor realm, just like me, or perhaps even stronger. The two of us are bound to clash. I hope you'll lend me a hand. You're Blue Star's Tao of Heaven. If you collapse, Blue Star's fortune will surely diminish. I'll help you. Lan nodded firmly. Blue Star's Tao of Heaven absolutely cannot lose. If it does, its fortune will be damaged. At that point, the fortune of everyone in all of Huaxia will be damaged, and this is irreversible. Fortune is something indefinable and elusive, but the more you have, the better. Those with abundant fortune can stumble upon rare treasures and divine weapons just by stepping outside. Those with little fortune step in dog shit the moment they step out, get chased by dogs, and might even get hit by a car by accident. You're welcome. When the two worlds merge, I'll help you devour the opposing Tao of Heaven and assist you in breaking through to the next realm. Thank you, Supreme Emperor Stage. From now on, whatever you need, just give the order. I'll go through fire and water for you. The voice of the Tao sounded incredibly excited. If it hadn't been for the lack of legs, it would have been ready to kneel before Lan. You may withdraw for now. Yes, sir. As the voice of the Tao departed, Lan was in high spirits, having unraveled yet another piece of the mystery, and he even found it intriguing. He could already imagine the day in the future when the two worlds would merge, and humanity would enter the era of cultivating immortality. By then, he would be able to roam the heavens and earth, exploring that vast and uncharted world. Wait a minute. Lan suddenly froze, realizing something, and looked toward the distance. There lay the Superpower Empire, the Ninja Empire, and countless other nations. Each of these nations had materialized the game, and today, all of them had undergone massive changes, with many unknown structures appearing. Take the Superpower Empire, for example. A skyscraper with an A logo had appeared, along with an area resembling Resident Evil and many other unidentified zones that looked extraordinarily mysterious. Then, there was the Ninja Empire, where a large cluster of villages had emerged,
topped by a sign that read something like Konoha Village? Not only that, but there's also an island, and on that island stands a cone. Inside a nuclear power plant, a giant beast is absorbing radiation energy and gradually growing larger. All of these are monsters, characters, and scenes that have appeared in movies or video games. And now, they've all materialized in reality? In other words, it's not just a single world merging, the games manifested by each nation are undergoing their own distinct world fusions. Blue Star is on the verge of a massive fusion. Things are getting interesting. Doesn't that mean it's time to determine which world is the strongest? Lon could only smile at the thought. How could those worlds possibly compare to the cultivation world? In the end, they're all doomed to perish. The only ones who have the last laugh are the cultivation world and the people of Huaxia. Lon grew even more eager, but for now, it seemed something even more important was on the horizon. Looking up at the sky, dark clouds were gathering once more, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. This time, the people across the nation showed no signs of surprise, only excitement, because they all knew exactly what was coming. The manifestation of demon beasts occurs around the same time as the manifestation of elixirs. So they all knew exactly what was coming. Living up to everyone's expectations, the voice of Hongmeng rang out once more. In 1 minute, elixirs will manifest. In 1 hour, the elixir golden list will open. Chapter 39, The Light of Destiny, Tribulation Stage. The manifestation of elixirs, a nationwide celebration. Countless people were waiting for the elixirs to manifest, because this was an opportunity for ordinary people to become immortals. After waiting silently for 1 minute, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Streams of golden light rained down from the heavens, flying at incredible speed toward the cultivators' bodies. Pills were something almost every player in the game possessed. Players at the tempering stage could generally obtain 1 or 2 tempering stage pills, which could enhance their cultivation and physical constitution. Everyone was given a storage ring. Upon receiving the pills, several strands of unfamiliar yet familiar knowledge appeared in everyone's minds. It was knowledge about the elixirs they possessed, regardless of whether they had known about them before. The moment they received the elixirs, their minds instinctively understood. At the same time, the elixir golden list was unveiled, beginning with the 100th rank. It's finally here, my tempering stage elixir. I've been waiting for this for so long. I'm going to break through right away. Perfect tempering stage, here I come. I've finally waited for you. Thank goodness I didn't give up. The day I've been waiting for to level up with an elixir has arrived. I can break through the foundation stage now. You guys are just breaking through the foundation stage? Sorry, but I have a tribulation breaking elixir. I'm already at the perfect foundation stage. Watch me break through the lightning tribulation and reach the core stage. Holy crap, there's a lightning tribulation? Why didn't I have one when I broke through the foundation stage? What's the foundation stage anyway? Does it even deserve a lightning tribulation? The core stage is where a cultivator's journey truly begins. After the foundation stage, if you want to break through to a major realm, you must survive the lightning tribulation, and failure is brutal. Is there a penalty for failing? At best, you'll drop back a minor realm. At worst, you'll drop back a major realm, suffer severe injuries, or worst of all, die. If you can't survive the lightning tribulation, you'll die. Holy crap, isn't that exactly like in the novels? The very moment they received the elixirs, the first thing people did was sit cross-legged. They immediately took out the elixirs, swallowed them, closed their eyes, and began refining them. As they began refining the elixirs, wispy, translucent mist-like water vapor began to emanate from their bodies. This scene played out across the country. Regardless of their cultivation level, the moment cultivators received the pills, they immediately crossed their legs to refine them, striving to break through to a higher realm as soon as possible. Watching the cultivators refine their pills, ordinary people couldn't help but feel envious. Rumble. The lightning in the sky grew even more intense, and the thunder roared louder than before, like a series of thunder dragons bellowing. Standing on the rooftop, Lon gazed ahead. In his line of sight, beams of golden light shot up from the ground, piercing straight into the heavens.
These pillars of light rose from every person's body, but ultimately, they all merged into the sky.
Heavenly Tao, what is that? Lon asked via telepathy. He didn't know if he was the only one who could see it, nor did he know what it was. He could only ask the Heavenly Tao, who possessed far greater knowledge. What? The Tao of Heaven replied instantly. Those beams of light rising from these people, can't you see them? Those beams of light reaching to the heavens were like the pillars of Huaxia, supporting the entire universe.
I'm sorry, Supreme Emperor Stage, I cannot see them.
Now it was Lon's turn to be puzzled. What exactly were these beams of light? If even the Tao of Heaven on Blue Star couldn't see them, could it be that he was the only one who could? Supreme Emperor Stage, if I may ask, what do those pillars of light you see look like? They're golden pillars of light that shoot up from the ground through people's bodies and reach all the way to the heavens, kind of like the Super Saiyan transformation I've seen before. Lon described them vividly. The Way of Heaven remained silent for 2 minutes, then suddenly spoke, his voice filled with excitement. Could it be, Supreme Emperor Stage, that what you're seeing is the light of destiny? The light of destiny? What is the light of destiny? Lon asked in confusion. About 10 seconds later, after hearing the Tao of Heaven's explanation, Lon understood. The so-called light of destiny is the that humans bestow upon the world. When a world's average strength surpasses its previous level, the world benefits as a result, and its destiny is enhanced. The higher a world's destiny, the purer its spiritual energy becomes, the higher the probability of rare treasures and natural wonders emerging, and the faster cultivator's strength can improve. The beams of light Lon saw emanating from these people were all the light of destiny, indicating that their destiny had received feedback from the world and had increased slightly. The more light of destiny there is, the brighter the future prospects for this world. In short, the more, the better. I see. That's why I'm the only one who can see them. Yes, that's right. May I ask one more question? How many rays of destiny's light are there? If this world's destiny improves, my cultivation will rise along with it, and I'll soon return to the perfect immortal emperor realm. Lon said nothing, but instead extended his divine sense into outer space, gazing toward the location of Huaxia. After 2 seconds, Lon finally spoke. There's a great deal of it as dazzling and brilliant as the stars. 5 minutes later. The thunder in the sky grew even more deafening. It seemed as though those bolts of lightning might strike at any moment. I can't hold it in anymore, I'm about to break through. In Qin City, a man sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly shouted, his inner energy erupting violently, as if breaking free from a shell. Rumble. Lightning from the clouds instantly gathered above his head, coalescing as if preparing a massive strike. Come on. Boom. No sooner had the man finished speaking than a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck straight down, splitting him from the crown of his head to his toes. The man's clothes burst open instantly, his body was charred black, and his hair, having undergone the lightning tribulation, became tousled. Bring it on! Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, sending the man crashing to the ground. He nearly met his end. One more to go, I've got to hold on. To break through from the foundation stage to the core stage, one need only survive 3 lightning tribulations, no more than that. Subsequent cultivation realms require 1 additional lightning tribulation or more. The higher the realm, the more lightning tribulations one must endure. Boom! As the 3rd lightning tribulation struck, the man staggered to his feet amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, and an aura of power erupted from within him in an instant. He had fully attained the core stage, and his injuries had completely healed. Awesome! I'm at the core stage now. The man cheered with joy, completely oblivious to the fact that he de-exposed himself, dancing and jumping up and down right there on the street. Scenes like this were everywhere. Similar incidents were popping up all across the country. Lon could see everything clearly from the rooftop. He could see more and more lightning gathering within the dark clouds, with lightning tribulations forming in countless places. Just then, he suddenly sensed something and looked toward a certain academic building. That was where U.S. office was located. Yu was currently sitting cross-legged on the office floor, her eyes closed as she absorbed spiritual energy and refined the elixirs within her body.
A 5th grade spiritual energy elixir and a tribulation breaking elixir she has prepared quite thoroughly. Lon could see at a glance what elixirs Yu was refining inside her body. He hadn't expected you to be preparing to break through the tribulation stage so quickly. It seemed she put in a lot of effort. But would she be able to survive this lightning tribulation? The lightning tribulation that Grandmasters face when breaking through the tribulation stage is incredibly formidable. The 9 Heavens Lightning Tribulation. Chapter 40, Someone is deliberately trying to harm you. I must break through. Only by breaking through can I survive in this world, live a better life, and be worthy of him. Yu clenched her teeth, muttering to herself as she refined the elixirs within her body. Lately, she had been absorbing spiritual energy every day and roasting the carcasses of demon beasts for food, as they contained a faint trace of spiritual energy. Finally, the elixirs materialized. She quickly took out a bottle of 5th grade spiritual energy pills and absorbed and refined them all, a full 10 pills, containing an incredibly vast amount of spiritual energy. This caused her cultivation to rise steadily, reaching the perfect Grandmaster stage. She then took out her last remaining tribulation-breaking pill and swallowed it. As long as she survived the lightning tribulation, she could break through to the tribulation stage. She had to hold on. Ah! Yu's slender body trembled as she threw her head back and let out a cry. It felt as if something was about to burst forth from within her, and her aura of might instantly surged to its peak. She had already set one foot into the tribulation stage. No, she couldn't enter the tribulation stage here. It would destroy the academy and endanger everyone else. Yu realized something, clenched her teeth tightly, and vanished in a flash. The next second, she appeared in the sky, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, her head tilted back to stare directly at the thunder. Bring it on! Yu shouted resolutely, rallying her courage. The lightning tribulation in the sky seemed to understand her meaning, roaring with waves of thunder in response. The lightning tribulation above her head was the largest, spreading across the entire city of Chengdu and even enveloping the lightning tribulations of others. It was precisely because of her tribulation stage that the lightning tribulations of many people in Chengdu City had vanished, allowing them to naturally break through. What is that? What a terrifying lightning tribulation! It's actually spreading across the entire Qin capital. After the city's expansion, its current area spans a diameter of 100,000 li. Holy crap, so that means this lightning tribulation spans 100,000 li? Yes. That direction seems to be where Qin Capital University used to be, though it's now the Qin Capital Cultivation University. I heard the president is Grandmaster Stage Aqua. Could it be her breaking through? It's definitely possible. A breakthrough by a powerhouse like that is terrifying, but it makes sense. This is a lightning tribulation for a Grandmaster Stage cultivator breaking through to the tribulation stage. How else would it be impressive enough? Impressive my ass. It's hard enough just to succeed. Don't you know the later stages of the lightning tribulation are incredibly terrifying? She could die and lose her cultivation at any moment. In that case, if Aqua can't break through, won't she be killed by the lightning tribulation and perish forever? Yeah, if something like that really happened, it would be such a shame. Seeing the area at Chengdu University where the lightning tribulation was most concentrated, many people figured out that Aqua was in the tribulation stage. They were all worried about whether Aqua would be able to successfully pass the tribulation stage. This was the lightning tribulation for breaking through the tribulation stage. It was worlds apart from the lightning tribulation they faced when breaking through from the foundation stage to the core stage. The two were completely incomparable. If they dared to come even slightly into contact with this lightning tribulation, their souls would be obliterated, even their divine souls would be destroyed. Given her strength, many people did not want her to perish. With the end of the world approaching, losing even one powerful cultivator meant losing a vital source of strength. Trouble. Yu is in the tribulation stage. Li Jin used his divine sense to observe the lightning tribulation above Chengdu University. Upon hearing this, all the team members who were working turned to look at Li Jin. Deputy Minister Yan is in the tribulation stage? Doesn't that mean she is about to break through the tribulation stage? In an instant, Li Jin vanished from where he stood,
and many core stage cultivators disappeared as well, following him.
The weather changed abruptly. The skies above Chengdu University
Were filled with people. Lan stood on the rooftop, scanning the surroundings, and noticed over 100 people suspended in the sky, all staring at you. Perhaps they were waiting for you to break through. Or perhaps, they were secretly cursing her. At the Chengdu branch, a mid-deity stage cultivator watched you, who was floating in the air with her legs crossed, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. In his heart, he prayed incessantly that US breakthrough would fail. As long as you failed, he as the only deity stage cultivator in the department would surely take US place and become the deputy director. But before that happened, he couldn't let on. He looked at Li Jin in feigned concern. Director, shouldn't we go help share the burden of the lightning tribulation? Are you an idiot? The lightning tribulation cannot be shared. Li Jin snapped in disbelief. He looked at the cultivator as if he were an idiot.
The lightning tribulation cannot be shared among multiple people. The more people there are, the stronger its power becomes. If it could be shared, then everyone could help shoulder a little bit of it, and anyone could successfully reach the tribulation stage. Going over now to help share the burden would be courting death, and it would also cause you to fail his tribulation stage.
Sorry, I forgot. The man scratched his head, gave an awkward smile, and stepped back. His gaze toward you grew increasingly vicious. You'd better die right here. Don't you dare succeed.
People's hearts are different. No one knows what is truly inside them.
Watching the lightning tribulation in the sky, US heart was in her throat, filled with anxiety. She was afraid she wouldn't make it through, that she'd never see her family again or her spouse.
The lightning tribulation had reached its peak intensity. Countless bolts of lightning, like thunderous serpents, coiled within the clouds, ready to strike at any moment.
Boom!
Just as you was waiting intently, a bolt of lightning struck with blinding speed, leaving her barely enough time to react. The bolt struck you squarely, causing her delicate voice to tremble.
Everyone immediately turned to look at you. Some covered their mouths in shock, some remained calm, and others wore looks of secret glee.
However, the first lightning tribulation was relatively mild. It didn't even tear US clothes, which remained completely intact.
Not bad. Bring it on!
You shouted. That previous lightning tribulation was merely what one would expect from the core stage. She could still handle it. As if provoked by US shout, the roar of the lightning tribulation in the sky grew even louder.
Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down.
You clenched her teeth tightly, struggling to hold on.
One more.
This was already at the nascent stage level.
Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive bolts of lightning struck down.
You suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, braced yourself against the void with both hands, and teetered on the brink of collapse.
Those 2 bolts of lightning just now possessed the power of the deity stage. I can still go on. Bring it on!
You shouted.
Boom! 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 3 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously.
Put! You violently coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell backward.
Everyone thought she couldn't hold on any longer.
Fortunately, she came to a halt mid-air. She staggered to her feet, her face pale and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth.
Looking up with a look of utter desperation, she shouted, "Bring it on! I must break through the tribulation stage today." Boom! This time, the lightning tribulation was thoroughly enraged. A lightning dragon descended from the heavens, roaring as it hurtled toward you.
It pierced right through her body, slamming her violently into the ground.
Boom! You crashed heavily onto the ground.
Her clothes were in tatters, her body charred in many places. Her vital energy was waning, her chi and blood unstable. She could die at any moment.
But now, there was only one final lightning tribulation left. She couldn't give up. She had to break through. Deputy Minister Yan, don't be afraid.
I'll help share the burden. Chapter 41, A Mysterious Figure Amid the Lightning Tribulation.
At that moment, a voice rang out. It was the deity stage cultivator. He was actually charging toward you. And the lightning tribulation seemed to grow even more furious at his arrival, the thunder rumbling loudly. Come back.
Legion bellowed, but it was too late. The cultivator had already charged forward. The male cultivator had rushed out precisely because he feared you would successfully break through and reach the tribulation stage. All he had to do was go over there and come back. That would cause the lightning tribulation to intensify. Moreover, he possessed a magical treasure capable of absorbing part of the lightning tribulation's damage. It wouldn't be enough to kill him. But you was a different story. Already gravely wounded, she would be utterly unable to withstand the intensified lightning tribulation. She would definitely die. Seeing the male cultivator charging toward her, U.S. pupils contracted violently. She wanted him to get out of the way immediately. But she had no strength left, not even enough to speak. She could only watch helplessly as the lightning tribulation gradually grew more powerful.
Deputy Minister Yen, it's okay.
I'll help you bear some of the burden, the male cultivator said insincerely.
His self-righteous demeanor actually fooled everyone else. The lightning tribulation in the sky was enraged by the male cultivator's arrival.
The originally purple lightning slowly turned red. Watching the lightning tribulation, you felt despair. She might not make it through this.
Mom and Dad, I might never see you again.
And carefree sovereign, I still don't even know what you look like or your name. You closed her eyes in despair, too weak to resist. Legion and the others didn't dare approach. Going over now would only enrage the lightning tribulation further, hastening U.S. death. The male cultivator watched the terrifying lightning tribulation, a smirk curving his lips as he rejoiced wildly.
Come on, strike down with all your might.
As if it had heard his thoughts, the lightning tribulation struck down violently.
But just as the lightning tribulation was about to strike the two of them, a faint voice rang out. Retreat!
In an instant, the lightning tribulation dissipated, taking with it the dark clouds brought by the golden list, and the sky suddenly cleared completely.
Dazzling sunlight bathed everyone evenly.
You opened her eyes in astonishment, sensing the immense power surging within her. She had actually broken through. She had become a tribulation stage powerhouse, 1 in 10,000.
That voice just now, was it the carefree sovereign? Is that the carefree sovereign?
It sounded just like him. He always spoke in that tone.
It has to be him.
Who else has the power to make the law obey his every word?
It's definitely him. That's so damn cool. Dispersing the lightning tribulation with a single word, that kind of power, I'm in awe. I'm truly bowing down in admiration.
Oh, right.
Aqua, I remember she is carefree sovereign's spouse, isn't she? She mentioned it before.
I thought it was a lie at the time, but I never expected it to be true.
So the carefree sovereign has officially announced it?
He really does love his wife. It seems he has been keeping an eye on Aqua all along.
Everyone present recognized it. That was the carefree sovereign's voice.
It was distinct from the voices of the Tao of Heaven and the primordial chaos, carrying a hint of humanity that made it unmistakable. And once again, the carefree sovereign had demonstrated his ability to make his words become law.
With just a single word, he caused the raging lightning tribulation to dissipate. Such power was truly terrifying. Where are you?
You suddenly looked around and shouted. She knew it was carefree sovereign who had saved her. So, carefree sovereign had been silently watching over her all along. He knew her.
But she didn't know him. Was that fair? It wasn't fair.
But no matter how loudly she shouted, she heard no response from the carefree sovereign. Instinctively, she activated her divine sense, trying to locate the carefree sovereign. She instinctively assumed the carefree sovereign was right there, but after scanning the area, aside from the people from the cultivation department, it seemed.
Why is Lon over there?
However, he probably wasn't the carefree sovereign. He was only at the nascent stage. After searching every corner of Qin City, you felt utterly dejected, and only then did she realize that the carefree sovereign might not even be in Qin City. Since his divine sense was so vast, able to see her from such a great distance, he might not actually be in Qin City. Still, she couldn't find him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lon, the correct answer you had ruled out, saw Yu's dejected, lovely face and felt a twinge of amusement.
When the time is right, we will naturally meet.
In an instant, you jerked her head up. She heard the carefree sovereign's voice again.
Where are you? What do you mean the time isn't right? How could you do this to me? You shouted, but those around her just stared at her in bewilderment. It took a few seconds for you to realize that this was the carefree sovereign speaking to her telepathically. No one else could hear it. In an instant, Yua's face turned as red as a teapot, and she lowered her head slightly, not daring to speak another word. Just then, the carefree sovereign's voice rang out again. Li Chang. That was a person's name. Upon hearing that name, the male cultivator who had just tried to kill you turned pale with shock and frantically looked around. Who called me? You have a wicked heart and sought to harm you. You are unworthy of serving in a government agency. Hearing this, Li Chang immediately fell to his knees in terror, begging for mercy. He didn't know how the carefree sovereign had found out, but right now, begging for mercy was the most important thing. Annihilate. Ah. No. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Li Chang actually turned into a wisp of gray smoke and drifted away into the sky. From that moment on, Li Chang ceased to exist in this world. Li Jin was the most astonished. He couldn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy and had absolutely no idea how Li Chang had died. It was as if he had naturally turned into smoke and vanished. Was this the power of the Supreme Emperor stage? It was terrifying indeed. After Li Chang's death, the crowd remained silent for a long time, but none of them heard the carefree sovereign's voice anymore. Carefree sovereign, have you left? It wasn't until someone broke the silence that the others breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she has gone. It's good that she has gone. Then let us head back, Li Jin said, glancing at you and nodding slightly, a hint of reverence in his eyes. From this day forward, Yua's status would undergo a dramatic transformation. In the past, when she claimed to be the carefree sovereign's spouse, hardly anyone believed her. After all, it was just a game. The carefree sovereign might not truly care for her. Perhaps it was all just a joke. But today, the carefree sovereign had intervened to save you. This left no room for doubt. He was, indeed, Yua's spouse, and he was watching over her every moment. This was a show of force. Lan stood on the rooftop with his hands behind his back, watching the crowd depart. No one suspected him, and certainly no one would mistake him for the carefree sovereign. Interesting, Lan said with a faint smile, looking up at the sky. Did you see that just now? Return to the Supreme Emperor stage. What did you see? Nothing, Lan shook his head and said no more. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where the lightning tribulation had vanished, his eyes grave. He hoped he had seen it wrong. In the very depths of that lightning tribulation, he had caught a fleeting glimpse inside. There was a human figure. Chapter 42, The Lightning Tribulation Backed Down, the Time Stone. The fact that Carefree Sovereign could dispel the lightning tribulation with a single word quickly sent shockwaves across the nation. In the past, ordinary people had revered him as a deity, but now, even cultivators were kneeling before him one after another. I'm ready to break through, but I'm not confident I can survive the lightning tribulation. I only ask that the Carefree Sovereign help me overcome it. Carefree Sovereign, please bless me so I can successfully break through the lightning tribulation. I beg you. If a single word can dispel the lightning tribulation, doesn't that mean you can help everyone break through? Please, Carefree Sovereign. I've never begged anyone in my life, but now I'm begging the Carefree Sovereign to let me break through to the next realm. Many knelt on the spot, bowing their heads in different directions to pray for protection. The lightning tribulation was what they feared most. Failure meant their souls would be obliterated. But soon, as some began their breakthroughs, they discovered that the lightning tribulation hadn't appeared at all. The entire sky remained clear and cloudless, without even a single dark cloud. They instantly realized that the lightning tribulation didn't dare to come. It was afraid of Master Xiaoyao, so it had fled. Once they understood this, everyone acted without hesitation, quickly swallowing their elixirs and beginning their breakthroughs. No matter how many people broke through or what realm they reached, the lightning tribulation never appeared. Heh, such a coward, Lan said with a helpless shake of his head. He hadn't expected that a single sentence would scare off the lightning tribulation, making it too afraid to appear. Still, this was a good thing. At least everyone could break through with peace of mind. After one last glance at the sky, he left the rooftop.
Although that figure had been fleeting, he was certain he hadn't seen it. There really was a person standing inside the lightning tribulation. He didn't know who it was, but the fact that they could stand inside the lightning tribulation proved they had mastered its power. Who could it be? The mysteries were piling up, and Lon was growing more and more intrigued.
This gradual exploration of the main storyline that's what gaming is all about.
As soon as he returned to the dorm, he found Tao scrolling through TikTok on his bed.
"You're back. Did you get the elixir?" Seeing Lon walk in, Tao immediately came over, rubbing his hands together like a fly. "I did." "What's up?" Lon asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. That expression it definitely didn't bode well. "Bro Chen, how many spirit chi pills do you have? Could you spare me a few?" Tao asked, rubbing his hands together. He was only at the tempering stage in the game and didn't have a single spirit chi pill. He'd just seen lots of people on Douyin taking spirit chi pills and rapidly leveling up, and since there was no lightning tribulation yet, he wanted to break through as soon as possible. "How many do you want?" Lon asked casually, then cast his spiritual sense toward the second storage ring on his hand. That was the storage ring the pill had given him after materializing. The space inside was vast, but the most spectacular sight was the mountains of pills piled high. There were mountain after mountain of them, all made up of pills. At the time, he'd been puzzled. His pill acquisition cap in the game was clearly 999, so why were there so many after materialization? But soon, another memory and piece of knowledge surfaced in his mind. Materialization had transformed all the pills he'd obtained in the game. Even the pills that hadn't been counted because they exceeded the cap had been materialized as well. Elixirs were the easiest items to obtain in the game, especially those below 3rd grade such as tempering stage elixirs and spirit chi elixirs, which would usually drop from monsters. After all, it was a game. Killing monsters for loot was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, alchemy in the game involved gathering ingredients and letting the system handle the refinement, with success rates boostable by certain items. Every time he refined elixirs, he had a 100% success rate, producing 7 or 8 at a time, sometimes as many as a dozen. That's why he had so many pills. I don't need that many. Can I have 10? Do you have any?" Tao thought for 2 minutes before hesitantly speaking up. "Only 10? Lon said, speechless. "Who does he think he's looking down on? After all, I'm at the Supreme Emperor stage." Lon waved his hand casually, and a dozen or so vials appeared on the ground, each containing 10 spirit chi pills. That's over 100 spirit chi pills. Take them and use them. If you run out, come find me again. From now on, Daddy will take care of you. Looking at the more than 10 vials of pills on the ground, Tao's eyes widened in utter astonishment. But the next second, he suddenly dropped to his knees, clung to Lon's thigh, and cried out loudly, "Brother, no, Godfather. From now on, you're my godfather. Please accept this humble bow from your son. Go get lost." Lon swatted his leg away in disgust, then pulled out a few more bottles of pills. "These are bone-washing pills and tempering stage pills. Take them back for your uncle and aunt to use. They'll help them quickly advance to the tempering stage." "Okay, dear adoptive father. Get the hell out of here. Who would want such an ugly son? I'm so dashing and handsome." "Oh ho, are you getting all worked up now? What, is that not allowed? Then I'll take the elixirs back." "No, please don't, foster father. You really know how to make me laugh. It was just your adopted son being immature and speaking rashly. I'll go right now to deliver the elixirs to your brothers." Lon was speechless. He had never seen anyone so brazen and shameless. Watching Tao leave, he shook his head. Superpower Empire. Inside the conference hall of a white, palace-like building sat 5 people. Among them, the blond middle-aged man seated in the seat of honor was the ruler of the Superpower Empire, Norbert Orlando. The 2 elderly men seated on either side of him were imperial generals, wielding supreme military authority. The remaining 2 were merely heads of certain departments. Today, the artifacts have materialized in the real world, and our overall strength has doubled. Does anyone have anything to say?
Norbert Orlando scanned the other four and spoke in a calm tone. The artifacts have indeed materialized, but we still haven't located those individuals, have we? The top 5 on the artifact rankings are of the utmost importance, said the elderly man on the left. We've found them, Norbert Orlando replied with a faint smile, clapping his hands. Instantly, the conference hall doors swung open, and 5 people, both men and women, walked in. Please introduce yourselves, the ruler of the superpower empire said with a smile. I am the owner of the Time Stone, the #1 time walker on the rankings. That's the codename I chose for myself. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man leading the group spoke up to introduce himself.
Time Stone.
Originating from the game Superpower Alliance, it is an incredibly powerful gem capable of altering time and reversing the future, offering limitless possibilities.
Time Stone?
Upon hearing the gem's name, the 4 people seated at the table all looked astonished. This was one of the most powerful gems in the game, altering time. Peering into the future, its abilities were truly terrifying. Such immense power in their country would be like adding wings to a tiger. Everyone knows the power of time. It can reverse the future and change many things.
With it on our side, our upcoming plans will be foolproof. Chapter 43, Superpowered Gems, Peering into the Future. Where did these Chinese people come from?
Everyone nodded in full agreement with the king's words.
The Time Stone was indeed a very powerful artifact.
Afterward, the remaining 4 began introducing themselves one by one. First was the Power Man, who wielded the Power Gem. He possessed boundless strength and could even replicate others' powers provided his body could withstand that power.
Next was the Soul Knight, who wielded the Soul Gem.
Soul Gem allows one to control others' souls, strip them of their souls, make them obey every command, or even create new souls.
Spaceman, master of the Space Gem. Space Gem, capable of shifting space, expanding space, rearranging space, or creating new spaces, and so on.
Dream Hero, master of the Reality Gem. Reality Gem alters reality. Things that could never happen in reality can be conjured out of thin air, and events that are impossible in reality can be brought about. The 5 gems are held by 5 individuals. Each gem possesses terrifying power. Anywhere in the world, they would be fiercely contested.
And now, they are all in the hands of the Superpower Empire.
We've gathered the 5 of us and possess all 5 gems. That means we are invincible in this world. The Emperor threw his head back and laughed wildly, bordering on madness. The others joined in the laughter. They, too, felt invincible. Next, let us discuss our new plan. I intend to organize a global tournament, pitting people from various nations against one another. This will allow us to gauge the strength of other countries and seize their resources, the Emperor said, looking at everyone and speaking in a deep, solemn voice. In this global tournament, he could send anyone he chose to test the strength of other nations. Once he discovered a country that was too weak, he could target it, launch a full-scale attack, and annex it. If a nation proved too powerful, they would bide their time until their own strength grew, and then sound the trumpet of war.
Agreed.
With our superpower gems, we have every chance of winning. The old man on the left nodded in approval.
I agree as well, the old man on the right nodded in agreement. Good, then it's settled. We'll hold a global tournament.
I'll send invitations to every nation. They should all accept, the sovereign declared.
He then turned to the Time Walker. Can you use the Time Stone to see how things will unfold? Which nation will be the strongest, and which the weakest? I'll try.
The Time Stone's power shouldn't be overused with my current mental energy. I can't use it that many times, the Time Walker replied in a deep voice. The next second, a green gem flew out from his robe and hovered in the palm of his hand. He grabbed it, and in an instant, a colossal and terrifying surge of green energy erupted from the gem, enveloping his entire body.
Just as everyone looked at the man with anticipation. Boom! The man was violently hurled backward, slamming into the wall. His eyes widened in terror. Who are you? How could the future?
Suddenly, the man's head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last.
And the Time Stone actually exploded right in front of everyone.
A terrifying energy shockwave rippled out, sending everyone at the scene flying backward in a chaotic scramble. This energy shockwave reverberated throughout the entire superpower empire, leaving the entire nation in a state of shock, unsure of what had just happened.
What just happened?
The ruler scrambled to his feet, dazed and terrified, staring at the corpse with a look of utter bewilderment and panic.
How could this have happened so suddenly? He died out of the blue, and on top of that, he uttered a cryptic riddle: "Who are you? What will happen in the future? What on earth was going on?"
"Your Majesty, what happened to him?" the old man asked in terror.
How could he just vanish out of the blue? Could it be that the Time Stone's energy was too overwhelming for the man to withstand? But then why did the Time Stone explode as well?
That was the superpower gem, the most powerful item in the game, hands down.
Gone just like that? But there isn't a second one.
"Quick, use the soul gem to summon his soul so he can explain what happened," the ruler said, a thought striking him as he looked at the soul hero. "Yes," the woman nodded, immediately picking up the orange soul gem, clasping it in her palm, and attempting to summon the Time Walker's soul. But after a few seconds, there was no response.
That meant the man's soul was gone. It had been obliterated. How can there be no soul? How is that even possible?
The king grew even more terrified and ordered the reality gem to alter reality once more,
to see if he could be brought back to life.
But it still had no effect.
The Time Walker could never be revived. And just as everyone was puzzled, another person suddenly appeared on the scene.
Everyone was stunned, staring at the newcomer, handsome, incredibly young, and with features not of their own country, but of a Chinese person.
"Who are you?" the king exclaimed in shock. When had a Chinese person appeared here? Everyone was on high alert, watching this Chinese man.
Especially the few who controlled the gems. They all pulled out their respective gems, preparing for battle.
"So it was you who caused all this commotion?"
Lon scanned the crowd with a faint smile. He had been lying in his dorm room playing on his phone when he suddenly sensed someone peering into the future and that someone had spotted him.
A single glare from him was enough.
That person was instantly flung backward.
Lon also sensed the energy from the Time Stone's explosion, which instantly transported him here. "Who are you?"
"This is the superpower empire."
"I am the ruler. You're an intruder. Don't make such a big deal out of it. I just came to take a look." Lon turned to look at the people holding the gems, raised an eyebrow, and felt a surge of delight.
He sensed the essence of the 3,000 Tao paths emanating from each of those gems.
The Tao of space, the Tao of power, the Tao of the soul, these were all part of the 3,000 Tao paths.
He hadn't expected to find such rare treasures here in the superpower empire. It came as a pleasant surprise. Although his cultivation level was at the Supreme Emperor stage, he hadn't mastered all 3,000 Tao paths. He wasn't yet proficient in them. He had only manifested the cultivation level from the game, but hadn't truly integrated any of the Tao paths into his own being. If he could obtain these gems and absorb the essence of the Tao within them, he could gain a preliminary grasp of these Tao paths. "Get out of here," the power superhero roared, clenching the gem and unleashing a punch toward Lon. The power gem erupted with purple energy, flooding his entire body and endowing him with immense, terrifying strength. Seeing this, Lon's lips curled slightly into a smile. Truly, this was the power of the Tao of strength. It could enhance one's own strength and even replicate the strength of others.
As the saying goes, strength shatters all laws.
In the face of any terrifying force, no matter how many spells you cast, a single punch of mine will shatter them all.
Boom!
Power Superman's fist slammed into Lon's head, and his expression changed instantly because Lon was completely unharmed. The blow hadn't even landed on him. Instead, it had been blocked by a transparent barrier, unable to penetrate even the slightest bit. "That has some power, but unfortunately, you're not worthy of it."
Chapter 44, Submit or Die.
Lon smiled faintly, extended his index finger, and gently tapped Power Superman's hand.
"You think a single finger can stand against me? You're delusional." Boom!
An incredibly terrifying surge of spiritual energy condensed and erupted from the tip of his index finger, shooting out like a laser beam. In an instant, Power Superman was obliterated, and the wall behind him vanished along with him. Not only that, but the spiritual energy raged unchecked, piercing straight through a massive mountain before finally shooting into the clouds, tearing a hole in the sky. Watching his palace turn into an open-air plaza, the king was dumbfounded. Such a vast palace, now only half of it remained.
You, who on earth are you?
Having witnessed Power Superman's instantaneous defeat with a single blow, everyone stepped back, staring at Lon in terror. The king was so shocked he stuttered, and even the few people holding the gems dared not make a move. Lon said nothing, but instead looked at the power gem floating before him and reached out to take it. Seeing Lon seize the power gem, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and their breathing slowed. He was already so powerful. If he got the power gem too, wouldn't he become even harder to defeat?
There's no way I'm letting you get the power gem.
Dream Knight used the reality gem to reverse what was physically impossible. For instance, it was impossible for the power gem to be in his hand, yet now, there it was. As the gem activated, the power gem appeared in Dream Knight's hand. Quite interesting, Lon said with a slight smile. These gems were indeed fascinating. Each gem embodies a great Tao, and using them is truly wondrous. If these gems fell into the hands of ordinary people, they would grant them power far surpassing that of cultivators. Just this one ability to alter reality and reverse all impossibilities was incredible enough. However, in his eyes, that was all there was to it.
Alter reality? You're a dog, a Chinese dog at our mercy.
Dream Knight shouted, activating the reality gem in his hand. With a hum, the gem emitted a dazzling light, yet reality remained completely unchanged.
Everyone else stared at Dream Knight and the gem in his hand, utterly bewildered. Could it be that the reality gem was useless after all? Impossible. How can this be?
Dream Knight panicked, shouting repeatedly at Lon.
Change reality. You shouldn't even be here. Change reality. You can't beat us. Change reality. I'm definitely stronger than you. Boom.
The reality gem erupted with a terrifying burst of energy, sending shockwaves rippling out. Dream Knight was sent flying backward, staring in horror at the reality gem suspended in midair.
Why? Why isn't the reality gem working anymore? Could it be that the person standing before him is someone whose reality he simply cannot change?
Lon casually waved his hand, and the power gem returned to his hand. Then he looked at Dream Hero and smiled.
Tell me, can you change the reality that you're about to die? Lon gently snapped his fingers. Thud.
Dream Hero suddenly collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest, his face flushed red as he howled in agony.
It hurts so much.
The others scrambled backward, staring at Dream Knight in horror, unsure of what had happened. But they knew that the one responsible for all this was the Chinese man standing right before them. Dream Knight crawled step by step toward the reality gem, trembling as he reached out to grab it, and Lon didn't stop him. Letting him grasp the gem, he shouted, word by word, alter reality, I won't die, but you will. In an instant, the gem in his hand began to vibrate violently, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Just as the reality gem was about to explode, Lon reached out and snatched it from Dream Knight's hand. With a faint smile, he said, it seems you can't change anything after all.
Thud.
Hearing these words, Dream Knight was overcome with utter despair. He collapsed to the ground, slowly losing all vitality, until finally he turned into a wisp of gray smoke that drifted into the sky. I do not enjoy killing. Hand over the gem, and your life will be spared, Lon said calmly, his authority commanding respect without a trace of anger.
Everyone present was terrified by the terrifying aura of power faintly emanating from him.
For a long time, no one spoke. The silence was so thick you could hear the sound of someone swallowing.
Spare me, and I'll give it to you.
The woman holding the soul gem offered no resistance. She obediently knelt and presented the gem with both hands. Not bad, you have the right attitude, Lon said with a faint smile, reaching out to take the soul gem from her hands. Then he turned his gaze to the man holding the space gem.
You're dreaming.
The man's eyes darted about, torn with indecision, before he finally shouted. The next second, he activated the space gem and fled the scene. Seeing him escape, the crowd looked on with envy. After all, this way, they wouldn't be captured by the Chinese man standing before them.
Running?
Lan sighed in exasperation and slowly raised his right hand.
In an instant, a person appeared in his hand utterly out of the blue.
When the others saw this person, they were all horrified. Because this was the very man who had just used the spatial gem to escape and now he was back.
How did you do that?
He had clearly used the spatial gem to flee to the other side of Blue Star, a remote, out-of-the-way place.
Yet Lan had brought him back in an instant. What kind of terrifying ability was this?
It was even more outrageous than his own spatial gem.
Are all Chinese people this over the top?
Since you tried to escape, you must die, Lan said indifferently. He'd already made it clear, if the man had simply handed over the gem, he wouldn't have killed him.
He truly didn't like killing, it was too boring. If he wanted to kill, he could do so anytime, anywhere.
After all, he was already invincible under the heavens.
I'm sorry, please spare me.
The man suddenly fell silent, his limbs going limp as all life drained from his body. Lan casually tossed the corpse aside. The spatial gems flew naturally into his hand. Looking at the 4 gems in his palm, he was very satisfied. Just as everyone thought Lan should leave, he made a move that was both baffling and terrifying. He actually popped all 4 gems into his mouth and began chewing them. Hearing the crunching sounds coming from Lan's mouth, the others were absolutely terrified. Those were gems containing boundless energy. Everyone usually used them with the utmost caution. How could this Chinese man treat them as if they were candy beans, chewing them so casually and with such relish, as if he were savoring some exquisite delicacy?
It was practically turning into a food channel. Everyone was utterly horrified, watching Lan eat the gems until he was finished.
Whoosh! Lan opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with golden light, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He sensed the great Tao absorbed into his body. With his extraordinary insight, he instantly gained a preliminary grasp of 4 great Taos through their lingering traces: power, transformation, space, and soul. Each great Tao has a pinnacle. Anyone who reaches that pinnacle can become a supreme being. His strength had grown even stronger. He looked at the remaining people and spoke calmly. Submit, or die.
Chapter 45, A Change of Dynasty. Bow and swear allegiance.
At those words, the scene fell silent. No one spoke. Everyone stared at Lan with fear and trepidation. Especially the ruler of the superpower empire, whose heart was boiling with rage. As the sovereign of a nation, how could he possibly submit to another's feet?
Moreover, the other party was a Chinese. I am the ruler of a nation. Boom!
Before he could finish, the ruler exploded instantly, blood and flesh splattering onto everyone present. Everyone in the room was horrified. Their bodies trembled, their lips quivered, and they held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. They were terrified that if Lan were to take offense, he would kill them all. Lan acted this way because these people had seen him and, just as importantly, their hearts were corrupt. They had actually been plotting all sorts of schemes to harm other nations. In these chaotic times, such people deserved to die. But the biggest reason was that Lan didn't want to see the people of Blue Star turn on one another, because he sensed that the future would bring many changes. The merging of worlds, the second heavenly Tao, Blue Star's seal, the heavenly Tao's restrictions, the mysterious figure in the lightning tribulation, all these mysteries. They were all telling him that Blue Star was far from simple, that this game's manifestation was far from simple, and that nothing at all was simple. Perhaps there was a sinister conspiracy behind it all, or maybe he was just overthinking things. He hoped it was the latter. Therefore, he had to unite the hearts of all Blue Star inhabitants, bringing them together to face the crises of the future.
If they turned on one another, in the end, they would only face annihilation. Now, no one has any objections, do they?
Lan swept his gaze around the room. As everyone met his gaze, they all knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed tightly against the floor, not daring to lift their heads. Their bodies trembled like startled mice.
Then, the soul imprint.
As the words fell, a faint purple glow flickered in Lan's eyes. In an instant, everyone present was inexplicably lifted into the air, struggling in agony and screaming. They only stopped struggling when their eyes rolled back. 3 seconds later, they all fell to the ground at once, lying face down like dead dogs. But soon, they all scrambled to their feet in unison, their eyes filled with terror. They stood up, walked to Lan, knelt before her simultaneously, and cried out in unison. "We pay our respects to our master." Looking at the crowd kneeling before her, Lan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. She secured a group of capable assistants who could manage the superpower empire effectively. Rise. Lan turned to the woman who had voluntarily surrendered her soul gem. From now on, you are the new ruler of the superpower empire, responsible for governing it. As for the rest of you, assist her well. The superpower empire must not become an enemy of Huaxia. Unify the hearts of the empire's people as quickly as possible. Lan turned to the others. Yes, master. The crowd knelt in unison once more. Lan waved his hand, and numerous bottles and jars appeared on the ground, all filled with elixirs. There were over 1,000 bottles. Take these tempering stage elixirs. They're a means to win over the people's hearts. With another flick of his finger, a wisp of purple Dao essence instantly surged into the new ruler's body. This is the way of the soul. Comprehend it as soon as possible. Whoever refuses to obey, you must subdue. Yes, master, the woman nodded. I don't care what you were called before. From now on, I'll call you number 1. Lan gave her a simple, easy-to-remember name. Yes, master. Number 1 nodded emphatically. Oh, and that global tournament, it can continue. This global tournament was a good idea. It would allow everyone to see the strength of others and the gap between themselves and those others, thereby inspiring them to unlock their full potential. Yes, master. After a long while, number 1 realized her master hadn't spoken, so she looked up only to find that he had vanished. She immediately stood up, her gaze sweeping over the others with an air of authority. Starting now, we will unify the empire. Do not let them offend Huaxia or offend my master. As for these elixirs, I will naturally distribute them. Yes. Empress. At that moment, the superpower empire underwent a dramatic transformation. Apart from Lan, no one knew that the empire's ruler had changed. Even the people of the superpower empire were kept in the dark. The person calling the shots in their nation had quietly changed. Cultivation Department, Headquarters. Damn it, is the superpower empire still refusing to release them? Long roared angrily. Yes, we checked 10 minutes ago, and they're still refusing to release them, the man beside him said. This damn superpower empire, they'd rather die than let the Huaxia people come back. As early as 2 days ago, they'd received reports that many Chinese citizens who'd gone to the superpower empire to study or work abroad hadn't returned yet. The reason was that they'd been captured by certain superpowered individuals, or that the superpower empire simply refused to let them come back. China had certainly warned them, ordering them to release the people immediately or else they'd take drastic measures. But the superpower empire refused to budge, and their justification for holding them was downright smug. They were living it up over here when they came, and now that we're in trouble, they want to go back? They can dream on. It was simply because the people over there resented the fact that these individuals had made so much money in the superpower empire, yet now that they were in trouble, they wanted to return to their own country while the locals were left to silently endure the apocalypse. They found this deeply unsettling. To be honest, Long was a bit annoyed too. They hadn't appreciated their homeland before, but now they did? But there was nothing to be done after all, they were all fellow countrymen. If that doesn't work, let us go to war, a man beside him said. That's our only option right now, Long said in a deep voice. Masterly! Masterly! Just then, a frantic shout rang out. Long turned to see a female soldier running toward them in a hurry. What's going on? Long asked, furrowing his brow. The female soldier smiled excitedly. They've released them. The superpower empire has released them. Huh? They released them? Long looked completely baffled. Just a moment ago they were discussing the situation with the superpower empire, and now there's a complete turnaround?
That essay bit too much of a coincidence, isn't it? What conditions did they set? No conditions at all. They just let them go without a fuss. Everyone's already boarding the ships to head back home. Ha? No conditions at all? Long was truly dumbfounded. The superpower empire, which never let anyone get the better of them, had actually decided not to take advantage this time. They hadn't negotiated any conditions and just agreed to their terms? Was the sun rising in the west?
This is just too strange.
There really weren't any conditions at all.
They were the ones who took the initiative, and they were very friendly. They even apologized to us.
Ha? They apologized? Long was completely taken aback. Not only did they not make any demands, but they actually apologized? What on earth is going on? Has the superpower empire been brainwashed, or have they replaced their leadership? Why have they suddenly become so strange? Are they up to some kind of scheme? The man asked in a low voice. If they were going to let us go this easily, what were they doing during those 2 days when they deliberately held us back?
It feels like there's a major conspiracy at play.
Who cares about some grand conspiracy?
As long as they let us go, that's all that matters. I don't know if they've lost their minds or what, but we'll deal with whatever comes our way. We're not afraid. Long spoke coldly, standing tall with his head held high, radiating confidence.
Anyone who dares to attack Huaxia will pay the price. Chapter 46, Cultivating the Law of Transformation, Turning the Void into Reality. Dormitory.
As soon as Lon returned to the dorm, he saw a huge black rat lunge at him and wrap itself around his leg.
Holy shit, what kind of monster is this? Foster father, it's me, Zayada. What are you up to now?
Lon rolled his eyes, speechless.
Thank you, Godfather. Your elixirs really work.
I've already reached the peak of the foundation stage and will soon enter the core stage. Plus, my whole family is now at the tempering stage.
I'm so grateful.
We're brothers, no need to talk about that.
That's so touching.
I don't have anything to repay you with, so how about I offer myself to you?
Get lost, you jerk.
You might as well ask Lon to offer herself to me.
Holy shit, you old rascal.
I knew you had your eye on my sister. Actually, if you really want to be my sister's husband, I wouldn't say no.
Get lost.
Ha ha ha, just kidding, Godfather.
I've run out of elixirs. Do you have any more? Once I break through to the core stage, I promise I won't ask for any more.
Tao Fly rubbed his hands together with a smirk.
Is that all?
Lon was completely speechless.
How had he never noticed before just how shameless Tao was? For a measly handful of elixirs, he'd even try to sell out his own sister.
Lon waved his hand casually, and another 10 or so bottles of spirit chi pills appeared on the floor.
Take them. Stop bothering me.
Lon, at a loss for words, lay back on the bed and leisurely scrolled through TikTok.
Thanks, Godfather. Actually, I was serious just now. If you really like my sister, I don't mind. Tao grinned, yet spoke with sincerity.
He knew Lon's character and personality, and naturally hoped his sister would marry into a good family. Besides, his sister seemed to have a crush on Lon. She'd mention him every now and then, and the level of concern she showed was almost surpassing that of her own brother. If you called it jealousy, well, there was a bit of that, but he was actually quite relieved.
Forget it.
I don't want to date anyone right now, Lon said quickly.
What's so great about dating anyway? Being alone was so much better.
Once the worlds truly merged, he'd just be an ordinary person, exploring different worlds. He certainly didn't need a partner tagging along.
Alright, when I get back, I'll make sure my sister gives up on that idea. By the way, did you know?
The Kimchi Empire has been wiped out. Hearing this, Lon froze for a moment, then immediately extended his divine sense toward the location of the Kimchi Empire. He saw a desolate wasteland, with flames burning everywhere and corpses littering the ground, humans, zombies, and monsters alike. He scanned the entire Kimchi Empire and discovered there wasn't a single living soul. Only zombies and monsters were running rampant.
Could something like this really have happened? Did it occur while he was at the superpower empire retrieving the gem? It's been going on for over 10 minutes now.
It was a total disaster. A huge number of zombies and monsters materialized there today. Their weapons were no match for them, and before they could even call for help, the country was wiped out. But our country sent people to evacuate them a long time ago.
They're all ordinary citizens who were lucky enough to survive.
We'll arrange housing for them later. Right now, our country is probably the safest and most stable one out there. I don't know how many people want to come here. The collapse of a nation is just too terrifying.
Tao muttered to himself, rambling on and on.
Lan withdrew her spiritual sense, walked over, and patted Tao on the shoulder. There will be more of this in the future. The survival of nations, life and death, partings, these kinds of things will only become more common.
The world is undergoing massive changes now. Countries without real strength will ultimately be eliminated. Enough of that.
I need to start cultivating. I have to work hard to get stronger. Tao shook his head, pushed the thoughts aside, sat cross-legged where he stood, and began channeling chi into his body. Lan smiled, stepped out onto the balcony, and looked up at the golden list of elixirs in the sky.
The announcement was still ongoing, though it was moving rather slowly. They only reached the 80th rank.
But he wasn't concerned with this so-called ranking. He, too, needed to get back to cultivation. Although his cultivation level was the highest, as more and more mysteries emerged, a faint sense of crisis began to take root in his heart.
This matter wasn't as simple as he thought.
He couldn't rest on his laurels just because he reached the Supreme Emperor stage. He could still become even stronger.
Only by becoming powerful could he find true peace of mind. The next second, Lan appeared on the surface of the moon. He sat cross-legged, ready to begin his cultivation. But he wasn't cultivating a cultivation realm. He was cultivating the Great Tao.
He had obtained 4 Great Taos from the 4 gems.
Only by perfecting any one of these 4 Great Taos would he truly be invincible under heaven. But where should he begin his cultivation? Power?
He already possessed more than enough power.
Soul?
His divine consciousness spanned the entire universe. He could control anyone, so he didn't really need that either.
Space?
He certainly didn't need that either. With a single thought, he could travel to any corner of the universe, so that could be ruled out as well.
That left only transformation.
The Tao of transformation was 10,000, 100,000, a million, or even 10 million times more difficult than any other Tao.
Because it's simply too outlandish. Once he reaches perfection, with a single thought, he can turn every impossibility in the universe into reality. He could elevate every human on earth to the Supreme Emperor stage because that's impossible, but through his transformation, it becomes reality. He could make this universe bear the surname Chen, renaming it the Chen universe because that isn't reality, but he can transform it into reality. Right now, he hasn't even reached the entry level. He can only perform simple transformations on some very common, yet impossible, realities. Like, turning himself into a woman?
Wait, that's a dangerous thought. Never mind. Lan closed his eyes and began to commune with the Great Tao, as flecks of starlight began to glow around his body. This was the supernatural phenomenon accompanying his communion with the Great Tao. Gradually, sweat began to form on Lan's skin, and his face grew slightly pale. More than 10 minutes later, Lan suddenly exhaled a puff of white vapor and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
I'm really stumped. Is this law of transformation really that hard?
For the first time, Lan understood why the characters in novels spent tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years cultivating a single Tao before finally achieving enlightenment.
It's way too hard.
He had just tried to connect with the law of transformation, but the meager remnants of Tao essence within him were completely unable to establish a connection. After cultivating for about 10 minutes, he hadn't made a single bit of progress. It was incredibly hard to connect with. It was like trying to reach out and grab a kitten. The moment you extended your hand, it darted away, leaving you unable to catch it. That's exactly what had happened just now. The Tao was evading him, deliberately refusing to let him comprehend it. Or perhaps it was because this was his first time seeking enlightenment, and he lacked experience. Lan shook his head, banished his distracting thoughts, and started over.
Seeking enlightenment requires nothing more than patience. How could he give up halfway just because of a minor setback?
He was at the Supreme Emperor stage. If he gave up just because of this minor setback, wouldn't the whole world laugh at him?
He refused to believe it. Back then, it was through hard work and study that he'd gotten into Chengdu University. Could he really be stumped by a single Dao now? Just do it and get it over with. All things under heaven are subject to change. The void transforms into the tangible, and the tangible transforms back into the void. Chapter 47, Wang Zhenghua, the new ruler of the Ninja Empire. Evening. Ninja Empire. Imperial Palace. Conference Hall.
All high-ranking officers of the Ninja Empire were present, as was the ruler himself. The reason they had gathered was simply because the Kimchi Empire had been annihilated.
The Kimchi Empire has been destroyed.
We're the closest nation to them. Their zombies and monsters are bound to attack us.
That's right.
Those monsters and zombies have already started learning to cross the ocean, and they're heading straight for us.
We've calculated it. In less than 3 days, they'll swim across the vast ocean and reach our country. When that happens, it will be a catastrophe.
We can barely protect ourselves as it is.
If so many monsters come, we'll inevitably follow the same path as the Kimchi Empire. What should we do now?
The Kimchi Empire has already fallen, and the Ninja Empire is now gripped by panic. Since the two nations are the closest to each other, and satellite images show those zombies and monsters heading their way. They were already struggling to survive on their own with so many demons, ghosts, and giant monsters still to deal with. Now, with a massive horde of monsters on the way, the days ahead are only going to get harder. Everyone turned their gaze to the ruler seated at the head of the table, Rishang Zuzong.
The ruler furrowed his brow and thought, then spoke in a deep voice, "For now, we have no choice but to seek help or seize another territory." Seek help? But your majesty, we've already reached out to the superpower empire. Their response was just 2 words, "No time." An officer chimed in upon hearing this. Exactly. That damn superpower empire, weren't we allies before? Yet when disaster struck, they just ran for cover. So what do we do? Should we ask Huaxia for help? Huaxia might not help us. They helped the Kimchi Empire. They won't turn us down, will they? If they won't help, so be it.
At worst, we'll mobilize the entire nation and just take over Huaxia ourselves. The crowd spoke indignantly, growing more and more impassioned as they spoke, eager to launch a nationwide attack on Huaxia right then and there.
Quiet.
The ruler slammed his large hand down on the table, and the entire room fell silent instantly. The atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. One by one, they fell silent, staring at the ruler in fear and trepidation.
Draw up a plan.
Prepare to march on Huaxia, the ruler said in a deep, solemn voice.
Now that the world has changed so drastically, the old alliance must be overturned. Yes.
Hearing this, the crowd shouted in unison, filled with excitement.
Finally, war was about to begin. No. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out.
Everyone in the room was startled and turned to look toward the source of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard appear out of nowhere.
And he looked Chinese. A Chinese man?
How did you end up here? A male officer snapped coldly.
This was the National Assembly of their Ninja Empire. How had a Chinese man appeared here?
Who are you? The ruler asked in a deep voice, as ninjas flanked him for protection.
Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to save you all.
Wang Zhenghua said with a faint smile. He had been listening to their conversation from the very beginning. He knew that the Ninja Empire was now on the brink of collapse. If those monsters and zombies from the Kimchi Empire came over, they would certainly be in for a rough time. So, now was the time for him to make his move.
Show off his power, and then bring the entire Ninja Empire under his control. Save us?
We don't need a Huaxia person to save us, a male officer roared angrily.
Shut up. Can't you just listen to me? Wang Zhenghui's expression turned furious as he swung out a palm strike. A palm formed from spiritual energy swept toward the officer.
With a loud bang, the officer instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Everyone present was petrified with fear, even those with ninja-level abilities trembled so violently they nearly wet themselves. What exactly are you trying to do?" the king stammered, pointing at Wang Zhengwei in terror. This man from Huaxia gave him a very dangerous vibe. He was like a lion that killed without batting an eye. "Submit to me. Hand over the throne," Wang Zhengwei said coldly. "Impossible," the ruler retorted instinctively. As the sovereign of a nation, how could he possibly give up his throne so easily? "In that case, die," Wang Zhengwei said coldly, striking out with a palm strike. With a boom, the ruler and the surrounding ninjas were instantly killed, their flesh and bones obliterated, reduced to a pool of blood that flowed silently. "Now, is there anyone left who refuses to submit?" Wang Zhengwei swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone knelt immediately, not daring to defy him. "In that case, I am now your new ruler." "Yes, your majesty," the crowd replied in unison, quickly submitting to Wang Zhengwei's authority. Although the former ruler had died right before their eyes, they felt not a shred of sorrow. On the contrary, they were somewhat excited. With the arrival of a more powerful ruler, in these turbulent times, they naturally wanted someone even stronger to lead them. "Your Majesty, the zombie hordes are about to attack." "What should we do?" an officer asked. "I'll handle it," Wang Zhengwei said calmly as he walked slowly to the ruler's seat and sat down. He ran his hand over the table and chair, then grinned widely. He never would have imagined that one day he'd actually become the ruler of a nation. He recalled his days on the run, sleeping rough and eating whatever he could find, a life of extreme hardship. Luckily, he'd set aside a little of the money he'd stolen from that bank to play that game, otherwise, he'd be dead by now instead of sitting in this seat of power. It seemed even heaven didn't want him to die, so it had given him a second chance. "Sovereign, should we still march on Huaxia?" "No, we cannot march on Huaxia at this time," Wang Zhengwei said, shaking his head. Huaxia was defended by figures at the Saint stage, Saint King stage, and even a carefree sovereign. As a demi-saint stage himself, he knew full well just how powerful those individuals were. If a tiny country like this were to attack Huaxia, it would surely be wiped out without a trace. For now, an attack was out of the question, but in the future, who knows? The mere mention of Huaxia filled Wang Zhengwei with rage. He hated that country with a passion. One day, he would lead a massive army to attack Huaxia and take revenge on those who had wronged him. Ever since that country had sought to execute him, his hatred had been unyielding. Now that he had a chance for revenge, he had to bide his time and wait until he was strong enough to strike back. Just then, an officer's cell phone rang, sending a shockwave through the room as everyone immediately turned to look at Wang Zhengwei. They were afraid he would fly into a rage. "Answer it," Wang Zhengwei said coolly. The officer nodded repeatedly and answered the call. Instantly, the officer's eyes widened, and his expression turned agitated. "What? Godzilla was killed?" The moment those words were spoken, all the officers in the room were startled. This Godzilla was a monster that had materialized not long ago. It was incredibly powerful, and they as ninjas had no chance against it. However, it seemed the creature couldn't be bothered to kill them and had simply found a place to sleep. And now it had actually been killed? Who killed it? What? Sadako killed it? Sadako? Hearing this, everyone was even more baffled. Isn't Sadako just a ghost? Could she really kill Godzilla? Surely this wasn't a joke? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhengwei extended his spiritual perception. The entire ninja empire lay spread out before his eyes. Suddenly, Wang Zhengwei's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up. I never expected this tiny country to harbor such a monster. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take it in as a pet. Chapter 48, Sadako's Murder, Slayer's Downfall. Amid the smoke of battle and the ruins of destruction, the massive corpse of a monster lay motionless on the ground, the very Godzilla that had been the source of the ninja empire's fear and anxiety these past few days. And now, it was as dead as could be. At that moment, a figure clad in white stood beside Godzilla's corpse, gnawing on its flesh while muttering something under their breath. "Kill people, kill monsters. I must grow stronger to serve my master." Upon closer inspection, this white-clad figure had snow-white skin, a face devoid of features, and a ghastly pallor. It was none other than Sadako, the one Lon had set free, and now she was feasting heartily, relentlessly gnawing at Godzilla's corpse. Because the flesh contained an immense amount of radiant energy, and thanks to Lon's modifications, Sadako had become incredibly powerful. She could now not only absorb energy by instilling fear in others but also absorb the energy of other living beings, converting it into spiritual energy to enhance her own cultivation. This would allow her to begin advancing to the next realm. I never expected to encounter a monster like you in this tiny country that is quite a rarity. Just then, a rather sleazy male voice suddenly rang out. Sadako turned her head and saw Wang Zhenghua. She immediately began snarling and lashing out. Wang Zhenghua eyed Sadako from head to toe. He knew that such a ghostly creature had appeared in the ninja empire. It was called Sadako. However, this Sadako was somewhat special. She actually possessed spiritual energy within her, and her cultivation level was quite high. Deity stage. In Wang Zhenghui's eyes, Sadako had already reached the deity stage. This was the cultivation level she had attained by killing people and devouring monsters day and night. Unlike cultivators, she only needed to absorb energy to rapidly advance in cultivation. Sadako didn't waste words on Wang Zhenghua. She immediately unleashed her illusions, attempting to trap him in a fantasy realm. Wang Zhenghua felt the temperature around him drop and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. A mere deity stage creature, and you think you can trap me in an illusion? Humph. With just a cold snort, a terrifying aura erupted. Sadako was violently flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling dozens of times before coming to a stop. With just a single strike, Sadako was severely injured. Her body became ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing. Serve me, Wang Zhenghua said coldly. A monster like this must be put to his use. This would be the divine weapon he needed to overthrow Huaxia in the future. Wang Zhenghua spread his large hand, pulling Sadako toward him and clasping her in his palm. Endless spiritual energy instantly surged into her mind. He intended to imprint his soul upon her, binding her to his will forever. Hum! Boom! A sharp crack echoed from his soul, and Wang Zhenghua was sent flying backward. Like Sadako, he crashed heavily to the ground and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Put! Wang Zhenghua spat out a mouthful of bright red blood and stared in terror at Sadako, who lay motionless on the ground, his face deathly pale. What is that? Before he could even complete his soul imprint, he had been struck by an inexplicably powerful attack. It was a soul attack of terrifying power. His soul had already suffered severe damage and would take at least several 100,000 years to recover. Unless he had some miraculous elixir. At that moment, a faint silhouette slowly materialized above Sadako's head. Wang Zhenghui's eyes widened as he stared at the silhouette in terror. Who are you? This silhouette looked extremely young, barely in his 20s, so how could he possibly possess such immense power? No need for questions. You killed my servant, you deserve to die, Lon's soul avatar said coldly. This was the soul avatar he had placed within Sadako's soul. If Sadako were in danger, he could sense it immediately and intervene. After all, she was his servant. How could he tolerate anyone bullying her? No. Boss, I was wrong. I'm at the demi-saint stage. I'll definitely be useful as your servant, Wang Zhenghua said, clenching his teeth and kneeling as he begged for mercy upon hearing that the ethereal figure intended to kill him. Hearing this, Lon did not relent. Instead, a burst of spiritual energy erupted and burrowed into Wang Zhenghui's mind. Whether you're useful or not, I'll find out right now. Soul search. In an instant, Wang Zhenghua began struggling frantically, his eyes rolling back, as he howled in agony. As the spiritual energy raged through his mind, savagely ravaging his brain, the sensation was worse than death. Ha, you convicted felon, you wiped out an entire family of 13, and the reason was simply that they were urban management officers? Your father was a street vendor, illegally setting up a stall to begin with. It was only natural for the urban management officers to ask him to leave. He simply died of a heart attack on the way, yet you blamed the officers and committed such heinous acts. And then there rests the rape of women and bank robberies. A person like you isn't even worthy of being my servant.
Lan spoke coldly, clenched his fist, and Wang Zhenggui exploded violently. After searching Wang Zhenggui's soul, Lan saw many hidden secrets, as well as this man's cruelty and savagery, and his filthy heart. A convicted felon and a traitor, he wasn't even worthy of being his servant. In an instant, thunder roared across the sky, and dark clouds gathered thickly. Red lightning split the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder that sent shivers down the spine. But suddenly, the sky was filled with the sound of ghostly wails, sounds like the wailing of spirits, deeply unsettling to the ear. China. People across the nation looked up at the sky, listening to the ghostly wails, their hearts filled with shock. That's so scary. It's as if the sky is crying. What's going on?
I don't know, but it sounds really creepy, just like the sounds in a horror movie.
This can't be ordinary. Is there anyone out there who can explain this? What's happening? Out of nowhere, the sky is crying. Could it be like in the novels? Has someone perished? No way. Who could have fallen to cause such extreme weather? Could it be the carefree sovereign? Boom!
No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of heavenly lightning struck, instantly obliterating him.
The Tao of heaven had struck again. The Supreme Emperor's stage must not be disrespected. Seeing this, everyone immediately fell silent, afraid to discuss it further. Just then, a strange scene unfolded. The golden list of elixirs, which was still being announced, cut off before it was finished and vanished through the clouds without a trace. What was going on? This had never happened with the golden list before. Previously, they would stop at the 11th place, saving the top 10 for the next day. Now they stopped at the 20th place and left. Had the rules changed? Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled.
A dazzling beam of light pierced through the clouds, and a scroll descended from the heavens.
Power leaderboard, updated.
As the voice of Hongmeng spoke, the entire nation was stunned.
The power leaderboard is back? Hadn't the announcement already ended? Why is it appearing again? But soon, they noticed something. The last two characters were actually updated. Could it be that the power leaderboard gets updated at any time? 5th place, Slayer fallen. Rumble. In an instant, a deafening clap of thunder erupted in the sky, followed immediately by rain.
And when the raindrops hit everyone, the entire nation gasped in shock.
Because this rain was red. A rain of blood. Chapter 49, The Leaderboard Updates, introducing new rules. Slayer has fallen? Holy shit, what's going on? Slayer wasn't he at the demi-saint stage? Oh my god, how could he have fallen? Who killed him? This rain of blood is terrifying. It can't be poisonous, can it? We'd better stay far away.
This is just like in novels. When a great power dies, the heavens and earth weep.
The universe is mourning him. Who killed Slayer? We didn't have many strong fighters to begin with, and he was one of the top 5 just gone like that? It must have been one of the top 4. Who else could have killed him?
Slayer was at the demi-saint stage. His fall left the entire nation speechless.
Countless cultivators were utterly stunned. Why did Slayer just vanish out of the blue?
With his demi-saint stage cultivation, logically speaking, he should have been invincible under heaven except for the top 4, who could kill him.
Could it really be that the top 4 killed him? Then who on earth could it be?
At that moment, it wasn't just them who were surprised. The 3 ranked above Slayer were all taken aback as well.
What's going on? How did Slayer disappear?
Pang Dahai exclaimed in horror as he stared at the golden list in the sky. Although he was at the Saint King stage and had countless years left to live, he still feared death because there was someone even stronger looming over him. Now, seeing the 5th-ranked Slayer fall, his fear only deepened.
This sudden demise was simply too suspicious.
Since he hadn't intervened, it was highly likely that one of the other 3 had struck.
It probably wasn't that the way of heaven is weaker than me. Both of them were at the demi-saint stage, and Slayer might not necessarily have lost. Moreover, he would certainly have sensed a battle of this magnitude, yet he knew absolutely nothing about it. He simply received the news of Slayer's demise. It must have been an even more terrifying entity that killed Slayer.
Apart from him, only Carefree Sovereign was capable of killing someone silently and at the demi-saint stage, no less.
What on earth had Slayer done to enrage Carefree Sovereign so much? Pang Dahai dared not speculate.
Carefree Sovereign surely had his reasons for acting this way. He wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. As long as you don't offend him, he won't kill the innocent without cause. Pang Dahai knew this all too well. He merely invaded the Carefree Sovereign's privacy once and had been severely injured as a result. But the other party hadn't killed him. He spared his life. That meant the offense wasn't too serious, which was why he survived. Slayer must have done something to enrage the Carefree Sovereign, otherwise, he wouldn't have been killed. Realizing this, Pang Dahai breathed a sigh of relief and knelt down to bow in all directions once more. Your Excellency, Carefree Sovereign, it was all my fault earlier.
I'm so sorry. Cultivation Department.
Headquarters.
I never expected a demi-saint stage cultivator to die like this.
What a pity, Long said with a sigh as he looked at the power leaderboard outside the window. One of the nation's strongest figures at the demi-saint stage had died under such mysterious circumstances. It was truly a great pity. Before long, a woman approached him. Master Li, I've investigated it thoroughly. It wasn't the work of either, the way of heaven is weaker than me, or, great might celestial dragon. It's highly likely that it was done by, who else, or someone at the Supreme Emperor stage.
Supreme Emperor stage?
Long muttered, his cloudy eyes suddenly widening. If it really was Supreme Emperor stage's doing, then there might truly be some hidden circumstances behind this matter. After all, he believed that Supreme Emperor stage wouldn't kill people on a whim. Those he killed were all deserving of death.
It was too early to draw any conclusions. Pass the word, no one is to discuss this matter.
Let it be considered settled, Long said coldly. If rumors spread and displeased those in higher positions, the cultivation department would be in danger. At present, he couldn't be entirely certain that these people were loyal to the nation, but he could at least tell that Carefree Sovereign had Huaxia's best interests at heart.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and one more thing, the Superpower Empire has sent an invitation, asking us to participate in the global tournament.
Global tournament?
Upon hearing this, Long let out a cold laugh. No wonder they released those prisoners. It turns out they were just setting up this little charade.
If others didn't know the Superpower Empire, did he not?
The Superpower Empire's actions were nothing more than an attempt to gauge the strength of various nations, so they could then launch offensives against the weaker ones and annex them. He was all too familiar with such petty tricks. But now, Huaxia was no longer the Huaxia of the past. It wasn't a country anyone could bully.
Agree to their request and send our people.
Since they want to test the waters, it's time to give the world a little taste of China's might.
Yes, sir. As the female soldier left, Long let out a cold chuckle. So they just want to gauge our strength? Let us have a go at it.
Let us see who is more powerful, us or them.
With Slayer's demise, cultivators across the nation were thrown into panic. If even a demi-saint stage cultivator had died, would they die too?
Now, panic had gripped the nation. And just then, the golden list in the sky spoke again. Due to Slayer's demise, according to the rules of the golden list, if the victim is among the top 10 on the list, the killer shall receive 20% of the victim's cultivation level. Upon hearing this, the entire nation was stunned.
The golden rankings have rules? Killing someone can actually grant 20% of their cultivation?
That's just outrageous. However, the fact that this is limited to the top 10 greatly restricts many people. After all, every single one of the top 10 is a powerhouse among powerhouses. They're not exactly easy to kill. But what if, by sheer luck, you accidentally manage to take down one of the top 10?
That wouldn't be half bad. But just thinking about it, it seemed like an impossible task.
Additionally, the top 10 on the power leaderboard will be updated in real time. If someone surpasses another, the rankings will be adjusted accordingly. The top 10 on the golden list may gain 10% of the cultivation of anyone they kill who ranks below them.
The golden list spoke again, instantly sending shockwaves through the crowd. Killing someone ranked below you grants 10% of their cultivation? Doesn't that mean the top 10 can gain cultivation by killing ordinary cultivators like them?
Although their individual cultivation levels are much lower, there are so many of them, and with new cultivators joining the ranks, at least 500 million people nationwide have now embarked on the path of cultivation. If they were to wipe them all out, even those at the Saint stage could break through to the Saint King stage, and even those at the Saint King stage might be able to break through further.
From then on, Huaxia could turn into a scene of utter devastation, a living hell on earth. The ordinary cultivators were terrified.
Every single one of the top 10 possessed unimaginably terrifying power if they truly became bloodthirsty and started killing indiscriminately.
Few would be able to stand up to them.
But what they feared most was that one figure, Carefree Sovereign. He is a being capable of obliterating Blue Star in the blink of an eye with a single thought. Everyone would perish.
Wouldn't the cultivation he gains allow him to break through the Supreme Emperor stage?
Everyone could only hope that the Carefree Sovereign wasn't the kind to slaughter the innocent, otherwise, they would all die. And before the crowd had even recovered from their shock, the Golden List spoke again.
5th place, update. 5th place, number 2, Demi-Saint stage. BR.
Chapter 50, Reshaping the Time Stone, Comprehending the Law of Time.
Stunned.
The entire nation was stunned. Upon hearing the Golden List's announcement, the murmurs of discussion came to an abrupt halt.
Number 2? What is number 2? What's the story with this newcomer in 5th place?
Where did this Demi-Saint stage cultivator come from?
Could it be someone who just broke through? Didn't the Golden Rankings only list former gamers? Or does that mean anyone who breaks through from now on can make the list?
Faced with the mysterious appearance of number 2 and this sudden entry onto the rankings, everyone was baffled, unsure of what was going on. Furthermore, they had no idea how Slayer had died.
After the announcement, the power leaderboard soared into the clouds and vanished without a trace.
The people on the ground looked up at the sky, completely bewildered.
Is that it? What on earth just happened? Cultivation Department, Headquarters. Who is this number 2? Long asked, frowning in confusion.
Slayer's mysterious death, coupled with these new rules for the Golden List, was giving him a major headache.
And finally, who exactly is this newcomer, number 2?
They had recorded the top 100 on the Golden List, and there was absolutely no mention of this number 2. Even if someone had suddenly reached this realm, they shouldn't have appeared out of nowhere like this.
Look into it.
Find out who this number 2 is, then go ask those few to see if they know anything, Long instructed the soldier standing beside him.
Yes, sir, the soldier nodded and left.
This had come on too suddenly. Let us hope it turns out to be a good thing for Huaxia.
Ninja Empire. 2 minutes earlier.
Amid the ruins and debris, Lan's spiritual avatar stood above Sadako's head. Not far away, a spiritual essence floated in the void. It was none other than Wang Zhengwe's soul. At his level of cultivation, as long as his divine soul remained intact, he could successfully possess another's body and be reborn even if his physical form was gone. Wang Zhengwe stared in horror at his own ethereal, transparent form, his heart pounding with fear. He immediately knelt in the void and cried out to Lan, "Big shot, please spare me.
I'll do whatever you ask."
Although he didn't know why Lan hadn't destroyed his soul, it seemed there was still hope for now. He had already figured out, more or less, who the person before him was. It was highly likely the number 1 powerhouse on the rankings, Carefree Sovereign. Lan didn't say a word. He simply clenched his fist in midair. In an instant, Wang Zhengwe felt as if he were being gripped by something. His entire body went rigid, and he couldn't move a muscle.
"Big shot, Carefree, big shot, spare me.
I shouldn't have harbored evil intentions toward Huaxia, nor toward you. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me." Wang Zhengwe screamed in terror as he struggled desperately. He was truly panicking. This feeling was exactly the same as the day he heard he'd been sentenced to death. The fear of death. He didn't want to die yet. He wanted to live longer. He'd finally attained such immense power he hadn't even avenged himself yet. How could he possibly accept dying like this?
Suddenly, Wang Zhengwe threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. excruciating pain. He felt a searing heat, as if flames were scorching him. His soul felt as though it had been thrown into a furnace to be burned. The pain was unbearable. Agony, it was too much to bear. He'd rather die than endure this torment of the soul. Please, kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Wang Zhengwei's expression was twisted with agony. All he wanted now was to die. But the burning sensation in his soul still did not cease. A full minute passed before Wang Zhenghua finally went still. Lan released him, and Wang Zhengwei's soul fell naturally, landing steadily on one knee on the ground. I pay my respects to my master. Wang Zhengwei's face was now expressionless, betraying no emotion. He seemed like a completely different person. But in truth, he was a completely different person. Lan had just used the law of souls to reshape Wang Zhengwei's soul. Now, this soul possessed the strength of the demi-saint stage, but it no longer held Wang Zhengwei's memories. It was no different from a newborn. From now on, it would only obey his commands, following his every order. To die, it would die. To live, it would live. From now on, you are number 2, Lan said calmly. With a sweep of his hand, Godzilla's flesh and blood flew out. It slowly coalesced in the air, eventually forming the corpse of a human male, ordinary-looking, 1.85 meters tall, and powerfully built. This is your new body. Enter it. Hearing this, number 2 nodded firmly, leaped into the air, and slipped into the body. Moments later, number 2 opened his eyes, stepped onto the ground, and knelt once more. Master. How is this body? Lan asked indifferently. It was a body crafted from Godzilla's remains, far superior to that of a human. Combined with his demi-saint stage cultivation, it was powerful enough to surpass even an average demi-saint stage practitioner. Fortunately, his law of souls was powerful enough to prevent number 2's original cultivation level from dropping. Otherwise, this soul possession would have inevitably caused a loss of cultivation. It's very strong, sturdy, and powerful. It's far superior to my original body. That's good enough. From now on, Sadako will assist you. The two of you should establish yourselves here in the Ninja Empire. You continue to serve as the ruler, and work to win over others as soon as possible. Anyone who resists, kill them. Lan's face was expressionless. To be honest, he wouldn't be this cold toward others, but this Ninja Empire was an exception. He had absolutely no regard for it. Yes, Master. Number 2 and Sadako replied in unison. When they looked up, Lan's phantom had already vanished. After the man and the ghost exchanged a glance, they left in perfect unison. Number 2 returned to continue ruling the nation, while Sadako went back to feasting on Godzilla's carcass. The surface of the moon. Lan slowly opened his eyes. A Bagua symbol spun within his pupils, emitting a faint golden glow. But it quickly faded. Phew! Finally, I've grasped a tiny bit of it. I believe it won't be long before I can officially enter the door. This law of transformation was truly extraordinary. Even just clearing the threshold of entry had taken him an entire day of contemplation without success. Still, he had made some progress. For example, Lan gathered his spiritual energy and silently chanted in his mind, transform, time stone, reshape. As spiritual energy erupted from his hand, the surrounding environment underwent a drastic transformation. Space began to blur and distort. At the tips of his fingers, space twisted as if something were about to emerge. Hum. A humming sound resonated through space. The spiritual energy dissipated, and a green gem slowly floated before him. The time stone had been reshaped. Using the transformation technique, he altered reality, causing the time stone, which had already exploded and ceased to exist, to reappear. However, this cost him a small amount of spiritual energy. After all, the time stone contained the essence of the law of time. Among the 3,000 great Daos, time is the most terrifying and powerful. It allows one to know the past and the future, and even to alter history and reverse the future. Without exception, any cultivator who masters this great Tao is a true powerhouse. Lan grabbed the time stone, popped it into his mouth, and began crunching away. Once he finished eating this gem, he would be able to grasp a glimpse of the threshold of the law of time. Chapter 51, A National Academician Defies Heaven's Will. The next day. The entire nation was in a state of panic. Online forums were abuzz with discussions about yesterday's golden list. The new rules of the golden list had left many people on edge. Since the top 10 could kill them to gain cultivation, with no upper limit, many low-level cultivators were terrified. They feared that the powerful would sneak up on them and eliminate them to boost their own strength for those 10, killing them would be a breeze. Whereas ordinary people used to fear cultivators, now the entire nation feared the top 10. They were terrified that if the top 10 were in a bad mood, they might kill them to boost their cultivation just like the demon cultivators in novels. In addition, another story was spreading like wildfire across the internet, causing quite a stir. It concerned Old Master Yuan, an academician of Huaxia, who was 130 years old, had almost no bodily functions left, and was about to pass away. Oh, is there really no one who can save the old scholar? He has made such tremendous contributions to our country. I heard the cultivation department has already stepped in. Last night, they invited Master Qingfeng to take a look, but he refused to intervene, saying it would entangle him in immense karmic retribution. Moreover, defying heaven to alter one's fate would provoke the wrath of the heavens. That's right. Even with the resurrection pill, one must still endure a tribulation after taking it, because defying heaven to alter one's fate is, by its very nature, an act against heaven, and heaven's will cannot be defied. Is that so? I thought taking the resurrection pill would simply bring him back to life. I didn't realize he'd still have to go through such trials. What trials? It's the lightning tribulation, the lightning tribulation. If your strength is great enough, you can stand up to heaven. That can't be right. Yuan has great merit. His knowledge has advanced China's fighter jet technology by 30 years. He has lived this long precisely because of that great merit. How can he just pass away like that? There's nothing we can do. No one dares defy heaven's will, unless the carefree sovereign intervenes. That's true. If the carefree sovereign were to save him, he wouldn't have to fear heaven's will after all. He is the one who can even scare off the lightning tribulation. Longdu City, Military District Hospital. In a spacious ward stood a hospital bed. An elderly man, pale and emaciated, with snow-white hair and sunken eyes, lay there quietly, his eyes closed. Judging by his pale, bloodless skin and faint breathing, it was clear the old man didn't have much time left. Beside him sat a young girl, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "Grandpa, I went to the temple today to pray for your well-being. You're sure to live much longer. I've also posted an offer online. If anyone dares to save you, I'll give away everything I own." The young girl's name was Shi. She was Yuan's granddaughter and the current chairwoman of Longdu Shiha Cosmetics, with a net worth of 100 billion. Cough, cough. At that moment, the old man lying on the bed coughed twice and opened his eyes dazedly. "Grandpa, you're awake. Are you hungry? Thirsty?" Seeing her grandfather wake up, she asked anxiously. "I'm fine. I'm neither hungry nor thirsty." The old man struggled to curve the corners of his mouth upward, looked at his granddaughter, and smiled kindly. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely find a way to save you. I heard that Aqua has the resurrection pill. I'd spend every last penny of our family fortune to buy it as long as they're willing to sell." Tears streamed down Shia's pretty face, evoking a sense of pity. Silly child, since ancient times, who has escaped death? What is there to fear in death? Besides, I've lived most of my life. I've lived long enough. Yuan smiled with satisfaction, reaching out a trembling hand to stroke his granddaughter's cheek. He felt no fear of death. On the contrary, he felt a sense of serenity. At 14, he was admitted to the National Defense University on a special scholarship due to his talent. At 18, he made outstanding contributions to the aviation field. At 20, he solved various technical challenges in fighter jet development, and foreign countries offered vast sums of money just to recruit him. He turned them all down with a single sentence: "I am Chinese." He then resolutely joined the National Defense University to begin his research and dedicate himself to the field of fighter jets. Now over 100 years old, he continues to make countless contributions to the nation's aviation industry and fighter jet development. His remarkable achievements are unmatched.
A few years ago, he was awarded the Medal of National Glory. However, he still harbors a slight regret, not having lived to see China become the world's most powerful nation, and not having seen his granddaughter marry. These are his regrets, yet he still does not want to die.
But now, who could save him? No, who would dare to save him? Just then, Xia's phone vibrated.
She picked it up and saw it was a call from her secretary, surely an important matter to report.
Go ahead and take the call, Yuan said with a smile. She nodded, walking over to the balcony to answer it. Go ahead, what is it?
Chairman, Aqua has replied. She is willing to provide the resurrection pill, but only on the condition that someone is willing to defy heaven's will and block the lightning tribulation.
Otherwise, the entire Chen family will be destroyed by the lightning tribulation.
Hearing this, Xia's expression changed drastically.
Defying heaven's will was that serious? The slightest misstep could drag the entire family down with her.
This she couldn't make this decision on her own.
All right, I understand.
She ended the call, returned to her grandfather's side, and forced a smile.
Grandfather, there's been a problem at the company. I need to go handle it. I'll come see you later. Go ahead. Yuan nodded, watching she leave.
The moment the hospital room door closed, his eyes dimmed.
Having lived for over 100 years, could he really fail to notice a person's emotional shifts? It seemed his old life was coming to an end. Shindu University, dormitory.
Lan had spent the night in deep thought and didn't return to the dorm until noon. As soon as she opened the door, she heard a sigh.
Ugh, why are there so many things going on today? What a disheartening day.
Tao was sitting in a chair, staring at his phone and sighing repeatedly, seemingly weighed down by worries.
What's up? Lan asked casually. Whoa, you're back. You stayed out all night. You didn't secretly start dating behind my back, did you?
As soon as Tao saw Lan return, he jumped to his feet and rushed over to him.
What are you thinking? Lan rolled his eyes. Let me tell you, you're my future brother-in-law. Don't go looking for a girlfriend. Huh? Since when did I become your brother-in-law? Lan was baffled, then winked and gave a mischievous smile. Besides, didn't you say you didn't want me to be your brother-in-law? What's up today? Of course it's because my little sister likes you. Last night I saw her blushing, and she even said, why didn't Lan Ge come over for dinner?
As he said this, Tao's voice carried a hint of anger.
Lan froze. It seemed Tao wasn't joking. Could Lan really have a crush on him? But come to think of it, it made sense.
Lan was so young it wasn't uncommon for young girls to have crushes.
Stop, hold on. Let us not talk about this. Lan's still young, we'll discuss it later. First, tell me why you're sighing like that. Did something happen?
He hadn't paid any attention to what was happening on Blue Star all day, having devoted himself entirely to his spiritual cultivation.
Oh, it's obviously about academician. Chapter 52, I am the carefree sovereign. Well, that's just how it is. No one dares defy heaven's will to save academician except maybe the carefree sovereign.
Aside from him, I doubt anyone else would dare.
Tao sighed. After hearing the full story, Lan finally understood.
He never expected that, overnight, something like this would happen again. The pride of the nation's cornerstone, and the nation's pillar, all three terms applied to a single person.
No matter the era, he would be a towering figure, the kind revered by millions.
Even now, in the age of immortal cultivation, and even though he himself was at the Supreme Emperor stage, he still held these people in the highest regard. Because without them, there would be no Huaxia, nor would there be the prosperous life that followed.
Their contributions were unmatched by anyone. The longevity pill has found its way home.
Damn it, look at these people online, they're truly heartless, and they're even using moral blackmail.
If they were insulting me, I'd definitely kill them all. Tao held his phone up in front of Lan.
As Lan looked at the content on the screen, his expression gradually turned cold.
It was a post. A plea to carefree sovereign,
please use the longevity pill to save Yuan's life. Below it were millions of replies, almost all pleading with Carefree Sovereign to save Yuan's life. But among them, a few dozen comments stood out in particular.
Come on.
Even though Yuan has made many contributions, there's only one longevity pill.
How could we possibly waste it on just one ordinary person? Exactly.
It'd be better to hand it over to the government for research to see if they can uncover the secrets of eternal life for everyone.
If they really succeed, I'm sure Yuan's spirit in heaven would be delighted. The person above is right.
There's only one longevity pill.
Even someone at the Supreme Emperor stage might not be willing to part with it. And even if they did, saving just one person isn't worth it. It could benefit the entire populace instead. Don't you guys want to live forever? If the government really figures out the secret to immortality, everyone will be able to live forever. How great would that be? Saving just one person is such a waste. Yeah, I agree, we shouldn't waste it.
It could clearly be put to much better use. Even as they were being lambasted all over the internet, they continued to do as they pleased, hoping that Carefree Sovereign wouldn't give the longevity pill to Yuan.
These people, what right do they have to give orders to a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator?
And their hearts are truly fucking disgusting.
Yuan has contributed so much. If it weren't for him, where would we be?
Tao clenched his fists, wishing he could crawl into his phone and beat the hell out of those dozen or so people. These people were truly despicable. Just as he turned to ask Lon for her opinion, he realized Lon was gone.
Gone again. Why has Lon been coming and going like a ghost lately?
Tao scratched his head. Then, gritting his teeth, he sat back down in his chair and began arguing with people online.
The Chen family mansion. The living room.
She put down his phone in despair, his eyes lifeless as he looked around at his parents and uncles sitting nearby.
Is there no one willing to help?
Chen's father sighed, as if he had long since accepted his fate. He leaned back in his chair in despair, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought.
One cannot defy heaven's will, no one dares to defy it, one of his uncles sighed.
They had already consulted many cultivators and were willing to spend their entire fortune, yet still no one dared to take on the task. Because Yuan had died of natural causes, it was the will of heaven. His lifespan was meant to end after just these few days. He should have passed away last night, had it not been for Master Qingfeng forcibly prolonging his breath. At the time, they were all present and witnessed Master Qingfeng cough up a mouthful of blood. Even at the peak of the Golden Deity stage, he was powerless to defy the way of heaven. One can only imagine just how formidable the way of heaven truly is. Not a single cultivator in the entire country dared to step forward, not a single one dared to defy the will of heaven. It seems Dad is, the woman sitting next to Chen's father began to sob, overcome with grief. She looked at the crowd, her heart filled with despair. She had just contacted everyone, but not a single person dared to come to his rescue. Even Master Qingfeng had admitted he was powerless, and she couldn't reach the others.
Could it be that Grandpa really was beyond saving?
Unless the Carefree Sovereign intervenes, one of the uncles spoke up at that moment. Right now, there was likely only one person who could save Yuan, and that was the Carefree Sovereign.
Upon hearing that name, the room fell instantly silent.
Shoo!
He is at the Supreme Emperor stage, don't address him by his given name.
Chen's father hurriedly interjected. That's the Supreme Emperor stage, after all.
If His Majesty were to hear that, the entire Chen family would be doomed.
I'm going to try, she suddenly said. She looked toward the balcony, ran over, and immediately knelt down. Carefree Sovereign, if you can hear me, I beg you please save my grandfather.
I'll give up everything I have. I beg you. Thud.
She bowed his head, repeated his plea, and bowed again. Everyone was taken aback, but none of them stopped him. Because right now, only the Carefree Sovereign could save Yuan. Hopefully, she could pull it off. Over and over again, she remained utterly devout.
Military Regional Hospital.
The clock hanging on the wall ticked away, and the ward was deathly quiet.
Yuan closed his eyes to rest, listening to the ticking of the clock as he tried to drift off to sleep.
But suddenly, the ticking stopped. This felt a bit strange to him. He opened his eyes and looked at the clock on the opposite wall. It had actually stopped moving. Could it be the clock is broken? Yuan muttered, just as he was about to call a nurse to take a look. A voice sounded from beside him.
It's not broken, it's stopped.
This sudden voice startled Yuan, sending a jolt of fear through him as he turned his head in alarm. He saw a young boy sitting in the chair next to him, holding a fruit knife and peeling an apple.
Who are you?
Yuan, who had seen it all, quickly regained his composure and asked in confusion.
How had this teenager gotten in here?
He looked delicate and fair-skinned, clean-cut and handsome. He certainly didn't seem like someone from the military.
This was a military hospital. After all, how could an ordinary person just walk in like that?
Therefore, he concluded that the teenager before him was no ordinary person. Perhaps he was a highly skilled cultivator who had appeared here without anyone noticing.
Lon didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the apple and took a bite. What did you mean just now? What stopped? Yuan pressed.
Time stopped, Lon replied casually.
Time stopped? Yuan was startled and hurriedly glanced at the clock. The hands had indeed stopped.
But that didn't mean time had actually stopped. Lon smiled, releasing the half-eaten apple from his hand, leaving Yuan utterly stunned.
The fruit hovered in midair. It didn't fall. This defied gravity. And it really did look as if time had paused. Who are you, exactly? This ability is beyond belief. What are you doing here? Yuan asked in astonishment.
Lon stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from him.
After a long moment, he finally turned around. I am Carefree Sovereign.
Chapter 53, The Elixir of Longevity. The old man becomes a young man.
Carefree Sovereign. Those 4 words echoed in Yuan's mind, over and over again.
For some reason, when he heard the youth before him claim to be Carefree Sovereign, he didn't doubt it. Instead, he believed it.
Was it because this youth possessed an aura he couldn't fathom? Are you really the Carefree Sovereign? Yuan asked in astonishment.
Even though he believed the person before him was the Carefree Sovereign, he still instinctively wanted to ask again.
Who was the Carefree Sovereign, after all?
He was the top-ranked scholar on the Golden List, a being of the Supreme Emperor stage.
How could he possibly be here? And why would he be here? Lon didn't answer his question. Instead, he stared intently at Yuan. Do you want to live?
At those words, Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he fell silent.
Did he want to live? Of course he did.
The words he'd spoken to his granddaughter earlier were merely meant to ease her grief and sorrow.
Who wouldn't want to live? He wanted to see his homeland prosper and thrive. He wanted to see his granddaughter walk down the aisle in her wedding gown toward a life of happiness, and there were so many other wishes he hadn't even had the chance to fulfill yet. I want to live. After a long pause, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Yuan's eyes. He wanted to live.
I have a longevity pill here, Mr. Yuan.
If I give it to you, you'll gain eternal life from this day forward. Will you take it?
Lon flickered her hand, and a crystal-clear pill appeared in her palm. The pill wasn't large, about the size of a piece of candy, but it was exquisitely crafted, engraved with countless patterns imbued with the essence of the Tao. Looking at the pill in Lon's hand, Yuan swallowed hard.
Was this the legendary pill that granted eternal life? Eternal life? Who hadn't heard of it?
At least 3/4 of the people of Huaxiao longed for it.
Now, this opportunity lay right before his eyes. As long as he took this pill, he could live forever, right up until the end of the world.
Yuan stared at the longevity pill before him, torn. After a long while, he closed his eyes and sighed, "This pill is far too precious, I'm not worthy of it."
Well then, what do you say I donate this pill to the nation? Let them unlock the secrets of immortality and grant eternal life to all the people. How does that sound? Lon continued. Hearing this, Yuan's eyes lit up with a gleam of excitement. That's actually a good suggestion.
If it can truly grant eternal life to the entire nation, then this pill will truly serve its purpose. It would be such a waste to let it go to waste on a dying body like mine. After hearing Yuan's words, Lon's lips curled slightly into a smile.
He put the elixir away, walked to the balcony, and gazed out the window. I deeply admire your character. Your spirit of great and selfless dedication is something I could never emulate. Lon was speaking the truth. These people were the ones he admired most in his life, and his father was no exception. He would always remember the day it was his birthday. His father had to leave on an urgent mission, and when faced with a choice between the nation and his family, his father chose the nation. After that night, he never returned. He had never blamed his father. Instead, he had always respected and revered him. Once you take on that role, you must shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. Those were his father's words. There are very few people in this world who are so selfless, people who can even resist the temptation of eternal life. It's all too rare. No, carefree sovereign, you are also the person I admire most, Yuan said, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? Lon turned to look at Yuan. You possess such immense power, yet you haven't used it to do as you please. You've managed to suppress your inner desires. You're the most impressive person I've ever seen. Over the past while, I've seen countless people who, the moment they became cultivators, began committing all sorts of atrocities, forcing innocent women into prostitution, burning, killing, and looting. They were all unable to control their inner desires, which were amplified infinitely by their immense power. Yet you have managed to remain hidden from the world, neither arrogant nor impatient, and so low-key at that. It's truly admirable. Yuan blurted out his innermost thoughts. From the moment the game materialized, he had worried that these individuals might pose a threat to the nation, especially Carefree Sovereign. He feared him the most, because this man's power was in a league of its own, far surpassing everyone else's. A single thought from him could wipe out the entire world's population. And what humans struggle most to control is their own desire. Once they obtain immense power, the desires hidden deep within their hearts are magnified infinitely, becoming a bottomless black hole. Yet, surprisingly, Carefree Sovereign chose not to reveal his identity but remained hidden in the shadows like a transcendent sage wandering the mortal realm, mysterious and powerful. Truly admirable. Lon paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. Yuan, with you and Huaxia, the nation flourishes and prospers. The same goes for you. With you and Huaxia, the nation enjoys peace and prosperity, Yuan replied immediately. Lon remained silent, but extended his index finger and said calmly, Before I came, countless people begged me to save you, yet there were still a few who told me not to waste elixirs on you. Hearing this, does it chill your heart? Does it make you angry? Yuan paused, then laughed bitterly. I've lived over 100 years. I'm just a bundle of old bones. There's nothing left to save. Everyone has their own self-interest. There's nothing to get angry about. But I don't like it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the clock began to turn, and the ticking sound resounded once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the curtains on the balcony were whipped open by a gale, and wave after wave of visible white mist swept in, condensing at the tip of Lana's index finger. This is lifespan energy. It can extend your life. Taken together with the longevity pill, it will ensure you never die and grant you eternal life. Hearing this, Yuan gazed intently at the cluster of lifespan energy, swallowed hard, then, as if a thought struck him, looked at Lon in astonishment. Could it be? Aren't you afraid of defying heaven's will? His granddaughter had said that the reason no one dared to save him was precisely because he was dying of old age. It was heaven's will. Whoever saved him would be defying heaven's will and inviting divine retribution. Heaven's will? Would he dare? Lon chuckled. Yuan fell silent. He'd forgotten that the person before him was at the Supreme Emperor stage. His power surpassed even the so-called Tao of Heaven. If he defied heaven's will, what could the Tao of Heaven possibly do to him? Thank you, Supreme Emperor stage. Yuan said gratefully. He picked up the cluster of lifespan essence and the longevity pill and swallowed them in one go. As the lifespan essence and the longevity pill entered his stomach, a miraculous scene unfolded. Yuan's aged face, once streaked with white hair, slowly reverted to a youthful appearance, as if time had been turned back. Not a single wrinkle remained, and his hair turned black again. He looked like a young man in his 20s, handsome and radiant. Is this really me? Yuan stared at his fair, youthful hands in disbelief, blurting out the words.
When he realized his voice had also grown younger, he was utterly astonished.
Was this the power of the longevity pill?
It was mind-blowing. He had truly turned back the clock. But suddenly, he noticed something puzzling.
May I ask, Supreme Emperor Stage, where did you obtain that lifespan?
The chapter title is wrong. It hasn't been corrected yet.
Br. Chapter 54, Merit Manifests Divinity, the Merit-Infused Sacred Body. A residential complex.
A middle-aged man sat in front of a computer, his expression frenzied as he hammered away at the keyboard.
Damn it, he is just an old man. Are you all his grandchildren or something? Why are you defending him so fiercely? Bunch of idiots. Do you even know how important the longevity pill is? If the carefree sovereign gives it away, none of us will ever achieve immortality.
If it were given to the nation for research, there might still be hope.
Saving some old man, you're all so stupid. I think Yuan would also want this longevity pill to be used for national research so everyone can achieve immortality. After all, he is so selfless and great. This is Mr. Yuan's last wish, don't you guys get it?
As he tapped away at the keyboard, one comment after another was posted. But the very next second, the man suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony. He hurriedly stood up and staggered backward in pain. It hurts, my chest hurts so much. It felt as if someone were squeezing his heart, and a wave of inexplicable exhaustion washed over him. He felt so tired, so sleepy he just wanted to go to sleep.
Ah! What is happening? What is going on?
The man was horrified to discover that his hands were beginning to age, becoming covered in wrinkles.
He rushed toward the bathroom. When he saw his reflection in the mirror, he screamed in terror, "No! What is happening here?"
His reflection in the mirror was rapidly aging. His hair turned white in an instant, wrinkles multiplied across his face, and the aging process continued. Just then, his wife, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard his screams and grew impatient.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
It's bad enough that you stay home all day instead of going out to work, but now you're yelling like this.
What if the neighbors come over to report us for disturbing the peace? As she berated him, she walked toward the bathroom.
But when she saw her husband inside, she was completely stunned. It wasn't her husband at all. It was a gaunt old man with white hair, missing all his teeth, unsteady on his feet, and slumped on the floor.
Who are you? The wife screamed in terror. How could there be such an old man in her house? Where was her husband?
I am your husband, the old man managed to say, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. He could feel his vital functions rapidly fading. He feared he had only a few days left to live. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tilted his head and passed out. Seeing this, the wife turned pale with shock and immediately called an ambulance on her cell phone. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding all across the country. Without exception, these people had all instantly aged to a terrifying degree, their vital functions severely depleted.
Hearing Yuan's question.
Well, that's none of your business, Lon said with a faint smile.
Since Lon wouldn't answer, Yuan didn't press the matter. He could only nod silently.
The Supreme Emperor Stage, the longevity pill is so precious.
Giving it to an old man like me who has no cultivation base at all, isn't that a waste? Yuan sighed. He had no cultivation, he was just an ordinary mortal. Even if he took the longevity pill, what good would it do? He'd still end up a useless old man, facing the constant risk of being killed. You are no ordinary person, Lon said calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Yuan.
Yuan himself might not be able to see it, but Lon could see it clearly.
Ever since he arrived here, he noticed a faint golden glow emanating from Yuan, as if he were at the saint stage.
After consulting the Tao of Heaven, he learned that this was a sign of merit manifesting as divinity, indicating that a person's merit was so great that even in death, they could secure a seat among the gods. But if he didn't die, he might condense a merit saint body, allowing him to cultivate using merit from then on at a speed more than 10,000 times faster than an ordinary person. Is truly terrifying. There is only one reason why Yuan has not yet condensed a holy body of merit: the holy body has not yet manifested. Once it does manifest, Yuan will likely soar to new heights and truly rise to greatness.
Am I not ordinary?
Yuan muttered in confusion, his head bowed. Just as he raised his head to ask Lan another question, he realized that Lan was gone. Just then, the hospital room door swung open, and a young girl, along with several other men and women, walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw Yuan sitting on the hospital bed and looked puzzled. "Huh? Did we walk into the wrong room?" she asked in confusion. She double-checked the room number to make sure it was correct before turning her attention to the young man on the bed. "Excuse me, young man, have you seen an elderly man who was lying in this bed earlier?" she asked, puzzled. Why was Grandpa gone, and why was there a young man here instead? To her surprise, the young man burst out laughing upon hearing Shia's words. I'm your grandpa. How dare you impersonate my father? Do you know that is a capital offense? Shia's father Chen Luoyang, Yuan's son, heard this and immediately roared in anger. How dare this young man before him be so brazen as to impersonate his father? His audacity knew no bounds. Chen Luoyang, don't you know by now whether I'm your father or not? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yuan's aura slowly manifested, and an inexplicable, bloodline-based pressure bore down on Chen Luoyang. Staring at the young man before him, whose tone of voice and facial expressions were identical to his father's, Chen Luoyang was dumbfounded. This feeling, it was so familiar, exactly like his father's. Could it be that he really is my father? But how could my father have become so young? Everyone else was stunned, at a loss for words. Could the person standing before them really be Yuan? Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. Are you really Grandpa? Has the carefree sovereign been here? 10 minutes later. The Chen family members stood gathered around Yuan, looking at him with a mixture of astonishment and delight. They had finally accepted that the young man before them was their family head, Yuan. Even so, they were still utterly stunned. For a man over 100 years old to instantly regain the appearance and physique of someone in his 20s, it was simply astonishing. Even the doctor who came to examine him was utterly astonished, and after conducting a physical examination, was left speechless. Yuan's physical functions had returned to those of a 20-year-old. His entire body was now in peak condition, bearing no resemblance to an elderly man. Such a feat could likely be accomplished by no one other than the carefree sovereign. Thank you so much, carefree sovereign. If it weren't for him, Grandpa, she wiped away her tears, her heart filled with joy. If it weren't for the carefree sovereign, Grandpa would likely be dead. Her prayers had been heard by the carefree sovereign. Silly child, Yuan said with a smile, affectionately ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Dad, you've met the carefree sovereign. What does he look like? Chen Luoyang asked hurriedly, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. You good for nothing. Do you even deserve to know what carefree sovereign looks like? No one is allowed to ask about this. I want to say a word, do you hear me? Yuan slapped him across the face. He was protecting his son if carefree sovereign heard about this, who knew what punishment Chen Luoyang might face. The slap snapped Chen Luoyang back to his senses, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He'd almost forgotten that was the carefree sovereign, after all. What right did he have to pry for information? It was already a tremendous act of grace that the carefree sovereign had chosen to reveal himself to save his father, yet here he was, asking for more. Chen Luoyang immediately knelt and bowed in a certain direction, pleading with the Supreme Emperor stage not to hold it against him. By the way, help me contact Cultivation Department Long. I have something very important to discuss. The Blue Star crisis is imminent. We can't go on like this. Starting now, everyone in the Chen family must begin cultivating. Chapter 55, The Orchid Wife. Are you the carefree sovereign? Today's latest news, dozens of ordinary people across the country have developed strange symptoms. They were originally in their 20s or 30s, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into elderly people with drastically reduced physical functions. The specific circumstances are still under investigation. According to sources, these people who turned into the elderly had all previously shown disrespect toward the carefree sovereign. They also posted multiple online threads morally blackmailing the carefree sovereign and insulting Old Master Yuan. It's highly likely they've been struck by divine retribution. Lon pushed open the door to the dormitory and immediately heard the sound coming from Tao's phone.
This report came out pretty fast. It's only been 10 minutes, and they've already uncovered so much. This is so satisfying. These people deserve to die, they don't have many days left to live. Tao exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the report on his phone. With their physical functions failing, these people have only a few days left to live. They can only watch themselves die, trapped in their aged bodies. No one dares to save them, because they've offended carefree sovereign.
This method making their lives worse than death is so satisfying.
Carefree sovereign, well done. Oh, you're back. Principal Yan is looking for you. It seems she has something very important to discuss with you.
You should head to the principal's office first, Tao said, looking up at Lon.
Looking for me?
Lon paused for a moment, pulled out his phone, and discovered that you had indeed sent him quite a few messages. They all told him to go to the principal's office to discuss something important. In an instant, Lon vanished.
The principal's office. You was sitting inside.
Although she was a deputy minister, she was also the principal. Li Zhen's assignment to her was to manage the school well and cultivate as many cultivators as possible as soon as possible. At present, elixirs had already been materialized, and the government had purchased some at a high price, intending to use them to train talented ordinary people. Before long, Lon appeared out of thin air in the office, startling you. You gave me a scare.
Can't you knock first?
You patted delay, her breathing still coming in rapid gasps.
I'll definitely do that next time.
Let us get down to business, Lon said calmly. Seeing Lon's composed expression, you couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Could it be that the person standing before her wasn't afraid of her at all?
She was at the tribulation stage, while Lon was merely at the nascent stage, yet she showed absolutely no reaction. If it were any other nascent stage cultivator, they would been bowing and scraping before her long ago. But you didn't care for all that formality anyway, so she didn't mind. The elixirs have been distributed.
I'm giving you a batch.
Later, I'll assign them to your 3 classes. Half are already at the tempering stage, and half are still ordinary people. Help them boost their strength. Understood, Lon nodded in agreement. He didn't have much else to do anyway, he'd just let the students train on their own when the time came. Also, this afternoon, demon beasts below the nascent stage will materialize en masse. This marks the true beginning of the game.
If you have time, would you take some people out to practice?
Sure.
Good. I really admire you, you're the most outstanding young person in the school.
Consider this top grade post heavenly treasure a reward for you.
You probably don't have any good magical treasures yet, do you?
You took a top grade post heaven treasure out of her storage ring and placed it on the table. She figured that since Lon was only at the nascent stage, he probably didn't have many powerful magical treasures. She, on the other hand, was different. The carefree sovereign had given her many magical treasures, and since she no longer needed them, she might as well give a few to outstanding individuals. It was a better way to win people over. Looking at the top grade post heaven treasure on the table, Lon's mouth twitched slightly. So the magical treasures he'd given away had ultimately found their way back to him after all.
What's the matter? Don't you want it?
Yu's expression grew somewhat gloomy. She felt that Lon's impassive demeanor meant he looked down on her treasure. These were gifts carefree sovereign had given him, and yet Lon actually looked down on them. If he hadn't helped the school so much and if he weren't such a decent young man, she wouldn't have bothered giving them to him at all.
No, I'm just so happy I don't know what to say. Thank you, Lon smiled, putting the treasure away.
That's good. Those are top-tier post-heaven treasures. Not many people have access to such items.
You should cherish them. Okay.
Lon nodded obediently, though inwardly she felt quite helpless. He had as many treasures like this as there were mountains.
And some elixirs.
You waved his hand, and 20 bottles of elixirs appeared on the ground.
These are all tempering stage elixirs and some first-grade spiritual chi elixirs. Take them for your students to use.
Lon
waved her hand, stowing all the elixirs away.
Oh, and one last thing. The various academies are organizing an inter-school martial arts tournament. There will be rewards, and both teachers and students will need to compete. I've already decided to send you to lead the team. This tournament had been decided upon some time ago. It was a way to let students from different academies see the gap between themselves and others. This would spark their fighting spirit and unlock their potential. After all, it's often only through competition that one can improve the fastest. Without even a goal to strive for, a person is no better than a piece of dried fish.
Ha! Me?
Lon froze, pointing at himself. Sending him there was basically just sending him to trample the weak. Even if he suppressed his cultivation level to the nascent stage, he doubted anyone at the deity stage or even the grandmaster stage could stand a chance against him. After all, he had mastered 5 great Dao paths.
Yeah, it's you.
We can only assign opponents at the nascent stage or below, so you're the only one who fits the bill. If the restriction weren't limited to the nascent stage or below, you would probably have stepped in personally. Right now, Lon was the strongest in the entire school. Everyone else was at the core stage or foundation stage.
Who is organizing this competition? Lon asked.
Lon, the military strategist at the cultivation department headquarters, ordered it.
I think it's a great idea. Who are the judges?
The principals of various schools.
I'll be there too.
I heard they also invited a orchid fairy who claims to be the carefree sovereign's spouse. When he said the latter part, U.S. tone was bitter, as if he were jealous.
Lon, however, was taken aback. The orchid fairy?
He knew exactly who this spouse was. He'd spotted her in Xanadu City using his divine sense before.
But wasn't this orchid fairy already married? He'd even seen her getting all lovey-dovey with a man back then.
That was perfectly normal. After all, they were just in-game spouses, not real-life couples, and it had been 10 years anyway. Currently, only 3 of all the spouses were still single. The rest were either already in relationships or had families, and the orchid fairy was one of them. What puzzled Lon was this: if the orchid fairy was already married, why was she still calling herself his spouse?
Wasn't that shameful?
I heard the orchid fairy was already married, Lon asked in confusion.
He hadn't paid much attention to the orchid fairy.
She got divorced yesterday. She said she belongs to Carefree Sovereign now, so she divorced her husband. She even claimed she was single but not yet divorced, and said she wanted to find Carefree Sovereign, hoping he'd be into married women. As she said this, U.S. face was filled with disgust. How could Carefree Sovereign possibly like a woman like that? The orchid fairy was just deluding herself. Hearing this, Lon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. She never expected the plot to be so melodramatic that she actually divorced her own husband over this. This orchid fairy really has a grand vision. By the way, you changed the subject, turning to Lon. What were you doing on the rooftop that day? Did you see Carefree Sovereign? Or are you Carefree Sovereign yourself? Chapter 56, I'm going to find Carefree Sovereign. Lon froze for a moment, just as she was about to answer. I'm sorry you're so young, and you're only at the nascent stage. I shouldn't have said that, lest I provoke Carefree Sovereign, you apologized hastily. What he just said was a bit off. If Carefree Sovereign heard it, he probably wouldn't let Lon off the hook. Lon's mouth twitched. He felt a bit amused inside. What would happen if you found out that he was Carefree Sovereign? But that day on the rooftop, did you see him? You asked. At the time, everyone's attention had been on her, so Lon, who was on the rooftop, might have seen Carefree Sovereign. I did, Lon nodded. What? Are you serious? What did he look like? Hearing this answer, you instantly perked up. Lon had actually seen the Carefree Sovereign. A man. Very young, Lon said, feigning recollection. You, meanwhile, looked at him with an expression of excitement and longing, eager for more. Is he handsome? Yes, Lon said without batting an eye. A little self-admiration, that's okay, right? U.S. reaction grew even stronger upon hearing the word handsome. Her cheeks even flushed slightly. Young, handsome, and incredibly powerful. A man like that is truly a rarity in this world. US longing to meet the carefree sovereign grew even stronger. Watching you who had even reached the tribulation stage act so starstruck, Lon felt a bit embarrassed. You seemed quite the contrast to her usual self. Back in school, you had always come across as aloof when students tried to strike up a conversation with her. She was usually very sparing with her words. Her classmates had nicknamed her Iceberg Teacher. And now she was actually showing an expression like this. Lon felt it wasn't wise to linger any longer. Principal Yen, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Alright, go ahead and get back to work. Lon nodded and left the principal's office. Seeing Lon leave, you stopped hiding her true self and broke into a giddy, starry-eyed smile. Young, handsome, and so powerful, he is literally my ideal type. I might be the first person to know what carefree sovereign looks like. US little heart, which she'd been hiding, was pounding wildly. She loved strong men the most. Preferably the domineering kind. Dormitory. Tao, go gather everyone on this list and bring them to the playground. As soon as Lon returned to the dorm, she handed Tao a list. Holy crap, so many people. Are we going to war or something? Tao exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the 100 or so names on the list. You guessed right. The demon beasts are going to materialize this afternoon. Let us get ready in advance. I'll take you guys out to have some fun. Okay, I'll go round them up right away. No sooner had Tao left than the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. The Elixir Gold rankings were back. This time, however, the announcement started from the 20th place. Yesterday, he'd been forcibly kicked off the power leaderboard, causing the broadcast to cut off midway. Lon looked up at the Elixir Gold rankings in the sky. He should still be in first place. He clearly remembered obtaining the game's most powerful divine elixir. 8th grade elixir, Heavenly Dominator Holy Gale elixir. Upon consumption, fully restore health and gain immunity to damage for 8 seconds. Of course, this was the in-game effect. Once the elixir materialized, the effect changed. Restores full peak condition, impervious to all magic, indestructible as a diamond, and impervious to blades and spears, lasts 8 seconds. It was essentially 8 seconds of invincibility. During that time, no matter how many spells or attacks were thrown at him, they had absolutely no effect. He was simply invincible. This elixir was a reward from an event, specifically, the New Year's event. By defeating the Year Beast in ranking first on the damage leaderboard, one could obtain an 8th grade elixir. Back then, no one else was playing, so he took on the Year Beast alone. With 3 attempts per day, he defeated it in just 4 days. He had already figured out the rewards for the gold rank. Each reward corresponds to the item from the next golden rank. For example, the power leaderboard rewards magical artifacts, the artifact golden rank rewards pills, and the pill golden rank rewards the item from the next tier. He didn't know yet what the next tier was, but he'd find out once he saw the rewards others received. Before long, his spiritual sense detected that people had already gathered on the playground, so he vanished from the scene. Longdu, a villa. Miss, you absolutely must not go out. Master will worry about you. That's right, Miss can't go out. It's too dangerous outside. It's full of demon beasts out there, and there are people with malicious intentions. You absolutely must not go out. Inside a boudoir, a beautiful young woman with a childlike face and ample bust was packing her luggage. She was Misty, Guing. Standing beside her were several maids, all trying to dissuade her with the best of intentions. Enough already. I have to go to Qin City. My spouse is there, and I absolutely can't let anyone beat me to it. Misty spoke earnestly, stowed her luggage into her storage ring, and prepared to leave. She knew Carefree Sovereign was in Qin City because she remembered asking him about it while playing the game. He'd just said Qin City, nothing else. Although she didn't know his name, age, or appearance, she believed that when the time was right, she would naturally meet Carefree Sovereign. She knew full well that Carefree Sovereign had more than one spouse. After all, it was just a game. She'd found several spouses herself back then, but ended up breaking things off with all of them. She was only truly happy when playing with Carefree Sovereign. Now, she was leaving for the sake of her own happiness. Where are you going? A voice rang out from behind her. Guing turned around to see her dad. I'm going to find my spouse, I'm running away with him. Guing said, hands on her hips. Seeing his daughter like this, Gu's father was at his wits' end. There was nothing wrong with his daughter, except that she was way too mischievous. And here she was, in her 20s, still acting so mischievous, just like a child who'd never grow up. It was all his fault for spoiling her so much.
What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You're at the tribulation stage and you want to elope with someone? Hearing his daughter's words, Gu's father nearly had a stroke. He was so furious he almost lost his balance, only the servant beside him managed to steady him. I'm putting this out there, no matter who it is, you are not allowed to go find him. Gu's father snapped angrily. She is not a child anymore, yet she is always causing trouble. She is already at the tribulation stage, and she still wants to run off with someone. If word of this gets out, people laugh at us? I'm going to find the carefree sovereign. Guing shouted. She and told her family that the carefree sovereign was her spouse. She was the only one who knew. The moment those words left her mouth, everyone present was stunned. Gu's father's eyes widened as he stared intently at his daughter. He quickly snapped out of it, looked around frantically, and covered Guing's mouth in horror. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That's the Supreme Emperor stage, he can hear us talking. Slowly, Gu's father released his hand, still shaken. Are you out of your mind? Is the carefree sovereign someone you can just go looking for? Fortunately, the Supreme Emperor stage didn't seem to have heard them, otherwise, the three of them would be finished. Oh, no, the entire Gu family would be finished. But he is my spouse. Chapter 57, even if the nation falls, the game will not end. What? Gu's father turned pale with shock, and even the maids standing nearby were left speechless. What did the young lady just say? Her spouse is the carefree sovereign? All of you, get out right now. Mr. Gu turned to the maids and barked coldly. The maids dared not disobey and hurried out. The moment the door closed, Mr. Gu's expression changed instantly. He walked over to Guing with a sly grin and whispered, My dear daughter, what did you just say? The carefree sovereign is your spouse? You can't just say things like that. Carefree sovereign will get angry if he hears it. Don't worry, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to go find him. Guing planted her hands on her hips, her chest heaving, and looked up at the ceiling as she shouted. It seemed as if she was deliberately trying to make sure carefree sovereign heard her. Standing nearby, Gu's father was already drenched in cold sweat. But when he saw that carefree sovereign hadn't intervened, his heart immediately leapt with joy. It's okay. His daughter hadn't lied, her spouse really is carefree sovereign. This is great. If he could gain a son-in-law at the Supreme Emperor stage, it would be absolutely fantastic. Hurry up, pack your bags, and get out of this house right now. You're going out alone. If I find out you've come back alone, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Guing was dumbfounded, staring at her father in stunned disbelief. His change of heart was a bit too sudden. Just a moment ago he wouldn't let her go out, but the moment he heard it was the carefree sovereign, his attitude changed instantly. Dad, you're wasting your talent if you don't go study Sichuan opera. Face changing, Guing complained dismissively. Stop blabbering. Leave right now. You must find the carefree sovereign, do you hear me? Got it, Guing rolled her eyes. The next second, she vanished right where she stood. Seeing Guing leave, Gu's father was overjoyed. He had already started daydreaming. Just imagine how prestigious it would be if the Supreme Emperor stage really became his son-in-law. The playground. Lan withdrew his divine sense and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Oh no, why are my spouses showing up one after another? As expected, keeping his identity a secret was the right call, otherwise, all those spouses would be coming after him. He never imagined that a casual remark he made all those years ago would trigger Misty's memories. Back then, Misty had simply asked him where he was from, and he replied, Chengdu. And look at that, she has actually come to Chengdu today. Through his spiritual sense, he could already see Misty in Chengdu City, strolling along the streets. But it was fine, no one knew he was the carefree sovereign,
and even if they ran into her, she wouldn't recognize him. He turned his attention back to the sports field. Before him stood 7 or 8 rows of students, each row consisting of a dozen or so. They were all sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, inhaling deeply to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their bodies. Each of them had taken the tempering stage pills and spiritual energy pills Lon had given them. What they didn't know was that Lon had set up a temporal domain centered on him. Time flowed differently inside this domain than it did outside. For every hour spent cultivating here, only 1 minute would pass in the outside world. Let us just consider it a little perk he was giving them. When cultivating, once one enters the Tao, it's easy to lose track of time, forget one's worries and hunger, and forget everything else. The people before him were all like this. They paid no attention to the passage of time, focusing solely on their cultivation. As 1 hour passed in the outside world, 2.5 days had already elapsed inside the time domain. Just then, a series of muffled thuds rang out from within the cultivators' bodies. "I've broken through foundation stage." "Ha ha ha, me too, I've broken through to the foundation stage." "Not bad. I've reached the peak of the tempering stage, I'll catch up to you guys soon." "How long has it been?" "It feels like I've been cultivating for an incredibly long time, but I seem to have lost track of time. I was completely immersed in my practice." Everyone's cultivation had improved, and their realms had advanced to the next level. Tao had even reached the mid-core stage, just 1 step away from the late stage. This was all thanks to the elixirs Lon had given him, which allowed him to advance so smoothly and rapidly. As for Lon himself, he had also made a tiny bit of progress with the law of time. But it was truly just a tiny bit. At first, Lon had discovered a bug: he could create a time domain to gain more time, which he then used to cultivate the law of time. But later, he realized that relying solely on his own contemplation would make it very difficult to make progress. He had to obtain certain rare treasures or artifacts related to the law of time. For example, items like the time stone, which contained the essence of the law of time, could help him grasp the Tao more smoothly. Currently, out of his 5 great Taos, he had only cultivated 2. The law of transformation had already reached the threshold of the entry level. As for the law of time, he was still far from even entering its realm. This great Tao proved far more difficult for him to comprehend than the law of transformation. "Quiet. Continue cultivating and consolidate your cultivation base," Lon said calmly. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Everyone suppressed their inner excitement, closed their eyes once more, and began to consolidate their cultivation. Lon, meanwhile, extended his divine sense to scan the entire world. He needed more rare treasures or artifacts imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Soon, Lon paused in slight surprise. He discovered that the zombies of the Kimchi Empire were still materializing and their numbers were growing. But hadn't the Kimchi Empire already been destroyed? It seemed that even after a nation's collapse, these game elements would continue to materialize without ceasing. This so-called world fusion might actually be a battle. Another world had invaded, with the sole purpose of devouring the original world and taking its place. Now that the Kimchi Empire had been destroyed, zombies were still pouring in endlessly. Within half a month, that area would be overrun with all manner of zombies and monsters. From this, it was clear that the sects about to materialize might not be anything to be trusted either. After all, if the people from the other world had truly come to occupy China, they would inevitably strike. But it was fine, he had already sent Yuan to inform the cultivation department. Cultivation department. Zombies are still appearing in the Kimchi Empire. It seems this so-called game has no end. Long had noticed this as well. Even though the empire had been destroyed 2 days ago, zombies and monsters still materialize today. Once the game begins, it won't stop, it will keep materializing. So what is the end goal? Is it the extinction of all Blue Star inhabitants, or will they actually complete the game? And another thing, who exactly created immortal life? On the day the game manifested, he had sent people to investigate, but after all this time, the answer remained unknown. This game had no company, no founder, nothing at all. Not a single piece of information. It was unclear whether the records had been erased later or if they had never existed in the first place. It was like a game that appeared out of thin air, yet made perfect logical sense, and managed to go viral nationwide within a single day. It was too strange. Masterly, Mr. Yuan is here, but he has changed quite a bit.
I hope Yuan T be startled.
Chapter 58, A Million Bottles of Elixirs, the whole nation cultivates immortality.
It's a joyous occasion that Elder Yuan has been discharged from the hospital. How could I possibly be startled?
Long was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Quick, bring Mr. Yuan over here. Before long, a soldier led a young man over. Long looked at the young man, then glanced behind him but saw no sign of Yuan.
Puzzled, he asked, "Where is Mr. Yuan? Wasn't T. Yuan supposed to be here? Why is a young man here instead?"
Masterly, I am Yuan, the young man said with a smile.
Hearing this, Long froze. After a moment's reaction, he was suddenly horrified. What the hell?
Startled, Long's body shook, and he stumbled back several steps, staring at Yuan in terror. He had visited Yuan just last night at that time. Yuan had been sallow and emaciated, skin and bones, looking like a corpse. When he just heard that Yuan had recovered, he assumed he'd live a few more years, but now it seemed he hadn't just gained a few more years, but hundreds of them.
This transformation was simply too drastic. Long regained his composure and approached Yuan step by step, scrutinizing him from head to toe.
Looking at Yuan's fair, smooth skin, he couldn't believe the man before him was the same Yuan who was over 100 years old.
But suddenly, Long's eyes widened, and he whispered in astonishment, "Could it be you took the longevity pill? Who in the world could pull off something like that?"
It had to be the carefree sovereign.
Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you meet Xiao, that person?" Long continued to ask cautiously. "I did."
Hearing this, Long's eyes flickered with a hint of envy as he looked at Yuan, who had been so sickly just last night but had now transformed into a young man.
"Immortality, who wouldn't want that?"
"Masterly, let us get down to business," Yuan said with a wry smile. "Yes, please go on," Long replied, his expression turning serious once more.
"This is what the carefree sovereign asked me to convey to you."
Yuan's words made Long's expression grow even more serious, his brow furrowed.
A message from the carefree sovereign? That didn't bode well.
In the future, Blue Star will merge with many other worlds.
When that happens, it will be a chaotic battle.
He isn't sure if enemies even more powerful than himself will emerge, so he needs all of humanity to strengthen themselves as soon as possible.
He cannot protect China forever.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Long's pupils contracted slightly. This was a top-secret matter. If even the carefree sovereign had said this, the situation must be extremely serious. The merging of multiple worlds, no wonder Blue Star's surface area had expanded. It was being reserved for other worlds. People from other worlds might not be friendly, and the future was full of unknowns.
It was entirely possible that beings even more terrifying than those at the Supreme Emperor stage could emerge. I understand. It seems the plan for the entire population to pursue cultivation must be implemented as soon as possible, Long sighed.
This plan had actually been underway all along. It was just that some stubborn people were unwilling to face the reality.
Many elderly and middle-aged people in the country were reluctant to learn anything about cultivation.
They believed that even if the sky were to fall, there would be taller people to prop it up, and that they just needed to live their lives in peace and stability. Nowadays, most of those eager to pursue cultivation are young people, passionate and full of youthful idealism.
They think cultivation looks cool, so they want to learn it.
He had long anticipated that the future would be anything but simple, and now that he heard the carefree sovereign say the same thing, he was completely certain of it. But the carefree sovereign has given us resources, Yuan continued.
Oh? What kind of resources? Long raised an eyebrow. He knows you have no cultivation because your physical constitution is too poor. You no longer meet the standards for cultivating immortality. So he gave me a reversal of fate pill.
This pill can reshape your bones, meridians, and physical foundation, but the process is extremely painful. Yuan took out a ring, and a yellow pill materialized out of thin air in the palm of his hand. This ring was a storage ring created by Lon using the Tao of Space. Now that he possessed the Tao of Space, crafting these storage rings took him virtually no time. He could make one in a single second. The interior space wasn't large, it was only about the size of a soccer field. Looking at the pill in Yuan's hand, Long swallowed hard. He never expected Carefree Sovereign to take an interest in him, let alone give him a pill that would allow him to defy fate and rewrite his destiny.
Thank you, Carefree Sovereign.
Long suddenly knelt and bowed in a certain direction. Although he acted all day long as if he had no interest in cultivating, who wouldn't he want to cultivate?
It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he lacked the ability.
His innate constitution and meridians had long since reached their limit, even a bone-washing pill would be useless, and he had lost the qualifications to cultivate. Now, the Carefree Sovereign had actually sent him a fate-reversing pill. He was truly his savior. Not only that, but the Supreme Emperor Stage has also prepared 1 million bottles of tempering stage pills and spiritual chi pills for you as startup capital. Use them to strengthen Huaxia's power as quickly as possible.
Once the sect manifests, you can go and study alchemy.
The ring in Yuan's hand contained a full 1 million bottles of pills, half tempering stage pills and half spiritual chi pills, all given to him by the Carefree Sovereign. At the time, he had even asked if giving away so much would leave the Carefree Sovereign short on supplies. The Carefree Sovereign's reply left him speechless. This small amount of pills is merely a drop in the bucket. You wouldn't be able to use up my supply even in a lifetime. So, while 1 million bottles of elixirs was an utterly staggering number in their eyes, to the Carefree Sovereign, it was merely a tiny scrap scraped from under his fingernails. Great, just great. The Carefree Sovereign truly is a divine figure of Huaxia. Not only does he lend his strength, but he also provides resources.
With him and Huaxia, the nation will enjoy peace and prosperity.
Long nodded excitedly, over and over.
I'll make the arrangements immediately. We can't delay any longer.
Long spoke earnestly. There was absolutely no room for further delay.
The golden list of elixirs had now reached the 11th entry. Just as the entire nation looked up to watch the announcement, a voice interrupted them. I am Master Qingfeng. On behalf of General Long of the Cultivation Department, I have a message for everyone.
In the future, Blue Star will face an unprecedented crisis, one that will threaten all of humanity. From this moment on, everyone from 5-year-old children to 60-year-old elders must pursue cultivation.
This is for your own sake, and for the sake of China. We must unite to face the coming crisis together. If you only expect others to protect you, that is impossible.
No one is obligated to protect you. The future must be fought for by your own efforts.
Schools will fully open cultivation classes, and the cultivation department will set up testing sites across the country.
Tomorrow, all eligible individuals are requested to voluntarily report to these sites to determine if they qualify for cultivation. This is what the Carefree Sovereign has instructed us to do. We have no time to waste. In addition, the Carefree Sovereign has donated 1 million bottles of elixirs to help the entire nation begin their cultivation. So, please, everyone, do not let the Carefree Sovereign down.
Nationwide cultivation officially begins. Chapter 59, The Land of the Pharaohs, Tomb Raiders. Holy crap, a major crisis on Blue Star? And the Carefree Sovereign said so? We better believe it. I'm going to get my parents to start cultivating right now. Me too. My parents think it's no big deal. They figure the government's protection is enough, but things are getting more and more dangerous. We got to get stronger ourselves. My son just turned 5. Can I send him to learn cultivation? It'd be even better if he qualifies. Stop talking so much. I've already pulled my son out of school.
Even though he is a senior this year, there is no point in studying anymore.
That's right. We're already in the age of cultivation. Who cares about school? Let us get cultivating right away. That's so awesome.
1 million bottles of elixirs. Carefree Sovereign sure is generous.
I only have 3 bottles of elixirs myself. Each bottle contains 10 pills, so that 1 million bottles could be shared among 10 million people.
What a generous gesture. No one expected the Supreme Emperor Stage to actually donate 1 million bottles of elixirs to help them. That's tens of millions of elixirs, enough to help tens of millions of people. Even if they didn't give one to each person, it would still be enough to train hundreds of thousands of elite warriors.
What a grand gesture. The sports field. The Supreme Emperor stage is so generous.
I'd really like to see if the Supreme Emperor stage is a man or a woman. 1,000,000 bottles of elixirs, what a generous gesture.
Just as you'd expect from the Supreme Emperor stage, giving away elixirs as if they were free.
Lon smiled as he listened to the crowd's chatter.
To others, that 1,000,000 bottles of elixirs might seem like an astronomical figure.
But in his storage ring, it was nothing. Even 100,000,000 bottles of elixirs wouldn't be a problem for him. After all, he'd been playing games for 10 years.
Once he manifested, he tallied up all the elixirs he'd acquired over the decade, and that figure was the real astronomical number. HM?
Lon turned his head toward a certain spot, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly.
He'd discovered something interesting again. It really was a case of as you wish. Tao, you lead them in cultivation for now.
Don't leave this place, I'll be back soon, Lon said to Tao.
Got it.
No sooner had Tao agreed than Lon vanished. He didn't give it a second thought and continued guiding everyone in their cultivation.
The kingdom of the pharaohs. The pyramids.
Inside the grand and magnificent pyramids, 3 figures, sneaky, wearing gloves and masks, and fully armed, were moving forward slowly and stealthily.
Big brother, we've come all this way to the pharaoh's kingdom to rob the pharaoh's tomb. Do you think the locals will discover us? One of them asked. He was actually speaking Chinese.
It turned out the 3 of them were tomb raiders from China who had come specifically to plunder the pharaoh's tomb. Now that the game had materialized and the world had undergone many wondrous changes, the 3 of them believed the pharaoh's tomb must surely contain something extraordinary as well. If they could steal it, they wouldn't have to fear encountering demon beasts or anything like that.
No way.
No one ever goes inside, said the leader, a man slightly more burly than the others. This pyramid was a famous tourist attraction in the land of the pharaohs, with many people visiting every day. It was also a sacred site. At the beginning of every month, the people of the land of the pharaohs would gather there to pay their respects.
Even the country's name included the word pharaoh.
Normally, people aren't allowed to freely enter the pyramid. Only at specific times each year do officials come in to inspect it and check if anything is missing. And since their last inspection had just passed a month ago, that meant there was still a whole year left before the next one, during which time no one would come in to check.
There was absolutely nothing to fear.
The boss did his research thoroughly.
We can just go ahead and take whatever's inside, another man said with a grin. Yeah, you're right. Let us hurry up and see what good stuff is in there. This is a pyramid, the pharaoh's tomb, so there's bound to be plenty of gold, silver, and jewels. A pharaoh, that's a king, after all. When a king is buried, there's bound to be some gold, silver, and jewels, right? He can't possibly have gone with nothing.
Now, stretching out before them was a long, empty, dark corridor. No lights, no sunlight, not a single glimmer of light. Relying solely on the flashlights in their hands, they illuminated only small sections of the passage. The 3 walked side by side, advancing cautiously. The surroundings were so quiet they could hear nothing but their own breathing. Only after they had walked the entire length of the passage did they discover a stone door at the end. In the center of the door were 2 recesses, one shaped like a horse, the other like a person.
Perhaps they needed to insert something to open the door.
Luckily, I've already prepared, the leader grinned, pulling 2 stones from the crossbody bag he carried.
One was shaped like a man, the other like a horse.
After placing them in their corresponding slots, they heard a series of clattering and rumbling sounds. The ground began to shake, and the surface of the stone door shifted. The slots began to rotate. The 3 of them stepped back in unison, staring at the stone door in terror.
Until the entire stone door let out a thunderous boom.
Only then did it stop, and silence returned. The boss tiptoed over, trying to push the stone door open, but found he couldn't. He didn't have enough strength.
What are you standing there for? Open the door.
Hearing this, the 2 henchmen beside him immediately nodded and helped push the door. As the 3 of them put all their strength into it, the stone door slowly swung open, accompanied by the sound of stone scraping against the floor.
The stone door was fully open. The 3 looked inside and were instantly stunned by the sight before them. Inside, there were actually over 100 coffins.
All of them were tightly wrapped in white cloth, some placed on the floor, others leaning against the walls. The most striking of all was the coffin in the center, a golden coffin. The three were instantly drawn to it and rushed over, examining it from every angle. Holy shit, it's solid gold. We're really going to strike it rich. One of the henchmen instinctively tried to bite the coffin with his teeth. Finding it rock hard, he immediately let out a startled shout. This was real gold. The coffin was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. If the entire thing were made of gold, they'd definitely be sitting on a fortune. Just this gold alone made the trip worth it. But with a coffin this big, how are we supposed to haul it away? One of the henchmen asked, scratching his head in confusion. Smack! The boss answered him with a slap across the face. Are you a fucking idiot? I told you to bring containers and tools so you could chip away at the gold. How the hell are you supposed to carry a coffin this big? The boss was speechless. How could his 2 henchmen be so fucking dim-witted? No way. Once this job is done, he'd have to find 2 new henchmen. Oh, okay. The henchman finally caught on, quickly pulled out his tools and containers, and started chiseling away at the gold. The 2 henchmen took charge of chiseling the gold, while the boss looked around. He was checking to see if there were any other unusual items or gold, silver, or jewels here. But just as the 2 henchmen were completely oblivious to their surroundings and focused solely on chiseling the gold, the coffins around them began to undergo a strange transformation. The white cloth wrapped around the coffins was gradually turning to ash and drifting into the air. They didn't notice any of this. Their eyes were fixed only on the gold. But soon, they noticed that the temperature around them had dropped significantly. Who turned on the AC? Why is it so cold? Chapter 60, The Pharaoh, the Gem of Life. Are you an idiot? This is a fucking pyramid, there's no AC here. Hearing this, the boss stormed over and smacked one of his henchmen on the back of the head. But soon, he, too, realized something was wrong. The surrounding coffins seemed to have changed. The white cloth covering them was gone. Weren't these coffins wrapped in white cloth just a moment ago? The boss scanned the surrounding coffins in horror and swallowed hard. Yeah, why are they gone now? The 2 underlings jumped to their feet instantly, staring around in terror. Hurry up and pry open the golden coffin. Something's not right here. Grab the gold, silver, and jewels inside, then get out of here fast. The boss immediately gave the order, pulled tools from his bag, and began prying open the coffin with all his might. The 2 henchmen nodded, moved to different sides of the coffin, and each applied force to pry it open. As the 3 of them strained with all their might, the coffin creaked and gradually began to give way. At the same time, the ordinary black wooden coffin beside them also began to make a noise. It seemed as though the dead person inside had come back to life. Hurry, the boss shouted in terror. He had seen his fair share of strange occurrences before, and in this world, the dead coming back to life was nothing out of the ordinary. The 3 of them sped up even more. Boom! The coffin was pried open. Inside lay a corpse, wrapped entirely in golden strips of cloth, lying across the coffin with its hands folded across its chest. In one palm rested a golden scepter, topped with a dazzling red gemstone. In addition, the area around the corpse was strewn with a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, all priceless and virtually unobtainable on the market. If they could take it all, it would ensure a life of carefree luxury for the 3 of them. At the sight of these treasures, the 3 immediately lit up with greed and excitement. Hurry! Grab as much as you can. The 3 hurriedly reached inside to scoop up gold, silver, and jewels, frantically stuffing them into their bags, pockets, and even their underwear. Some even shoved rings into their mouths. Eek! Just then, eerie, terrifying sounds emanated from inside the other coffins, like the low growls of some wild beasts. Boom! 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 Every coffin in the room burst open, causing the 3 to collapse to the ground in terror. One by one, corpses wrapped in white cloth sat up inside the coffins and crawled out. They looked exactly like the mummies they'd seen in movies. In an instant, all the mummies turned their heads at once, their hollow eye sockets staring intently at the 3 men crouched on the ground. Seeing the mummies appear, the three men were speechless with shock.
Hey, boss, the mummies they've come to life. What do we do, boss? Let us run. The two underlings were terrified and kept backing away.
The mummies shuffled slowly toward them, dragging their feet like the walking dead.
Seeing this, the boss burst out laughing, "Run my ass.
These mummies move so slow, let us grab everything first, then run." As the saying goes, money is life, and that's exactly the kind of guy the boss was. Throwing caution to the wind, he ran to the coffin and, in a near frenzy, stuffed gold, silver, and jewels into his bag, paying no attention whatsoever to the mummies surrounding them. Seeing that their boss wasn't afraid, the two henchmen steeled themselves and went over to grab the gold and jewels as well. Soon, fear was buried by greed, and the three had nothing but endless greed in their eyes. One of the henchmen happened to catch sight of the red gem on the pharaoh's scepter, and a strange, crimson gleam flashed in his eyes. His body froze for a moment, as if under some kind of control, and he reached out to grab the gem. The boss happened to see this. He knew certain rules. For instance, if a dead person is holding something like a gem, you absolutely must not take it, because it was highly likely a spiritual artifact used to suppress the soul and quell its wrath. "Stop," the leader shouted immediately, but it was too late.
The henchman yanked the scepter out violently.
In an instant, a terrifying, powerful energy erupted from the golden coffin, sending the three of them flying backward. They slammed heavily into the wall, coughing up blood, and left utterly drained. At that moment, outside, an anomaly occurred above the pyramid. Dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. In the land of the pharaohs, where it hadn't rained for years, a violent storm suddenly broke out. Seeing this sudden downpour, the people of the land of the pharaohs immediately sensed that something was wrong. This wasn't a blessing from the heavens, it was divine retribution. Something was happening at the pharaoh's tomb. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the tip of the pyramid from the sky, followed by countless others. The tip acted like a lightning rod, frantically absorbing the lightning. Inside, however, a dramatic transformation had already taken place. The three tomb raiders stared at the golden coffin as a massive hand rose up and gripped the edge of the coffin.
A mummy wrapped entirely in gold cloth crawled out from within.
It was the pharaoh himself.
He had been reawakened. "Intruders, how dare you disturb me?" The pharaoh's deep, hoarse voice echoed throughout the pyramid. He wasn't speaking Chinese, so the trio couldn't understand him.
"I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to rob your tomb.
Please, spare us."
The leader, sensing the gravity of the situation, fought through the excruciating pain and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the two henchmen followed suit. But the mummies were closing in on them step by step. Just then, the scepter in one of the henchmen's hands began to tremble, as if trying to break free from his grip.
Startled, the henchman flung it away.
In an instant, the scepter flew to the pharaoh's feet, where he caught it with one hand. As soon as the pharaoh grasped the scepter, waves of red energy erupted from the gemstone and surged into his body. The golden strips of cloth covering him slowly dissipated, then reformed into a golden robe. Even more terrifying was that the pharaoh's face, which had been shriveled from centuries of death, slowly regained its color, transforming into that of a middle-aged man.
"A wonderful life energy, I'm back."
Countless streams of energy surged into the pharaoh's body, restoring him to his prime.
He looked at the three tomb raiders, his eyes turning cold as he raised his right hand high.
A surge of red energy erupted from his scepter, wrapping around the three tomb raiders.
It lifted them high into the sky.
"You three shall be my first meal upon my revival," the pharaoh said coldly, his mouth slightly parted as if he were sucking on something. An astonishing sight unfolded. The three tomb raiders' complexions withered at a visible speed, becoming completely bloodless. Streams of red energy poured out of their bodies, as if the pharaoh were draining their blood. Just as the three were about to be drained dry, a voice shattered the tension. "The Tao essence of the path of life. I never expected the pharaoh's realm to possess such a thing. How intriguing." At the same moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, instantly subduing the pharaoh and the multitude of mummies. Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of loud sounds rang out as the mummies burst one by one like balloons, vanishing into thin air.
Before the pharaoh stood a young man.
It was Lon.
The moment he sensed the aura of the Tao of life, he had rushed to this place.
Chapter 61, Pharaoh number 3, the Prophet. Who are you?
Watching his subjects vanish one by one, the pharaoh flew into a rage.
What kind of gibberish is that?
Lon frowned and waved his hand. In an instant, the scepter in the pharaoh's hand flew into Lon's grasp, still trembling violently.
Be still!
Lon barked coldly. In the blink of an eye, the scepter stopped moving and fell silent. Seeing his divine artifact taken so easily by Lon, the pharaoh turned pale with shock. That was the divine artifact he had sought with immense difficulty. It was only with it that he had been able to rest undisturbed in his tomb for hundreds of years without dying. "Give it back," the pharaoh roared, a surge of red energy erupting from his body and hurtling straight toward Lon. Lon watched the energy surge toward him with a blank expression. With just a light, cold snort, he shattered it. The pharaoh was instantly sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and coughing up a mouthful of blood. However, the red energy within him automatically healed his wounds, restoring him to full strength. "If I didn't need you, I would have killed you already," Lon said coldly, raising his right hand. A suction force erupted from the palm of his hand, pulling the pharaoh toward him. He seized him by the throat, suspending him in midair.
"Tell me, where did this gem come from?"
Lon asked coldly.
"Ha! You're dreaming."
"I'm going to kill you," the pharaoh roared in agony, his face contorted with rage as red energy coalesced within him, preparing to attack Lon. "In that case, I'll see for myself." Purple light flashed in Lon's eyes.
"Ah!"
The pharaoh suddenly threw his head back and screamed. A terrifying surge of energy raged through his mind, shattering his brain and tormenting his soul. Lon was using soul search to determine where the pharaoh had obtained the gem, the one that contained a faint trace of the Tao of life. In less than 10 seconds, the pharaoh stopped struggling. His body went limp and hung straight down, as if he were dead. The purple glow in Lon's eyes faded, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned upward.
"Not bad, I've gained some insight."
Lon let go, and the pharaoh fell to the ground, quickly kneeling on one knee.
"Master."
The pharaoh spoke in fluent Huaxia.
"From now on, you are number 3.
Your mission is to locate the other gems that were lost all those years ago," Lon said indifferently. From the pharaoh's memories, he had glimpsed a red gem the size of a fist, far larger than the glass bead he currently held in his hand. If it were a whole gem, it would surely contain a vast amount of the Taoist essence of life. What he had now wasn't even enough to satisfy his appetite.
Moreover, the pharaoh was a capable subordinate. He possessed a unique ability.
Having worn the life gem for hundreds of years, he had absorbed a considerable amount of the essence of life and had even attained a modicum of enlightenment. Though limited, this allowed him to master the ability to draw life from others to sustain his own. As long as he absorbed enough, he could become immortal and indestructible. It must be said, this is terrifying, but it also has a fatal weakness. That is, if an opponent is too powerful, they can beat him until he can no longer absorb life.
That is just one of the pharaoh's abilities. He also has the power to reawaken the dead, though they become mindless, walking corpses, mummies.
Yes, master.
Number 3 nodded vigorously. Someone is coming.
Deal with it yourself.
Lon sensed over 100 people approaching, all ordinary folk.
The next second, Lon vanished from where he stood. The 3 tomb raiders had only just woken up, still groggy, when they saw the pharaoh standing before them, uttering a demonic whisper.
"You will be my newest servants."
The playground. Lon sat under a large, shady tree not far away, watching everyone train. He looked down at the red gem in his hand, a hint of confusion crossing his mind.
Blue Star, what kind of planet was it, back then?
From the pharaoh's memories, he had learned of many incredible historical events. There had actually been divine beings and extraordinary sages hundreds of years ago. In his memories, the pharaoh had seen divine beings standing in the sky, summoning wind and rain, and wielding the thunder-tempering stage. There were also beings who could breathe fire, summon winds with a wave of their hand, and control objects with their mind.
If such beings existed back then, why hadn't he seen any since?
He found no answer in the pharaoh's memories, for not long after, the pharaoh had fallen into a state of suspended animation. This gemstone was discovered by the pharaoh and 3 others during an expedition they undertook together. After finding it, they divided it into 4 equal parts and each took one.
Not long after, the pharaoh's kingdom was invaded.
While fighting the enemy, the pharaoh was accidentally and severely wounded, leaving him on the brink of death. When his blood flowed onto the gemstone, it burst into a dazzling radiance. From that moment on, he gained mystical powers, until one day, a man claiming to be a prophet found him. The prophet said that centuries later, Blue Star would undergo unprecedented changes, and that the pharaoh's time would not be now, but centuries from then. So, the pharaoh resolutely entered a deep slumber with the gem of life, and everyone assumed he was dead. A pyramid was built for him, giving rise to that famous tourist attraction. No one could have imagined that, because of 3 tomb raiders, the pharaoh would re-emerge and that he would even take them as disciples, turning them into his servants.
It seems Blue Star is indeed no ordinary place. But what could have happened to make it turn out this way? He could pretty much tell that Blue Star had definitely been extraordinary in the past. If there were already extraordinary individuals in the pharaoh's era, what if he went back a few thousand or even tens of thousands of years? Might there have been even more powerful beings?
Then there was the Tao of heaven. His understanding of it was still stuck in the past, roughly the time the pharaoh had been in slumber.
Lon felt it was necessary to visit the library and look into history. Perhaps history books could provide him with answers. Blue Star hundreds of years ago was definitely no ordinary place. With that thought, Lon vanished. The next second, he appeared in the library of Chengdu University.
Ever since the era of cultivating immortality began, no one had read books anymore. Even the librarians were gone, and the library had been closed. Lon extended his divine sense and quickly located the history section, where he spotted a book.
5,000 Years of Chinese History.
But as he quickly flipped through the pages, his expression grew increasingly somber. Finally, he closed the book, his heart heavy, and furrowed his brow.
History is missing.
No, it wasn't he so much missing as it was starting over. This book contained much history he had never studied before.
And right in the middle of the narrative, he clearly saw a section that didn't fit.
The previous passage described Emperor Qin Shi Huang building the Great Wall to ward off foreign invaders, while the next section jumped straight to the founding ceremony of the Huaxia nation. Where had that entire long stretch of history gone?
Lon was horrified upon reflection.
For all these years, they had all known about Emperor Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states, as well as many other historical events. But now, upon opening this book, he realized a huge chunk was missing. The strangest part wasn't that it was that everyone believed history was accurate. They had no idea their memories had been altered.
What about the history after the unification of the 6 states? Was it something humanity had imagined, or had it been forcibly implanted into their memories?
Wait a minute, if human memories have been tampered with and history is missing.
Then who wrote this book? Chapter 62, 5,000 Years of Chinese History?
As Lon turned to the very last page, his pupils suddenly contracted.
It was blank.
Normally, the author and the publisher would include their information at the very end.
But this book had absolutely nothing.
Feeling heavy-hearted, he returned the book to the shelf and walked over to the management computer at the front desk, wanting to find out where this book had come from. Using his ability to alter reality, he effortlessly cracked the password and searched for 5,000 years of Chinese history. As expected, the search turned up nothing. It was as if the book had appeared out of thin air in this library. Lon instinctively scanned the bookshelf with his divine sense, froze for a moment, and instantly teleported to it. Staring at the empty space where the book had been, he was stunned.
The book was gone. He clearly remembered placing it there just a moment ago, yet now it was gone.
He immediately extended his divine sense to scan the entire Huaxia region but detected no abnormalities.
He was certain that absolutely no one had been here just now. But how could the book have vanished?
This whole situation was getting stranger and stranger. With that thought, he sent a telepathic message to Yuan. Yuan, help me find out who the author of 5,000 Years of Chinese History is. He noticed that Yuan visibly startled upon hearing his telepathic message, but quickly realized it was Lan speaking to him.
After a few seconds of silence, Yuan replied. Supreme Emperor stage, hasn't China only existed for 500 years?
In that instant, it struck Lan like a bolt of lightning, and he froze.
The history of Huaxia spans only 500 years?
That's right, everything he'd been taught since childhood indicated a span of just 500 years, from the founding of the Qin dynasty to the present, exactly 500 years.
But why, then, had he felt no sense of incongruity when he first saw that book just now? Why did that history seem so familiar? Then help me find out if anyone has ever written a history book like this.
Sure. With that, Lan paid him no further attention. Clearly, his memories had been tampered with, and the memories of all humanity could be subject to manipulation. This so-called game manifestation was definitely no simple matter. There must be a massive conspiracy lurking behind it. At this thought, Lan smiled. The thrill of exploring this game, discovering the world, and gradually uncovering the truth, it was truly exhilarating. Since it was a game, he might as well enjoy it to the fullest.
The playground.
Lan returned to the playground. By now, everyone had stopped cultivating and was instead staring at the golden list of elixirs in the sky. It turned out they had already announced the top 3, and the number 1 spot would be revealed very soon. I'm certain the number 1 spot will still be held by the Supreme Emperor stage, there is absolutely no doubt about it. I'm such a huge fan of the Supreme Emperor stage, they're number 1 on every single list.
Who wouldn't be jealous of that? If I could just top one of those lists, I'd gladly let my cultivation skyrocket. You can't have it both ways.
That's a pretty nice fantasy, though.
I wonder what the next golden list will be.
Listening to the crowd's chatter, Lan looked up at the golden list in the sky, which had just reached the top spot.
Rumble.
Thunder roared in the sky, dark clouds parted, and dazzling golden light shone.
A supernatural phenomenon, it had appeared again.
And this time, it seemed even more extraordinary. The entire sky had turned golden.
First place, Carefree Sovereign, 8th grade elixir. Reward, Array Art Divine Ability, Auspicious Qilin.
As the golden list announced the first place winner, it actually began to rain from the sky. But unlike last time, this time it was a light golden rain, covering the entire land of Huaxia. When people touched this golden rain, they discovered their cultivation levels were actually increasing.
Holy shit, this is divine rain, it boosts cultivation. It really fucking is. Quick, open your mouths and eat it. Being number 1 is so awesome, it actually benefits all of humanity. The Supreme Emperor stage is incredible. The Supreme Emperor stage is so freaking awesome.
Although this golden rain was a gift to humanity from the Elixir Golden List, people instinctively thanked the Carefree Sovereign first. It wasn't just cultivators who were overjoyed. Ordinary people also found that the golden rain was nourishing their bodies, and some patients even felt their conditions improve significantly. Instantly, people all across Huaxia rushed outside to catch and drink the rain. Some even stripped down to their underwear and danced wildly in the streets, while others brought containers to collect the golden rain. However, they discovered that the moment the golden rain hit the containers, it instantly turned into ordinary, clear water, losing all its efficacy. Just as suddenly as it had arrived, the golden rain vanished.
It lasted only 10 seconds before dissipating.
Yet in just those 10 seconds, tens of millions broke through their cultivation realms and significantly increased their cultivation levels, while many ordinary people felt their bodies return to health, no more backaches or sore legs. Lan rubbed the rainwater between his index finger and thumb. He could tell it contained an immense amount of spiritual energy. For ordinary people, drinking just a few drops was enough to cure 100 ailments, restore physical health, and even extend their lifespan. For cultivators, it could allow them to break through 1 or 2 minor cultivation levels. Breaking through a major cultivation level depended on their individual talent.
I've broken through. Me too, I've broken through.
One by one, the crowd in front of him burst into joy. They had all broken through 1 or 2 minor cultivation levels, significantly boosting their strength.
Not bad, I've improved too.
I've reached the perfect core stage. Tao looked excitedly at the core stage in his dantian, which had grown considerably stronger. A single rain shower had brought him to the perfect core stage. It felt absolutely wonderful.
Just then, the voice of the primordial chaos resounded in the sky once more.
Golden list rewards released, mount distribution postponed. In 5 days, mounts will materialize. The Mount Golden list will open.
In 5 days, spiritual veins will materialize. In 5 days, celestial treasures and rare herbs will materialize.
Hearing this voice, Lon's lips curled slightly into a smile. It was exactly as he'd expected. Whatever the golden list rewards are, that's what the next golden list will be about. The Qilin was a mount, so the next one was indeed the Mount Golden list. After the voice of the primordial silence faded, beams of golden light descended across the nation, landing upon Lon.
Only then did Tao notice Lon's presence.
Spotting the golden light surrounding him, he immediately congratulated him. Congratulations.
I knew you'd make the list.
Many nascent stage cultivators had made it onto this elixir golden list. The bottom 20 spots were almost entirely filled by nascent stage cultivators. At the time, he'd been certain Lon was among them.
Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. Enough about that for now. How is your cultivation coming along? Lon asked, feigning ignorance.
He already knew exactly what cultivation levels everyone had reached.
One by one, upon hearing Lon's question, they immediately replied with great enthusiasm. Not bad. The demon beasts will manifest soon.
I'll leave the team out. You all should continue to consolidate your cultivation for now. Yes, Master Yuan, they replied in unison, then immediately crossed their legs and resumed their cultivation. As for Lon, he was contemplating the reward he'd just received from the golden list, the Array Dao Divine ability. This was an incredibly powerful ability. He could form an array with a single thought. No matter how difficult the array, he could quickly learn and master it, and even improve upon it.
However, a dilemma now lay before him. He knew nothing about arrays.
He would have to wait until the sect materialized before he could find someone to teach him.
Chapter 63, Infinite Self-Destruction, Infinite Rebirth.
Time flew by like an arrow, and no one knew how many days had passed within the time domain.
Outside, demon beasts began to materialize.
The voice of the primordial void sounded once more. Lon casually lifted the time domain, restoring time to its original flow. It was time to lead the group out for some fun.
Demon beasts are beginning to materialize randomly.
This time, only demon beasts below the nascent stage will appear.
7 days from now, demon beasts below the deity stage will materialize. So deity stage demon beasts would appear in 7 days. Is the game speeding things up?
Lon furrowed his brow slightly.
The humans hadn't truly matured yet. This wasn't looking good.
It seemed he couldn't intervene to accelerate the game's progression any further. Otherwise, within a month, tribulation stage demon beasts would be running rampant. By then, everyone would be at the tempering stage or foundation stage. How would they possibly stand a chance against them? Sure enough, when the entire nation heard that deity stage demon beasts would appear in 7 days, they were already trembling with fear.
No way, deity stage beasts this soon? This game is trying to wipe us all out. There are tempering stage and foundation stage players everywhere right now. Isn't it a bit too early for deity stage beasts to show up? Exactly. You're supposed to take your time with a game. Throwing a final boss at us all of a sudden, what's the point of fighting? I want to restart the game. Don't forget, this isn't some game. It's the end of the world. If we keep being this lax, we'll be the ones dying soon. Exactly. Starting now, I'm going to train 24 hours a day. I'm going to be 007. I've already quit my job. It's the fucking end of the world. Why the hell would I keep working? I slapped my boss in the face and walked out of the company. The appearance of deity stage monsters has everyone in a panic. This is happening way too fast. If deity stage monsters show up in just 7 days, doesn't that mean Grandmaster stage monsters will be here in half a month? Another month, and tribulation stage monsters will probably be here too. What's the point of even trying? We might as well just wait to die.
Precisely because these monsters are appearing so frequently, people's inner desire to grow stronger is growing ever more intense. If this keeps up, sooner or later the demon beasts will take over. As streaks of golden light descended from the sky across all of Huaxia and into the unknown realms, Lan smiled faintly at his students. With a casual wave of his hand, the small sword appeared at his feet and expanded until it was large enough to accommodate several hundred people.
Come on up. I'll take you out for some fun. Seeing the magical artifact at Lan's feet, the crowd's eyes betrayed looks of longing, envy, and admiration. When would they, too, be able to be as carefree as Master Yuan riding a sword through the skies, roaming the heavens and earth? Although some had already tried flying on a sword before, they were still thrilled to step onto it again. Lan led them back to the place they visited earlier. By now, there were over 1,000 demon beasts there, eagerly surveying their new home. The arrival of Lan and his group disturbed them. Natives, one of the demon beasts exclaimed in human speech upon seeing them. The very first word out of its mouth was natives. Clearly, they knew they were outsiders. Seeing this, Lan had an idea: why not capture a few demon beasts and question them to find out? After all, they were all from another world. They were bound to know some inside information. With that in mind, Lan descended. Everyone, move freely, but don't go off alone. It's best to stay in groups of 3 or 4. Don't worry, I'll protect you. After saying this, he sheathed his small sword, grabbed a dog-headed demon beast at random, and soared into the sky. Seeing this, the others let out a loud roar to steel their nerves and began hunting the demon beasts. Whenever someone was about to be harmed, the demon beast would inexplicably turn into a shriveled corpse or vanish into thin air. No one was ever injured. In the sky, Lan was holding a demon beast. Just as it was about to bite at Lan's head, he glared at it, and it instantly became docile. It had sensed an incredibly terrifying aura. It knew that the moment it opened its mouth, it would die instantly. You're clearly a native. Why are you so strong? Didn't they say you guys weren't very strong? The demon beast blurted out in instinctive terror. Hearing this, Lan immediately zeroed in on the key point and asked coldly, who said that? But the very next second, the demon beast exploded, turning into a mist of blood as its soul was obliterated. Not a single drop of blood touched Lan, however. Watching the demon beast that had been speaking just moments ago suddenly explode, Lan grew furious. Sure enough, there was a secret. These demon beasts couldn't even speak the moment they opened their mouths, they self-destruct. Refusing to accept this, he casually waved his hand, and another demon beast appeared in his grasp. Speak! Where are you from, and why did you come to Blue Star? Ha, native, we want to tell you. You want to talk? I'll find out myself. Lan attempted to probe its soul, but the moment his soul energy touched the creature's soul, the demon beast self-destructed once more, its soul completely obliterated. Not a single trace of its soul remained. I refuse to believe it. Lan swept his hand through the air. The blood mist instantly reversed its flow and coalesced, restoring the demon beast to its original form. He attempted to probe its soul again. As expected, it self-destructed once more. Lan repeated the process over and over, constantly reversing time to recreate the demon beast. The result was always the same: the demon beast kept self-destructing. Even when he slowed the passage of time 10-fold, 50-fold, or even 100-fold at the very moment he asked a question, the demon beast still exploded instantly. He couldn't get a single word out of it. These demon beasts were bound by some kind of restriction one imposed on their souls, and as long as the restriction was violated, they would immediately self-destruct and die. Damn it, this restriction is too vigilant. Any question even remotely related to it triggers an explosion, Lan said, his eyes turning cold. He tried asking in a roundabout way, but the restriction still detected it, and the demon beast exploded on the spot. These demon beasts had been given orders and restrictions. None of them were allowed to speak of anything from another world, not even the slightest bit. Suddenly, a thought struck Lan: perhaps the alteration of the Tao technique might be useful. He revived the demon beast. Alter the strength of the restriction, weaken it. He cast the alteration of the Tao technique on the demon beast, attempting to adjust the restriction's intensity. If successful, he might be able to ask a few simple questions. Who exactly sent you to this world? Boom!
The demon beast self-destructed.
That question had triggered an overload.
Recreate, alter, and continue questioning.
How much do you know? Boom!
Recreate, alter, and continue.
What is the highest realm in your world? Boom! Which world do you come from?
This time, the demon beast didn't self-destruct immediately. Instead, it stared at Lon with a vacant gaze, as if it had lost its soul.
The Xianchen realm. Boom! Self-destruction.
Watching the demon beast self-destruct, Lon chose not to reshape this time.
He already knew one answer.
The other world was the Xianchen realm. Asking any further questions would likely yield nothing.
The opponent's restrictions were too powerful, locking down many questions. Even the slightest deviation would trigger an explosion.
Lon raised his head and flashed a mysterious smile toward the sky.
I know you're watching. Since you can't come over, that means you're afraid of something. Chapter 64, Impersonating a Name. The Rinxiaoyao Organization? An hour had passed.
All the demon beasts on the battlefield had been eliminated, and the group was now harvesting their corpses. No one knew who discovered that these demon beasts tasted delicious and contained a faint trace of spiritual energy. For ordinary people, eating them could boost their immune systems. For cultivators, it could slightly increase their cultivation base. In just a single day, the demon beasts had already become a delicacy on the dining tables of the Chinese people. It truly lived up to the saying, any invasive species that arrives in China, as long as it's edible, can be eaten to the point of becoming an endangered species. This cut of meat is great, I'll cut it off and take it home to make soup.
These ribs are the best.
Not bad, I've got tonight's grilled spare ribs sorted.
We really hit the jackpot this time. There are even corpses of nascent stage demon beasts. Cooking them will definitely boost my cultivation.
We just can't pick on special people. If we go too far, it'll cause problems.
Guing's body trembled, but she wasn't afraid. Whether it's nascent stage or not, who cares?
No, those guys actually dare to disrespect the carefree little emperor.
If I find out, they're definitely dead. Guing chimed in from the side. Hearing this, Lon froze. That organization's name sounded so familiar, it had to be.
I casually swung a slap at him, and the bald man was sent flying again, but this time, he couldn't get back up. It's always possible to pick on someone who isn't the carefree little emperor in a back alley. Long before that, Lon had noticed Misty down below. I definitely wanted to kill the bald man, just kill him, but I wanted to see if Misty would come up.
It's none of your business. Who are they? Those are the demon beasts you killed yourselves. Why should you give them to these guys?
Guinka, who couldn't stand the sight of them, stepped forward and shouted, pointing at the group.
Well then, how about we all get together tonight for a barbecue and have some fun? Is that really true? Are you allowing them to disrespect your spouse? Boom!
The bald man didn't say a word, he just grinned.
Hey, we're taking these two demon beast carcasses.
After all, the old man Xiao is so busy he should have time to deal with us lowly minions. Just then, 7 or 8 people clad in red capes, all dressed identically, giving off a clown circus vibe, walked over. That move was way too sudden. These people really have no sense of danger. They're still chatting and laughing as if nothing is wrong. Once they realized the carefree little emperor wasn't going to bother with us, they became even more brazen.
Who are they?
Why do they think they deserve respect from the carefree little emperor?
Core Stage glared at them menacingly.
He took a pill from his ring and swallowed it. If those people were deliberately using that title to swindle others.
What a bunch of trash.
Core Stage frowned slightly.
How dare such trash even show up?
A few of his henchmen shook their heads vigorously, trying to distance themselves from the situation.
The newcomer was none other than Misty. How could the carefree little emperor possibly form an organization with such misfits? The group discussed having a big feast that night. As early as a week ago, we had quietly and discreetly stopped using that name to swindle people. You actually dared to hit him? They forced you to do it.
At that moment, The bald man who had been lying on the ground stood up, letting out a hearty laugh. An aura of power burst forth from him, Sujin at the perfect realm. Lan's lips curled slightly. Finally decided to show up? That's right. Who are their families? My mistake, it's not this one. If they really want to die, they hand over the demon beast's corpse to you. The bald man spoke those words as if he were terrified of death. Once the dust settled, a young man with a graceful figure, curvy in all the right places, with a youthful face and ample breasts, appeared behind us. Still, maintaining an optimistic mindset, isn't so bad. But just then, a voice rang out from the sky. One glance at their appearance made it clear they were from the Celestial Academy. Leading the group was a bald man who looked ferocious and menacing. Did you just hear them mention someone named Ren Xiaoyao? Is the little Emperor Xiaoyao the founder of their organization? Core Stage turned to his few remaining subordinates and asked eagerly. Boom! And with that move, Core Stage's cultivation level was exposed, Tribulation Stage. They VE actually shown up. We VE got to step in. Carefree Sovereign and Lan are both people I deeply admire. One is number 1 on the rankings, and the other is my brother who has always looked out for me. I absolutely won't let anyone lay a finger on those two from the Celestial Academy. Lan struck out with a backhand slap into the void, sending the bald man flying backward. He rolled on the ground more than a dozen times before coming to a stop. There is no shortage of organizations in Huaxia these days. I've come across dozens of civilian groups just from what I've seen. A figure descended from the sky, landing in a sweeping arc behind Lan and Sujin. Us. Guing pointed casually. Who is that? The carefree little emperor. Although I pay a lot of attention to what people across the country are up to, those guys are really out of line using my name to bully women and men, and to burn, kill, and loot? Little Emperor, this is an insult. Does he know who I am? Lan asked calmly. Right. This bald guy hasn't made much money yet, and he often steals other people's demon beasts to eat all ideas I came up with. Lan stood to the side, smiling helplessly. Seeing the stunning good looks of the man, Guing was mesmerized, and the others couldn't take their eyes off him either. In that instant, an aura of mid-nascent stage power erupted. Ren Xiaoyao, the bald man said proudly, holding his head high and chest out. His henchmen were immediately startled and looked at Misty in terror. Lan was at a loss for words, but since those people dared to bully my students right under my nose, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yes. You were all tricked here by this bald guy. I said Tianxue was using the little emperor's name to make money, so I had you come over. Which department is that? Seeing a tribulation stage big shot, everyone was startled. Which big shot from the golden list was that? In an instant, he broke through to the peak of the nascent stage. Who dares to disrespect the carefree little emperor? The core stage cultivator swept his gaze around the room and demanded angrily. After speaking, he shot Lan a glance, signaling with his eyes. Yet deep down, he felt not a shred of excitement. Could it really be that difficult to find the carefree little emperor? He's full of it. How could the little emperor possibly run an organization like that and let someone like him join? Guing snapped. The bald leader, seeing that Guing was merely a Tao, laughed derisively. Ha, just a Tao, and you dare to be so insolent? These are all groups formed spontaneously by cultivators. We wanted to join the cultivation department, so we created our own department and have been thriving ever since. It was a slow process, but that flicker of excitement soon turned to anger. Alright, that's a good suggestion. Lan was even more baffled, since when did I not have an organization like that? No one respects your spouse? Seeing that scene, the guys were shocked, and even those classmates were dumbfounded. Lan, it's his turn to show off now. Lan spoke up. I really couldn't be bothered with those people, but I hadn't expected them to go so far as to impersonate me and come after me personally. Die. The bald man condensed his spiritual energy into a sword and charged towards Sujin. Lan frowned as he looked over. This was a mid-nascent stage cultivator, and the others behind him were all Sujin's men.
This was serious. Which organization are you from? Lon looked at their bizarre outfits, a hint of confusion in his voice. Chapter 65, May Fairy's US Wishes Come True. With a casual slap of her hand, Gooing wiped out every last one of them. Her attack was ruthless, without a shred of hesitation, leaving the others trembling with fear. All right, that's taken care of. Who are you guys? Gooing clapped her hands, flashed a sweet smile, and looked at Tao and Lon. We're from Chengdu University. We're here to slay demon beasts and gain combat experience, Tao replied immediately. Oh, okay. Gooing nodded, then turned her gaze to Lon and asked, I just heard your voice, it sounds familiar. For some reason, Lon's voice sounded familiar to her, as if she'd heard it somewhere before. Hearing this, Lon's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Holy crap, no way she could tell just from his voice? He remembered that he'd once called Gooing in the middle of the night. What was that about again? Gooing had said her dad had given her a scolding, she was really upset, couldn't sleep, and wanted to chat with him, so she'd asked for his phone number. They were both still young back then, he was just in middle school, so he'd sneaked into the bathroom to call Gooing. But he'd gone through puberty by now, could she really tell just by his voice? That was a bit too far-fetched. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, Gooing shook her head, saying no more. My lady, I just heard you say you're the spouse of the carefree sovereign? Tao ventured to ask. The rest of them had heard it perfectly clear just now. That's right, I'm Misty. I came to Chengdu this time specifically to find the carefree sovereign. Let me let you in on a secret, the carefree sovereign is actually from Chengdu. As Gooing said this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, making her look incredibly cute. Seeing this, Lon froze for a moment. Misty was so determined to find him. What on earth had he done to make a girl like her care so much about him? Could it be just because of his current status? Fairy, are you so certain that the carefree sovereign will like you? Lon blurted out instinctively. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone around them gasped in shock, staring at Lon in horror. Has Master Yuan lost his mind? How dare he ask such a question? This is a fairy at the tribulation stage, after all. Even Tao's back was drenched in sweat. What on earth was Lon thinking? Was he trying to get himself killed? If they offended this fairy, they'd all likely die. Gooing paused for a moment, but she didn't get angry. Instead, her face lit up with determination. She raised her little fist and declared confidently, I was born with natural beauty. I refuse to believe I can't charm that carefree sovereign. If he really doesn't like me, I'll just leave. Hearing this, Lon smiled. Then I wish you all the best, immortal. All right, thanks. I'll keep that in mind. When the time comes, we'll throw a huge banquet, and I'll definitely invite you to join us, Gooing said magnanimously, patting her chest. Lon looked utterly mortified. You're going to invite me to your wedding banquet? Before long, Misty left. But she didn't leave Chin City, she was still hanging around nearby. She was still looking for Lon. Holy crap, Lon, you're crazy. I was drenched in sweat just now. Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lon had nearly scared him to death. He really had the nerve to ask a question like that. Luckily, the fairy isn't the type to hold a grudge. Otherwise, she would wipe them out in a heartbeat. It's no big deal. The fairy is very generous, Lon said with a laugh, brushing it off. Don't do that again next time. We can't afford to offend those big shots. Tao was still feeling a bit shaken. Lon nodded. Tao was just looking out for him. The question he'd just asked could easily have offended someone. If Misty really had a short temper, she would have definitely lashed out at him. Never mind, let us not talk about that. Where should we go next? Tao asked. Let us keep hunting demon beasts. I can tell you're all close to breaking through. Battle helps you grow faster, Lon said casually. Then, he led the others to another area to continue slaying demon beasts. Along the way, he instructed the Way of Heaven to carry out a task, to wipe out all those small organizations that were impersonating his name to swindle people and prey on men and women.
He couldn't be bothered to do it himself. He hadn't originally intended to get involved in this matter, but those people had ended up bullying him directly. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be too scared to move just from hearing his name. The heavenly Tao quickly sprang into action, casually unleashing dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning that killed the imposters on the spot.
Lan was very satisfied this heavenly Tao was quite good and obedient. A day passed quickly. The next day, the Ministry of Non-Interference issued an official post. Tomorrow afternoon, a global martial arts tournament will commence, with representatives from various nations participating.
The following nations are currently registered to participate: Huaxia, Superpower Empire, the Three Buddhist Kingdoms, Buddhist Kingdom, Ninja Empire, Pharaoh's Kingdom, and many others. Each country must contribute rewards of equal value. The winner will take all the rewards. Our country is offering a low-grade post-heavenly supreme treasure. The Superpower Empire is offering Thor's hammer. The Buddhist Kingdom is offering a relic of the Six Paths Buddha. The Ninja Empire is offering the Death Goddess notebook. The Pharaoh's Kingdom is offering the Heart of the Mummy, and many other national rewards. All rewards have been verified. They are roughly equal in practicality and value. The event will be broadcast live worldwide. The post was quickly pinned to the top.
Holy crap, what is going on here? What the hell is a global martial arts tournament? Is this some kind of free-for-all brawl? Can they really beat us? We're cultivators, after all. We could just send over a Grandmaster stage cultivator and wipe them all out. I get what the nation is up to now. Are they testing the strength of other nations? This is great. We're in for a show. I've no idea what the other nations are really like. Yeah, I think it's a good thing too. At least it'll let me see how far behind we are. Most people thought the global tournament was a great idea. Through this arena, they could see the gaps in everyone's strength, which would either bring peace of mind or a greater sense of urgency. It's only when humans feel a sense of crisis that they'll find ways to become stronger in order to escape that crisis. Only by letting everyone clearly see the gaps between them will the weaker nations naturally do everything in their power to grow stronger. In this context, aside from the three kingdoms, the leaders of the other nations were all his people. And this, in fact, was part of his plan. He intends to use this martial arts tournament to make the people of Huaxia fully recognize the current sense of crisis, unleash their potential, and train with all their might. Otherwise, everyone would assume that with him around, things would be much easier, and they'd become complacent. People won't grow unless they're pushed to their limits. Only when they feel the pressure will they strive desperately to become stronger. Chapter 66, Blood Patriarch, World Reincarnation? This global martial arts tournament sounds pretty impressive. I wonder if I'll have a chance to participate. Tao looked at the post on his phone with a touch of envy. Forget it. You're just a core stage cultivator, you'd get crushed out there, Lan teased. Pfft, don't get ahead of yourself. I'll reach the nascent stage soon. When I catch up to you, don't cry. Tao dismissed the remark with disdain. Fine, I'll wait for you to catch up, Lan said with a faint smile, his expression gradually growing calm. I'm going into seclusion soon, so you'll be in charge of those students. But don't worry, I'll arrange for magical treasures to protect you all. He planned to continue cultivating the great Tao on the moon. He now possessed one more path of life. He already possessed 6 great Taos, though he hadn't even broken through the entry level for any of them. He wanted to focus on the Tao of power first and break through its entry level before moving on. Compared to the other great Taos, this one was the easiest. The others had already reached a dead end, requiring external aids to progress. Unfortunately, despite searching the entire blue star, he hadn't found any Tao objects imbued with the essence of the Tao. Perhaps these items hadn't emerged yet, or maybe they were hidden deep underground on Blue Star. What puzzled him was that he couldn't see through Blue Star's underground. It was as if something were blocking his vision. He could almost certainly conclude that a great secret lay beneath Blue Star, though that wasn't something he should be thinking about right now. The truth would naturally come to light in due time. Alright, then go into seclusion. Tao nodded. The next second, Lan vanished. When he reappeared, he was already on the surface of the moon.
Lan casually set up a barrier, rendering himself invisible to others. Even the divine sense of an immortal emperor could not detect him. No satellite could pick up a signal here. It was the quietest place for seclusion. Next, I'll delve into the Tao of Power. I won't emerge until I've mastered the basics. Lan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and his soul slowly drifted into a void universe. In the cosmos, there were 3,000 dim stars, each representing a specific Tao. Among them, 6 stars shone brilliantly. These were the 6 Taos he had already comprehended. He slowly delved into the Tao of Power, as spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao swirled around his body, mysterious and ethereal. Supreme Emperor's stage, has he left? Lying on the large bed, Peng Dehai sensed that the terrifying divine sense belonging solely to carefree sovereign had departed from Blue Star. He could sense Supreme Emperor Stage's divine sense almost every day. He no longer had any privacy, but he didn't dare to resist. After all, the other had spared his life. Yesterday, he already realized the Supreme Emperor Stage wouldn't be on Blue Star for a while, because that terrifying divine sense had vanished. Now that it was gone again, he could pretty much conclude that the Supreme Emperor Stage was in seclusion. He is already this powerful, and yet he is still going into seclusion. Is he trying to make life impossible for the rest of us? Peng Dehai was at a loss for words, but soon, worry set in. Now that the Supreme Emperor Stage was gone, others probably knew it too. Some people were bound to start getting restless. Right now, he was the strongest on Blue Star, but he didn't want to get involved. It would be too much trouble. He hoped those people wouldn't cause any trouble. Black Dragon City. Deep within the mountains lay a cave unknown to anyone, its entrance long since obscured by large trees and entwined with vines. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't notice the cave. Deep within the cave, the space was completely empty, but on the ground, a magical array had been drawn using an unknown red liquid. The symbols on the array were obscure and difficult to decipher. Even if a research team were to come here, it would likely take them decades to figure it out. At that moment, the array suddenly began to glow red, and a red liquid resembling blood began to slowly seep out from it. The liquid flowed along the magical array until, 5 minutes later, it had dyed every symbol. The entire array a deeper, more vivid shade of red. Ha ha ha, I, the Blood Patriarch, have finally awakened. A eerie, terrifying voice suddenly echoed through the vast cave, as if coming from the depths of the underworld, chilling and sinister. As the voice rang out, the blood on the magical array began to converge toward the center, until it all merged into one. Slowly growing, slowly expanding, the outline of a human figure was gradually sketched out, standing in the center of the array. A blood-soaked figure stood there. The very next second, an even more eerie scene unfolded. The blood actually grew bones, formed internal organs and meridians, and finally developed skin, transforming into a real human being. A real man. A naked man stood there. His face was unremarkable. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, but he was incredibly burly, standing 1.9 meters tall. I'm back. The man threw his head back and roared with laughter, his terrifying cackle echoing through the cave entrance. You never saw this coming, did you? I, the Blood Patriarch, have returned. I am the one who escaped divine retribution. This era will ultimately be ruled by me. The man looked around the cave, breathing in the fresh air, filled with boundless excitement. After slumbering for so many years, he had finally awakened once more. He hadn't been annihilated. Instead, he had escaped the cycle of the world and the destruction wrought by divine retribution, preserving his power. It's a pity I've fallen to the saint stage, but the blood energy in this world seems even more abundant. I should be able to quickly return to the immortal emperor realm. The Blood Patriarch sighed as he assessed his current cultivation level. After sleeping for so many years, his cultivation had dropped significantly. It seemed he needed to improve it as soon as possible. With that thought, the Blood Patriarch licked his lips. It had been a long time since he last drunk blood. It was time to go out and quench his thirst. With a flash, he appeared in the world outside the cave. But when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he was suddenly startled. What is going on? Isn't this Blue Star? What are those buildings? And those metal-plated beasts running on the ground, and humans can actually sit inside them? After the cycle of reincarnation, something like this has actually happened.
How can there be so many cultivators? Didn't the world go through its cycle of reincarnation?
When he saw the hundreds of millions of cultivators in China, he was dumbfounded.
Wasn't he supposed to be the first to awaken?
But soon, he was startled again and quickly withdrew his divine sense, rushing back into the cave.
How can there still be a Saint King stage? The Blood Patriarch was dumbfounded.
He had just sensed a divine sense stronger than his own, the aura of the Saint King stage. Although he had fallen to the Saint stage, he had, after all, once been an immortal emperor.
How could there be a Saint King stage? Could it be that the world hadn't cycled at all?
No, the Nine Heavens Supreme Emperor stage cultivators aren't here either.
This is Aya. Suddenly, the Blood Patriarch clutched his head, wailing and screaming in agony. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and his body trembled uncontrollably.
This went on for a full 5 minutes before he finally stopped. The Blood Patriarch buckled at the knees, fell to the ground, and collapsed, staring up at the cave ceiling in utter despair.
I never imagined that even like this, I couldn't escape you. I've still been subjected to a soul restriction. The Blood Patriarch felt a despair unlike anything he had ever known.
He had given his all to escape the cycle of reincarnation, but in the end, he still couldn't escape the clutches of those people.
Divine punishment? Ha!
Chapter 67, The Bottomless Abyss of the North Pole. Frequent appearances of the Saint Stage.
In that direction is that Black Dragon City?
Peng Dehai sat up from the bed and looked toward Black Dragon City with a puzzled expression. In an instant, he traversed tens of thousands of li, arriving above the deep mountains where the Blood Patriarch was located. He gazed puzzledly at the mountains and forests below. That unfamiliar Saint Stage divine sense from earlier seemed to have erupted from right here.
Strange, why was there no trace of it now?
Peng Dehai couldn't find the Blood Patriarch because the formation there possessed a concealment effect. It was a top-tier formation that the Blood Patriarch had spent a great deal of time locating and had invited a master of formations to set up.
As a mere Saint King stage cultivator, how could he possibly find it? Only someone equally proficient in formations could detect its presence at a glance. Peng Dehai knew nothing about formations, so naturally, he couldn't see it.
Greetings, Saint King Stage Senior.
Just then, a voice rang out behind Peng Dehai. The arrival was none other than Taoist Qingfeng. Without turning his head, Peng Dehai nodded. You detected it too?
Yes, a very powerful divine sense has appeared here, one that surpasses my own.
Taoist Qingfeng nodded, furrowing his brow as he looked down. He was familiar with virtually everyone's divine sense. Each person's was unique. But the one he just sensed was completely unfamiliar. So everyone's here, then.
Just then, another person arrived wearing an apron, with a butcher's knife tucked at his waist and a cigarette hanging from his lips as he puffed away, watching the two of them. The newcomer was the 9th-ranked candidate on the golden list. No matter how high your kung fu, you still fear a cleaver, also known as zhugu. The three of them stood there in the sky, with Peng Dehai and Master Qingfeng looking at zhugu in puzzlement.
Is this really the Zenith deity stage? Why does this setting feel a bit different? What's the matter? Is it not allowed to experience life?
Zhugu exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke casually.
3 generations of his family had been pig merchants.
By his generation, he happened to catch a break in a prosperous era, amassing a fortune and becoming a pig trading tycoon. Although his net worth had surpassed 100 million, he still preferred the days of selling pigs, simple and unpretentious, with the chance to chat with married women.
Did you guys notice anything? Zhugu asked again.
The two shook their heads in unison. No.
The Supreme Emperor stage has left Blue Star.
We haven't sensed his divine consciousness for 10 minutes now.
Did you notice?
Zhugu said, sounding a bit worried. The Supreme Emperor stage had only just left, and something like that happened immediately. It looked like something major was about to happen on Blue Star.
We noticed. Supreme Emperor stage must have gone into seclusion.
Without him, our Huaxia really can't make it, Peng Dehai said with a sigh.
Even though he was ranked second, the gap in cultivation level between him and Carefree Sovereign was simply too vast. He might be invincible in the mortal realm now, but what about later?
If an immortal emperor were to emerge, he'd be powerless to do anything, he'd just have to wait to die.
The backbone of it all is still the carefree sovereign. Without him, we're truly lost.
The other two nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. Without the carefree sovereign, they would be in grave danger. With that tall figure holding the fort up there, they still felt a sense of security. The carefree sovereign said Blue Star is about to face a major crisis.
Could that divine sense we just sensed be the so-called crisis he mentioned?
Master Qingfeng said in a deep voice, stroking his chin.
Have you two ever read Xuanhuan novels? Zhu Gu suddenly asked.
Both of them turned to look at him in unison. There stood this man with a full beard, disheveled hair, and not a trace of the demeanor one would expect from a zenith deity stage cultivator. He looked more like a rough-hewn old man.
Could it be that he actually read novels? Hey, what with those looks? Are you doubting me?
I've read plenty of fantasy novels, Zhu Gu said, frowning.
No, go on, Master Qingfeng shook his head and hurriedly replied.
Then explain what's going on here, Pang Dahai said calmly. The two of them had, in fact, hardly read any fantasy novels. Based on my years of reading these novels, a situation like this can only mean something major is about to happen,
Zhu Gu said earnestly. The two fell silent. After waiting a long time and realizing Zhu Gu wasn't going to continue, Peng Dahai finally spoke up. That's it? What else? What more do you want? Zhu Gu shrugged. Screw you. I actually thought you'd be able to make some sense of this.
Peng Dahai was at a loss for words. Master Qingfeng was at a loss for words as well, but he didn't dare to curse. Just as Zhu Gu was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head to look in another direction. Master Qingfeng and Peng Dahai both looked that way too. All three of them were facing the same direction.
Here we go again! Peng Dahai exclaimed in surprise.
Another unfamiliar aura saint stage.
Should we go check it out?
Master Qingfeng asked with concern.
I'll go.
You're from the cultivation department, go back and tell them, Peng Dahai said, vanishing from where he stood.
I'll go too, Zhu Gu said, following him out.
Master Qingfeng immediately returned to the department and reported the matter to Long. On Blue Star, two saint stage auras had appeared out of nowhere. This was definitely not a good sign.
The Arctic, over 5 million kilometers from Huaxia.
Peng Dahai and Zhu Gu arrived at this location, surveying the landscape covered in icebergs and glaciers, a few polar bears, and a deep underground cavern. The two slowly descended to the edge of the cavern and peered inside.
Did that aura just now erupt from here? Zhu Gu asked in confusion. Yes, it's here. Look at the bloodstains all around, Peng Dahai said, frowning.
The cavern was bottomless, with a diameter of over 100 meters. At its edge lay a pool of blood and some white fur.
This looks like polar bear fur.
Maybe a polar bear was dragged down here by something, Zhu Gu said as he crouched down to examine it. My divine sense can't penetrate the depths of this cavern. It feels like something is blocking me.
We'll have to jump in and take a look, Peng Dahai said in a deep voice.
Zhu Gu immediately frowned and shook his head.
No, this hole looks dangerous.
Even though the opponent is at the saint stage, it's highly likely to be some ancient monster that has been hiding for tens of thousands of years. You can't just impulsively jump down like that.
Right now, I'm the highest ranked person here.
Since the Supreme Emperor stage is absent, it's my duty to assess the situation.
Peng Dahai shook his head, still determined to go down. All right, go ahead.
If you're in danger, come back up immediately.
Got it.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Peng Dahai leaped down. Zhu Gu watched intently from above, but a full 5 minutes passed without hearing a single sound from Peng Dahai.
Zhu Gu was taken aback. Just how deep was this cave?
But soon, a figure shot back up. It was Peng Dahai.
How did it go? Zhu Gu asked urgently. No good.
There seems to be some kind of barrier down there blocking me. Even my full power strike couldn't break through it, Peng Dahai said in surprise. He was at the Saint King stage, yet even his full power strike couldn't break through a single barrier.
What on earth was that barrier, and who had cast it? Just as the two were wondering what lay below, they suddenly looked up in the same direction and exclaimed in unison. No way again? In that direction, still millions of kilometers away, was yet another Saint Stage aura. What on earth was going on today? Chapter 68, The Appearance of 5 Unknown Saint Stage Practitioners Entering the Path of Power. Evening. Cultivation Department. Conference Hall.
Long sat in the seat of honor, while the other seats were filled with the directors of branch offices from cities across the country.
We're holding a meeting tonight. We've run into a major problem today, Long said in a deep voice.
His very first sentence left everyone in the room stunned, then filled with tension and fear.
A major problem? What kind of major problem could make Long's expression so grave?
Immediately, a series of photos appeared on the projection screen behind Long: the mountains and forests of Black Dragon City, the giant cavern in the Arctic, a rift in an unknown region, and so on. 5 photos in total. The group was baffled, unsure what these 5 photos meant, but some recognized the Arctic and Black Dragon City. In these areas, something truly chilling happened today. 5 Saint Stage auras have appeared, and they're very unfamiliar. They may not be our own Huaxia people.
Long's words sent shockwaves through the room. Not Huaxia people? Then who could they be? These 5 additional Saint Stage beings, could they pose a threat to Blue Star?
Master Qingfeng and the others have said that these are most likely mysterious powerhouses who have long been hiding on Blue Star.
Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived, they have awakened as well. Our enemies may no longer be limited to mere demon beasts.
The crowd fell silent.
Demon beasts were already difficult to deal with now, with several mysterious powerhouses on the scene. What on earth was going on? So what should we do next?
Eliminate these mysterious powerhouses, one of the ministers asked in confusion.
I've certainly considered it, but their whereabouts are impossible to track. The best course of action is to wait for the Supreme Emperor stage to intervene.
At the mention of the Supreme Emperor stage, everyone felt much more at ease. They'd almost forgotten with the carefree sovereign around. No matter who these powerful figures are, they'll be wiped out.
But there is a problem right now. We don't know who the Supreme Emperor stage is, we don't know where to find him, and we're not even sure if he'll intervene. Another minister spoke up. Silence fell once more.
I know someone who can, Long suddenly grinned.
If anyone could do it, it would undoubtedly be Yuan.
He was, after all, the only one who knew the true appearance of the Supreme Emperor stage.
Unfortunately, Yuan refused to reveal it no matter what, not even when the sovereign himself asked him.
His answer was always the same. When the time comes, you'll find out naturally. At that moment, on the surface of the moon,
Lan sat cross-legged, the Tao essence and spiritual energy swirling around his body growing ever more abundant as he took a deep breath.
He drew all the Tao essence and spiritual energy into his body, then exhaled slowly and gradually opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a sharp intensity, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The Tao of power, he had entered its gates. Lan sensed the power within him. Even with his cultivation level suppressed at the nascent stage, he was confident he could kill a deity stage cultivator at the peak of their realm with a single punch and severely injure a grandmaster stage cultivator. This was the true terror of the path of power. If a tempering stage cultivator were to master this path to perfection, a single punch could span multiple major cultivation realms and kill a deity stage cultivator. I didn't expect entering the path to be this easy, Lan said with a faint smile. Though it appeared he'd been in meditation for just one day, in reality, he didn't know how many days had passed, for he had set up a time domain. Now that he'd taken his first steps on the path of power, it would be difficult to make further progress. He would need a Tao artifact. First, let us see how things are going on Blue Star. Lan extended his divine sense to see if anything major had happened on Blue Star. Soon, he furrowed his brow. A Saint Stage aura deep within the mountains of Black Dragon City? He'd only been in seclusion for a day, and so much had already happened? In an instant, Lan vanished and reappeared high above the forests of Black Dragon City.
What is that over there?
Lan immediately spotted a hidden cave where a magic formation, shimmering with golden light, enveloped the entire cave. Hovering above the cave, he could clearly see the formation along with the patterns and symbols on it rotating on its own.
He didn't know what was hidden inside the cave. The formation seemed to block his spiritual sense. However, he didn't know what kind of formation this was, nor did he know how to break it.
Well then, let us break through all barriers with brute force. Lon casually unleashed a punch.
Boom! The magical array shattered instantly.
A surge of energy was just about to burst forth when Lon waved his hand lightly, and it dissipated.
Better not make such a big commotion. Looking at the cave, now unprotected by the array, Lon smiled.
As expected, brute force really was the most effective method. He darted into the cave and, seeing the completely empty interior, was a bit puzzled.
There's nothing here at all.
But soon, he noticed the magical array at his feet.
Another formation?
Lon furrowed his brow. He'd never seen such strange and bizarre things before, nor had there been any news reports about them. Ever since the game materialized and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth returned, these things had begun to appear and they'd been popping up one after another. If it weren't for his mastery of formation arts, he probably wouldn't even have been able to detect these formations hidden in such places. Lon looked at the unknown formation beneath his feet, puzzled. He couldn't make sense of it, and this formation was different from the one he'd just encountered. It seemed to be inactive. Lon flicked his index finger, and a small burst of sword energy shot out, heading straight for the formation. If this had been Peng Dehai, that burst of sword energy would likely have killed him instantly, obliterating both his body and soul. But when the sword energy struck the formation head-on, it had no effect whatsoever, not even a scratch on the ground. It seemed this was an indestructible formation. He'd have to find a way to activate it before he could unlock it. But that could wait for now. He didn't even know what this formation was called, so how could he possibly activate it?
Never mind.
I'll go check out somewhere else. Lon shook his head, decided not to dwell on it, and walked away. But the very next second after he left, the formation emitted a faint red glow, which vanished just as quickly.
Just as I thought. You can see and hear it.
Just then, Lon's voice suddenly rang out, and he reappeared where he had been. He had physically left, but his spiritual sense had never strayed from the area. The fact that this formation reacted so quickly to his return proved that its cultivator was indeed at the saint stage.
But how could he activate it? He'd better ask Xiao Tian.
Lon sent a mental message directly to the Tao of Heaven. Xiao Tian, see if you recognize this formation. Xiao Tian was a name he'd just come up with. Tian Dao didn't have a name, and it didn't roll off the tongue, so it was better to give him a nicer sounding one.
Supreme Emperor Stage, I'm here. Let me take a look first.
After saying that, Tian Dao fell silent, presumably trying to figure out what kind of formation this was. 2 minutes later, Tian Dao's answer was exactly as Lon had expected.
Supreme Emperor Stage, I don't know. This formation isn't in my memory.
To be precise, there are many formations I'm not familiar with.
Alright, I get it. Lon wasn't surprised.
In his mind, the Tao was just a hapless entity who knew nothing, someone who'd been trafficked here to work. He'd figured it out long ago. The Tao's memories had surely been erased as well.
Not only could they interfere with Blue Star, but they could even tamper with the Tao's memories. Just who were these people, anyway?
Lon found himself increasingly baffled. He glanced down at the formation, then decided to ignore it. After all, there was plenty of time. Once those major sects materialized, he'd look for books on formations to read. Sooner or later, he'd figure out what kind of formation this was.
Chapter 69, Ninja Empire. A dog can't change its spots. The next day. Today marked the first day of the Global Martial Arts Tournament.
The venue had already been selected, a stretch of uncharted territory that had been cleared of demon beasts long ago. A fighting ring had been erected there at breakneck speed within a single day. It was as large as 20 soccer fields, with no spectator stands set up around the perimeter to prevent competitors from accidentally injuring the audience. To watch the matches, spectators could take their places above the arena. Each nation would also broadcast the event live worldwide, and internet connectivity was still available. Holy shit, this is spectacular. It really feels like those scenes in novels where immortals duel atop mountain peaks. At that moment, among the crowd of spectators in the sky, two people were perched on a red sword, Tao and Lan. It was Tao who had just spoken those words. The reason they'd come here was that Tao wanted to see what the tournament venue looked like, and since Lan happened to be bored, she brought Tao along to watch the show. As far as the eye could see, there were at least several 100,000 people in the sky where they were. Everyone was packed tightly together. Besides the Chinese, there were Iron Men and Storm Men from the Superpower Empire, all capable of flight, as well as members of the Ninja Empire. People from nearly every country were watching the spectacle from the sky, and there were quite a few on the ground as well. Before long, Master Qingfeng stepped onto the stage and announced in a deep voice, "The Global Martial Arts Tournament officially begins." His voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear, though some might not have understood it. But soon, as the contestants took the stage, everyone naturally realized that the tournament had begun. First to appear was the contestant from ancient Greece, a nation whose manifested game was titled Greek mythology. The gods within it were all extremely powerful, some were even so-called creator gods of the world. For example, Gaia, the embodiment of the earth and the mother of all things. Or Nyx, the goddess of night, the deity who rules over darkness and can summon night at any time and in any place. Almost all of these deities originate from Greek mythology. They simply haven't been materialized yet, though they may be in the future. The contestant who took the stage at that moment was a young woman. The ability she had obtained within the game was the divine power of Poseidon. He is the god who rules the oceans and can manipulate the element of water. Lan watched the young woman. He could see another soul overlapping with hers deep within her soul, and a great deal of golden light surrounding her soul. That might be the blessing bestowed by the deity, but this overlapping of souls is not a good sign. It means that whenever that other soul wishes to reclaim the divine blessing, it can do so at any time, and it could even destroy this girl's soul. For now, it can only be considered a temporary loan. That other soul seems to be absorbing this girl's soul, using it as nourishment. He probably understood now, these deities would likely manifest in the real world before long. By then, those blessed by the deities would become believers, providing the power of faith. If they were no longer useful, the blessing would be revoked, and their souls destroyed. The opponent facing this girl entered the arena, a Chinese man. Upon seeing him, Lan was slightly taken aback. It was you. She hadn't expected her to be competing as well. "Principal Yen!" Tao exclaimed. As both contestants took the stage, Master Qingfeng spoke again, "This is a friendly match. Killing to silence opponents is forbidden. Stop at the first sign of a hit." This was merely a martial arts arena, not a life or death battle. After both contestants nodded in agreement, the match began at Master Qingfeng's command. The moment the match started, you didn't hesitate for a second and immediately struck out with a palm strike. A palm strike formed from spiritual energy roared toward the girl. Seeing this, the girl turned pale with shock and hurriedly summoned a wall of water out of thin air to block the attack. The palm strike effortlessly pierced through the water wall and slammed heavily into the girl's chest. Boom! The girl was instantly sent flying backward, but her life was not in danger. She had only sustained minor injuries. "I concede," the girl said without hesitation, immediately declaring her defeat. Others might not have noticed, but she could sense that the palm strike, which had been terrifyingly fierce at first, suddenly seemed to lose its force, becoming much weaker. Her opponent had held back, sparing her life. She couldn't win. Seeing the contestant from ancient Greece concede so quickly, the audience immediately let out a collective gasp. No way, is this really the heir to the gods of ancient Greece? She's way too weak. He crushed her effortlessly. Huaxia's cultivators are truly powerful. For a split second just now, I thought I was going to die. It was that intense. That was way too fast. Was this staged on purpose? I don't believe Huaxia is that strong. They must have been paid off. What a piece of trash, ancient Greece. Get out of here already, it's so embarrassing. They lost less than 2 minutes after stepping onto the stage. Since the opponent had conceded defeat, Master Qingfeng immediately declared you the winner of this match, advancing him to the next round. After the ancient Greek girl bowed to you, she hurriedly left the stage. The battle was over as quickly as it had begun, and the second team of competitors took the stage immediately. One was Kakashi, a top-tier jonin from the Ninja Empire. The other was Thor Zoro, an SSS-class superhuman from the Superpower Empire. They both bowed as they stepped onto the stage, and at Master Ching Feng's signal, the battle began immediately. However, Kakashi from the Ninja Empire was shameless right from the start. He immediately used Shadow Clone technique, while his true body moved behind Thor, delivering a Millennium kill. The pain caused Thor's face to contort. He let out an agonized scream and immediately summoned a bolt of lightning to strike Kakashi viciously. But the battle was decided quickly, with Zoro emerging victorious. His lightning seemed endless, while Kakashi's ninjutsu appeared to drain his chakra, leaving him no chance to keep up. In the end, he was worn down and defeated.
This ninja empire is so underhanded, all their moves are downright sneaky, Tao remarked. He even felt a chill run down his spine. What do you think of their strength? Lon asked with a smile. Average. Both nations are pretty average.
I feel like I could crush them with my eyes closed, Tao said dismissively after a moment's thought. Judging by the fight between those two just now, he felt they weren't even as strong as core stage fighters. He was now at the half-step nascent stage. He could easily crush both of them. Hey, you Chinese pig, what kind of bullshit are you spouting? Suddenly, a stream of abuse rang out from behind them. Lon and Tao frowned and turned around simultaneously. The speaker was a member of the Ninja Empire. He was unremarkable looking, about 1.6 meters tall, with narrow, squinting eyes, the kind of guy who looked downright sleazy. What did you say? Tao rolled up his sleeves and spoke coldly. He understood exactly what this ninja was spouting. After all, he was a student in the Department of Languages at Chengdu University and was fluent in multiple languages. I said, you Chinese are all pigs. The little ninja not only shouted the insult on purpose but also made a pig face to mock Tao and Lon. The other young ninjas standing nearby burst into laughter.
Shut up. Lon slapped him across the face, instantly blowing him to pieces, a mist of blood drifting into the sky. It seems your ninja empire is just a bunch of dogs that can't stop eating shit. Chapter 70, Wiping Out the Young Ninjas.
Earlier, when he had instructed number 2 to continue serving as the ruler, he had issued an order: no ninja was to provoke the people of Huaxia. Any deliberate offense against Huaxia was punishable by death. He knew that the people of the Ninja Empire had looked down on Huaxia for a very long time. He hadn't expected that even after issuing that order, these people would still be as stubborn as a dog returning to its vomit. Well then, since that's the case, there seems to be no point in this nation existing anymore.
How dare you kill someone?
The other members of the Ninja Empire were stunned.
Right under the noses of so many people, this Huaxia man actually dared to kill someone outright. Wasn't he that just too brazen? Everyone, come quickly.
This Huaxia man has not only insulted the Superpower Empire, but also insulted our country, and now he has even killed someone. This is going too far.
That's right, Chinese don't think we're afraid to kill you. If we don't kill you too today, we're not real ninjas. Don't let these two Chinese get away. Before long, ninjas began closing in one by one.
Many members of the Superpower Empire had also learned what had happened and surrounded Lon and Tao.
Holy shit, aren't those our countrymen? They're getting bullied right now, let us beat the hell out of them. Damn it, they're picking on us Huaxia people?
I've been sick of these ninjas and superpowered folks for a long time, let us beat the shit out of them. In the distance, seeing their compatriots surrounded, a large group of Huaxia people rushed over. In an instant, a standoff began in the sky. The Huaxia people faced off against members of the Superpower Empire and the Ninja Empire. Back at the arena, Master Qingfeng also noticed the situation above and immediately called a halt to the match.
What the hell are you all doing?
Master Qingfeng ascended into the sky, scanned the crowd, and subtly released a hint of his aura. Feeling that aura emanating from the golden deity stage, everyone was startled, their backs instinctively hunched, their hearts filled with terror and panic.
Only Lon and Tao showed no reaction whatsoever, acting as if nothing were wrong.
Master Qingfeng noticed this as well. He could see that these two were merely at the nascent stage and the perfect core stage, so why were they completely unaffected by his aura?
However, he didn't dwell on it and instead turned to the others. Speak. What's going on? You Huaxia people just insulted our ninja empire and superpower empire, a ninja stepped forward and said.
The others chimed in one after another, and the situation gradually spiraled out of control.
Boom!
That young ninja suddenly exploded, sending a mist of blood flying as flesh and blood splattered onto the others.
Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was horrified. Who had struck again?
Even Master Qingfeng was stunned. He hadn't sensed anyone attacking.
Who on earth was it?
Seeing that a Chinese person had dared to strike, the members of the Ninja Empire and Superpower Empire could no longer hold back. They immediately drew their weapons and gadgets, preparing for battle.
How dare you! Just then, a voice bellowed, and a figure materialized out of thin air. Upon seeing the newcomer, the members of the Ninja Empire instantly grew excited. For the newcomer was none other than their own ruler.
At that moment, number 2 had transformed into the original ruler's face. No one would ever have guessed he was a Chinese national. Master Qingfeng stared at the Ninja Empire's ruler before him, his mind reeling. He sensed the terrifying power contained within the other's body, at least 2 major cultivation realms higher than his own.
The ruler of the Ninja Empire was actually a Chinese person?
Because only Chinese people were cultivators.
But how did a Chinese person become the ruler of the Ninja Empire? Ruler, avenge us. These 2 Chinese not only insulted us, but they even dared to kill people. Exactly. They're utterly brazen. Do they think the Ninja Empire has no one left to stand up to them? Kill these 2. Number 2 suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, who are you talking about killing?
Them, a ninja said, pointing at Lan and Tao.
Crack! That ninja vanished in an instant, reduced to ashes. These 2 are our Ninja Empire's most honored guests. If you 2 dare to insult them again, I won't hesitate to kill you all.
Everyone was stunned, but the members of the Ninja Empire were the most bewildered. They just witnessed their own ruler kill one of their own.
What was going on? Whose ruler was this, anyway? How could he help kill his own people just because they'd been insulted by a Chinese person? And the ruler's power was so immense he could kill someone without making a sound. That was just insane. With number 2's arrival, the battlefield became chaotic. The ninjas and superhumans weren't sure whether to attack or not. Even Master Qingfeng was baffled. What on earth was going on? Kill them all.
Just then, Lan spoke in a calm tone. Everyone froze. Master Qingfeng was stunned.
Hey, this is the ruler of the Ninja Empire. If you tell him to kill them all, does that really mean they'll all be killed? You've got to be kidding. There's no way he'd listen to you. Ha, you actually think you can give orders to our ruler? You Chinese, you really are something. Yes.
Number 2 nodded firmly and immediately struck, instantly wiping out all the ninjas who had been taunting and insulting them. In just a few seconds, he sent them straight to hell. Seeing this, everyone was left speechless.
Could this Huaxia man actually command the ruler of the Ninja Empire? And the other party was so obedient, killing them the moment he said so. Wasn't he it said that Huaxia and the Ninja Empire had always been at odds?
Seeing this, the members of the Superpower Empire dared not make a move. They quickly sheathed their weapons and retreated several hundred meters. Calm returned to the scene, as if nothing had happened. Master Qingfeng stared blankly at it all, then turned to look at Lan in confusion. This young man was clearly only at the nascent stage. How could he command a demi-saint stage powerhouse to kill for him?
What was going on? Master Qingfeng, I think we should resume the arena match, number 2 said.
Hearing this, Master Qingfeng snapped back to reality. The match was still in progress and immediately returned to the arena below to continue the contest. Only number 2 remained by Lan's side, saying nothing and making no move.
You can go now. Remember what I said, get your house in order. If you don't comply, just kill them, Lan transmitted telepathically. As you command, number 2 nodded immediately and left. Holy shit, Lan, what just happened? Why did that ruler of the Ninja Empire seem to obey your every command? Tao asked urgently. He was visibly excited. He hadn't expected Lan to be this badass,
capable of giving orders to a ruler.
Nothing, Lan smiled, saying no more. Seeing that Lan wouldn't elaborate, Tao didn't press the issue.
But in his heart, his admiration for Lan grew even more, and he found himself increasingly unable to fathom his own best friend. He always felt that Lan had many secrets, and that once these secrets were revealed, they might shock him deeply. But if his brother didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. The third match was quite interesting. Sadako was facing off against a Grandmaster stage cultivator. The Huaxia contingent had assumed this would be a foregone conclusion, but the outcome took them completely by surprise. The Grandmaster stage powerhouse actually lost.
Chapter 71, It's time for a major purge of the Ninja Empire. Help! Someone, please save me. Ah, so many demon beasts, so many. On the stage, the Grandmaster stage expert clutched his head and screamed frantically.
Though there was clearly nothing in front of him, his face was contorted with terror. Master Qingfeng saw at a glance that he had fallen victim to an illusion and looked at Sadako in astonishment. Who would have thought the Ninja Empire would produce such a powerful figure, one whose illusions were so masterful they could trap even a Grandmaster stage expert in a delusion?
But was this thing human or a ghost? It didn't even have any facial features.
Back when the Ninja Empire first proposed sending Sadako into the ring, the Huaxia delegation had opposed the idea, believing her to be a monster incapable of following orders and far too dangerous. But as it turned out, not only did she understand human speech, she was also extremely intelligent and incredibly powerful.
This match, Ninja Empire as Sadako wins.
When the result was announced, the Huaxia team was stunned.
They assumed that once a Grandmaster stage expert stepped into the ring, victory was guaranteed, yet they actually been defeated by the Ninja Empire as Sadako?
Instantly, a powerful sense of crisis swept over the group. They never imagined the Ninja Empire possessed such a master.
It seems you can't underestimate any country.
Holy shit, I thought we in Huaxia were the best, but turns out they're even better than us.
Damn it, I'm going back to train. I can't keep going like this, the pressure's getting to me.
What the hell was that? She defeated our guy with ease.
No way, I've got to start training right away.
I was a bit cocky earlier. I thought we were invincible, but it turns out we lost a match. Seeing that the Ninja Empire had such a monster, everyone felt immense pressure.
Quite a few Huaxia members left immediately, determined to go back and train even harder.
Seeing this, Lan's lips curled slightly. He had achieved his goal.
This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Didn't they all think they were invincible? Didn't they think their cultivation was superior to that of other nations?
That's why they let their guard down so much. Well then, I'll have Sadako and the others give you all a harsh lesson.
Sure enough, when these people saw Sadako effortlessly defeat a Grandmaster stage cultivator, they immediately panicked.
They had never imagined that a ghost from the Ninja Empire could possess such power. Then they began to wonder, didn't that mean the other members of the Ninja Empire also possessed such terrifying strength? Little did they know that Sadako was now practically on par with a cultivator. With his blessings, her soul far surpassed the Grandmaster stage, so of course she could defeat a Grandmaster stage opponent. But if it came down to a physical battle, Sadako would be instantly killed. She simply couldn't go toe-to-toe with them. After Sadako's victory, the next match pitted a Huaxia cultivator against number 3 from the Pharaoh Kingdom. That day, after Lan left, number 3's awakening sent the people of the Pharaoh Kingdom into a frenzy. Their king had returned. Thus, number 3 easily took control of the entire Pharaoh Kingdom, becoming their new king. Now, Lan has taken control of 3 nations, though the people of these nations are unaware that their fate lies in Lan's hands.
Lan's reason for controlling these nations is to unite them so they can face future crises together. But now, the Ninja Empire is proving somewhat unruly. It's time for a major purge to refine its ranks. Black Dragon City. Deep within the mountains. The blood magic array began to flow with blood once more, and the Blood Patriarch slowly took shape, appearing within the array. How terrifying. Who exactly was that person yesterday?
Hasn't the world already cycled through a reincarnation? The Blood Patriarch muttered, still shaken by the experience.
He would never forget that aura from yesterday. It was utterly terrifying.
Even the slightest hint of it had left him trembling inside the magical formation, too afraid to move for fear of being discovered. But it seemed he'd already been discovered. The other party had sensed his presence. This wasn't a place to linger, he had to find somewhere else. Next, he needed to figure out what this world was all about.
World reincarnation?
What is that? Suddenly, another voice rang out in the cave where he had been alone. The Blood Patriarch's massive frame jolted violently. He stiffly turned his head and, upon seeing Lan's smiling face, turned pale with shock.
You, who exactly are you? The Blood Patriarch sensed Lan's aura. It was unremarkable.
Yet his spiritual sense felt as though it had been swallowed by an endless ocean, vanishing without a trace. There were only two possible explanations for this: either the other party was so powerful that he couldn't detect them, or they possessed a cultivation technique capable of concealing their cultivation level. But right now, only the first scenario applied. The other party had appeared and vanished so swiftly that even ENT sensed their presence.
Don't be afraid. I ask, you answer. Lan smiled faintly, but his eyes instantly turned icy.
What did you just say about the world cycle? He was certain that the person before him was definitely not from Blue Star, or perhaps not even from the modern era. It was possible that, like the pharaoh, he had been dormant for many years and had only just awakened. No, I can't say that, the Blood Patriarch stammered, backing away in terror.
Speak! Lan released a wisp of Supreme Emperor stage aura. The Blood Patriarch instantly dropped to his knees.
His eyes widened, his pupils contracted violently, his body trembled, and his lips turned white. The person before him was at the Supreme Emperor stage. He wouldn't mistake that aura, it was definitely the Supreme Emperor stage.
Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be the cycle of the world? Why is there still a Supreme Emperor stage here? The Blood Patriarch was dumbfounded.
He thought his revival would make him the strongest in the New World, but he never expected another Supreme Emperor stage to be here. Meanwhile, in the distant Arctic, deep within that cavern, a ghostly, eerie voice echoed.
Supreme Emperor stage, the New World. How could a Supreme Emperor stage possibly exist here?
Lan looked up at the sky and said coldly, "Get lost." That single command, like the voice of the primordial chaos, echoed across the heavens and shook the four corners of the world. He sensed several people approaching. They must have detected the terrifying aura he'd just emitted and were coming to investigate. That single command of his scared them off. He turned his gaze back to the Blood Patriarch. "You're not from this world."
Who are you? I can't tell you.
I'm bound by a soul restriction. If I speak, I'll die instantly, the Blood Patriarch cried out, kneeling on the ground, his voice tinged with tears. He truly couldn't speak. He had deliberately set up a magical array specifically to evade divine retribution and escape the cycle of reincarnation, allowing him to survive until now. But he never expected to be discovered and to have a soul restriction imposed upon him. If he were to violate that restriction, even if he could be resurrected, his divine soul would be destroyed, leaving him beyond salvation. Lan fell silent, but not for long. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he came up with a plan. If I were to shatter your soul and then reshape it, would the soul restriction disappear? Hearing this, the Blood Patriarch jerked his head up, staring at Lan in horror. When he saw the gleam of determination in Lan's eyes, he was stunned.
No way this Supreme Emperor stage cultivator standing before him couldn't possibly mean it, could he?
Don't, the Blood Patriarch instinctively protested.
But Lan had already extended a finger.
That terrifying spiritual energy instantly surged into the Blood Patriarch's body, completely shattering his soul.
Chapter 72, He has arrived. With an agonized scream, the Blood Patriarch fell backward, dead.
His soul had been utterly shattered by Lan, shattered beyond repair. Rebirth. Lan waved his hand, and a translucent soul appeared, hovering above the Blood Patriarch's corpse. It looked lifeless, however, as if it were a fool. With a gentle press of his hand, the soul slowly seeped back into the Blood Patriarch's body.
Phew!
The Blood Patriarch suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and gasped for breath. The sensation of death was too agonizing. He never wanted to endure it again. But when he sat up and saw Lan, his expression immediately turned desperate.
Supreme Emperor stage, I beg you, spare me.
The restrictions on my soul are still in place, they cannot be destroyed. The Blood Patriarch kowtowed repeatedly, begging Lan to stop tormenting him.
That feeling just now had truly been unbearable. Is there no other way? Then I'll have to use that move.
Lan sighed. He hadn't expected the soul seal to be this powerful.
He would have to try altering the Tao. What? Again? I beg you, Supreme Emperor stage, spare me. The Blood Patriarch was dumbfounded.
He hurriedly crawled over on his knees, clung to Lan's thigh, and began pleading for mercy.
He had never endured such agonizing torment in his entire life. What on earth was going on?
After great hardship, he had finally found a magical formation. He had thought he could use it to deceive those people, evade divine retribution, and escape the cycle of reincarnation.
But what happened?
Not only did he fail to escape their notice and end up with a soul restriction implanted, but the moment he woke up, he ran into a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator.
What the hell was going on?
Back then, he'd never even seen a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator. The strongest he'd ever encountered was a Heavenly Emperor, and there was only one of them.
Transform.
Weaken the soul restriction, Lan said indifferently. A mysterious aura of the Tao spread out, and before he knew it, the soul restriction had been weakened.
Ha!
The Blood Patriarch paused in surprise. He could indeed feel the soul restriction within his mind weakening considerably.
Could it really work? Tell me what you know. What is the world cycle? Lan cut straight to the chase. Soul-searching wouldn't work here. He'd explode the moment he tried.
The opponent's soul restriction was too powerful. He must be a master of the law of souls. At the very least, he was stronger than Lan, who hadn't even begun his training.
The Blood Patriarch fell silent.
After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice trembling with fear. The world cycle is. He paused deliberately, and upon realizing his soul was no longer in pain, he quickly continued. The world cycle is a cycle that unfolds whenever a world reaches its critical point. It could also be called a purge. Divine retribution purges the impurities from the world, maintaining the world.
Boom! Before he could finish, the Blood Patriarch suddenly exploded.
His body burst apart, and both his physical form and divine soul were annihilated. Lan furrowed his brow, pondering the answer he'd just heard. Purge the world?
So that meant that every so often, someone or some people would initiate a world purge, resetting the world to its most primordial state? This ability was actually quite simple. He could do it too. But why would anyone do such a thing? What is the point of this endless cycle of reincarnation? Lan casually waved his hand, reversing time.
The Blood Patriarch swiftly reformed his body and returned to the moment he had just begun speaking. The cycle of the world is. The Blood Patriarch, with time reversed, continued speaking.
Stop, I get it.
Lan interrupted the Blood Patriarch. If this continued, he'd explode and die all over again. He already understood that part. It was time to ask other questions.
What is divine punishment?
Divine punishment is the name we gave to the punishments handed down by those guys up in the heavens. The Blood Patriarch hesitated for a few seconds before speaking nervously. Realizing he was unharmed, he smiled again.
It seemed to really work. He really couldn't die.
Little did he know that he had already died once just a moment ago.
Why does the world cycle through reincarnation? Because those people want to. Boom! The Blood Patriarch exploded again. Lan frowned.
It seemed this question was even more serious. It touched on some top-secret matter, the kind that absolutely must not be spoken of.
The more serious the question, the faster the Blood Patriarch would explode. Time rewinds. The body is reshaped. What was the world like before? Before? Boom! This question is even more serious. Rewind, reshape. Do you know who those people are who want to wipe out the world? I know. Boom! Rewind, reshape. How long have you been asleep? Boom! Explosion, rewind, reshape.
After repeating this process over and over, Lan realized that whenever he asked a question about the previous world or those people, the Blood Patriarch would explode and die. Those were top secret matters. Finally, Lan gave up asking, because he couldn't get any answers. After reshaping the Blood Patriarch, he spoke calmly, "As long as you don't endanger the lives of the Chinese people, I can spare you." He could tell that this Blood Patriarch didn't seem like a bad person, he was just a wretch trying to escape the cycle of the world's reincarnation.
No, no, no.
Supreme Emperor Stage, please kill me, kill me. Suddenly, the Blood Patriarch clung to Lan's thigh, begging him to kill him.
Lan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Why?" Boom!
The Blood Patriarch suddenly exploded, his soul and spirit utterly annihilated. Seeing this, Lan's eyes narrowed.
He hadn't even asked the question yet.
This meant the other party had already sensed it. He intended to completely eliminate the Blood Patriarch to preserve the secret.
Killing someone right under his nose? Did he even ask for permission? Time rewound, and the Blood Patriarch was reshaped. But the moment he was restored, the Blood Patriarch exploded once more. No matter how he reversed the process, the Blood Patriarch would always explode.
Supreme Emperor Stage, he is coming. During the final restoration, the Blood Patriarch suddenly cried out in terror.
Boom! Another explosion.
At the same time, strange phenomena erupted in the outside world. Massive thunderclouds gathered in the sky, quickly covering all of Huaxia and even beyond, stretching for tens of millions of li. Golden heavenly thunder streaked across the sky, deafening like drumsticks striking a drum, yet also resembling thunder dragons soaring and roaring through the storm clouds. People across the nation looked up at the sky, staring in terror at the inky black thunderclouds, filled with fear and panic.
What is going on? Could another golden list have been released?
No way the golden list won't be released for another 2 days. Besides, when the golden list appears, the supernatural phenomena aren't nearly this terrifying.
Golden thunder, it looks way more powerful than before. I hope it isn't some super powerful demon beast descending. Something is wrong, very, very wrong. Something big is about to happen. What an oppressive aura. I can sense a terrifying presence within the thunderclouds. My heart is aching. Not only could people within Huaxia see these thunderclouds, but even in places like the Ninja Empire, the Superpower Empire, and the Pharaoh Kingdom, people could look up and see them. These thunderclouds were more terrifying and vast than ever before, like an ominous portent. Countless people stopped to watch, their hearts filled with dread. They were afraid, they feared there was something truly terrifying within them, something they neither wanted to face nor dared to confront. Rumble! Thunder roared, and the thunderclouds flashed. A figure appeared within the thunderclouds. There was someone atop the thunderclouds. Chapter 73, A merely immortal emperor dares to be so presumptuous? What is that? In Longdu City, beneath the thunderclouds, 3 figures stood suspended in midair.
They were Master Qingfeng, Peng Dehai, and Zhu Gu. Upon seeing the thundercloud, Master Qingfeng immediately called a halt to the competition and hurried back.
All 3 had just caught sight of the figure atop the thundercloud.
Through the shadows, they could make out a massive form, 3-headed and 6-armed, wielding an unidentified weapon, with what appeared to be a dharma wheel on its back.
I'm not sure, but whoever this is certainly isn't ordinary. Such an extraordinary phenomenon accompanies their arrival, Peng Dehai said, shaking his head. He was deeply concerned now.
The opponent's origins were unknown, and the mere fact that their appearance had triggered such a terrifying phenomenon suggested they likely meant no good.
Could this be related to the Supreme Emperor Stage? Zhu Gu asked in a low voice.
All 3 of them had just sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Supreme Emperor Stage, which was why they had appeared here. However, the Supreme Emperor Stage wouldn't let them get close, so they could only watch from afar. They didn't even dare to use their divine sense, for fear of provoking the Supreme Emperor Stage.
It's possible.
This matter is definitely not simple, Master Qingfeng nodded, agreeing with Zhu Gu's words, his mood incredibly somber. The figure atop the thunderclouds was far too mysterious, exerting an immense, intangible pressure upon them.
Rumble!
Golden heavenly thunder continuously illuminated the thunderclouds, and the figure flickered in and out of view, as if it were a projection, standing there motionless. The intangible aura of authority sent shivers down the spines of the entire nation.
That's so terrifying. Who on earth is that? What are they doing standing up there like that, not moving a muscle? I don't know. It looks so scary. Could they be here to punish us? Punish us? Don't forget, we've still got the carefree sovereign. He is at the Supreme Emperor stage. Who could possibly punish us? Enough said. I'm going home to hide.
This is too terrifying.
Who knows what kind of monster that mysterious figure in the sky really is?
Ordinary people hurried home, locked their doors and windows, and hid under their blankets, too afraid to face it. Only the cultivators stared tensely at the sky, assuming combat stances, ready to face the enemy at any moment.
Cultivation Department. Have you figured out what that figure in the sky is?
Long frowned as he looked up at the sky. From the moment the golden heavenly thunder appeared until the figure materialized, his heart had been racing non-stop. Hadn't he settled down even once? Now, having consumed the Defiance of Fate pill, he had become a cultivator. With the aid of the elixir, he had successfully raised his cultivation level to the foundation stage. He could clearly sense that atop those thunderclouds lurked a terrifying presence, one even more terrifying than Master Qingfeng. It was only upon entering the path of cultivation that he truly realized the difference between cultivators and ordinary mortals. Even at his current foundation stage alone, he could lift boulders, shake giant trees, and easily break the world record in the 100-meter dash in 2 or 3 seconds. All kinds of superhuman powers. No, even Master Qingfeng doesn't know who is up there, the female soldier beside him said, shaking her head. Not a single person in the entire cultivation department knew, not even those at the same king stage knew. At the moment, perhaps only the carefree sovereign was aware. This visitor likely means us no good, Long said in a deep voice, a sense of foreboding weighing on his heart. The sky grew dark, and a violent gale raged. All of Huaxia seemed to be under a typhoon. Strong winds howled everywhere, and some frail ordinary people were even swept into the sky by the gusts. Countless golden bolts of heavenly lightning thundered, their brilliance illuminating 10,000 li. In an instant, a terrifying and overwhelming aura descended upon the mortal realm. Boom! Peng Dehai, Zhu Gu, and Master Qingfeng's expressions suddenly twisted in agony. They gritted their teeth. Thud! Master Qingfeng was the first to drop to his knees in midair, his hands braced desperately as he struggled to stand. But the pressure on his back, as if hundreds of mountains were crushing down upon him, prevented him from rising, nearly suffocating him. The other two weren't faring much better. Zhu Gu was the second to nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, which splattered into the void, and just like Master Qingfeng, he knelt down, bracing himself desperately. Damn it, what an overwhelming aura! This is the aura of an immortal emperor. Peng Dehai looked up at the sky in terror, but eventually couldn't bear it any longer and knelt down alongside the other two. This aura, it was the aura of an immortal emperor, and at the very least, one at the perfect immortal emperor stage. This blue star actually has another immortal emperor besides carefree sovereign. This is happening way too fast. After all, most people in Huaxia are still at the nascent stage or core stage, with even more at the foundation stage. Those who have reached the tribulation stage or higher are few and far between. For an immortal emperor to appear now, this could very well spell the destruction of Blue Star. The three were filled with terror. They tried to lift their heads, but even with all their strength, they couldn't raise them even a fraction. The might of an immortal emperor was unshakable. It wasn't just them, nearly everyone in Huaxia had fallen to their knees. On the ground, whether cultivators or ordinary people, everyone wore expressions of agony as they knelt there with great reluctance. Those at lower cultivation levels were pressed flat against the ground, unable to move, their bones creaking as if they were about to snap. Damn it, what is that thing? It's so terrifying. I don't want to die yet. Mom, I don't want to die. Where is the Supreme Emperor stage? Where is the carefree sovereign? Hurry and save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It's too terrifying. What on earth is that entity above the thunderclouds? Such an overwhelming aura. I feel like my bones are about to shatter, and every organ in my body is in agony. Countless people knelt on the ground, begging for salvation and pleading with the Supreme Emperor stage to come out immediately. And it wasn't just Huaxia, even the surrounding nations were caught in the crossfire.
Ninja Empire.
Not far from Huaxia, the thunderclouds had spread to their country. The ninjas were suffering terribly at that moment. They, too, knelt on the ground in unison. No matter how much chakra they released, they were unable to resist the immortal emperor's overwhelming pressure.
Many ninjas, unable to bear the pressure, coughed up blood and died on the spot.
Number 2 and Sadako were also in a dire situation. They had just returned to the ninja empire when they were crushed by the immortal emperor's aura.
Master Sadako looked toward Huaxia.
She wasn't afraid of death, she was worried about her master.
It's okay.
Master will be fine, Number 2 said, clenching his teeth and enunciating each word clearly.
His master was all-powerful, how could anything happen to him?
This divine emperor's aura was nothing more than a bluff, a scare tactic aimed at ants like them. Once his master made a move, they certainly wouldn't dare to act up again. On the other side, the superpower empire was in the same predicament. The entire population was pinned to the ground, unable to rise. The immortal emperor's might extended for 10,000 li. Anyone lacking sufficient strength or at a low cultivation level was completely subdued.
Except for one cave. Lan watched as the Blood Patriarch died suddenly once again before his eyes.
He knew there was no way to save him.
No matter how much time was rewound, the Blood Patriarch's death was inevitable.
And all of this was his doing. Lan felt a twinge of guilt, but mostly anger. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed from the sky.
I am the Thunder Immortal Venerable.
You dared to break the seal, you deserve death.
Hearing the other's arrogant and domineering words, Lan smiled.
He walked to the mountaintop, looked up at the thunderclouds, and spoke calmly.
A mere immortal emperor dares to act so presumptuously? Chapter 74, Thunder Falls from the Nine Heavens.
The voice reverberated across the heavens, echoing for 10,000 li.
Everyone heard Lan's voice and instinctively burst into wild jubilation. The Supreme Emperor's stage, he had arrived.
In an instant, everyone felt their bodies grow light, returning to their previous state. The pressure as heavy as Mount Tai dissipated, and they were able to stand once more. Countless people sprang to their feet, looking up at the sky, waving their arms and jumping for joy.
Ha ha ha, screw whatever you are, the Supreme Emperor stage is here. Let us see how you die now. What kind of trashy immortal emperor? We got the Supreme Emperor stage.
Supreme Emperor stage, take him down.
Wipe out that fucking piece of shit. Awesome.
The Supreme Emperor stage has arrived to avenge us. The appearance of the widely anticipated carefree sovereign boosted everyone's morale.
Peng Dahai and his two companions stood up.
After stabilizing their chi and blood, they began scanning the surroundings, searching for any sign of the Supreme Emperor stage.
Found it.
Shugu pointed toward the mountains and forests of Black Dragon City. He saw a blurry figure standing on a mountaintop, most likely the Supreme Emperor stage.
Don't use your divine sense. Peng Dahai suddenly shouted.
But no sooner had he spoken than Zhu Gu was instantly flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a deep crater in his wake. His head lolled to one side, and he passed out cold.
Seeing this, Master Qingfeng turned pale with shock and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? How did Zhu Gu get flung back like that?" "Oh, come on, how could we possibly just casually use our divine sense to probe a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator?"
Peng Dahai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He'd been through this before, of course he understood. Last time, he'd nearly been crippled, so he hadn't dared to use his divine sense to search at all just now. He hadn't expected Zhu Gu to be so bold as to probe directly. He hoped the Supreme Emperor stage cultivator hadn't struck too hard. I'll go check on him first.
He looks like he might be a little dead."
Master Qingfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried down to check on Zhu Gu.
Cultivation Department.
Long slowly got to his feet from the ground, looking rather bedraggled. He glanced up at the sky and grinned widely.
"Quick, let us get out of here.
This might be our first chance to witness a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator in action." Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had grown increasingly fascinated by higher realms and immortality. He couldn't miss a battle at the Supreme Emperor stage level. He might even gain some insights from it.
Alright, Master Li.
A male soldier standing nearby supported Long, and the two vanished together, appearing above the base to observe the strange phenomena in the sky.
It wasn't just them, everyone from the cultivation department headquarters had come out as well.
One by one, they stood in the void, gazing at the figure in the sky with immense anticipation. A battle between an immortal emperor and a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator. This was the first time they ever witnessed such a spectacle.
If they could gain some insight into the essence of cultivation from it, that would be even better. Xindu University.
You arrived in the void, her expression calm as she watched the figure in the sky, occasionally glancing elsewhere. She was searching for the carefree sovereign. Since his voice had already been heard, the real person couldn't be far away.
Would she be able to catch a glimpse of the carefree sovereign this time?
Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away from you in the void, Guang also stood there.
Damn it, my husband's about to show up. Hurry up and let me see who you really are. Take this guy down for me. How dare he make me kneel?
You should know that in this whole life, I've only ever knelt before my husband.
Guang clenched her fists, seething with rage.
If her cultivation weren't so low, she would charged forward long ago to beat that show-off to a pulp.
Hiding in a thundercloud, what kind of cowardly turtle is that?
Now that carefree sovereign has emerged, let us see how you're going to die.
Who are you? Above the thunderclouds, the figure spoke once more.
He looked at Lon and saw that he was only at the nascent stage. He couldn't help but sneer coldly, but upon further thought, something didn't feel right. After all, the other party had just effortlessly dispelled his aura of intimidation.
The one who will kill you.
Lon spoke calmly. With a flash, he appeared beneath the thunderclouds, looking up to face the mysterious figure. At that moment, everyone saw a figure standing tall beneath the thunderclouds. One by one, they were overjoyed, convinced it must be carefree sovereign. But the distance was too great, and they couldn't make out the situation clearly. The figure remained a blur. It was as if a thick layer of pixelation had been applied. Some who considered themselves highly accomplished attempted to use their divine sense to discern who this Supreme Emperor stage cultivator was, but before they could see anything, they instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and lost consciousness. This happened to at least 1 million people simultaneously. All of them were reckless, ignorant cultivators who had dared to think they could glimpse the true form of the Supreme Emperor stage. Even Guang couldn't escape it. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and growled angrily, "Damn it! To strike even your spouse so harshly! Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll make you submit." She had thought the carefree sovereign would spare her out of consideration for her status as his spouse, but to her surprise, he showed no special treatment at all. He struck her just as he did everyone else. Just you wait, once she finds out who the carefree sovereign is, she'll definitely make him taste some special treatment. She picked up quite a few of those special methods from movies.
Ha 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 ha, kill me?
The figure atop the thundercloud suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing for 10,000 li.
Everyone could hear the disdain and scorn in that laughter. He looked down on the carefree sovereign. "You're nothing but a mere ant, yet you dare to insult me." In an instant, thunder roared deafeningly. Everyone covered their ears in sheer terror. Countless golden thunder dragons soared through the clouds, roaring as if the gods themselves were enraged. Rumble. One after another, thunder dragons burst forth from the thunderclouds, opening their gaping maws and flying toward Lon, as if intent on devouring him whole. Thunder dragons crisscrossed the sky, their roars echoing across the heavens. Countless people could not bear to look directly at them. Their bodies and minds trembled. This was the power of the immortal emperor, truly terrifying. "Just a few little snakes." Lon spoke indifferently, waving his hand casually. An invisible force spread out, and more than 10 thunder dragons gradually dissipated in the air like bubbles, as if they had never appeared at all. Rumble, rumble. Thunder rolled, and the figure before him was utterly stunned. How is this possible? His attack had actually been effortlessly blocked by this nascent stage brat. Sure enough, the person before him was definitely not at the nascent stage. He was playing the fool to catch the tiger. "Come down," Lon said indifferently.
He reached out with a massive hand toward the thunderclouds. A gigantic, golden phantom palm materialized behind him, reaching out to grasp the thunderclouds. The palm was so vast that everyone in Huaxia could see it. They felt the terrifying pressure emanating from it, causing their bodies and minds to tremble. The gigantic hand reached to the heavens, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, leaving countless people in awe. This was the power of the Supreme Emperor stage. Meanwhile, the figure atop the thundercloud was filled with terror upon seeing the giant hand coming toward him. He could feel the terrifying aura rushing toward him. This aura wasn't that of the nascent stage, it was more like that of the Supreme Emperor stage. How could this be? This was merely a mortal realm where spiritual energy had only just begun to revive. How could there possibly be a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator here?
This is bad. I can't let it grab me. I must report this immediately. Thunder from the 9 heavens, annihilate it for me. Chapter 75, Avatar Beyond the Body. Streams of golden heavenly lightning struck the giant hand, but to no avail. The hand continued to advance. As it pierced through the clouds, it seemed to grasp something, and a furious roar erupted from within the thunderclouds. Damn it, you forced my hand! Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. The thunderclouds dispersed, revealing the scene within. There, another gigantic blue palm, encircled by lightning, appeared and clashed head-on with carefree Sovereign's colossal palm. And that mysterious figure was finally revealed. It was a giant as massive as Mount Tai, with 3 heads and 6 arms. On its back was a magical artifact radiating golden light, resembling a hula hoop, and its entire body was made of blue lightning. Moreover, each arm held a magical artifact: a sword, a spear, a broadsword, a chain, a vajra, and a pagoda. Boom! The 2 colossal palms collided, sending out an explosion. The spiritual energy generated a shockwave that reverberated in all directions. Countless people in the void were caught in the crossfire, instantly flung backward, and slammed heavily to the ground. Holy shit, what terrifying power! I'll never dare go up there again. Can't Carefree Sovereign beat him? No way. How could someone at the Supreme Emperor stage possibly lose to an immortal emperor? He may be an immortal emperor, but he seems to have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. We only inherited his cultivation level. We don't have any cultivation techniques or divine abilities. It's only natural that we can't beat him. The Tao of Thunder, he has actually achieved a minor mastery of it. Lan could tell that the aura of the Tao of Thunder was contained within that massive palm strike. And it was by no means just an entry-level mastery, it had at least reached the minor achievement stage. This was an immortal emperor who had mastered the art of thunder. If it came to a fight, his strength would rival that of a heavenly emperor. It seemed these people had quite a few tricks up their sleeves, but that was the extent of it. You ants, you've angered me. Now that you've seen my true form, I won't spare you. The giant roared furiously. The magical treasures in his 6 arms trembled violently, then shot into the sky in an instant, radiating dazzling golden light. Suddenly, the skies turned turbulent. Thunder and rain lashed down, and a torrential downpour poured from the heavens, accompanied by howling winds as if the end of the world had arrived. The sky darkened in an instant. When the crowd looked up at the sky, they were utterly dumbfounded. They saw that the 6 magical artifacts had transformed into illusory shadows of thunder. The Thunder Tower, the Thunder Sword, the Thunder Blade, the Thunder Spear, the Thunder Vajra Mace, and the Thunder Chain. The 6 artifacts surrounded Lan like wild beasts, poised to strike. Die! With the Thunder Giantess roar, the 6 artifacts struck simultaneously. First came the chain, flying forward to wrap around Lan and immobilize him, while the Thunder Sword and Thunder Blade simultaneously slashed down on either side of his waist. The Thunder Spear, with the speed of a bolt of lightning, thrust viciously toward Lan's dantian, and the Thunder Vajra Mace came crashing down toward the crown of his head. The Thunder Tower descended from the heavens, intent on completely subduing Lan. Get lost. With just that casual remark, all the illusory forms instantly vanished into thin air, as if nothing had ever happened. Put! The Thunder Giant suddenly spat out a mouthful of blue, crackling lightning-infused blood, staring at Lan in terror. Those magical treasures had been nourished day and night with his essence blood. The destruction of even a single one dealt him an immense blow and left him gravely wounded.
And now, all 6 had been destroyed at once, leaving his body instantly devastated and teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing Carefree Sovereign destroy those 6 terrifying magical treasures with just a single word, everyone was utterly stunned. Holy shit, is this the Carefree Sovereign? Is this the Supreme Emperor stage? That's terrifying. He wiped them all out with just one word. Looks like it's not like what the novels say. All that talk about demons from beyond the realms and challenging opponents of higher tiers is just a lie. In the face of absolute power, they're still crushed. I actually thought the Supreme Emperor stage might lose, but now it seems I was overthinking it. That was so cool. He effortlessly defused the situation with just one word. It's a scene I never could have imagined. That's absolutely mind-blowing. There was a time when I, too, fantasized about pulling off a show like that, but unfortunately, my strength just isn't up to it. The crowd was stunned and ecstatic. This was the first time they'd seen the Supreme Emperor stage in action. Even such a powerful immortal emperor was as worthless as dirt and tiles in the face of the Supreme Emperor stage, easily wiped out with a casual gesture. A single word could destroy 6 divine treasures capable of obliterating heaven and earth. This was the Supreme Emperor stage. That's terrifying, but thankfully, he's one of us, a Chinese person. Peng Dehai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking about the fact that he had once offended such a figure. He was scared half to death, but fortunately, the Supreme Emperor stage hadn't killed him. Instead, he spared his life. Thankfully, someone like this was one of their own. As long as they didn't offend him, they'd be fine. Woohoo, my husband is so awesome! Guing cheered, bouncing up and down and waving her arms in excitement. Her chest heaved dramatically, a dazzling sight, though no one was around to appreciate such a breathtaking scene. Seeing how handsome the Carefree Sovereign was, Guing couldn't have been happier, and her longing to meet him grew even stronger. It was just a shame that the Carefree Sovereign didn't want anyone to know who he was. But she wouldn't give up. Someday, she would find out who the Carefree Sovereign really was. Ha ha, our country has the Carefree Sovereign. What a blessing for the nation. Long threw his head back and laughed heartily, overjoyed. Witnessing the power of the Supreme Emperor stage so directly for the first time had reignited the passion in his heart, a passion that had lain dormant for many years. The might of the Supreme Emperor stage truly lived up to its reputation. His words became law, instantly shattering 6 magical treasures. With Carefree Sovereign in Huaxia, who would dare to challenge us? Whoever dares to come will find that once they set foot here, there's no turning back. How could Huaxia have someone this powerful? Bakaya, are you? I don't believe Huaxia has such a formidable warrior. He definitely isn't from Huaxia. He is most likely one of our own from the Ninja Empire. He is too strong. With such a terrifying figure in Huaxia, is there even a place left in the world where our Ninja Empire can find peace? No wonder the Emperor told us not to offend the people of Huaxia. It turns out he knew some inside information. The world has truly changed. Huaxia is about to become a global superpower. Huaxia has now transformed into a soaring dragon, soaring skyward. Members of both the Ninja Empire and the Superpower Empire witnessed the situation in Huaxia. That gigantic palm, shooting straight into the clouds, seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. That giant, shrouded in thunder, was even more terrifying and ferocious, a being they had never seen before. They had thought Huaxia was doomed, but never expected a single person to defuse the crisis so effortlessly. Moreover, that person used just a single word to severely wound the giant, causing it to cough up blood and collapse in exhaustion. Huaxia actually has such a powerful figure. Words become law, truly the Supreme Emperor stage. I never imagined the mortal realm would give birth to a monster like you. This is truly beyond my expectations. Damn this barrier, blocking our path. One day, we will meet again. Trying to run? Lan noticed the thunder giant attempting to flee. With a wave of his hand, a giant phantom hand appeared once more, seizing the thunder giant by the head as he prepared to search its soul. Lan froze. He sensed something was wrong. The opponent had no divine soul, so he couldn't perform the soul search. Trying to search my soul? The thunder giant spat out a burst of lightning, and its body gradually transformed into specks of starlight, drifting away into the air. It had self-destructed.
Lon realized the gravity of the situation. This thunder giant was merely an external avatar. Its true form was likely in a similar state. But that wasn't the most serious issue. The real problem was that the thunder giant had now learned that Blue Star harbored a Supreme Emperor stage cultivator. Could this possibly hasten Blue Star's destruction? Chapter 76, another remarkable little guy shows up. The thunder giant perished. Blue Star returned to its former peace. The sky was clear and cloudless, showing not a trace of disturbance, as if nothing had ever happened. Countless people stared blankly at the sky. If they hadn't just witnessed a massive battle, they might truly have thought today was a peaceful day. He actually committed suicide? How could that be? Was he afraid? Of course. That's the Supreme Emperor stage. Even I'd be afraid. But something about this situation doesn't seem quite right. Don't you think this whole thing is too suspicious? How could the carefree sovereign not know there was someone in there? If they were really up in the sky, he would caught them long ago. So this is all highly unusual. Based on my experience reading Xuanhuan novels for over a decade, this is definitely not straightforward. Besides us, there are others out there. It could be another world that we simply never discovered. Right. I've seen this kind of plot before. Game materialization is already quite mysterious, and now with this thunder giant appearing, it's even more baffling. I'm getting more and more scared. Game materialization, it was already a very strange mystery with no clear answers. Now, with this thunder giant hiding inside the thunderclouds, something clearly wasn't right. Many people were already speculating, could there be other planets besides Blue Star? Could there be other worlds like a multiverse or parallel worlds? All these speculations quickly spread panic among the people. Lon didn't pay it much mind. He'd deal with whatever came his way. If the enemy really showed up, he'd just fight them again. He returned to that cave, intending to cast time reversal to see if he could save the Blood Patriarch. After all, he was the one who had effectively caused the Blood Patriarch's death, and the man currently harbored no ill will toward China. He was merely a wretch trying to escape the cycle of death. But when he activated the time reversal, he furrowed his brow. After a long while, he lowered his hand, ceasing the spell, his brow still deeply furrowed. The River of Time, the Blood Patriarch is actually gone. In the River of Time, he discovered that the Blood Patriarch was no longer there, as if he'd been forcibly erased by a giant hand, vanishing without a trace. Or perhaps his mastery of the law of time was too shallow. He was still unable to revive the Blood Patriarch. After all, he hadn't even mastered the basics of the law of time yet. He could only perform simple time reversal and create time domains. Moreover, frequent use of the law of time was extremely draining. Overuse would shorten his lifespan, and by a significant amount at that. Once he exceeded a certain limit, even at the Supreme Emperor stage, his lifespan wouldn't be enough to sustain the loss. For now, reversing time by a few hours here and there was no big deal. Sigh, Lon sighed. The other party's mastery of the law of time was simply too great. He had no way to revive the Blood Patriarch. With the thunder giant having perished once more, everything seemed to have returned to square one, and many mysteries remained unsolved. For now, the most important thing was to find the author of that book, as well as the prophet mentioned in the Pharaoh's memories. That prophet had clearly known the current state of Blue Star hundreds of years ago, which was why he had sent the Pharaoh into slumber. Since he knew, he might have made certain changes, such as ensuring he himself lived to see this era. That possibility could not be ruled out. Although he hadn't managed to pry much information from the Blood Patriarch, at least he'd learned that their former world was called the Shenzhen realm, not Huaxia or Blue Star. In that world, spiritual energy had once surged, and everyone was a cultivator. But due to a cycle of world reincarnation, earth-shattering changes occurred. Cultivators ceased to exist, and the world transformed into a technologically advanced Blue Star. It wasn't until the game materialized and spiritual energy revived that they gradually awoke. So, is the game's materialization a good thing or a bad thing? He couldn't help but feel that this materialization was the key to the mystery. Never mind. I'll just let things take their course. Lon shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any further. There was no point in thinking about it anymore. He had no leads left,
and since the game's materialization was the most crucial factor, he would simply wait patiently for it to fully materialize. In the end, the truth would surely come to light. The world returned to normal, and everyone resumed their usual lives. But long didn't he see it that way. Cultivation Department Headquarters, Conference Hall. I'm sure everyone saw the Thunder Giant just now. He's an immortal emperor-level being, yet he came from elsewhere. That means, aside from us, there might be other planets out there. That planet might have immortal emperors, or even heavenly emperors, and it's even possible that beings at the Supreme Emperor stage exist there. Long scanned the other ministers and spoke in a grave, solemn voice. Hearing this, the others fell silent. They had seen today's Thunder Giant and had considered the same possibility. But wasn't that idea a bit too far-fetched? Then again, now that the game's manifestation had appeared, what wasn't far-fetched anymore? We must improve our strength as quickly as possible. My suggestion is that once the sects materialize, everyone must study cultivation techniques and then improve their strength as soon as possible. Since it's still unclear when the cultivation techniques will materialize, we have no choice but to rely on the sections. The game hadn't fully materialized yet, and they didn't know when the other world might attack, so they could only wait for the sects to materialize in 3 days. We'll see if we can get our hands on some cultivation techniques to practice. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. They had already begun planning to negotiate partnerships with the sects once they materialized. Dormitory. As soon as Lon returned to the dorm, Tao immediately came over, looked him up and down, then patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm just glad you're okay. Huh? What's wrong? Something so huge just happened, yet you act like you don't even know about it. I thought something must be happened to you. You were gone for so long, Tao said, frowning. He'd flown back on his sword, and the energy had been suppressed the moment he returned to the dorm. And here he was, worrying that something might happen to Lon. But now this guy was acting like nothing had happened and was even asking him what was wrong. Oh, I'm fine, I'm doing great. Of course you're fine. If Carefree Sovereign hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid we'd both be meeting up in the underworld. Tao rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's true. You didn't see it just now, but Carefree Sovereign was seriously so cool. The way he played it up, I'd give him full marks. He just opened his mouth once, and the other guy killed himself. Yeah, super cool. When do you think I'll get to that point where I just have to open my mouth and the other person dies? Soon. I'm sure you'll develop a cursed tongue soon enough. Whomever you mention, they'll die. Get lost, get the hell out of here. I need to get back to cultivation. I have a bad feeling about the future. With that, Tao returned to his bed and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Lon smiled and also left Blue Star, arriving on the surface of the moon. With 2 days left until the sect's manifestation, she used this time to see if she could reach the entry level in the other great Dao paths. Mount Kunlun. A mountain peak located on the border of Huaxia. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave filled with all kinds of furniture, everything one could need, indicating that someone lived there. On a table lay a book with the title 5,000 Years of Chinese History. Outside the cave entrance, an old man lay in a rocking chair, which creaked softly as he slowly fanned himself with a rush fan, looking carefree and serene. A new cycle of reincarnation is about to begin. But this time, it seems a remarkable youngster has emerged. I hope he doesn't disappoint my expectations. Chapter 77, Ninja Empire's population plummets by 2/3. 2 days passed. Cultivation Department. Master Li, a male soldier, approached Long and saluted. How is the situation over at the Ninja Empire? Their population has decreased by 2/3, all due to their ruler's actions, the soldier reported truthfully. His mind was filled with doubts. Yesterday, a major upheaval occurred in the Ninja Empire. Their ruler, perhaps in a fit of rage, began slaughtering people indiscriminately. They also discovered that the ruler of the Ninja Empire is actually Chinese, as he possesses cultivation and is even at the demi-saint stage. In just 1 day, the Ninja Empire's total population was reduced by 2/3, with many powerful warriors killed. Furthermore, they announced their withdrawal from the global arena tournament. Upon hearing this, Long fell silent, recalling what Master Qingfeng had told him yesterday. The ruler of the ninja empire had been very courteous toward a young boy, even seeming somewhat subservient as if they were in a master-servant relationship. "That boy I asked you to look into yesterday, have you found anything out about him?" "I have. Here it is." The male soldier picked up a tablet, opened the information on it, and handed it to Long. Long took the tablet and frowned as he looked at the information on it. If Lan were here, she would surely realize that Long was looking at his profile. A young man in his 20s, with a cultivation level at only the nascent stage, how did he manage to make a demi-saint stage powerhouse treat him with such deference? Could it be that this young man possessed some extraordinary charm? Does Deputy Minister Yan from the Chengdu branch know about this? I haven't told her yet. Then ask her if she knows anything else about this Lan. That demi-saint stage expert from the Ninja Empire probably has a close relationship with this young man. Long handed the tablet back. He hadn't even considered the possibility of Carefree Sovereign being involved. Apart from a few spouses, no one else knew the Carefree Sovereign's age, gender, or appearance, only that he was Chinese. So do you think this massive purge in the Ninja Empire might be related to this young man, or could it be that their sovereign is deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Impossible. How could a mere teenager achieve something on this scale? Perhaps he helped the sovereign before the game materialized, or there is some other reason. Long immediately shook his head in denial. Even if their own ruler had stepped forward personally, such treatment would be unthinkable. To wipe out tens of millions of one's own countrymen for the sake of a single person, is that even possible? Apart from the possibility that this young man had once saved the ninja ruler's life, he couldn't think of any other explanation. As for how he saved him, that remained unclear. Or perhaps the two had no connection at all, and Master Qingfeng had simply mistakenly assumed they were close. "Master Li, good news." Just then, another soldier ran over. "What is it?" Long asked, raising an eyebrow. Hearing it was good news, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. The Ninja Empire wishes to surrender to Huaxia, asking only that Huaxia protect the Ninja Empire. Upon hearing this, Long's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. The Ninja Empire had actually surrendered? What was going on? They hadn't even gone to war. Why on earth would they suddenly surrender? Now, he retracted his earlier assumption. Lan must have a very close relationship with the ruler of the Ninja Empire, though he had no way of knowing exactly what that relationship entailed. With that in mind, Long hurried to his office and began working on his computer. He classified Lan's information as SSSSS level. He sensed that Lan was definitely no ordinary person. Before long, a post was pinned to the top of an online forum. From now on, the Ninja Empire will be a vassal state of Huaxia. We will relocate the Ninja Empire's territories to the vicinity of Huaxia as soon as possible. Holy shit, the Ninja Empire is already falling apart this fast? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Heh, you guys didn't notice there was a massive upheaval in the Ninja Empire yesterday? A lot of people died, at least tens of millions. I have a friend over there. I heard that many ninjas were forced to sign contracts. Forced to sign contracts? What kind of contracts? Exactly. The contracts are outrageous, but they're extremely favorable to us. They state that ninjas must treat the people of Huaxia with the utmost respect, must not harm them, and must willingly submit to Huaxia, becoming one of its vassal states from now on. Holy shit, is it really that awesome? That is so cool, I love it. Ha, a lot of people there refused to comply, and they were all wiped out. Anyone who didn't sign the contract was immediately killed. Over 10 million have already been killed. Holy crap, that is so awesome. I've got to see who is behind this. Who would thought that the Ninja Empire would one day become a vassal state of Huaxia? It's just too incredible. Bolan City. In a mountain village on the outskirts, inside a doghouse in front of a certain household. A plump, large white female dog was lying on the ground, her belly exposed, with 5 or 6 puppies of varying colors snorting away as they nursed. Their movements were utterly adorable. Any animal lover who saw them would see hearts in their eyes and reach out to pet them. But not far from the mother dog sat one puppy that stood out from the rest. Instead of nursing, it sat quietly to the side. Its coat was jet black, a classic Huasha farm dog, and it was strikingly handsome. Yet between its eyebrows was a unique mark, resembling a vertical eye, formed entirely of golden fur. It sat there quietly. While the other puppy's eyes were still closed, it slowly opened its own. Its pupils swirled, radiating golden light, as if a golden dragon were soaring and circling within its eyes. It was a long time before that golden light slowly faded away, a scene that went completely unnoticed by everyone. Even more astonishing was that the puppy stood up. Yes, it stood on its hind legs. The mother dog nearby was startled when she saw her pup stand up. She sprang to her feet instantly and began barking frantically. Clearly, she no longer recognized it as her own pup. After all, her pup had only been born a few days ago and couldn't even open its eyes. How could it possibly stand up like a human? Little Blackie looked at his mother and, to everyone's astonishment, spoke in human language. "Thank you for giving me life. I will surely repay you in the future." After saying that, it leaped into the air, shot straight up into the sky, and vanished without a trace. "Hey, you damn dog, what are you barking about? Shut the hell up." From inside the gatehouse, a middle-aged man burst out, swinging a shovel at the mother dog's head as he cursed. "Damn it all to hell. Just keep nursing them like a good dog. Once these puppies grow up, I'll sell you right along with them to the dog meat shop." Chapter 78, Sect Manifestation. Player Sex Unlocked. The surface of the moon. Law of Souls, activate. Lon's eyes snapped open. A purple glow flashed across his irises before fading. Law of Souls, he had finally taken the first step. "Come, taste the might of my soul army." Lon stood up, raising his right hand high. His clothes fluttered without a breeze, rustling in the wind, as a terrifying and eerie spiritual energy erupted around his body, an energy steeped in cold, ominous chill. Purple light gathered in his eyes as boundless purple spiritual energy converged in his right hand. "Awaken!" Lon barked softly, then suddenly crushed the ball of spiritual energy in his hand. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy radiated outward, striking the ground in waves and slowly coalescing into soul forms. Their appearances were all of people Lon had once killed, including several psychics with superpowers, the Vampire Emperor, and the Blood Patriarch. A total of about 10 soul forms floated in the air. "Master!" The dozen or so soul forms knelt in unison, speaking in unison to Lon. Lon nodded slightly. Now that he had mastered the law of souls, creating souls had become much simpler. However, the prerequisite for creating souls was being able to visualize their appearance, so using the forms of those who had already died was the best approach. The downside was that these souls possessed no power. Since he had created them out of thin air, they had not a shred of strength. Lon waved his hand. He summoned dozens of corpses of nascent stage demon beasts from Blue Star and simply transformed them into human bodies. The internal organs of these demon beasts were similar to those of humans, making them easy to modify. A minute later, more than 10 human bodies, both male and female, were floating in the air. "Go inside." The souls nodded vigorously and flew into the bodies corresponding to their respective genders. After about 10 seconds, the bodies opened their eyes one after another, landed on the ground, and stretched their limbs. These bodies fit them perfectly. "Thank you, Master." The group knelt in unison once more. Lon pointed once more, and a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted instantly, flowing along the direction of his finger into the Blood Patriarch's body. Boom! 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 The sound of shells cracking could be heard continuously from within the Blood Patriarch's body as his cultivation realm kept rising. Tempering stage, foundation stage, core stage, deity stage, grandmaster stage, tribulation stage, ascension stage. It didn't stop until he reached the peak of the ascension stage. He could only raise him this far, because beyond the ascension stage, one must comprehend the way of immortality on their own. Open the heavenly gate, tread the path of immortality, and temper the immortal body. Become a full-fledged immortal. Phew! Lon exhaled. Transferring cultivation energy to help someone advance in cultivation was extremely taxing. Most people wouldn't dare attempt it too many times. At most, he could bring 7 or 8 people to the ascension stage before needing to rest for a while. Immortal cultivation emphasizes self-reliance. No matter how skilled you are, forcibly helping others advance their cultivation levels comes at a cost. If there were no cost, he could simply wave his hand and elevate everyone in the world to the ascension stage, then there'd be nothing to worry about. After bringing a few more people to the ascension stage, he looked at them with satisfaction and nodded.
He planned to have them establish sects and expand his own influence.
He loved simulation games the most, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the perseverance to play Immortal Life for 10 years. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he drew a dozen or so bodies into his palm and vanished from the moon.
When he reappeared, he was already in the mountains and forests of Black Dragon City.
5 seconds later, "Go establish your own factions for now," Lon said calmly. But just as he finished speaking, a sudden disturbance erupted in the sky. Thunderclouds gathered over China, the sky thick with dark clouds, a heavy, oppressive mass like a boulder pressing down on people's hearts. At times, lightning flashed and thunder roared at others, fierce winds and torrential rain lashed down.
Cult sects, beginning to materialize.
This materialization involves low-tier cult sections. The voice of the primordial void rang out.
At the same time, China trembled, mountains shook and the earth quaked.
Countless skyscrapers swayed, vehicles rocked and their alarms blared, and ordinary people on the streets hurriedly grabbed onto anything they could to steady themselves.
Only the cultivators soared into the sky one by one, watching the unfolding changes with bated breath.
In those unknown realms and cities, ancient, ethereal structures rose from the ground, standing side by side with the skyscrapers. Seeing these structures, everyone was overcome with excitement.
Cult sects have appeared. Hurry up and find a master.
I'm going to find a master and learn the arts. I'm going to become the strongest senior disciple. I can't wait to find a master and learn the arts. I absolutely must master alchemy. But the manifestation was not yet complete, so the crowd refrained from acting rashly. It wasn't until several dozen seconds had passed that the ground finally stopped trembling. Lon immediately extended his divine sense and saw that at least 10,000 sects had appeared throughout Huaxia, each one unique. Some were shrouded in ethereal aura, nestled against mountains and beside rivers, with immortal cranes drinking water and colorful koi leaping joyfully. Others, however, were lifeless and desolate. Their buildings were all crafted from redwood, giving off a sense of deathly silence, and some even had skulls hanging at their entrances. Still others didn't resemble sects at all but rather cults. At their entrances, he saw a statue of a woman clad in rags, one that was incredibly alluring.
The sects came in all shapes and forms, each unique in its own way.
It was impossible to tell which were the renowned orthodox schools and which were the heretical cults. However, in his eyes, they were all equally valid. Even the heretical sects seemed quite appealing. After all, his soul search technique was rather unorthodox itself. Such a forceful probing of a soul's memories would likely draw severe condemnation from those renowned orthodox sects. But there wasn't a single person inside any of these sects. Had the NPCs not materialized yet? Sect materialization complete. Now beginning to materialize sect members. The voice of the primordial void sounded once more. As the voice faded, streaks of golden light poured into the sects. When the golden light dissipated, Lon could see that every sect had been filled with people, each containing at least 1,000, and some even tens of thousands.
Moreover, they all possessed cultivation levels.
The strongest were at the deity stage. The weakest were at the tempering stage. The most common were at the foundation stage, while the more formidable ones were at the core stage and nascent stage.
These were indeed low-tier sects. Even their cultivation levels were so low.
They were likely the very bottom-ranked sects. The major sects had not yet materialized. Cultivators from another world had finally arrived, though these individuals were likely bound by soul restraints as well, making it impossible to ask them any questions.
Now you have tasks to attend to.
Go to the sects to learn alchemy, artifact forging, and cultivation techniques, Lon said, looking at the dozen or so people.
Yes, Master.
The group knelt in unison, then vanished, each going about their own business.
Lon also planned to leave and find a sect to study array formations and peruse ancient texts on cultivation techniques.
All manifestations complete.
Player sects are now open. 10 unoccupied sects will be set up, simply claim them.
At that moment, the voice of the primordial void sounded once more. Lon paused for a moment, then the corners of his mouth turned upward. It really was a case of just when you're about to doze off, someone hands you a pillow. He'd just been thinking about founding a sect, and now one had practically been delivered right to his doorstep.
Chapter 79, Everyone goes into seclusion, no natives allowed.
The ground trembled once more, and across various parts of Huaxia, 10 sects rose from the earth, some nestled against mountains and beside rivers, some perched on towering peaks, and some situated within cities. Among them, Lon quickly set his sights on one sect located on a high mountain, flanked by many smaller peaks, a sight that reminded him of a novel he'd once read. The sect described in the novel featured numerous peaks, each inhabited by an elder and their disciples, peaks with names like Alchemy Peak and Sword Peak, all clearly designated and organized.
Each peak had its own iconic feature or figure. The moment he laid eyes on this sect, Lon decided to claim it. And he wasn't the only one, it seemed others had arrived as well.
He spotted a familiar face, Ping Dahai.
That peak is quite impressive. If we take it as our sect's base, it would be the best choice.
Ping Dahai moved with the speed of a giant stride, covering vast distances in a single step. In just 2 strides, he arrived in front of the sect. He took a liking to this sect at first glance. Although it was situated atop a towering mountain peak, the terrain was vast and boundless. Even ascending and descending the mountain wouldn't be difficult, and it was a location that was easy to defend but hard to attack unless a great cultivator launched an assault.
Especially those smaller peaks, they looked cool and impressive.
It would be a good idea to assign people to live there later on.
That's why he took a liking to it at first sight.
Looks like no one is going to compete with me for this, Ping Dahai grinned, taking a step forward, ready to seize the opportunity.
Boom!
He suddenly bumped into something, leaving his head spinning.
Holy crap, what the hell is that?
Ping Dahai rubbed his forehead, staring in surprise at what was in front of him as he reached out to feel around. To his astonishment, he discovered a transparent barrier blocking his path.
Could it be that he couldn't take it just yet? But just then, a voice rang out, leaving Ping Dahai both surprised and exasperated. Carefree Guild to be established tomorrow. All are welcome to sign up.
The voice boomed like a thunderclap, echoing in the minds of countless people, making their heads buzz.
Ping Dahai gave a wry, resigned smile.
He would never mistake that voice for anything else. It was unmistakably Carefree Sovereign S. At the same time, a map of the land flew out from within his sect and hovered in midair, slowly growing larger. When it had expanded to the size of the golden list visible to the entire nation, 3 large characters appeared on it.
Carefree Guild. Holy crap, Carefree Sovereign has founded a sect. What are we waiting for? Let us join the Carefree Guild right now.
I was originally thinking of joining one of those NPC sects, but now it seems there's absolutely no need.
Becoming a disciple of Supreme Emperor Stage is better than anything else. Supreme Emperor Stage, look at me. I'm qualified, I can endure hardships, and I'm very capable. Look at me. How can I join Supreme Emperor Stage's sect? I've been dreaming of joining it.
One by one, people cheered and rejoiced upon seeing Carefree Sovereign establish his sect, eager to join immediately.
Even Ping Dahai was tempted. If he joined Supreme Emperor Stage's sect, might he be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm? He was currently at the Saint King stage, and his cultivation had plateaued.
No matter how much he practiced every day, his cultivation level barely increased. He could only break through with the help of certain elixirs or rare treasures.
If Supreme Emperor Stage were to pass on some of his cultivation techniques to him, wouldn't he break through in no time?
With that thought, Ping Dahai immediately dismissed the idea of founding his own sect. He'd join Supreme Emperor Stage's sect instead. With his current cultivation level, Supreme Emperor Stage should surely take notice of him. It wasn't just the people of the entire nation, even those from another world who had just materialized saw this map of mountains and rivers. At that moment, at Qingxian sect, a small sect not far from the Carefree Guild. Over 1,000 men and women, dressed in elegant robes with 3 long blue blades tucked at their waists, their attire exuding an ancient charm, were all looking up at the map of mountains and rivers.
Look, what is that?
The aura of that magical artifact is so powerful it gives me a vague sense of might capable of subduing the entire world.
Could it be a supreme treasure? Senior brother, do you know what that is?
What a beautiful scroll! I wonder what kind of magical artifact it is. I never expected this native world to possess such a supreme treasure.
Perhaps we could make a move to seize it. Carefree Guild? Isn't that the title of the #1 sect? Did they arrive this quickly?
No, this seems to be a sect founded by the natives themselves.
How audacious! I can't wait to see how these natives will meet their end when the Carefree Guild arrives someday. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it too.
The patriarch of the Carefree Guild is an immortal emperor, while these natives are at most at the golden deity stage. Just then, an elderly man with grey temples, clad in a long black robe, emerged from the inner courtyard. Upon seeing him, everyone clasped their fists, bowed, and cried out, "Sect Master!" The old man nodded, then looked up at the map of mountains and rivers in the sky, furrowing his brow slightly. He turned to his disciples and barked, "Starting now, the entire sect is to enter seclusion.
Do not receive any outsiders."
"Yes, sir." The chorus of voices rang out in unison, deafeningly loud. In an instant, Qingxian's sect activated its sect protection formation. A transparent barrier enveloped the entire sect, shielding it from harm.
It wasn't just Qingxian's sect, all the other sects did the same.
The moment they materialized, they all activated their sect protection formations and went into seclusion. After Lan announced the founding of the Carefree Guild the following day, he said nothing more. Only a small fraction of people wanted to join the Carefree Guild. The vast majority felt they lacked both the opportunity and the qualifications, so they considered joining other sects. But when they arrived at those NPC-run sects, they discovered that they, too, had entered seclusion. No matter how hard they knocked or shouted, only one disciple answered the door.
The entire sect is in seclusion. Please return home.
Every single sect had, in perfect unison, entered seclusion at the same time, turning away all visitors.
What a crappy sect. Do they really think we want to join?
This sucks.
Let us go.
If this sect won't take us, there are plenty of others that will.
Let us go.
If this place won't have us, there are plenty of others that will. One by one, those who arrived at the gate only to be told the sect was in seclusion and were forced to leave were all furious. Priding themselves on their dignity, they chose to walk away immediately. But when they arrived at other sects, they were still turned away. Not a single sect was willing to receive them.
This made them extremely angry.
Soon, however, they realized something was off. These sects were actually turning away even members of the cultivation department. It seemed they were specifically targeting them, the Blue Star natives.
Faced with these circumstances, the cultivation department immediately launched an investigation.
They dispatched Master Qingfeng to inquire, but to their surprise, even with the master himself present, they still didn't give him a warm welcome. They left Master Qingfeng with just one message.
We do not receive any locals. Please leave. The sect is currently in seclusion. Let us discuss this again in a month.
To avoid disrupting the peaceful coexistence of all, Master Qingfeng refrained from taking lethal action.
Chapter 80, Arrival at Qingxian Sect. Indeed, the surroundings here are quite pleasant.
Lan walked with his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely through the sect grounds. He nodded slightly as he took in the beautiful and serene surroundings. The entire area was suffused with spiritual energy, far purer than that of the outside world, and it had everything one could need. There was a pill refining hall, as large as 4 or 5 soccer fields, filled with over 100 pill refining furnaces for the disciples to use. There was also an artifact forging hall, equally spacious, complete with artifact forging platforms. There were talisman rooms, training halls, lecture halls, the disciples' reception hall, and more. If he were to walk through it non-stop, Lan felt he could spend a whole day and night and still not cover the entire sect. It was simply too vast. When he reached the sect masteress hall, he saw a statue of a divine beast placed on either side of the entrance. However, Lan didn't know what kind of divine beast it was, so he didn't pay it much mind and strode straight into the hall. The interior was vast, resembling an imperial palace. On the walls to the left and right were lifelike carvings of gods and demons, a man holding a vajra staff, looking fierce and menacing with a grimace on his face. There were beautiful immortal maidens playing the zither with alluring grace, a hairy ape wearing a collar and wielding a large iron rod, and a man with 3 eyes, holding a 3-pronged, double-edged spear in one hand. The variety of gods and demons puzzled Lon. He frowned as he looked at them. Not a single one was familiar to him. Perhaps they were from another world. After a quick glance, Lon left. He planned to find a sect to see if he could learn alchemy or similar knowledge. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the gates of Qingxian sect, not far away. Looking at the tightly closed gates, out of a sense of hospitality, he politely knocked on the door. With a gate like this, simply knocking wouldn't be heard, but there was a door gong mounted on it that could be used to signal. We've already told you, the entire sect is in seclusion. We don't accept locals. Please leave. The gate didn't open. Instead, a voice came from inside. Hearing this, Lon grinned and vanished in a flash. This is so annoying. These locals never give it a rest. Every single one of them wants to learn our sect's martial arts and alchemy. It's nothing but a pipe dream. Behind the door, a young disciple looked down on him with disdain, his voice laced with cold sarcasm. But just as he turned to go back, he was suddenly startled. A young man dressed completely differently from him was standing in the courtyard, seemingly heading toward the scripture hall. He'd seen the local natives before. They dressed exactly like that, completely different from their own style. How did this native get in? Wasn't there a sect protecting formation? Did he slip in without a sound? Who are you, daring to trespass into the Qingxian sect? The young disciple condensed his chi into a sword and burst forward, pointing it at the back of Lon's head. Boom! Lon spun around and struck out with a palm strike, slamming the disciple to the ground and severely wounding him in an instant. This was merely 100 millionth of his full strength. With a single hand, he pulled the disciple toward him, seized him by the throat, and hurled him violently toward the sect master's hall. Elsewhere. The sect master's hall of the Qingxian sect. The sect master and numerous elders were gathered in the hall, discussing matters concerning the natives. These natives wish to learn our cultivation techniques and alchemy. We absolutely cannot pass this knowledge on to outsiders. After all, when we arrived, we had already agreed not to let them learn these arts, said an elder, stroking his beard in a solemn tone. Quite right. We came here to conquer this world. If we teach them cultivation, what kind of situation would that create? How could we possibly aid our enemies? Exactly. I suggest we wait until the other sects arrive, then we'll take over this world together. The spiritual energy here seems to be gradually reviving. It's perfect for us. Sect Master, what is your opinion? Several elders turned their gaze to the elderly man seated in the seat of honor, awaiting his decision. Boom! An unidentified flying object shot in like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a wall pillar right beside them. The crowd turned pale with shock and hurriedly looked over. They saw a disciple wearing the robes of the Qingxian sect, his upper body embedded in the pillar, with only his lower half hanging there, swaying slowly. Li Feng! One of the elders roared. Using his spiritual sense, he recognized the disciple embedded in the pillar. It was none other than his prized disciple, Li Feng. He rushed over and pulled him out. The crowd gathered around. Li Feng was covered in blood and clinging to life. The elders specifically channeled spiritual energy into him, trying to keep Li Feng clinging to life. Master, there are troublemakers outside. Help me avenge myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng's head lolled to one side, and his life force was completely extinguished. Li Feng! The elder roared, his face flushed with rage. How dare someone kill his disciple? This was unheard of. Who was it? I'll kill him and avenge Li Feng. A sharp blade appeared in the elder's hand, and he was about to rush out to tear the killer of his disciple to pieces. The other elders were furious as well. This was a blatant provocation. The intruders had even dared to storm the sect's gates. In an instant, everyone, including the sect master, left the sect master's hall. In the courtyard, Lon stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. Before him stood hundreds of Qin Xian sect disciples, several of whom had drawn their swords and were pointing them at him. This is the Qin Xian sect. Who are you? Do you know that trespassing on the Qin Xian sect grounds is a capital offense? A young disciple said coldly. Senior brother, don't waste your breath on him. Let us take this barbarian down before the sect master and the others arrive. We're sure to earn our master's praise. Another disciple standing nearby sneered. Exactly. Why waste words on him? Just kill him, a female disciple said haughtily. Hearing the nagging of his junior brothers and sisters on either side, the young senior brother's resolve wavered, and his gaze toward Lan grew intense. If he could capture him, he would surely earn praise from both the master and the sect leader. With that in mind, the senior disciple spoke coldly, if anyone is to blame, it's you for trespassing into the Qin Xian sect. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged forward, blade in hand, aiming for Lan's neck. Someone's asking for death, Lan snapped, his aura of power erupting instantly. Thud. As the nascent stage aura erupted, the disciples before him, all at the tempering stage or foundation stage, instantly fell to their knees, unable to rise, their faces contorted in agony. You on nascent stage. The senior disciple knelt before Lan, his body trembling and his lips quivering. He never expected that this native, who appeared to be about his own age, would actually be a nascent stage powerhouse. After all, even their sect master was only at the nascent stage, and there was such a huge age gap between them. Lan did not strike, nor did he lift his aura. Instead, he looked toward the distance, where several figures were swiftly flying toward them. Before long, the figures landed. They were none other than the sect master and the elders of the Qin Xian sect. When they saw their disciples kneeling on the ground and sensed the nascent stage aura, their expressions changed abruptly. This native was actually a nascent stage powerhouse. Young friend, you've trespassed into our Qin Xian sect and killed our disciples. Isn't this going a bit too far? Chapter 81, The Qing Heavenly Deity Realm, Raising Venomous Insects. Oh? Is that so? Lan spoke with a faint smile, raised his right foot, and stomped down on the senior disciple's back, instantly crippling his dantian and rendering him unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. The senior disciple let out a blood-curdling scream as anger and fear surged through him. This man had crippled him without so much as a word. How was he ever supposed to go on from now on? Master, avenge me! Avenge me, the senior disciple shouted furiously, desperate to kill Lan. But he lacked the ability to do so himself. He could only rely on his master. One of the elders, seeing his most beloved disciple's cultivation crippled, flew into a rage. Yet, being merely at the core stage himself, he hurriedly turned to the sect master and knelt on the spot. I implore the sect master to slay this savage and avenge my disciple, Li Feng. Another elder, Li Feng's master, also knelt down and pleaded. The other elders knelt one after another, collectively imploring the sect master. We implore the sect master to execute this savage and avenge the disciples of our Qin Xian sect. The kneeling disciples shouted in unison. We implore the sect master to execute this savage and avenge the disciples of our Qin Xian sect. Hearing their words, the sect master narrowed his eyes slightly and glared intently at Lan. Young man, you stormed into our Qin Xian sect without distinguishing right from wrong, killed one of our disciples, and now you've crippled another. Do you really think I have no temper? In an instant, the sect master's full might, the might of a perfected nascent stage cultivator, erupted from within him, surging directly toward Lan. In that case, I'll give you one more, Lan said with a faint smile. He planted his foot firmly, instantly shattering the senior disciple's internal organs, ensuring he was beyond any hope of survival. The senior disciple coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head lolling to the side as he breathed his last. The other disciples, witnessing this, were horrified. They never expected this man would actually dare to kill their senior brother. And he did it right in front of the elders and the sect master. You! The sect master was utterly shocked. He never imagined that the young man before him could ignore his aura of authority and casually kill one of his own disciples. Bastard! Seeing his beloved disciple die, the elder roared with fury and slammed a palm strike toward Lan. The massive palm, formed from spiritual energy, roared toward him, but Lan merely waved his hand and dispersed it. Get lost, Lan said indifferently, and the elder was instantly sent flying backward. By the time he hit the ground, he was already dead. Seeing this, everyone was even more astonished. His words became law? Killing a core stage cultivator with a single word. Was this really something a nascent stage cultivator could do? The sect master immediately realized that the person before him was no ordinary nascent stage cultivator. He hurriedly clasped his hands and forced a smile, saying, "Senior, may I ask how our Qingxin sect has offended you?" At that moment, the sect master believed that Lan must be some kind of rejuvenated elder, deliberately disguising himself as a nascent stage cultivator. After all, he himself could not perform that words become law technique, nor did he believe any nascent stage cultivator could. "Why don't you accept natives?" Lan asked casually. At these words, the sect master's face turned ashen, while the others fell silent. Seeing this, Lan raised an eyebrow. It seemed these people had indeed come with a premeditated plan. "What is your world called?" Lan continued. "The Qing Heavenly Deity Stage Realm," the sect master answered truthfully. Lan fell into deep thought. The Blood Patriarch had referred to the former Blue Star as the Xianqian Realm, and the world they had just arrived from was the Qing Heavenly Deity Stage Realm. Was there any connection between these two worlds? "Do you know of the Xianqian Realm?" Lan asked. Upon hearing this, the sect master froze for a moment, furrowed his brow in deep thought, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Senior, I am not familiar with it," he replied. "Then what is the purpose of your Qing Heavenly Deity Stage Realm coming to our Blue Star?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the sect master dropped to his knees with a thud. His face was filled with terror, and his body trembled as he said, "Senior, I dare not speak of this, nor am I permitted to." Lan frowned and looked at the other elders and disciples. Upon meeting his gaze, they all knelt and bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. "Have you been subjected to a soul restriction?" Seeing that their first reaction was to tremble, Lan was certain all of them had been subjected to a soul restriction, preventing them from revealing even the slightest detail about the Qing Heavenly Deity Stage Realm or the purpose of their visit to Blue Star. Who on earth possessed such mastery of the law of souls that they could simultaneously impose soul restraints on so many people, preventing them from speaking out of turn? "Tell me everything you know, everything you're allowed to say, and I'll let you off the hook," Lan said calmly. The crowd trembled once more. Finally, the sect master raised his head slightly, glanced at the sky, and spoke nervously, "Senior, I can only say two words: rearing poisonous insects." "Rearing poisonous insects." Hearing those two words, Lan's heart gave a start. He was no stranger to those two words. Wasn't he rearing poisonous insects all about selecting the strongest insect to be crowned the insect king? It seemed the clash between the two worlds was all for the sake of the cultivation of worms to determine which world was the strongest. Only the strong would survive. As for the world that was eliminated, Lan didn't know what would become of it. In any case, it certainly wouldn't be anything good. I cannot say any more than that. "Heaven has eyes," the sect master said, lowering his head once more and remaining silent. Lan looked up at the sky. Within his spiritual perception, he could see no one. But he knew that the so-called heavens and gods couldn't cross over here yet. Blue Star had something they feared, or perhaps a barrier preventing them from crossing over. "All right, stand up." Lan looked at the sect master and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the sect master, along with the elders and disciples, rose to their feet, still did not dare to meet Lan's gaze. "My purpose is simple: copy all the cultivation techniques, ancient texts, and everything else from your scripture hall, and send them to that sect for me." Lan pointed toward the Carefree Guild. Upon realizing that the sect in question was Lan's, the crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected it to belong to the man standing before them. For him to be able to seize a sect in front of so many people, his strength must be truly extraordinary. "Yes." The sect master immediately nodded in agreement. This demand was far too simple. If they'd known it would be this easy, they wouldn't have made such a fool of themselves. Also, go notify all other sects, whether demon sects or righteous factions, and tell them to accept the natives. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to wipe them out. Anyone who refuses, write down your sect's name and deliver it to my doorstep tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the crowd turned pale with shock.
Wipe them out if they refuse. What an arrogant claim. He is merely at the nascent stage. Where does he get off?
There are plenty of nascent stage cultivators out there. If they all banded together, they could wipe him out in a matter of minutes. Only the sect master knew that the young man before him wasn't lying. He truly possessed that kind of power.
Yes.
They had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree. Oh, and tell the other sects, including yours, that if anyone wants to switch sides and come work for me, I'll welcome them anytime.
Lon smiled faintly.
His sect was currently short on members. If all these people could join his sect, that would be perfect. After all, they were all highly experienced individuals.
Meanwhile, over at the cultivation department, a meeting was underway. Chapter 82, Let Us Fight. Cultivation department. Damn it, he is turning us down.
If need be, we'll just storm in, scare the hell out of them, and let our fists do the talking.
That is not a good idea. China is a civilized nation. If we attack them today, they'll strike back someday.
We might be fine, but ordinary people might not be so lucky.
Exactly.
If we attack now and they take it out on ordinary people to vent their anger, we'll be in big trouble. We'll have no choice but to make peace.
So what do we do now?
Our cultivation techniques haven't manifested yet. For now, our only option is to seek out those sects to learn cultivation techniques and alchemy.
We'll just have to keep looking. Let us see if they'll accept us. We're all about peace. The ministers debated heatedly, torn between fighting and not fighting.
If they were to attack, they certainly wouldn't be afraid, but it would be tough on the ordinary people.
With so many NPCs, they could hold them off for a while, but not forever. We can't fight.
Right now, only the lower tier sects have materialized. The higher tier ones haven't appeared yet.
They're all in this together. If we attack, we'll definitely face retaliation later.
At that moment, Long shook his head and spoke up. He felt they shouldn't fight.
If they did attack, they'd only be targeting these sects for now.
Later, when the major sects materialized, the smaller ones would go and complain.
They all came from the same world. How could they not join forces?
Once they did, Huaxiao would be in grave danger.
The group fell silent, unsure of what to do. If all else fails, I'll go scare them a bit.
Master Qingfeng spoke up. After all, he was at the golden deity stage, while those sects were at most at the nascent stage. He could intimidate them a bit, secure the resources first, and worry about the future later.
No, we must prioritize peace.
Long shook his head. He had to consider the bigger picture. If we offend them now, it'll be difficult to get along with them in the future.
If they refuse to hand over the resources, they'd simply storm their gates. How would that be any different from bandits? Master Li.
Just then, a soldier rushed into the conference hall and came to Long's side, panting heavily. Everyone turned to look at him, their expressions tense.
Could something urgent have happened? Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry? What is it? Long asked, furrowing his brow. Good news.
The head of a sect called Qingxian Gate has just arrived here and informed us that their sect is about to begin widely recruiting disciples.
Not only that, but many sects have started accepting us locals as well.
They'll officially open their doors to recruit disciples tomorrow and asked us to spread the word.
Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, and they stood up. Who would have thought such a good thing could happen? This is such a pleasant surprise. Huh? Why did they suddenly change their minds? Did something happen?
Who cares? Anyway, since they're recruiting widely now, we can go sign up to join a sect and train. Improving our strength is what matters most.
That is true, but this is a bit too suspicious. I suggest we wait and see.
Quiet. Long said in a deep voice, and the crowd fell silent.
This is indeed good news.
Post an announcement on the online forums later, encouraging people to go to the sect to seek a master and learn the arts, Long said with a slight smile. Who would have thought that just moments ago they were still discussing this, and now good news has arrived?
It really seems like heaven itself is on their side.
However, the sect master also mentioned one more thing: their sect is about to relocate, the soldier continued.
Ha! Long was slightly taken aback. The others were equally taken aback. Relocate? Where to?
They're about to relocate the entire sect to the Carefree Guild, merge with it, and from now on will call themselves the Carefree Guild.
Everyone is welcome to come and seek a master to learn the arts.
Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. No wonder those sects had changed their tune so quickly, urging them to seek out masters and learn the arts. So it turned out that the Carefree Sovereign had intervened behind the scenes.
I see. Long's smile grew even brighter.
Heh, so it was the Carefree Sovereign who intervened.
No wonder those people changed their tune so quickly. They really are the type to bully the weak and fear the strong.
Since the Supreme Emperor stage had stepped in, he no longer had to worry about the consequences. Because the Supreme Emperor stage had started this, any retaliation would be directed at them. If they had started it themselves, the Supreme Emperor stage might not have come to their aid. That was exactly what he'd been worried about all along. Now that the Supreme Emperor stage had set this precedent, there was nothing to fear. Starting tomorrow, everyone should go to a sect to find a master and learn the arts.
If you find any sect that still refuses to accept us, then we'll fight. Long's domineering declaration sent the crowd into a frenzy of cheers. All right, let us fight. Online forum. A message suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All sects have begun widely recruiting disciples. Tomorrow, they will hold a new disciple recruitment event. Everyone can visit the nearest sect to see if they're accepting students.
If they are, you can all find a master to learn from, master martial arts techniques, and undergo a complete transformation. Upon seeing this message, those who had previously been frustrated about not being able to join a sect and study martial arts instantly cheered up.
Holy crap, is this for real?
Then I'd better get up early tomorrow to find a master and start training.
I just got back from a sect. Their top disciple said they'll open recruitment tomorrow. Anyone can come. So, should we go to those smaller sects tomorrow, or head to the Carefree Guild?
That's the sect run by the Carefree Sovereign, after all.
We're definitely going to the Carefree Guild first.
If we get in, we'll skyrocket to the top. If not, we'll go to other sects, but prioritize the Carefree Sovereign's sect.
I think that's a good idea.
Let us focus on Supreme Emperor stage sects first, and worry about the others if we can't get in. The Carefree Sovereign's sect was everyone's top choice. Getting into a Supreme Emperor stage sect would be as good as it gets. If they couldn't get in, there were still other sects accepting new members. Those would be secondary targets. All in all, being accepted into any sect was a good thing. It meant they could find a master to learn from and acquire the skills to protect themselves. In the future, humans would no longer focus on subjects like math, physics, and chemistry. Instead, they would study alchemy, artifact forging, talismans, and cultivation. The era of cultivation had long since begun. Now was the true age of universal cultivation.
Some rejoiced, while others grieved.
On the other hand, some sects were deeply concerned.
The demon-slaying sect.
The sect master's hall. Several elders and the sect master, a middle-aged man, sat together in the hall.
Sect master, should we agree?
Judging by the tone of those natives, if we refuse to accept disciples, they'll unleash a bloodbath and wipe us all out, one of the elders said coldly. They were somewhat worried. The one threatening them seemed incredibly powerful, enough to even frighten the Qingxian sect. In the demon-slaying sect, the sect master was the strongest, at the half-step core stage.
He likely wouldn't stand a chance against that native, but if they gave in, wouldn't their demon sect become a laughingstock? It was a dilemma: submit, or fight to the bitter end. Ha!
A mere native. I wonder what kind of mind-altering potion that old man fed him. That old fool from the Qingxian sect deserves to die for submitting to a native.
Once the other sects arrive, they're as good as dead. We will never submit.
I refuse to believe that a mere native could truly wipe us out.
Tell the other sects, we will not submit. If they want to be cowards, let them go it alone.
Chapter 83. A single thought breaks through the Grandmaster stage: never betray, ever.
Carefree Guild.
Lan stood in the courtyard, looking out at the numerous Qingshan sect leaders, elders, and disciples before him. Oh, wait, to be precise, they were the Carefree Guild's new disciples.
Greetings, sect leader. Qingshan, the leader of the Qingshan sect, was the first to bow.
The crowd behind him all clasped their fists and bowed without Lan's permission. None dared to stand up straight.
Rise, Lan said calmly, flashing a smile.
Not bad. Recruiting a batch of NPCs right after stepping out to serve as laborers couldn't be better. The Qingshan sect NT wanted to come at first, but he merely released a faint trace of his Supreme Emperor stage aura in front of the sect master, which immediately terrified the man into begging on his knees to join the Carefree Guild. Of course, this was the best possible outcome. With these people from another world, the sect's future would only grow more glorious. Qing Xuanzi raised his head and looked at Lan with a face full of anticipation, his eyes brimming with admiration and envy. The others might not know, but he certainly did. The person standing before him was at the Supreme Emperor stage. That faint aura of pressure had nearly caused his internal organs to explode. He'd only ever sensed something like that from an immortal emperor, and even then, only from a distance of 1,000,000 li.
Lan's aura of authority was immeasurably more formidable than that of the immortal emperor. He was undoubtedly at the Supreme Emperor stage. If not now, when else should they pledge their allegiance? So he led his entire sect to pledge their allegiance to Lan. Someone is here.
Hurry out and welcome them, Lan said with a faint smile.
Just as everyone was looking on in astonishment, more than a dozen figures descended from the sky. And the aura they radiated left everyone utterly speechless. No fewer than 8 of them were at the ascension stage. Sect Master.
The dozen or so figures knelt in unison, speaking with one voice. The clamor was deafening, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone in Qingshan sect was stunned.
Those are all ascension stage powerhouses. Isn't our sect master only at the nascent stage?
So many ascension stage powerhouses.
We've never even had the chance to see a single one before, and now we're seeing so many. Could they all be elders?
What terrifying depth of talent!
Even those 5th rank sects probably don't have this many ascension stage elders.
If I'd known there were ascension stage elders, I'd have been the first to defect from my sect and join the Carefree Guild.
There are just too many 8 ascension stage elders. Just seeing one of them would be the greatest luck of my life. Everyone stood there speechless.
They had never seen so many ascension stage powerhouses, a full 8 of them. It was truly spectacular. And to their surprise, every single one of them belonged to the Carefree Guild.
They never imagined this new sect would have such formidable depth. But what puzzled them wasn't he the sect master still only at the nascent stage?
The guild master and the elders, in particular, wore expressions of fervent admiration. The elder who had lost Li Feng had long since forgotten him completely. Now, their sole focus was on joining the Carefree Guild as quickly as possible and kowtowing to the new guildmaster. "Your Excellency, you are truly invincible and command awe throughout the world," the elder immediately said, clasping his fists in respect.
They never would have imagined there were actually 8 ascension stage cultivators. This was a huge windfall.
Even the tiniest scrap from an ascension stage powerhouse would be more than enough for them. "I'll be away often, so if you need anything, go to him." Lan pointed at the Blood Patriarch, then continued, "Oh, and remember to restock the scripture hall with cultivation techniques, and teach them alchemy. The future of the sect rests on your shoulders."
"Yes, sect master."
Qing Xuanzi was the first to clasp his fists and bow, and the others followed suit. "As disciples of my Carefree Guild, I certainly won't treat you unfairly." Lan smiled faintly and waved his hand. Hundreds of thousands of bottles of elixirs appeared on an open patch of ground. "In there, you'll find every type of elixir below the 5th grade. Lan looked at Qing Xuanzi and smiled meaningfully. "I'm entrusting the management of these elixirs to you.
Are you up to the task?" "Thank you, sect master."
Qing Xuanzi was so astonished by the sight of the elixirs covering the ground that his mouth hung open upon hearing Lan's words. He was overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly kneeling down and kowtowing in thanks. The others stared in disbelief at the sea of elixirs, too stunned for words. They had never seen so many elixirs before. The sect had always been poor, and elixirs were reserved only for prodigy disciples or elders. They might only get to use one tempering stage elixir every month or even every 2 months. But now, they could smell the exquisite fragrance of the elixirs. The scent alone was enough to cause a shift in their cultivation realms, bringing them on the verge of a breakthrough. Just how many pills were there, exactly? I will devote all my energy to managing this batch of pills, ensuring they reach their full potential. Not a single one will go to waste. Qing Xuanzi shouted, his heart racing with excitement. He never expected to be so highly regarded so soon after joining the Carefree Guild. The sect master entrusting him with the management of so many pills was a tremendous vote of confidence.
He absolutely could not let the sect master down.
Good, very good. From this moment on, you are the outer sect master. Lan nodded with satisfaction, then extended a finger. A surge of spiritual energy rushed into Qing Xuanzi's body, burrowing into his dantian and forcibly breaking through his cultivation realm. In an instant, a series of muffled thuds echoed from within Qing Xuanzi's body, causing everyone around him to turn and look at him.
He could no longer suppress the aura within his body. It burst forth completely. Deity stage. He broke through to the deity stage in a single second. Everyone was stunned. How could the old sect master suddenly break through to the deity stage? The elders, in particular, were even more astonished. They knew full well that the old sect master had been stuck at the perfect nascent stage for a very long time. He had remained there for over 100 years, and they had long since given up hope of him ever breaking through. They never imagined that today, he would actually break through to the deity stage. And it was far from over.
Under everyone's horrified gazes, Qing Xuanzi's cultivation continued to rise steadily, and before long, he reached the perfect deity stage.
Ah!
Qing Xuanzi roared, his face flushed crimson as he threw his head back.
Boom! Grandmaster stage. He broken through to the Grandmaster stage. Everyone was stunned. The Grandmaster stage already? In the blink of an eye, he broken through from the perfect nascent stage to the Grandmaster stage? What kind of demonic magic is this? Even dark arts probably aren't this powerful. As far as they knew, the dark art demon heaven art required sacrificing one's own lifespan just to forcibly advance 5 minor realms. Yet Qing Xuanzi had just broken through an entire major realm to reach the Grandmaster stage. This was far more potent than any elixir. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qing Xuanzi's appearance gradually grew younger. He transformed from an elderly man into a young man. His hair was thick and jet black, the wrinkles on his face vanished, and his complexion was smoother than that of many young people. His once slightly hunched back slowly straightened. What a dramatic transformation! Seeing the old sect master so completely transformed, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. None of them could believe that the person before them was their former sect master. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. And it wasn't over yet. Qing Xuanzi's cultivation level continued to rise, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. It wasn't until he reached the perfect Grandmaster stage that the spiritual energy coursing through his body was fully assimilated and came to a halt. Feeling his Grandmaster stage cultivation within himself, Qing Xuanzi was overjoyed. He had never imagined he could reach such a realm. He had thought the deity stage was out of reach, but unexpectedly, simply by joining a local sect, he had broken through to a realm he had never dared to imagine in his entire life, the Grandmaster stage. Thank you, Sect Master, for giving me a new lease on life. I swear by the way of heaven that in this lifetime, I will never betray the Carefree Guild, nor will I betray you, Sect Master. Should I betray you, may my soul and spirit be destroyed, and may I never be reborn for all eternity. Chapter 84, Studying Ancient Texts and Cultivation Techniques. Rumble. Thunder suddenly cracked across the sky, as if in response to Qing Xuanzi's words. Qing Xuanzi's expression was unwavering. He was not intimidated by the thunder, for his words came from the heart. Today, Lan had helped him break through to the Grandmaster stage, a debt of gratitude he could never repay, even in several lifetimes. The others looked on in astonishment, their gazes shifting from the old guild master to the new one. They were deeply astonished. What cultivation realm did the new guild master possess to effortlessly guide someone to the Grandmaster stage with such ease? It was absolutely impossible for him to be at the nascent stage. Perhaps he was at the golden deity stage or higher. My appearance must never be revealed to outsiders. If it is, death, Lan said calmly. Yes, sect master. The crowd knelt once more. Having witnessed Lan's power, their hearts were free of all other thoughts, only loyalty remained, and a commitment to follow the carefree guild through life and death. Qing Xuanzi, you oversee the distribution of these elixirs. Tomorrow, we'll hold a grand recruitment drive for disciples. You all prepare for it, handle the assessments and such. I have only one requirement: it must be spectacular. I want every sect in the world to know that I, the Carefree Guild, have been established. Yes, Guild Master, the crowd replied in unison. By the time they looked up, Lan had already vanished, leaving only those dozen or so unknown powerhouses behind. Elders, what should we do next? Qing Xuanzi slowly stood up, rubbed his hands together, and walked up to the Blood Patriarch with a sheepish grin. Do whatever the Guild Master tells you to do. We're just here to watch, the Blood Patriarch replied expressionlessly. Seeing that the elder showed no emotion, Qing Xuanzi found him somewhat inscrutable and could only ask tentatively, then should I get started on my own? The Blood Patriarch nodded, saying nothing further. Seeing this, Qing Xuanzi felt a pang of bitterness, but he quickly summoned the aura he once possessed as sect master and addressed the disciples and elders. From this moment on, we are the outer sect disciples of the Carefree Guild, and I am the outer sect master. The sect master has said we'll be recruiting disciples on a large scale tomorrow. Let us make this a success. Do you all have confidence? We do, the crowd shouted, raising their arms in unison. Good. First, take these elixirs to the sect's treasury and store them there. The sect master instructed me to allocate them fairly. I won't shortchange any of you. Everyone will have elixirs to take in due time. Yes. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, guild master. The crowd was overjoyed. It had been a long time since they had any elixirs. Who would thought they'd get a bottle of elixirs to eat right after arriving here? This is so damn awesome. Now, let us get to work. First, move the cultivation techniques and ancient texts from the scripture hall back into the scripture hall itself. The rest of you, prepare for tomorrow's discipleship ceremony, Qing Xuanzi continued. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Before long, everyone sprang into action. At that moment, the Blood Patriarch walked up to Qing Xuanzi and said, Please send someone to teach us alchemy, talismanic arts, and artifact forging. Qing Xuanzi paused for a moment, but quickly realized that the locals might not know these skills. They likely focused solely on cultivation, so he didn't say much and simply agreed. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Lan hadn't left. He watched as the people on the ground made their arrangements and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Qing Xuanzi was quite capable, a true talent and very loyal. Lan could confidently entrust the management of the sect to him. He had no desire to manage the sect himself. He had founded it specifically to allow those who otherwise had no chance of joining a sect to pursue the way of immortality, giving more people in China an opportunity. He simply wanted to be a hands-off leader and go out to see the world. Before long, he saw that all the cultivation manuals from the scripture hall had been moved inside, so he teleported over to the scripture hall. Scripture hall. Lan teleported there and, looking at the hall which had once been empty but was now filled with cultivation manuals, ancient texts, spiritual arts, and martial arts techniques, he broke into a satisfied smile. Although these cultivation techniques were relatively low tier, they were at least usable. High-tier techniques could only be obtained once the major sects emerged or when cultivation techniques materialized. Cultivation techniques were divided into many categories: mortal grade, yellow grade, mystic grade, earth grade, heaven grade, king grade, emperor grade, sovereign grade, and immortal grade. They are also classified into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. However, the mundane grade has no subgrades, as these techniques are intended for cultivation by ordinary mortals. For example, techniques like the Tai Chi Heart Sutra and the 5 Animals Heart Method, which simply strengthen the body and promote health but cannot lead to immortality. Here, Lan gave the collection a quick scan. The highest ranked cultivation technique was a top grade yellow level 1. Not a single mystic level text was in sight. It was clear that the Qingxian sect had very little heritage. It was already a stroke of luck that they had a nascent stage sect master at all. Lan didn't look at those cultivation techniques. Instead,
he headed straight to the section on ancient alchemy texts to examine the alchemical methods. That was what he intended to learn.
Fundamentals of alchemy. Ha!
Lon spotted a book and casually pulled it off the shelf. He flipped it open to find instructions on how to refine pills. First, one must master the ability to ignite fire with qi and control the flame. Next comes identifying medicinal herbs and knowing when to add them to the alchemy furnace, otherwise, the furnace will explode. Then there is the mastery of timing and rhythm. Patience is essential. Those who are impatient must not attempt alchemy. The rest of the book covered herbal knowledge, such as the foundational herb for the tempering stage elixir, the blood qi flower. It's commonly found, typically growing in places with blood qi, especially around corpses, where it's very common.
Lon paused for a moment. Flowers growing around corpses very common? But he quickly reconsidered.
This was knowledge from another world, a world where bloodshed and violence were a daily occurrence, where demon beasts ran rampant, and corpses were indeed a common sight. After flipping through the pages casually and finishing the text, Lon gained a basic understanding of alchemy and gradually became engrossed in the ocean of knowledge. Ever since childhood, he had loved reading books and playing games, for only these two things allowed him to forget his sorrow, emerge from the pain of losing his parents, and gradually become more cheerful. His reading was eclectic, ranging from popular science and novels to words of wisdom, and even. Slowly, as time passed, Lon, who possessed the ability to read 10 lines at a glance and retain everything he saw, managed to read over 100 ancient texts in just 10 minutes, gaining a basic understanding of this other world, though not an extensive one. This was because these ancient texts didn't reveal much. If they had, they wouldn't have been left here for him to read. Much like the passage in the history book he read about Qin Shi Huang burning books and burying scholars alive, the people of that world had destroyed all books related to their own history. The purpose was to prevent the natives from seeing them, as they contained top-secret information. And the history books in their world were likely the same, intended to sever their historical continuity, making them forget that period of history and leaving it impossible to verify. What a ruthless tactic! But sooner or later, I'll uncover the truth. When it comes to patience, I have plenty to spare. Lon looked up at the sky, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. No matter who it is or where they're hiding, one day, he'll root them out. Just you wait. Shaking his head, Lon pushed the thought aside and returned to his reading. Next, he delved into ancient texts on talismans and formations to see if he could break that so-called seal of Blue Star. Chapter 85, Carefree Guild, Rise. So that's how it is. Lon closed the ancient text compendium of basic formations, closed his eyes, and began to absorb its contents. Within its pages, he had seen hundreds of basic formations, including the spirit gathering formation. Once activated, this formation could gather spiritual energy from the surrounding area, increasing the purity of the spiritual energy within the formation's zone, an essential formation for cultivation. There was also the sect protecting grand formation, which could safeguard a sect. The higher the cultivator's realm who set up the formation, the stronger the opponents it could withstand. In other words, by setting up the sect protection grand formation, he could fend off anyone below the Supreme Emperor stage. Hundreds of basic formations unfolded in his mind. Possessing the divine ability of formation arts, he could quickly master formations, as well as refine, evolve, and decipher them. The basic formations continuously evolved and took shape in his mind, gradually transforming from the most ordinary ones into the most powerful formations he could create. A full 10 minutes passed before Lon opened his eyes. Countless runes flickered within his pupils before they slowly returned to normal. Not bad. I've evolved hundreds of formations. Now, aside from those top-tier formations I'm still unfamiliar with, these basic formations have all been evolved to their absolute limit, Lon said with a slight smile. He could now deploy over 100 formations with a single thought, except for a few special formations that required specific items. Let us give it a try right now. With that thought, Lon teleported above the Carefree Guild and gazed down at the sect's territory. Carefree Guild, rise, Lon said calmly, slowly raising his right hand. Rumble. At that moment, the entire Carefree Guild shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck, leaving countless disciples in utter shock. What is going on? The ground is shaking. Could a powerful demon be attacking?
That's unlikely.
The strongest demons here are only at the nascent stage at most, and nascent stage demons aren't capable of causing this kind of damage.
Could it be a beast horde? Are they attacking our carefree guild right now? What is there to fear?
We have so many ascension stage experts, and our guild master is at the grandmaster stage, not to mention the sect master, who is in existence beyond description.
If those demon beasts dare to attack the sect, they'll never make it back.
You're right.
Now that you mention it, I'm not so scared anymore. The ground trembled.
All the disciples grabbed whatever they could to steady themselves, while those who could fly hurriedly soared into the air, looking up nervously. However, they soon spotted Lan's figure.
Is that the sect master?
It's the sect master. One by one, the disciples looked up at Lan in the sky and instantly realized that this was the sect master's doing.
Xing Xuanzi immediately flew up into the sky, arriving beside Lan.
He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, "Sect master."
Lan nodded slightly.
Xing Xuanzi stood up, remaining silent as he looked down at the sect in quiet contemplation. Since the sect master was behind this, he had nothing to worry about. The ground was still trembling, but soon, some disciples noticed that the sect was gradually rising into the air. The scenery around us is changing, it's like we're ascending to the heavens. And just as they suspected, the entire carefree guild, along with the mountain range beneath it, was rising into the air. The mountain began to fracture from the very bottom, and the carefree guild, like a floating island, slowly ascended, a magical and awe-inspiring sight. People across the nation witnessed this spectacle. They stopped in their tracks to watch, utterly stunned. Holy crap, the carefree guild is flying.
Could they all be reaching the ascension stage? No way. Where are they going? Are they leaving Blue Star? Could it be that the Supreme Emperor stage has abandoned us and decided to leave?